Somewhere in the desert on launching. Under an endless azure sky, the sun scorched the barren sands. The searing heat warped the air, transforming the vast desert into a blazing furnace as waves of scorching heat surged relentlessly. The adventurer wiped the sweat off his brow and fixed his gaze ahead, only to find nothing but an endless expanse of desert that evoked pure despair. He stopped in his tracks as his vision momentarily faded. Hunger gnawed at his stomach, a burning sensation scorched his throat, and exhaustion seeped from every fiber, signs that he had reached his limit. He retrieved the map he carried and looked at the distant oasis icon, which indicated a long journey still ahead, deepening his sense of despair. He had prepared meticulously, yet never imagined encountering the once-in-a-century colossal sandstorm that ravaged the desert. To avoid being swept away by the storm, he was forced to alter his course and continue marching toward his destination. However, although he had evaded the storm, his supplies were now exhausted. If he failed to reach the oasis before collapsing, his fate here would be sealed. The sandstorm he had dodged had only postponed his demise. As he folded away his map and staggered on, a crisp sound of a camel bell rang in his ears. A camel bell? He wondered, pausing as doubt crept in. Could I be hallucinating? Shaking his head as he prepared to force his leaden legs forward, another crisp peal of a camel bell resounded. Drawn nearer, the ding-dong became increasingly clear, resonating in his ears like celestial music. As the chime approached, a voice reached him. Hey, are you traversing the desert all alone? Need to buy something? He heard. The adventurer immediately turned around to see two camels behind him, one laden with goods, and the other bearing a fully armed man whose face remained obscured. Clearly those words had been spoken by the man. After all, camels do not speak. In the midst of his despair, the sight of another human felt like the arrival of a savior. Overcome with joy, he wiped away his tears and murmured, heavens, surely I am not seeing a mirage. Chu Ming's lips twitched in a silent retort, but before he could speak further, the adventurer's eyes rolled, and he fainted, collapsing straight onto the scorching sand. Chu Ming was momentarily silent. Musing that someone was trying to take advantage of the situation, he sighed, rubbed his forehead, dismounted the camel, and went to check on the adventurer. Dehydration. Even heat stroke. Standing up, Chu Ming called out to the system, give me a sunshade. Affirmative, host. The merchant system responded promptly as a gigantic sunshade materialized in Chu Ming's hand. He unfurled it casually, planting its pole into the burning sand so that its shadow enveloped the adventurer. Then Chu Ming returned to the camels and produced a dozen bottles of mineral water, some towels, and even a bottle of saline before coming back under the shade of the umbrella. Really, business hadn't even started yet, and now I'm already expending supplies to save a life. And who in their right mind would dare venture into the desert alone? Chu Ming shook his head. As he cared for the man, memories of life before entering the desert, a normal day half a year ago, began to surface. Having just returned home after a failed entrepreneurial venture, a disheartened Chu Ming had bound himself to the merchant system in his despair. This system, aside from providing weapons when its host's life was threatened, predominantly supplied everyday necessities and even offered teleportation to destinations around the globe. Chu Ming's role was to throw darts onto the world map. Wherever the dart landed became the destination for selling the system's goods. Once his profit target was met, he could throw another dart to move on. All proceeds from the sales were his, while the energy generated by these transactions was absorbed by the system to keep it running smoothly. Moreover, to ensure his continued safety on these trade journeys, the system subjected Chu Ming to an intensive 6-month training. Until today, Chu Ming had finally stepped onto the desert sands via his dart throw, riding a camel as the clinking sounds accompanied his steady march deep into the desert. Not long ago, he had grumbled to the system about the desert's vastness and wondered when he would encounter anyone. Ironically, not only did he meet someone, but he also expended a great deal even before making a sale. How astonishing indeed. Fortunately, the system's goods were supplied in unlimited quantity, otherwise he would hardly dare to deplete his resources so freely. Chu Ming shook his head, regaining his focus, while under his care the unconscious adventurer gradually stirred back to awareness. Seeing that the adventurer had finally awakened, Chu Ming grinned. Buddy, you're finally awake, huh? As the adventurer's mind began to stir, clarity returned. Gazing at the young, handsome face now visible after the removal of sunglasses and a mask, he realized that Chu Ming had saved him and opened his mouth in gratitude, only to be halted by a raised hand. Chu Ming remarked, though saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-level pagoda, I am a merchant. These goods are meant for sale, and I've lost quite a bit in saving you. The adventurer fell silent for a moment. Chu Ming continued, after all, these items saved your life, so I won't charge exorbitantly. 5 yuan for a bottle of mineral water, 7 for saline, and 10 for a towel. Is that acceptable? The adventurer was left speechless. Those prices, in such a desert, even for life-saving supplies, they seemed extraordinarily affordable. Moreover, paying with money is far preferable to indebting oneself. Moved to tears, he asked, all right, how much is it in total? Chu Ming pulled out a calculator and said, you've consumed 15 bottles of mineral water, 1 bottle of saline, and 1 towel, amounting to 92 yuan. Will you pay by mobile or in cash? As he spoke, Chu Ming suddenly remembered something and added, oh, if you're paying by mobile, I have a signal booster. No worries about connectivity. Cash, replied the adventurer. He rummaged through his pockets and stuffed several 100 yuan bills into Chu Ming's hand, adding, this is all I have on me. I'll transfer you more once I'm outside. Chu Ming refused, that won't do. As agreed, 92 is the price. That's my principle. The adventurer persisted. Even though you're selling these goods, saving my life is invaluable. If you don't accept, I would feel deeply indebted. After a moment's thought, Chu Ming replied, that won't do. As a merchant, I can't charge any extra. If you truly wish to thank me, treat me to a meal once you're out of the desert. After a brief pause, Chu Ming slowly added, moreover, you likely have no supplies left. Rather than offering a gift, why not purchase some items from me to keep you going until you return? Hearing this, the adventurer stopped stuffing money into his hands. What Chu Ming said made sense. He no longer had anything else on him. If he handed everything over to Chu Ming and then relied solely on luck to make it out of here, it was simply impossible, no matter how he thought about it. Without supplies, he would meet his end sooner or later. The adventurer let out an awkward laugh and squeezed the money in his hand. Then, can I take a look at what goods you have? Seeing business come to him, Chu Ming immediately broke into a broad smile. Of course you can. As he spoke, he had already walked to the camel behind him, unloading the goods from its back and carrying them under the sunshade. After spreading a huge carpet on the ground, he began taking items out one by one. The adventurer watched as the empty carpet before him gradually turned into a dazzling display of goods, and he was completely dumbfounded, as though a giant question mark slowly rose in his mind. Seriously, how did that bag manage to hold so many things? More importantly, how had the camel carried all of it on its back? Staring at the carpet now crammed with everyday necessities, the adventurer felt unaccountably lighthearted for the first time. If not for the desolate surroundings, he might have believed he was standing in a tiny convenience store. Only after Chu Ming had laid everything out did he wipe the sweat from his brow. That's all of it. Take a look at what you need, and I'll pack it up for you. The adventurer fell silent. What should he do? He had already begun fussing between buying and not buying, wanting and not wanting, like someone picking food they were craving and yet reluctant to eat. Taking a deep breath, the adventurer pointed at the bottled water and compressed biscuits. I want some mineral water and compressed biscuits. Little brother just put together about 600 yuan's worth for me. All right. Chu Ming picked and chose with practiced ease and soon had selected 600 yuan's worth of water and compressed biscuits. But when he noted the amount of bottled water clearly exceeding what the adventurer could reasonably carry, Chu Ming scratched his head. I happen to have no fixed destination. Why don't I travel with you for a while and let the camel carry some of it for you? Then I really must thank you, little brother. The adventurer stuffed the money into Chu Ming's hand and offered his thanks. No need to be so polite. Since the deal is done, the after-sales service naturally has to be up to standard as well. Chu Ming accepted the 600 yuan, then carefully packed the goods and loaded them back onto the camel. Brother, where are you headed? Chu Ming looked over at the adventurer. The adventurer waved his hand. Hey, don't call me big brother. My name is Zhao Guofeng. Just call me old Zhao. I'm planning to head to the center of the desert. In my family's old notes, I saw mention of some ancient ruins deep in the desert, so I wanted to go have a look. After all, I'm an adventurer. Anything that smells of exploration, I want to try. Who knew that man proposes but heaven disposes? If you hadn't appeared in time, I might have perished right here. He paused, then shifted the topic. By the way, little brother, what made you think of coming into the desert to sell things, eh? Chu Ming faltered for a moment. He certainly could not say that a bout of bad luck with a dart had stuck him onto this desert in the first place. Yet from Zhao Guofeng's perspective, he truly did owe much to that heaven-defying bad luck. With a turn of thought, Chu Ming smiled. I'm a traveling merchant. Wherever I go, I sell, or wherever I want to go, I just head there. Coming here might have been a passing notion or a sudden impulse. Either way, I simply ended up here. Then I really ought to thank you for that fleeting notion, little brother. Zhao Guofeng joked with a smile. Chu Ming waved his hand. Old Zhao, you don't need to call me little brother either. Just call me Chu Ming. Zhao Guofeng let out a hearty laugh. All right, let's do this. Let's exchange contact information. That way I can find you later, treat you to a proper meal, and repay this life-saving favor. Sure. Chu Ming nodded and recited his phone number. Zhao Guofeng took out his phone, entered Chu Ming's number, added the note, life-saving benefactor, and then put the phone away. Just as he was about to say something more, Zhao Guofeng's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. Zhao Guofeng immediately covered his stomach, smiling in deep embarrassment. Sorry, I haven't eaten in almost 3 days. Could you maybe take out a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water for me first, so I can at least line my stomach? Chu Ming said nothing, simply nodded, then took out compressed biscuits and mineral water from his bag and handed them to Zhao Guofeng. Although he had other food in his pack, this place was hardly suitable for cooking. There was every chance that before they even finished cooking, the sand would have buried the pot. After thinking it over, Chu Ming also took out some compressed biscuits and water from his bag to make do with a simple meal. Afterward, Chu Ming gathered up the trash carefully and hung the bag on the lead camel. Zhao Guofeng, having filled his stomach a little, collected his own trash, then pulled out a map and beckoned Chu Ming over. Chu Ming, come over here a moment. Hearing this, Chu Ming walked over, his gaze curious as he looked at the map in Zhao Guofeng's hands. Zhao Guofeng extended his index finger and tapped a ruin symbol at the center of the map as he began to explain. This is the destination of my expedition, an ancient ruin located in the middle of the desert. I'm not just here to explore the ruins. I'm also carrying out a mission. Some archaeologists learned that I planned to visit the ancient ruins in the desert's heart and entrusted me with taking some photographs for them. He paused, then pointed to an oasis, marked some distance from their current location. My original goal was to reach this oasis to rest, and that remains the plan. Only after we've regrouped at the oasis can we continue deeper in. Chu Ming nodded. All right, then let's head for the oasis. After a moment's thought, Chu Ming went on, Old Zhao, your body still hasn't fully recovered. You should ride my camel for a while and get a proper rest. Once we reach the oasis and have regrouped, we can start taking turns again. How could I? There's still a long way to the oasis, and the sun is so merciless. Walking there will be exhausting. Zhao Guofeng folded up the map and hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. Young people are strong and sturdy, this distance is nothing to me. Chu Ming shook his head. He reckoned that even walking the whole way would not be as tiring as one round of the system's hellish training. Chu Ming continued, besides, given your current condition, if you tried walking I'd probably end up having to carry you halfway there. So stop refusing and get on the camel already. Zhao Guofeng mulled it over. Given the state of his body, if he insisted on walking, he really might end up dragging Chu Ming down. In the end, Zhao Guofeng nodded helplessly. All right then. I'm really sorry. This time I'll be troubling you. I'll treat you to 2 meals. Chu Ming grinned. You said it yourself. I definitely won't be polite about that. Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng laughed heartily. Of course. Just don't you dare be polite with me. I'm more worried you'll try to be. So shall we set off? All right, let me pack up this umbrella first. Chu Ming turned away, put his sunglasses and sand mask back on, then folded up the huge sunshade and tied it onto the camel behind them. Only then did he walk to the front camel and pat its neck. The camel began to move. The tinkling chime of camel bells once again echoed across the boundless desert. As time passed, the sun gradually sank below the horizon. The temperature was no longer as high as during the day. Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng arrived at the oasis as night fell. Due to the unclear visibility, Chu Ming pulled out a large flashlight from his bag, illuminating the area around the oasis as bright as day. Zhao Guofeng exclaimed in shock, "Wow, what kind of flashlight is this? It's so bright." "I don't know, but it's quite useful in a place like this that was worth the purchase." Chu Ming held the flashlight in one hand and a long stick in the other, scanning the surroundings. After confirming there were no dangers nearby, Chu Ming wedged the flashlight into a tree, then untied the bundle on the camel to take out the camping supplies. Zhao Guofeng had also dismounted from the camel. After settling the 2 camels, he placed his exploration bag down and took out the camping supplies. Under the light of the flashlight, the 2 quickly set up their tents and then used a lighter to ignite a pile of firewood. Finally, after organizing their belongings, Chu Ming took down the flashlight from the tree and put it away, then casually pulled out some ingredients and pots to place by the campfire. Setting up a small folding table and chair, Chu Ming began to cook. Zhao Guofeng, observing these items, showed no surprise as he had seen them before when shopping with Chu Ming. However, he hadn't bought any of these, opting instead for the most practical items for him: bottled water and compressed biscuits. But watching the fragrant aroma of the hot meal gradually wafting from Chu Ming's preparations, Zhao Guofeng couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Chu Ming glanced at Zhao Guofeng, who was eagerly staring at the pot, and with a playful smile, said, "Old Zhao, I can't eat all this by myself. Want to join me for a bit?" Zhao Guofeng hesitated. Although they seemed to have become more familiar, he still remembered that Chu Ming was a businessman. To him, this meal felt like part of a transaction. And now he had no cash to buy this meal. Chu Ming noticed Zhao Guofeng's hesitation and added, "How about you wash the dishes after we eat, Old Zhao?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng froze for a moment, then nodded. "All right, no problem." Now that there were terms of exchange, he could eat without reservation. Zhao Guofeng leaned over, stretching his neck to peer into the pot, looking eager. Chu Ming stirred the pot with a ladle and then sprinkled in some seasoning. In an instant, the aroma from the pot intensified. Chu Ming occasionally stirred with the ladle, and after a while he scooped a bowl for Zhao Guofeng and handed it over. Zhao Guofeng quickly accepted it, saying thank you. Holding the steaming, freshly made vegetable soup, he felt a rush of moisture in his eyes. 3 days. It had been a full 3 days. He finally got to eat delicious steaming hot food. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Zhao Guofeng eagerly began to savor the bowl of vegetable soup in his hands. Even though it was scalding hot and made him gasp, he continued to stuff food into his mouth. Just then, as Chu Ming had just scooped himself a bowl of vegetable soup and was waiting for it to cool, he saw Zhao Guofeng awkwardly trying to scoop a second bowl. Zhao Guofeng chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Sorry, I haven't had proper food in 3 days. So?" Chu Ming chuckled lightly. "It's fine, eat as much as you want, but your stomach has been empty for a while. What's best not to eat too much at once." Zhao Guofeng nodded. "All right, I understand." Saying this, he took the already scooped vegetable soup back to the table and continued to eat vigorously under Chu Ming's astonished gaze. In the end, Chu Ming, who had initially worried about having too much food and water, found himself lost in thought while looking at the empty pot. Zhao Guofeng patted his belly, satisfied, and after letting out a hearty burp, he leisurely took the pots and pans to wash them by the nearby river. When Zhao Guofeng returned, Chu Ming had already tidied everything up, leaving only the campfire still burning. Zhao Guofeng handed the clean pots and pans to Chu Ming. Chu Ming casually accepted them, putting them away, and returned to sit by the campfire. Zhao Guofeng turned to Chu Ming, recalling the events of the day, feeling grateful and emotional. "Thank you so much today, Chu Ming. Really, if you hadn't happened to pass by, I might have become just another lost soul in the wind." Chu Ming replied, "It was nothing, no need to thank me. If you keep thanking me, I'll get a headache." Zhao Guofeng laughed heartily. "Haha, then I won't say it anymore. Let's get some rest. We should get up early tomorrow to continue our journey. Otherwise, once the temperature rises, it will be hard to bear." Chu Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. Tomorrow. Old Zhao, aren't you going to rest a bit more? Zhao Guofeng waved his hand. Oh, I'm feeling better already. A good sleep, and I'll be fine. With that, Zhao Guofeng lay down on the ground, gazing at the stars in the sky, and continued, moreover, if we don't hurry our pace before our supplies run out, we'll be in danger. Chu Ming paused for a moment in silence, then nodded. All right, then if old Zhao feels unwell tomorrow, just ride the camel again. Zhao Guofeng smiled. Thank you. As the conversation came to an end, the two returned to their respective tents to rest. Until dawn, they got up to pack their things and continued their journey. Zhao Guofeng took out a map to determine the direction, saying, let's head towards this location. We can walk along the edge of the oasis for a while. Looking at the map, Zhao Guofeng said, this is the closest oasis to the ruins, and the last one. Once we leave here, we'll only be able to rely on our own supplies until we return. Chu Ming nodded. No need to worry. I have enough supplies to cross the desert back and forth. That's great, Zhao Guofeng remarked, putting away the map. Let's go. All right. Chu Ming gently patted the camel, signaling it to start moving. Zhao Guofeng led the way in front, while Chu Ming followed behind, leading the camel. Since the path ahead was difficult to traverse and there might be unknown dangers, Chu Ming chose not to ride the camel, but instead led it forward while holding a dagger for defense. Once they left the oasis and confirmed it was safe, he would ride the camel and follow Zhao Guofeng. The bell tied to the camel jingled as it walked, echoing through the oasis. As the two continued forward with the two camels, several pairs of cold eyes hidden in the bushes emitted a faint glow. In an instant, a chill ran down Chu Ming's spine, as if something was watching him, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. The moment he felt the strange sensation, Chu Ming immediately became alert. Zhao Guofeng turned back to glance at Chu Ming and whispered, Chu Ming, you felt it too, right? Chu Ming nodded. Zhao Guofeng pondered for a moment. They have already detected us. It's no longer possible to leave stealthily. Fortunately, we are walking along the edge of the oasis, and we can soon run out of it. As he spoke, Zhao Guofeng surveyed the surrounding environment and pointed to a gentle slope, saying, let's charge out from here. All right. Chu Ming glanced at the slope Zhao Guofeng pointed to and nodded. He then raised his hand, adjusted the camel's direction, and gave it a sharp slap. The camel, feeling the pain, immediately took off running. Chu Ming shouted to Zhao Guofeng, old Zhao, run. The two of them dashed away swiftly. However, their sudden movements inevitably startled the creatures lying in ambush. A series of rustling and slithering sounds echoed, sending chills down their spines. Chu Ming glanced back. He saw countless snakes emerging from the forest behind them, their cold eyes fixated on them, seemingly considering them as the prey they must capture. And the escape of prey was something they would not allow. More and more snakes crawled out of the forest, swiftly writhing their bodies, moving through the oasis as if they were swimming. Just one glance was enough to make one feel uneasy. Zhao Guofeng also looked back. Seeing the scene, he was astonished. What the heck, have we stumbled into a snake nest? We didn't see any snakes yesterday. Perhaps the place we were at yesterday just happened to be outside the snake's habitat. Chu Ming speculated. After all, we are quite far from our camp now. That should be it. Zhao Guofeng nodded in agreement, but soon his expression changed. But this isn't the time to talk about that. Why are these snakes so fast? Do you have anything in your bag to slow them down? Chu Ming looked at the backpack Zhao Guofeng was carrying. Zhao Guofeng thought for a moment, then pulled out a torch, a lighter, and a bottle of alcohol from his bag. After retrieving these items, Zhao Guofeng handed the alcohol to Chu Ming, saying, you throw the alcohol, and well, set the snake swarm on fire. Chu Ming took the alcohol, opened the cap, and quickly threw it towards the rapidly approaching snake swarm. Meanwhile, Zhao Guofeng had already ignited the torch in his hand and tossed it into the snake crowd. In an instant, flames erupted. The snakes, ignited by the roaring flames, writhed in agony, emitting crackling sounds. A scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. Zhao Guofeng couldn't help but inhale the aroma of roasted meat. I haven't eaten roasted meat in ages. I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. Chu Ming felt a surge of frustration, unable to hold back his words. Stop thinking about roasted meat. If we don't get out of here, we'll end up as the snake's dinner. After all, the situation they faced was exceedingly grim. Although the sight of the burning snake swarm seemed to have scared off some of the unaffected snakes, some still managed to circumvent the blazing fire and continued their pursuit. Chu Ming, having finished his complaint, quickly asked, old Zhao, do you have any more alcohol? Zhao Guofeng shrugged. No. The alcohol was just a backup. Who would have thought those snakes would be so aggressive? Even if they have to go around the fire, they still chase us. By the way, do you have any alcohol? Chu Ming. Chu Ming's expression changed to one of realization, then he awkwardly smiled. Sorry, in the heat of the moment, I forgot I had alcohol. Without missing a beat, Chu Ming quickly summoned the system, give me some alcohol. Understood, host, the merchant system replied, then placed the alcohol in the backpack on Chu Ming's back. Chu Ming immediately pulled out 2 bottles of alcohol from the bag and handed them to Zhao Guofeng. Quickly throw them. If this isn't enough, I still have more. Got it. Zhao Guofeng took the 2 bottles of alcohol from Chu Ming. Back in the day, I was quite the pitcher. As he spoke, he opened the cap and threw it towards the approaching snake swarm. The flames spread instantly. The scent of roasted meat became even more pungent. Chu Ming also threw the alcohol bottle he had in hand. The flames surged, and everywhere they looked it was a scene of snakes writhing in the roaring fire, crackling as they were scorched. The snakes also realized that the items in Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng's hands were not to be trifled with, and for a moment they ceased their pursuit. Seeing the snakes halt, raising their heads, and flicking their tongues, their cold gazes fixed on them, they had no intention of advancing. Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng tightened their grips on the bottles of alcohol and quickly retreated. It wasn't until they could no longer see the snakes swarm and had caught up with the resting camel that Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was really too thrilling. Oh, we almost became the snake's dinner. Zhao Guofeng wiped the sweat from his face and smiled, but he still looked a bit shaken. Now that we've barely escaped him, worried that our fire attack on the snake swarm might ignite the oasis. Chu Ming sat down next to the camel and put away the alcohol. He then took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Zhao Guofeng. After taking a few sips himself, he continued, but thinking aside, if I were to go back, I definitely wouldn't do it again. Zhao Guofeng took the mineral water handed to him by Chu Ming, opened it, and took a few sips, then capped it, and patted Chu Ming on the shoulder. It's fine, it won't catch fire. I threw the torch into the snakes on the sandy ground. It wouldn't affect the oasis. After a pause, Zhao Guofeng seemed to think of something and wiped his face, but we can't return to this oasis on our way back. Not to mention whether those snakes will let us go, just the sheer number of them makes me wary of trying to rest. They're afraid of falling into their trap. So, Chu Ming thought for a moment, we need to find another way back. Take out your map, and let's plan a route. Zhao Guofeng nodded and spread out his map on the ground. Chu Ming leaned in to take a look and drew a straight line. This route is closest to the city. Can we take this one? Zhao Guofeng looked at the route Chu Ming drew and shook his head. This line appears to be the closest to the city, but it's also the hardest to traverse. The environment here is treacherous, and it's accompanied by harsh weather, with the temperature differences between day and night being the most significant, not to mention the occasional sandstorms. If we're not careful, this won't just be a matter of having supplies to leave. Chu Ming paused, observing the grave expression on Zhao Guofeng's face, then asked, which route would be more suitable for us? Zhao Guofeng pondered for a moment before tracing a path across the map. Let's take this one. Though it is significantly longer, it remains the safest route across this desert. Chu Ming studied the serpentine path Zhao Guofeng had drawn, reflected briefly, and nodded. Then we'll follow the route you've marked, old Zhao. After all, Zhao Guofeng was a lone wolf who dared venture into the desert unaccompanied, a man who had undoubtedly done his due diligence on its perils. At the very least, his knowledge far surpassed Chu Ming's own, acquired only through random spatial teleportation. Since Zhao Guofeng recommended this path, they would follow it without hesitation. Seeing Chu Ming's agreement, Zhao Guofeng rolled up the map. It's still early. We should press on now and aim to reach the ancient ruins before nightfall. Chu Ming nodded. Then he patted both camels. They rose obediently and allowed him to lead them forward once more. The desert air remained scorching, beads of sweat glistening on both Chu Ming's and Zhao Guofeng's brows. After arduous effort, they crested a towering dune, only to gaze upon an endless expanse of shimmering, heat-distorted sand stretching to the horizon. Both exhaled deeply. Let's rest a while, Zhao Guofeng said, wiping sweat from his brow. We'll replenish our energy, then continue. Chu Ming offered no objection. Agreed. Chu Ming then guided the camels to kneel and retrieved a sunshade from the pack strapped to the second camel, planting it firmly in the sand. Next, he produced 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 packs of compressed biscuits, handing one set to Zhao Guofeng. They settled beneath the shade, placing their sun hats on the ground as makeshift seats. They munched on the biscuits and sipped water at leisure, until a sudden breeze brushed across their faces, carrying a rare fleeting coolness through the arid, sweltering air. Yet Zhao Guofeng's expression darkened instantly. He stood motionless, feeling the gusts against his skin, his countenance growing ever more somber. The wind is rising. Chu Ming raised his hand, sensing the shifting air upon his palm, and his own expression tightened. In swift succession, he finished his rations and retrieved anti-sun goggles from his camel's pack, swapping them for his sunglasses. Zhao Guofeng, already clad in a full dust-proof ensemble, required no such adjustment. As Chu Ming secured the final component of his protective gear, Zhao Guofeng knew, without words, that Chu Ming had grasped the dire truth: a sandstorm was imminent. Old Zhao, is there any shelter nearby? Chu Ming asked, lowering the sunshade. Zhao Guofeng immediately unfurled the map. This map bore numerous annotations, carefully marked locations he'd identified as potentially vital, gathered through every means available. With but a glance, Zhao Guofeng located a shelter site he'd previously tagged. He pointed decisively. There, a refuge not far from here, but we must move at full speed now. Understood. Chu Ming glanced at the marked location and nodded. Without delay, they set off toward the shelter. As they advanced, the wind strengthened steadily, the air grew thick and heavy, laced with gritty particles of sand. Simultaneously, the ambient temperature began to dip, yet the storm had not yet fully coalesced, and visibility remained relatively clear. Chu Ming led the camels closely behind Zhao Guofeng and soon arrived at the shelter, a modest hollow just large enough to accommodate them all. He guided the camels to kneel before them, forming a living barrier, then huddled beside Zhao Guofeng in their lee, waiting in silence for the storm's arrival. Time passed. The air thickened with suspended dust, breaths grew labored, visibility shrank steadily, narrowing their world to a shrinking circle of sight. Though sheltered, they felt little wind, yet the yellow-tinged haze creeping across their vision told its own story. When the world beyond turned ochre, both men dropped low, pulling hoods and face coverings snug, pressing themselves flat against the sand to shield every exposed inch. Crouched in perfect readiness, they waited, still and patient. As minutes bled into silence, the howl of the storm fading gradually into hush. Only after confirming absolute stillness did they lift their heads. Finding serene quietude and restored clarity, the desert once again laid bare beneath the open sky. They rose, shaking sand from their clothes and brushing dust from their camels, then sat upright, gazing upward at a star-strewn night sky, exchanging a wry, resigned glance. Plans rarely survive first contact with reality, sighed Zhao Guofeng. We'd hoped to reach the ruins before dusk. Now we'll have to spend the night right here. Unavoidable, Chu Ming replied, brushing sand from his pack and then from the camels' backs. One doesn't march headlong into a sandstorm, not even out of stubbornness. He then produced kindling tinder and a lighter, skillfully igniting a crackling campfire. Truth be told, today has been the most exhilarating day I've ever endured. Stowing the lighter, he added with dry irony, snake dens sandstorms. I dare any jinx soul to ask me, who truly wears the crown of misfortune? Zhao Guofeng fell silent. Recalling his desert journey thus far, he wondered whether he'd entered the wasteland under an ill-starred omen, the very archetype of someone who'd neglected to consult the almanac before departure. Shaking his head, he chuckled wryly. Perhaps I'm even unluckier. You faced one sandstorm, ooh, I've weathered two. Pausing, he grimaced. And before entering, I'd checked the forecast. It promised clear skies, no storms. Yet here we are. Was the forecast flawed? Or am I simply cursed by the desert itself? Chu Ming sighed softly. No use dwelling on it. We're here now, and overthinking won't change that. Better to finish what we came for, and leave as swiftly as possible. As he spoke, he glanced inward, at the merchant system's revenue target, and sighed again inwardly. It remained incomplete. If only they could encounter travelers, and sell more goods to fulfill the quota. But across this vast, desolate expanse, human encounters were rarer than mirages. Few souls willingly tread such barren, unforgiving terrain. Zhao Guofeng was unaware of what Chu Ming was thinking. He simply noticed the troubled expression on Chu Ming's face and patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. After all, what had happened today was indeed quite overwhelming and absurd, so feeling somewhat helpless was perfectly normal. Even he, who had traversed many places and faced numerous dangers, couldn't help but question life, let alone this young man, who seemed like he had just stepped out the door. He thought it would be better to find a way to brush this matter aside. Continuing to question life would not be beneficial for their upcoming actions. With that in mind, Zhao Guofeng looked towards the campfire and straightforwardly shifted the topic. It's getting late. Hey, let's take out something to fill our stomachs, and then have a good night's rest so we can continue our journey tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming, who was troubled about how to meet his profit target, lifted his head to glance at Zhao Guofeng, a hint of skepticism flashing in his eyes. He felt that Zhao Guofeng seemed to have misunderstood something. However, he had no intention of exposing it directly, and instead followed Zhao Guofeng's lead, pulling out pots, pans, and ingredients from his bag. Zhao Guofeng's attempt to divert attention was indeed quite effective. Although they had made little progress today, time had passed, and if they didn't eat something soon, they would be too hungry to continue. Thus, Chu Ming easily produced a bunch of cooking tools. Just as Chu Ming was about to place the pot over the fire, Zhao Guofeng quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, while it's great to eat fresh food, if we cook something in the pot, now we won't have water to wash it later. Chu Ming's movements paused, and he showed an awkward smile. Although he wanted to say that he could use the water he brought to wash the pot. But Zhao Guofeng was unaware that Chu Ming's supplies were limitless. Therefore, in Zhao Guofeng's eyes, using any water would mean less left. To survive and leave this desert, they could only use water sparingly. Realizing this, Chu Ming could only show an awkward smile and put the pot away. Who understands? The system didn't take away his supplies, but instead he was forced to give some away. This guy didn't necessarily have to deliver to customers, right? Chu Ming was at a loss for words. Although he thought about it this way, he was very clear that he was joking. If his supplies were taken away, he would just appear to be using them sparingly. After all, he could pull out supplies not only from the bag on his camel's back. Who would know which corner of his bag he could pull something from? With that thought, Chu Ming directly pulled out 2 boxes of self-heating rice. Can we eat this? Zhao Guofeng was completely impressed. He didn't expect that even in the bag he was carrying, Chu Ming could fit 2 boxes of self-heating rice. This was truly so cool. Of course I'll buy it from you, Zhao Guofeng said without hesitation, pulling out his phone. As for compressed biscuits, what are compressed biscuits? Tonight, Zhao Guofeng and the compressed biscuits were like strangers. Seeing Zhao Guofeng take out his phone, Chu Ming immediately beamed with joy and took out his own phone. The self-heating rice might be a bit pricey, $30. No problem, you're selling these things in the desert. Even if you charge $100, people will grit their teeth and buy it. Zhao Guofeng said as he transferred the money to Chu Ming. Looking at the successful payment notification on his phone, Chu Ming grinned. Zhao Guofeng looked astonished. It really went through. I thought that even with a signal booster the signal would be poor. That was an ordinary signal booster. Mine is worth every penny. The most important thing was that his signal booster was produced by the system. As the saying goes, products from the system are guaranteed to be top quality. Isn't it normal for the signal to be as strong as if you were in the city? Chu Ming put away his phone and took out 2 bottles of water, handing one to Zhao Guofeng. Zhao Guofeng took the mineral water and began to unwrap it. Seeing that the self-heating rice came with water, he raised an eyebrow and cheerfully said, "Oh, this rice even comes with water, quite nice." Chu Ming casually asked, "Old Zhao, have you never eaten self-heating rice before?" Zhao Guofeng shook his head. At home, I have eaten a box of self-heating hot pot that my child bought, but I haven't had self-heating rice. Besides, I often go out on adventures. These things are not as reliable as water and compressed biscuits. That's true, Chu Ming agreed, nodding. The profession of an adventurer is different from that of a traveling merchant. A traveling merchant is a businessman, and the main goal wherever they go is to sell goods, so their bags contain everything. Adventurers mainly accept commissions traveling to various places to complete their assigned tasks. Some of these commissions are in treacherous environments, and adventurers accepting these commissions will prepare easy takari dry food before setting off. Self-heating hot pots and self-heating rice are not on their preparation list. It's not surprising that someone like Zhao Guofeng who travels often hasn't tried them. However, Chu Ming tilted his head and looked at Zhao Guofeng. Old Zhao, doesn't your family have any objections to your profession? Zhao Guofeng hesitated slightly upon hearing this, then waved his hand. They were initially very strongly opposed, but seeing that I was persistent and returned safely every time, they gave up on resisting and let me be. So this time they let you come. You didn't come here on a commission, did you? Chu Ming asked curiously as he covered the self-heating rice. Zhao Guofeng shook his head. Originally my wife was adamantly against me coming, saying she had a bad premonition, but I insisted on coming because I was really curious about the ancient ruins written in the notes. It turns out my wife's sixth sense is quite accurate. I almost got caught here, but she was only half right about it. Chu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Although Zhao Guofeng didn't mention what the other half of the premonition was. But as Zhao Guofeng's savior, it was easy to guess. Chu Ming couldn't help but tease. I just happen to have a signal booster here. I can make a call. Do you want to call your wife and kids? Zhao Guofeng froze for a moment, then hurriedly shook his head. No, I won't call for now. I'm afraid they'll worry about me seeing my current situation. I should. Zhao Guofeng abruptly stopped himself. I'd better not jinx it. Jinxes never bring good things. Chu Ming applauded. Very good. Since this jinx hasn't happened, I can finally rest easy. Zhao Guofeng. The conversation came to an end. 15 minutes later, the self-heating rice was ready. Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng finished their meal and rested early on the spot. The next morning, golden sunlight poured into the sheltered area, illuminating Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng. They had already packed their bags and slung them over their shoulders. Then Zhao Guofeng took out the map from his backpack again, quickly determining the direction of the ancient ruins before putting it away. Let's go, Zhao Guofeng said, turning to look at Chu Ming. Chu Ming nodded, secured the camel, and set off with Zhao Guofeng. As the sun began to set, Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng finally arrived at the ancient ruins. Though they had been delayed for a day, they had safely reached their destination. Looking at the time-worn ruins, Chu Ming scanned the surroundings and pointed to a seemingly safe spot. Old Zhao, how about we rest there today? Zhao Guofeng looked up at the area Chu Ming was pointing at. There was a small corner that could provide shelter from the wind. More importantly, it was open on all sides, making it easier to escape if any danger arose. Zhao Guofeng approached to test the hardness of the corner. Finding the wall sturdy enough for them to hide for a few days, Zhao Guofeng nodded in satisfaction. This corner is indeed good. Let's rest here, and tomorrow I'll explore the ruins myself. You're going in alone. Chu Ming raised an eyebrow, catching the key point of the last sentence. Zhao Guofeng nodded. After all, you came along to help me carry supplies. Exploring the ruins is my job, so I'll go by myself. No. I'm very interested in these ruins too, so I want to go in and take a look. Don't worry, I'll just observe and won't touch anything. This? Zhao Guofeng hesitated. But there may be dangers inside the ruins. It's fine, I'm quite capable, Chu Ming replied. If something happens, it'll be my own fault, and it won't involve you at all. Zhao Guofeng fell silent. Since Chu Ming had insisted, even if he disagreed, it seemed likely that Chu Ming would follow him in. Thinking of this, Zhao Guofeng sighed helplessly. All right, but be careful once you're inside. No problem, Chu Ming grinned upon hearing Zhao Guofeng's agreement. Zhao Guofeng shook his head, set down his backpack, and began to take out supplies to set up camp. Seeing this, Chu Ming immediately walked over, taking out camping tools from his bag to start setting up the tent. After setting up the tent, Chu Ming took out firewood and lit a campfire in front of the tent. Once everything was ready, he brought out ingredients and more firewood, placing them nearby. Then to Zhao Guofeng's astonishment, Chu Ming pulled out a brick and a barbecue grill from his bag. What? Who puts a brick in their backpack? Is it really not heavy? Originally, he thought that most of what was on the camel was brought by Chu Ming. Little did he know there was much more than met the eye. One could only say what a true merchant. His backpack really had everything. We're having barbecue tonight. Old Zhao, can you prepare the ingredients? I can set up the grill quickly. As Chu Ming spoke, he skillfully set up the grill. If it weren't for their previous location being unsuitable for barbecuing, they might have already enjoyed this feast yesterday. Chu Ming had been craving barbecue for a day. Zhao Guofeng, tasked by Chu Ming, fully submitted and began to handle the ingredients he had brought out. Soon the two had everything ready and began grilling the ingredients, occasionally sprinkling a bit of seasoning. The aroma gradually wafted through the air, catching the attention of two people who had just entered the ancient ruins. It smells so good. Two voices, clearly weak, reached their ears. Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng looked up to see two figures approaching with unsteady steps. Their appearance reminded Zhao Guofeng of himself 3 days ago. They saw Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng in the light and immediately quickened their pace, yet their steps appeared even more unsteady. With each step, Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng felt their eyelids twitch. They hurried to catch the two. Soon the two fainted in Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng's arms. Chu Ming. Such a familiar scene. Zhao Guofeng, such a familiar feeling. They quickly dragged the two to the front of the camp. Chu Ming first checked the conditions of the two and found that they were merely slightly dehydrated and the situation was not severe. So Chu Ming gave them a bottle of electrolyte solution and wiped their sweat with towels, grilling while waiting for them to wake up. Soon the two were awakened by the scent of the barbecue. They sat up suddenly, their faces filled with longing as they gazed at the grilled food, unable to resist swallowing. Can we have a bit of that barbecue? Chu Ming glanced at them and plainly stated, yes, but there's a cost. I just gave you 2 bottles of electrolyte solution and used 2 towels. Hearing Chu Ming's words, confusion gradually appeared on their faces. Seeing this, Zhao Guofeng smiled at them. He's a merchant, and the supplies he provided are things he sells in the desert, so it's normal for him to talk about money. Don't be fooled by his constant talk about money, he's actually a good person. Chu Ming shrugged and handed 2 bottles of water to the two sitting on the ground. Forget it, you should recover first. We can discuss money after you finish eating. Upon hearing this, one of them weakly raised their hand to ask, excuse me, is this barbecue expensive? Not expensive, feel free to eat. Chu Ming waved his hand. The barbecue made from the system-provided ingredients could be priced as he wished. If he said it was not expensive, then it was not. Since Chu Ming said the barbecue was not expensive, the two decided not to be polite. They approached the grill and began to eat and drink, feeling their energy returning, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Watching them devour the food, Chu Ming curiously asked, why are you in the desert? Also, where are your supplies? Hearing Chu Ming's question, one of them swallowed their food and explained, we were commissioned by some archaeologists to find someone named Zhao Guofeng and follow him into the desert so that 3 of us could look after each other. But when we arrived at his home, his family said he had already left. Then the other added, so we hurried to catch up, but unexpectedly encountered a sandstorm. Not only did we fail to catch up to him, but the camel also got separated from us while carrying supplies. If we hadn't met you here, we would probably have perished in this desert. Ugh. After hearing the 2 men's account, Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng exchanged bewildered glances. And neither had anticipated that these 2 newcomers were sent by the archaeologist who had commissioned Zhao Guofeng to take photographs. Perhaps out of concern for Zhao Guofeng's safety, venturing alone deep into the desert, the archaeologist had dispatched 2 assistants. Yet fate had nearly claimed them 2 stranded in this unforgiving expanse. Their supplies must have been lost in yesterday's sandstorm. Only then could they have endured long enough to reach this point. And had the loss occurred during an earlier storm, their fate would have been sealed beyond doubt. Fortunately, their outcome was far better. They would live to leave. Chu Ming clapped them lightly on the shoulders and gestured toward Zhao Guofeng. He is Zhao Guofeng, the one you sought. I am Chu Ming, a traveling merchant. At those words, the 2 men nearly spat out the water they were drinking, staring at Zhao Guofeng in stunned disbelief. You're that Zhao Guofeng, the one we chased for days, but never caught. Zhao Guofeng scratched his cheek awkwardly and replied, if Zhou Hong sent you, then yes, it's me. Well, I'll be damned. It really is you. And the bullier man sprang to his feet, visibly flustered. Do you fly, eh? We left just 1 day after you. And even riding camels, we couldn't close the distance. And Zhao Guofeng blinked. Ah, well? And the shorter man tugged gently at his sleeve. Enough. We've caught up now. That's what matters. Then he turned to Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng. I'm Li Jiaxing, he's Pan Mingpeng. We're relieved we found you today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. By the way, how much do we owe for what we've used? Chu Ming, please tally it up. We'll pay on the spot. Agreed. And Chu Ming nodded and pulled out his phone to calculate. 2 packets of oral rehydration salts, 120 yuan. 2 towels, 20 yuan. 2 bottles of water, 10 yuan. And glancing at the skewers they devoured, Chu Ming donned gloves and counted each one with meticulous care. 136 skewers, 5 yuan each. Totals 680 yuan. Altogether 830 yuan. Will you pay by mobile transfer or cash? As Chu Ming's tally climbed, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng felt their eyes twitch involuntarily. And the sum seemed substantial, yet per unit pricing remained remarkably fair. After all, transporting goods into the desert justified premium pricing, and the markup proved far more reasonable than they'd feared. Only the rehydration salts carried a steep price, but having researched market rates, they knew even that was justified. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng withdrew a wad of cash from their pockets and handed it over. Chu Ming accepted it with a warm smile. Thank you for your patronage. Watching his earnings progress bar surge to 1460 out of 200, Chu Ming's heart swelled with quiet triumph. Just 540 more yuan, and he'd earn a dart throw opportunity, unlocking his next destination. And with cheerful efficiency, he tucked the money away. Zhao Guofeng suddenly interjected. Your supplies are gone, and the desert stretches far before you. Would you like to purchase provisions from Chu Ming? Chu Ming looked up and silently raised a mental thumb in admiration. And now that was brotherly business support. Truly moving. Nat Zhao Guofeng's words, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng froze, then snapped to realization. And indeed, they hadn't yet escaped the desert. Without supplies, they'd inevitably perish here. To depart safely, they'd need essentials, reliable provisions to sustain them through the journey ahead. And so their gazes converged upon Chu Ming. Chu Ming, may we see your wares? And of course, Incensing commerce stirring, Chu Ming enthusiastically unfurled his modest roadside stall. Gazing upon the dazzling array laid across the rug, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng slowly typed a silent question mark. And how could such abundance possibly fit within that single backpack, and still rest upon one camel's back? Zhao Guofeng watched their astonishment unfold, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. And such awe was too precious to hoard alone. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng stood, dazzled, their eyes darting across the merchandise, as if every item whispered temptation. Yet reason held firm, they must spend wisely, not lavishly. And so they made the very same choice Zhao Guofeng had made. We'll take water and compressed biscuits. And they checked their remaining funds. Please pack exactly 770 yuan's worth. Water and biscuits only. 770 yuan, and beyond the target. And done. Chu Ming nodded briskly and swiftly assembled precisely 770 yuan's worth of water and biscuits. He accepted the cash and smiled, seeing his system panel flash 22302000. Target achieved. Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled your first trading revenue objective. Teleportation attempts have been reset. Current count 1. And the merchant system's voice resonated in Chu Ming's mind, and only then did he exhale, closing the interface with calm assurance. Though his teleportation chance was secured, Chu Ming had no intention of departing yet. And first, he genuinely wished to explore the ruins. He was intrigued. Second, vanishing midair before witnesses was impossible. And third, he intended to uphold impeccable after-sales service. Reputation mattered and loyal customers were gold. With that in mind, he repacked everything neatly into his bag and hoisted it onto the camel's back. And meanwhile, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng emptied their own packs to make room for their new purchases. Yet no matter how they rearranged, some items stubbornly refused to fit. Chu Ming observed quietly, "Leave the overflow with me. We travel together. I'll carry it for you. Should you need anything, simply ask. No extra charge for this courtesy." This, and Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng hesitated. Zhao Guofeng clapped them on the shoulders. "I entrusted my goods to Chu Ming too. I bought so much I couldn't carry it all. He kindly arranged for the camel to bear our shared load and accompany us on our way." "Ah, we understand. Thank you." And they nodded gratefully. And Chu Ming waved dismissively, "No trouble at all. I'm simply honoring my commitment to service." And with that, he carefully repacked the surplus items into his own bag. Watching Chu Ming's actions, Li Jiaxing couldn't help but exclaim, "It is truly a fortunate thing to encounter a traveling merchant like you in the desert." Pan Mingpeng nodded in agreement. Zhao Guofeng also deeply resonated with this sentiment. After all, it was their first time meeting a traveling merchant like Chu Ming, whose goods had modest price increases and provided after-sales service, all while traversing this desolate wasteland. Hearing the praise from the customers, Chu Ming accepted their compliments with pleasure. However, he did not let their praise affect his demeanor. After packing up, Chu Ming looked at Zhao Guofeng and the others, saying, "It's getting late. Everyone should rest early, and we will head into the ruins tomorrow." Zhao Guofeng nodded. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng exchanged glances, then scratched their heads, looking quite embarrassed. Pan Mingpeng awkwardly spoke, "My camping tent is on the camel, and now we don't have a tent to rest in." Li Jiaxing pondered for a moment, saying, "I remember you have a small tent, Chu Ming. Can you give 2 to me?" And Pan Mingpeng. Chu Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected any business to come his way. But when business did come, who would refuse? Sure. Turning around, Chu Ming took out 2 small tents from the camel's pack and handed them to Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng, saying, "Since they are small tents, I will charge you 100 for both." "No problem." Li Jiaxing pulled out his phone, saying, "I remember you mentioned mobile payment was possible, right?" "Yes." Chu Ming also took out his phone. The transaction was quickly completed. Looking at the payment success page on his phone, Li Jiaxing exclaimed, "I didn't expect it to actually go through." "I thought you were just saying that for fun," he added. "Of course not. Oh, I wouldn't say something if it couldn't be paid. After all, I don't engage in losing business." Chu Ming smiled. "Huh." Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng chuckled lightly, then quickly opened the tent packaging and set up their camping tent. The two of them crawled into the tent to take a look and nodded in satisfaction after finding the space inside quite decent. They then placed their bags inside the tent, crawled out, and greeted Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng, saying, "Well, rest now." Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng nodded. Then Chu Ming looked at Zhao Guofeng, saying, "They'll also head in to rest now." "All right," Zhao Guofeng nodded. The 4 of them returned to their respective tents and laid down to rest thoroughly. The next morning, Chu Ming crawled out of the tent and, looking at the clear and bright weather, stretched lazily. Zhao Guofeng peeked out of the tent and, seeing the spirited Chu Ming, couldn't help but exclaim, "Young people are great. Even getting up early, they are so full of energy." In response, Chu Ming smiled and said, "It's only now, before I became a traveling merchant, getting up early just meant I was a corpse while my soul was still asleep in bed." "Huh." Zhao Guofeng couldn't help but chuckle, then climbed up and crawled out of the tent, stretching toward the rising sun. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng, hearing the commotion, groggily poked their heads out of the tent, then looked at the watch on their wrists. Li Jiaxing weakly said, "You guys are up so early. It's only 6 o'clock and you're already awake." Pan Mingpeng had already turned back over and gone back to sleep. Chu Ming nodded, saying, "Because the temperature in the desert becomes very high during the day, we all get up early to travel. However, you don't have to get up this early now. Oh, if you want to sleep a little longer, you can." Li Jiaxing had already lost his strength before Chu Ming replied, mumbling a response while lying at the tent entrance. He then returned to his dreams, playing chess with the King of Dreams. Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng exchanged a glance and helplessly shrugged. They tidied up and began preparing breakfast. Sensing the delicious aroma, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng struggled to wake up and slowly opened their eyes, asking, "What smells so good?" Chu Ming replied, "Self-heating hot pot. Do you want to eat?" "Of course we do." Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng got up, quickly tidied themselves, and sat down at the table and chairs that Chu Ming had set up. Chu Ming took out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot for Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng. Li Jiaxing immediately took out his phone, asking, "How much for 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot?" 80 for 2 boxes. Chu Ming also took out his phone. The transaction was completed. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng immediately received the water that Chu Ming handed over and began cooking the hot pot. Meanwhile, while the self-heating hot pot was cooking, Chu Ming glanced at the revenue panel on the system interface. 24502000 revenue target achieved. Satisfied with the earnings displayed on the panel, Chu Ming closed the interface. After waiting for the self-heating hot pot to finish cooking, they filled their stomachs, took a short rest, and prepared to set off. The group looked around the campsite, contemplated for a moment, and decided to pack everything up. They were uncertain if any changes would occur in the desert while they explored the ruins. Therefore, it was safest to take everything with them. After leading the camel to a safer location, Chu Ming nodded at Zhao Guofeng and the others who had followed him, saying, "It's fine to leave the camel here. They won't have any issues." "All right, let's enter the ruins and take the photos that Zhou Hong needs, then we'll leave." Zhao Guofeng quickly decided on their objective. As for the rest, Zhao Guofeng was merely curious to see what the magnificent ancient ruins in the notes looked like, but that didn't mean he wanted to study them. Archaeology was neither Zhao Guofeng's job nor his specialty. He was completely ignorant. Seeing that Zhao Guofeng had already decided on their goal, Chu Ming, Li Jiaxing, and Pan Mingpeng had no objections. They completed their preparations and set off directly toward the ancient ruins. Only during the day did they clearly see the full extent of the ancient ruins. Houses arranged in an orderly manner scattered across the desert, forming wide streets that connected to a building in the center of the ruins that resembled a palace. The extent of the architecture was so vast that it would not be an exaggeration to call it a city. However, this desert city, which could still reveal its former splendor even after 1,000 years, had some parts buried by sand and others that had collapsed, leaving only remnants of walls. Chu Ming, along with Zhao Guofeng and the others, wove through the streets of the city, traversing paths buried by wind and sand, finally nearing their destination. Across a long stone brick path, Chu Ming and the others gazed at the magnificent building that stood on the other side, their expressions filled with awe. Zhao Guofeng stared at the palace-like structure, murmuring, "My grandfather's notes do not deceive me. This ruin is indeed magnificent." "Your grandfather's notes?" Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng turned their heads to look at Zhao Guofeng. "Did your grandfather come here once so early?" Zhao Guofeng nodded. "Yes, according to the notes, my grandfather formed an expedition team to come here back in the day." Upon hearing this, Chu Ming, Li Jiaxing, and Pan Mingpeng couldn't help but glance at Zhao Guofeng. "Your grandfather had to form an expedition team to dare come here, yet you, my friend, boldly ventured in alone. How reckless can you be?" Pan Mingpeng couldn't hold back his sarcasm. Heaven knows how shocked they were when they learned that Zhao Guofeng had directly marched into the desert all by himself. What was even more speechless was that despite their hurried efforts, they only caught up with him after arriving at the destination. It was simply remarkable. Zhao Guofeng scratched his head awkwardly. "I thought that with today's technology being better than before, I could rely on myself to enter and exit the desert. Don't underestimate any perilous aspect of nature." Li Jiaxing in frustration rubbed his forehead. "We prepared thoroughly before coming in, but as you can see, the outcome was quite different. I've learned my lesson and won't let it happen again." Zhao Guofeng waved his hands repeatedly, eager to interrupt this lecture. "Let's hurry up and move forward. It's best if we can get out before dark." At this moment, Chu Ming spoke up. "We still need to go back to find the camels. We don't have much time to waste. If you want to poke fun at old Zhao, you can do it while we walk." With that, Chu Ming revealed a mischievous smile and strode away. Zhao Guofeng immediately sensed something was off. He initially thought Chu Ming was helping him change the subject. Who would have thought? Chu Ming had this trick up his sleeve too. "Hey, dude, that's not cool." Zhao Guofeng was anxious and hurriedly chased after Chu Ming. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng exchanged glances and followed suit. The four walked on the long stone bridge heading towards the palace structure. Along the way, Zhao Guofeng took out his camera from his bag and captured every scene of the ancient ruins. It was only when they reached the enormous wooden door that looked incredibly heavy that Zhao Guofeng hung the camera around his neck. Looking at the giant door, which had just enough of a gap to allow a single person to pass through, Chu Ming and the others looked inside, and after confirming there was no danger, slowly stepped in. As soon as they entered, they could see a long corridor surrounded by tall walls leading to an unknown place. However, this corridor had also fallen victim to the sand and wind, burying the bricks on the path. With each step, they sank slightly into the thick dust. Zhao Guofeng led the way with Chu Ming and the others following closely, heading deeper into the structure. But before long, Zhao Guofeng stopped, his face grave as he stared at the scene ahead. Noticing Zhao Guofeng had stopped, Pan Mingpeng instinctively asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Ming and Li Jiaxing stepped up beside Zhao Guofeng, their expressions darkening as they gazed at the scene ahead. Pan Mingpeng quickly leaned forward and peered ahead shocked. What on earth is going on? Why are there so many corpses? Gazing at the rows of weathered corpses leaning against the wall, the group exchanged uncertain glances. Which of you can perform autopsies? Can someone tell me how they died? Pan Mingpeng looked around, his gaze sweeping over Chu Ming and Zhao Guofeng's faces. Zhao Guofeng's expression darkened, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Seriously. At this point, how can we distinguish their cause of death just by looking? But one thing is certain, they probably didn't die from triggering any traps. Chu Ming observed from a distance. Looking at their bodies, there are no visible wounds. If it was a trap that caused their deaths, there should at least be some traces, and if it were a trap, they wouldn't have had the time to die peacefully against the wall. Listening to Chu Ming's words, Pan Mingpeng cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Guofeng. Although they had not confirmed the real cause of death, ruling out danger was still quite useful. Zhao Guofeng was momentarily speechless. Li Jiaxing, gazing at them, suddenly remarked, I think they must have run out of supplies to escape the desert, which is why they chose to rest here for eternity. As he spoke, Li Jiaxing turned to them. If it were me, upon realizing I couldn't escape this desert, I would want to take a look at the destination before choosing a place to rest for good. That makes sense. Pan Mingpeng nodded in agreement. In that case, should we pay our respects to these predecessors? With that, Chu Ming pulled out a pack of incense from his bag along with some apples and oranges and looked up at the three who were left in bewilderment. Zhao Guofeng was filled with questions. Wait, how do you even have this? Why did you bring this? What made you think to bring these? Upon hearing this, Chu Ming simply revealed a smile that concealed much. I'm a traveling merchant, isn't it normal to have all sorts of things? After a pause, Chu Ming handed the apples and oranges to Zhao Guofeng, and then produced tea and wine. I also have tea and wine here. Zhao Guofeng, Li Jiaxing, Pan Mingpeng. They were completely exasperated. They couldn't fathom how Chu Ming managed to carry all these items. Sometimes they really marveled at Chu Ming's unique thought process. After all, in the desert, a traveling merchant who sold items and brought along such things was truly one of a kind. Chu Ming had no idea what the three were thinking. He simply pulled out these items from the system, observing the desolate surroundings. The three remained unaware that Chu Ming had merely retrieved these items from the system, not actually carrying them. So after some banter, they picked up the incense and offered a stick to the adventurous predecessors. After completing this, they cautiously passed through the space between the corpses until they arrived at a heavy, giant wooden door. This wooden door also opened just enough to allow a single person to pass through. However, having prepared ahead of time, Chu Ming and the others peered inside, confirmed there was no threat, and then stepped through. Upon entering, they encountered a sight even more grand than what they had seen in the corridor. Beneath the towering walls stood expansive houses interconnected by walls, forming an enclosed courtyard. These houses were situated in such a way that they formed pathways leading in various directions. However, most of these were also buried under the sand and wind. Chu Ming surveyed everything around him and couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being the palace in this desert kingdom, it is indeed magnificent. Let's go inside and take a look. Zhao Guofeng scanned the surroundings, took a few pictures with his camera, and beckoned Chu Ming and the others to move on. The four continued walking, constantly observing their surroundings. Due to the passage of time, although most of the buildings still stood firm, some were on the verge of collapse after years of erosion. Seeing the crumbling walls, they instinctively stayed close to the other side. Suddenly, Zhao Guofeng came to an abrupt halt, and then inexplicably he stumbled and fell. Fortunately, he fell onto a pile of sand, so it wasn't painful. Just during the moment Zhao Guofeng fell, a stone brick plummeted, landing right in front of him. Zhao Guofeng had just begun to complain about his fall when his expression changed. He couldn't bear to imagine that if he hadn't stumbled for no reason, that stone brick might have struck him. Moreover, it was perfectly aimed to hit him. Thus, upon realizing this, Zhao Guofeng's face first turned pale, then he exhaled, calming down. That was a close call. If I hadn't stumbled suddenly, that stone brick would have hit my head. Zhao Guofeng spoke, still shaken. Chu Ming helped Zhao Guofeng up from the sand pile, glanced at the stone brick in front of him, pondered for a moment, and said nothing. Indeed, that was close. Pan Mingpeng agreed, but then showed a puzzled expression. But speaking of which, how did you suddenly trip? But thankfully you did follow otherwise. Zhao Guofeng shrugged. I don't know why, but it felt like someone suddenly yanked me, and I lost my balance and fell. Huh. Zhao Guofeng's words left Pan Mingpeng dumbfounded. He racked his brain. But I didn't see Chu Ming pull you, did I? At that moment, Chu Ming was walking behind Zhao Guofeng. However, Pan Mingpeng saw clearly that Chu Ming had not pulled Zhao Guofeng at all. It was Zhao Guofeng who fell on his own. Chu Ming shook his head. I certainly didn't pull Lao Zhao. Perhaps it was the seniors who sensed Lao Zhao was in danger and lent a hand. If that's the case, then I thank the seniors. Zhao Guofeng clasped his hands together in gratitude, and then urged Chu Ming and the others to continue. It's getting late. We should quicken our pace and move forward. Looking at his watch, Zhao Guofeng said, at our current pace, we probably won't make it back to the camel before dark, but we need to at least leave time to find a safe place to rest for the night. Chu Ming and the others responded in agreement, and followed Zhao Guofeng as they continued on. Fortunately, their destination was quite clear, and it stood out prominently among the buildings. Thus, they quickly arrived at the magnificent structure located in the center of the cluster of buildings. It towered above the others, and its architectural style was far more luxurious. Therefore, finding their target among a sea of buildings was not a difficult task. Upon reaching the palace, Zhao Guofeng took out his camera and snapped a few pictures before attempting to push open the wooden door that had been locked for centuries. Of course, Zhao Guofeng could not push the wooden door open. The door was tightly locked, and his efforts only stirred up some dust without eliciting any further response. Looking at the firmly locked door, Zhao Guofeng revealed a look of regret. It seems we can't get in. We'll have to settle for looking from the outside. Lao Zhao, do you want to get inside and take a look? Hearing Zhao Guofeng's words, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhao Guofeng scratched the back of his head. Having come this far, it would feel regretful not to take a look inside. I might think about it for the rest of my life. Is that so? Chu Ming raised his hand to stroke his chin. Then let me open this door. With that, Chu Ming set down his backpack and pulled out a small saw. Zhao Guofeng, Li Jiaxing, and Pan Mingpeng were once again taken aback. Although it was just a small hand saw, they had never seen a traveling merchant carry one. They felt as if they were becoming desensitized to the surprises. Anything else Chu Ming pulled from his bag might no longer astonish them. Unaware of Zhao Guofeng and the others' inner complaints, Chu Ming simply took out his small saw and prepared to saw off the wooden lock. Seeing Chu Ming's actions, Zhao Guofeng's eyes twitched, and he quickly stopped him. Let's forget it, don't saw it. If we do, we might be accused of damaging cultural relics. Is that so? Chu Ming pondered for a moment, realizing Zhao Guofeng had a point, and put down the small saw. No worries, I have a master key. With that, Chu Ming pulled out an ancient-looking key from his bag, approached the door, and attempted to open it. Zhao Guofeng had already attracted crows overhead. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng simply watched Chu Ming's actions numbly. Chu Ming gently brushed the wooden lock a few times, and with a click it suddenly unlocked, falling to the ground. Chu Ming quickly caught the wooden lock and set it aside, astonished that he had indeed opened it. Zhao Guofeng and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They never expected that this master key could actually unlock a lock from 1,000 years ago. Logically, it shouldn't have been possible, right? A key that clearly showed signs of being from a different era managed to easily unlock a lock that had existed for a millennium. This world was truly too fantastical. Zhao Guofeng shook his head and took a few steps forward to try pushing the wooden door again. The long-neglected wooden door creaked as it was pushed, followed by a cloud of dust that hit Zhao Guofeng squarely in the face. Coughing a few times, Zhao Guofeng finally raised his head to observe the interior structure of the house. Inside, several columns supported the house to prevent it from collapsing, and in the center stood a raised platform with a dusty chair on it. Apart from that, there was nothing else. From their journey, they could tell that when the people of the city left, they must have done so calmly, as they had packed everything so neatly. They left nothing behind. At least it was better than nothing. They had left a chair. After looking around, Chu Ming and the others found nothing worth staying for, and Zhao Guofeng took a few photos with his camera before calling everyone to leave. As dusk approached, everyone's vision began to blur gradually. Chu Ming took out his flashlight from his bag and switched it on. A strong white light pulled the magnificent building hidden in the darkness back into everyone's view. Watching the flashlight in Chu Ming's hand illuminate the area as bright as day, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng widened their eyes in astonishment. Pan Mingpeng couldn't help but ask, "What an impressive flashlight. Where did you buy this?" Chu Ming. What a good question. He truly didn't know where to find one for sale. After all, the one he had was provided by the system. And as everyone knows, products from the system are always top-notch. He really had no idea where he could find another flashlight exactly like this one. If he had bought it online, what if they couldn't find an identical one when they went back and asked him? How would he explain that? He couldn't come up with a plausible story. Chu Ming's mind raced as he quickly replied to Pan Mingpeng's question before he could further ponder why he hadn't answered. I still have a few here, do you need any? I can sell them at a lower price. Chu Ming didn't directly answer Pan Mingpeng's question. Instead, he cleverly turned the inquiry back on the mitigating risk while seizing the opportunity to promote his flashlights and start his own business. After all, who would refuse to earn more money? Hearing Chu Ming's question, Pan Mingpeng was taken aback and then asked, how much is the flashlight you're selling? This flashlight is a bit pricey, several thousand each. Are you sure you want to buy it? Chu Ming saw that the sales pitch seemed to be working, but he felt it necessary to clarify the price. After all, when he received this kind of flashlight, he had checked the prices online. The price fluctuated greatly, but it was generally in the thousands range. And the quality of the flashlight he owned was certainly better than the ones online, so if he were to sell it, it would naturally be priced higher. Especially since this was a product sold in the desert. To others, it was understandable that it would be priced higher since Chu Ming had carried it along the way. When Pan Mingpeng heard that the price of this flashlight was several thousand, he indeed hesitated. After all, that was not a small amount. However, seeing the light from the flashlight be able to illuminate even the sky and feeling that it would aid him in future adventures, Pan Mingpeng began to struggle with his decision. Seeing Pan Mingpeng hesitate, and knowing that this business deal wouldn't be easy, Chu Ming stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't rush, take your time to think it over. We still have time. Pan Mingpeng nodded. Li Jiaxing and Zhao Guofeng were also watching the flashlight, and Chu Ming's hand lost in thought. With the help of the flashlight, the group left the magnificent building and spent the night in one of the relatively intact and safe structures outside. When they woke up the next morning, they continued towards the location where the camels were located. Since it was already bright outside, Chu Ming put away the flashlight that had been so helpful the night before. Pan Mingpeng followed behind them, pondering for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and called out to Chu Ming. Chu Ming turned back to look at Pan Mingpeng, puzzled. What's wrong? After thinking about it all night, I've decided I still need that flashlight. I feel it will greatly assist me in my future adventures, so I will buy it several thousand each. I can pay you directly with my phone. Hearing this, Chu Ming smiled. Sure, I won't charge too much, just 4,000. 4,000 for one flashlight. All right. Pan Mingpeng gritted his teeth and took out his phone. Seeing Pan Mingpeng pay without hesitation, Chu Ming handed over the brand new unopened flashlight. This is a rechargeable flashlight. Once charged, it can last a whole year, even if used 24 hours a day, so you don't need to worry about its power supply. Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng and Li Jiaxing, who were still hesitating, suddenly brightened up. A rechargeable flashlight that can last a year on a single charge. What an enticing feature. And such a powerful flashlight for just 4,000. Zhao Guofeng and Li Jiaxing thought for a moment and ultimately made their decision. Chu Ming, get me one of those flashlights too. Zhao Guofeng spoke first. Li Jiaxing immediately added, I'll take one as well. Sure. Seeing that Zhao Guofeng and Li Jiaxing also wanted to purchase flashlights, a radiant smile spread across Chu Ming's face. After all, completing these 3 deals would make his trip to the desert utterly perfect. Receiving payments from Zhao Guofeng and Li Jiaxing on his phone, Chu Ming smiled as he handed over the flashlights they had bought. All were brand new unopened flashlights from the system. Zhao Guofeng and the others holding the flashlights they received admired them for a while before putting them into their bags. Chu Ming looked at the earnings on the panel, now soaring to 14450, and his smile involuntarily broadened. The earnings from these past few days equaled what he had earned in the previous month, and this was net income with no costs involved. It truly lifted his spirits. Chu Ming happily closed the earnings panel and returned to the spot where he had settled the camels. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. Moreover, the weather had been nice these past 2 days. Thus, the camels were still waiting patiently for Chu Ming's return. Seeing his camel quietly lying where he had left it, Chu Ming approached and petted it. Zhao Guofeng and the others felt relieved when they saw that Chu Ming's camel was still there, as they had returned a day later than planned. They had been somewhat worried about not being able to find the camels upon their return, but thankfully the camels were still there. Zhao Guofeng and the others breathed a huge sigh of relief. Chu Ming petted the camel, and after taking out its food to feed it, turned to Zhao Guofeng and the others. It's getting late. Hey, let's just rest here for the night and set off back tomorrow. Zhao Guofeng nodded. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng had no objections either. After all, the time spent returning to the camels no longer allowed them to head to other places. The sky had completely darkened. They had to stay here for the night. Chu Ming and the others chose a relatively wide and flat area to set up their tents where they spent their last night. Before dawn on the next day, they packed their belongings, made a simple determination of their direction, and began their journey back to human civilization. The 4 of them took 2 days to traverse the ruins. Just before leaving, they turned back to take a last look at the ruins where they had stayed for 4 or 5 days, then set off on their way home, without looking back. Although the route set by Zhao Guofeng was already as close to the oasis as possible, the journey to the oasis was still quite distant. As they climbed one sand dune after another, the scorching desert shimmering with heat under the blazing sun came into view, and everyone began to feel overwhelmed. Chu Ming walked behind, leading the camel, his clothes soaked with sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Zhao Guofeng, Li Jiaxing, and Pan Mingpeng were not faring much better. Li Jiaxing wiped the sweat from his face and looked at Zhao Guofeng and Chu Ming. Why don't we find a place to rest and regain some strength before continuing? Pan Mingpeng raised his hand in agreement. I agree. If we don't take a break, I feel like my life is waning. Zhao Guofeng turned to Chu Ming. What about you, Chu Ming? Chu Ming stopped and nodded slightly. I have a sunshade, so let's rest here. Although his physical condition could still support him for a while longer, the loss of fluids and his increasingly hungry stomach prevented him from continuing. Therefore, when everyone suggested resting, Chu Ming agreed to their proposal and turned to take down the large sunshade from the camel. After firmly planting the sunshade into the sand, Chu Ming opened it up. Soon a shadow appeared. Next, Chu Ming took out a blanket from his bag, laid it on the shaded area of the sand, and then took out water and compressed biscuits. Chu Ming handed the water and compressed biscuits to Zhao Guofeng, Li Jiaxing, and Pan Mingpeng. Then he sat down on the blanket with his portion of water and compressed biscuits. The conditions here are not great, so let's skip cooking and just have some compressed biscuits. Zhao Guofeng and the others nodded in agreement, having no objections. After all, the food they had planned included only water and compressed biscuits from the moment they entered the desert until they left. If it weren't for meeting Chu Ming, they wouldn't have had any food beyond their original plan. Now eating their scheduled food didn't feel wrong to them. They even had to readjust to the taste of eating compressed biscuits. Otherwise, if Chu Ming left and they couldn't quickly adapt back, it would severely impact their future adventures. After having a meal of compressed biscuits with water, they sat in the shade, recovering their strength while continuously scanning their surroundings, vigilant against potential dangers. Suddenly, Pan Mingpeng's voice broke the silence. Look, it's a mirage. A mirage. Hearing Pan Mingpeng's words, Chu Ming immediately turned to look in his direction. Zhao Guofeng and Li Jiaxing also turned to look at Pan Mingpeng. Seeing that they were all looking, Pan Mingpeng raised his hand and pointed to the direction of the mirage. The 3 of them followed Pan Mingpeng's finger. They saw that just moments ago there were endless sand dunes, and now a lush oasis appeared. The vibrant green here stood in stark contrast to the colors of the desert. This is a mirage. Chu Ming exclaimed, then excitedly took out his phone to capture the scene. It's my first time seeing a mirage, so I want to document it. Zhao Guofeng glanced at the photo Chu Ming had taken and promptly took out his camera. My camera takes better pictures. He'll capture this and develop the photos for you. Chu Ming put away his phone and smiled. Thank you, Lao Zhao. Zhao Guofeng photographed the mirage of the oasis in the distance and nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the shot. Then Zhao Guofeng put away his camera and smiled, saying, You'll develop one for myself too. Hey, after all, I've lived this long, and it's my first time seeing a mirage. Pan Mingpeng raised an eyebrow. Then my luck is better than yours. I've seen a mirage before, and it looked like a city. I believe I still have the photo. Really? The three of them looked at Pan Mingpeng. Zhao Guofeng asked, Since you have the photo, you wouldn't mind showing us what the mirage you saw looked like, would you? Pan Mingpeng nodded. Of course, but let me find it first. It's from several years ago, and might be at the bottom of the album. As he spoke, Pan Mingpeng prepared to take out his phone to search for his album. However, he was stopped by Li Jiaxing. There's no rush for the photos, we can look later. We should set off now, or else it will be difficult to reach our resting place before dark. Is that so? Pan Mingpeng reluctantly put away his phone. He actually wanted to rest a bit more while searching for the photos. But it seemed that Li Jiaxing had seen through his plan. Pan Mingpeng had to sheepishly withdraw his hand. Although his wish to rest a bit longer was dashed, he did not feel unhappy about it. After all, their current situation was not one to delay. Zhao Guofeng and Chu Ming had no objections to Li Jiaxing's suggestion to set off. After packing their belongings, the group continued on through the desert. Time passed. Zhao Guofeng, who was leading the way with the map, suddenly noticed something amusing. He turned around and walked backward while looking at Chu Ming and the others, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Do you know where we're headed now? Seeing Zhao Guofeng turn and ask them a question, Chu Ming exchanged glances with Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng. Then Chu Ming looked up at the oasis they were slowly approaching and raised an eyebrow slightly. Are we heading toward the mirage? Zhao Guofeng snapped his fingers and said with a smile, Yes, our route happens to pass right through that mirage. Hearing this, Pan Mingpeng became excited. So we might experience a scene where we see the oasis, but when we get there it disappears, just like in a movie. Or a TV show. As Pan Mingpeng's words fell, Chu Ming and the others couldn't help but glance at him, their expressions seemingly asking Pan Mingpeng, Are you serious? Interpreting the looks on their faces, Pan Mingpeng waved his hand. I was just joking, no need to pay attention to me. Hearing this, Chu Ming and the others finally withdrew their gazes. Zhao Guofeng turned around and continued to lead the way. Even if you really want to go, by the time we get close that mirage might have vanished. Chu Ming and Li Jiaxing nodded in agreement. Pan Mingpeng scratched the back of his head. I didn't really want to go anyway. After all, I'm luckier than those unfortunate ones since I met brother Chu Ming. Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng and Li Jiaxing nodded in strong agreement. Zhao Guofeng looked at Chu Ming. A traveling merchant like Chu Ming in the desert, I think it would not be an exaggeration to call him an oasis walking in the desert. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng nodded vigorously in agreement. For them, it was not an exaggeration at all. But Chu Ming listened to their praise and waved his hand, smiling. That's a bit too much. After all, an oasis is free while I charge a fee. Huh. Zhao Guofeng and the others couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Pan Mingpeng walked over and threw his arm around Chu Ming's shoulder. A walking oasis, so what if you charge a fee? Chu Ming waved his hand. Old Pan, don't call me that. After all, once I leave the desert, I won't be a walking oasis for a while, as I might go somewhere else. That's fine, isn't it the nature of a merchant to move around freely? Zhao Guofeng nodded and looked at Chu Ming. So Chu Ming, have you decided where your next destination is? That's a good question. You've hit the nail on the head. Chu Ming shrugged. No, it all depends on fate. After all, his merchant locations were entirely random. Wherever he went depended on where he could throw his darts. Whether he could meet someone also relied on fate. After all, he was completely random. Alright. Since Chu Ming had not decided on a destination, Zhao Guofeng did not continue to ask. Since you haven't settled on a destination, I can treat you to those 2 meals. I've been thinking about it for a while. Hearing this, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng looked over directly. What meals? Zhao Guofeng replied. To thank Chu Ming for saving my life, I've decided to treat him to 2 meals. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng pondered for a moment, thinking it over successfully. With serious expressions, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng nodded. That makes sense, then I and old Pan will also treat you 2 to a meal. Hey, no need. Zhao Guofeng hurriedly stopped. It's only right to save you since you were almost in trouble because of me. Hearing this, Pan Mingpeng retracted his hand and clapped them together. That makes sense then, well, just treat brother Chu Ming. After all, it was thanks to his supplies. Li Jiaxing thought for a moment and felt it made sense. Zhao Guofeng didn't expect it to be this easy to persuade them, but he had simply succeeded in convincing himself out of his meal. Zhao Guofeng once again raised a crow on his head. Chu Ming listened in confusion as they casually decided on a few meals for him, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. I just mentioned it casually. If you hadn't brought it up, I would have forgotten about it. My original thought was don't treat me to money as a thank you. You should use it to buy things for me since you have nothing on you. Although he did earn from accepting a thank you gift, that gift would not count towards the profit target set by the system. If the profit target could not be completed, he would continue to linger in the desert. Therefore, rather than accepting this money as a thank you gift, it was better to trade it for goods with him. This way, not only could his profit progress move forward, Zhao Guofeng could also obtain the supplies to support his departure from the desert. It was a win-win situation. After hearing Chu Ming's words, Zhao Guofeng recalled the situation at the time and couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for your reminder, Chu Ming, I might have really just walked out of the gates of hell only to go back in again. Oh, Chu Ming waved his hand. You were too excited at the time. It's very normal not to think straight. Zhao Guofeng scratched the back of his head and chuckled awkwardly. Anyway, if you don't leave so quickly, I'll take this opportunity to treat you to a meal and formally thank you. We will too. Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng quickly chimed in, fearing that if they were a second late, Chu Ming might not have time for them. Chu Ming felt quite helpless. Sensing that Chu Ming's willingness to eat was not very high, Zhao Guofeng added, if you're worried about there being too many people and feel uncomfortable, then it will just be us. We definitely won't bring anyone else. Chu Ming. That wasn't the reason. He wasn't socially anxious. He just felt that it really wasn't necessary, it was too extravagant. But seeing the serious expressions on Zhao Guofeng and the others, Chu Ming sensed that he seemed to have no room to refuse, so he nodded. Getting a few free meals was also nice. He just hoped the time wouldn't be too far apart, because within this month he still needed to go to other places to earn some money before he could rest at home for 2 or 3 days. And this month, Chu Ming thought for a moment he had just happened to arrive in the desert on May 1st. He should have been in the desert for about 5 days now. If it took a few days to get out, then he wouldn't have much time to rest. Chu Ming carefully planned out his time and then lifted his head to look at Zhao Guofeng and the others. He thought it would be better to let them know how much time he could spare. After all, Zhao Guofeng and the others were not mind readers. They wouldn't just happen to know how to manage that time according to his thoughts. Only by saying it out loud would other troublesome incidents not occur. After making the decision, Chu Ming directly spoke up. I might stay here to rest for 3 days. I hope to have 1 day to spend at home to properly recuperate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guofeng and the others immediately understood Chu Ming's meaning. Zhao Guofeng immediately joked with a smile. If you only have 3 days, then Chu Ming, you need to prepare for running around in a short time. Li Jiaxing laughed as well, because we might have you running all over the city. Pan Mingpeng placed his hands on his hips and grinned. After all, we live in different places. If we find a good place to eat in our area, we'll just invite you there, and those places might be quite far apart, you know. Hearing what Zhao Guofeng and the others said, Chu Ming's eye twitched slightly, then he smiled and said, that's fine, I can run, but I would like to get reimbursed for travel expenses. Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng, Li Jiaxing, and Pan Mingpeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Immediately, Pan Mingpeng threw his arm around Chu Ming's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, we definitely won't let you take a taxi alone. We'll come to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming smiled slightly, then he'll wait for you. Haha, of course, Zhao Guofeng and the others laughed heartily. Thus this matter was settled. The group continued to walk forward, although the return journey was even longer than the way there. Fortunately, they did not encounter the extreme weather of the desert again, and the oasis they passed, though small, allowed them to rest for a night. It was as if the luck of their caravan was beginning to turn for the better. After 6 days of continuous long-distance travel, Chu Ming and his companions finally saw the small town. Seeing the small town, Zhao Guofeng was filled with emotion. We finally made it out. Yeah, Li Jiaxing and Pan Mingpeng nodded in agreement. Their faces were all weathered. They looked travel-worn. Even Chu Ming was not much better off, covered in dust from the journey, having appeared somewhat fatigued after days of travel. After all, the conditions in the desert were not better than at home. Just looking somewhat tired was considered that they had fared rather well. Chu Ming led the camel behind him as the 4 of them entered the town, instantly attracting the attention of the residents. They looked at the travel-worn Chu Ming and his companions with astonishment, whispering among themselves. Soon it seemed that someone could no longer contain their curiosity and called others over to ask. After a moment, a big brother approached, looking at Chu Ming and the others with wide-eyed amazement. Did you all really come out of the desert? Zhao Guofeng nodded, looking around in confusion. He asked, yeah, what's wrong? Hearing Zhao Guofeng's answer, the big brother clicked his tongue. We haven't seen anyone come out of the desert in many years. Once you go in, you usually don't come back. Now people who come here are all from other places by vehicle. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming and his companions exchanged glances. The big brother continued, but I didn't see where you entered the desert. Where did you come in? Zhao Guofeng replied, we entered the desert from the other city over there. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we couldn't return the way we came, so we ended up coming out here. Goodness. Hearing Zhao Guofeng's words, everyone was taken aback. The big brother couldn't help but exclaim, you guys are amazing for crossing the desert like that. I remember there were 2 sandstorms not long ago. For you to have made it through is truly impressive. I admire you. You look like adventurers. Where do you seek commissions for such capable adventurers? Someone inquired. However, upon hearing the person's words, Zhao Guofeng, Li Jiaxing, and Pan Mingpeng's faces turned a shade of embarrassment. We are indeed adventurers, but we're not that impressive. It's thanks to this traveling merchant brother next to us that we were able to survive and leave the desert, Zhao Guofeng explained awkwardly. Oh, then you guys are quite impressive as well. The person complimented, not saying more. The curious big brother, having received an answer to his question, did not block their path any further, but waved at them and left. Seeing that no one continued to look at them as if they were a curiosity, Chu Ming and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Chu Ming turned to Zhao Guofeng and the others, taking out the remaining supplies and handing them over. Here are the supplies you have left, you can count them. Zhao Guofeng and the others took their supplies and waved their hands. Oh, what's there to count? We trust you. Chu Ming smiled. Since that's the case, let's part ways. Here you go and hand in your commissions, and I still need to return my camel. If you need anything, feel free to contact me directly. All right, Zhao Guofeng and the others nodded. They indeed needed to go back to deliver their tasks to Zhou Hong. After all, the photos were still with them. Thinking of this, Zhao Guofeng added, later when the photos are developed, I'll bring them to you at the gathering. Good. Chu Ming smiled, then mounted his camel and waved at them. I'll be on my way first. Okay, take care. Zhao Guofeng and the others waved goodbye to Chu Ming. Chu Ming rode away leisurely on his camel. Zhao Guofeng stood in place watching Chu Ming's figure gradually fade into the distance. In a daze, it seemed as if he had returned to half a month ago, seeing Chu Ming riding a camel filled with hope walking towards him. The sound of the camel bells still sounded as delightful as the first time he heard it. Hey, snap back to reality. Pan Mingpeng waved his hand in front of Zhao Guofeng, looking at him with a teasing expression. I know we've been together for a long time, and parting for a moment might be a bit hard, but you don't need to stare like that for so long, do you? Zhao Guofeng shook his head, rolling his eyes at Pan Mingpeng in exasperation. What do you know? All right, I don't know. Can we leave now? Let's hand in our tasks and go back to relax. Pan Mingpeng said dismissively, his mind only wanting to return home. Zhao Guofeng was completely speechless. You should at least book your flight first. You haven't booked your flight, and you're thinking of going home. Pan Mingpeng. Hearing Zhao Guofeng and Pan Mingpeng bickering, as usual, Li Jiaxing shook his head helplessly. All right, let's hurry up and leave. Li Jiaxing walked ahead of them. Zhao Guofeng and Pan Mingpeng immediately followed. But speaking of it's really a bit uncomfortable without Chu Ming here. Meanwhile, Chu Ming, who was being occasionally mentioned by Zhao Guofeng and the others, sneezed and couldn't help but rub his nose. It's definitely Zhao and the others talking about me behind my back. Casually complaining, Chu Ming rode his camel and took a long detour back into the desert. Looking at the small town gradually disappearing from sight, Chu Ming turned back and called out to the system. Host, I am here. The voice of the traveling merchant system sounded. Chu Ming dismounted from the camel and continued, recycle the camel and then teleport me home. Okay, host. As the voice of the traveling merchant system fell, the camel carrying a pile of supplies instantly vanished. Then a white light enveloped Chu Ming. As the white light flashed, Chu Ming's figure instantly disappeared into the vast desert. After Chu Ming left, the wind and sand here gradually covered the footsteps that had abruptly stopped. The white light flashed. Chu Ming's figure appeared in his bachelor apartment. Looking at his cozy nest, Chu Ming relaxedly fell onto the sofa, his face full of contentment. Finally back. Chu Ming had barely settled into the comfort of his home when Zhao Guofeng and two others summoned him out for meals, twice in as many days, until they had traversed every corner of the city before finally releasing him. After a single day of rest at home, Chu Ming stood once more in his living room. This time he was fully equipped, gripping a system-generated virtual dart, his eyes locked intently upon the massive world map spread before him. His gaze swept slowly across the map. Then with deliberate calm, he raised his hand, tightened his grip on the dart, and took careful aim, before hurling it forward with sudden force. The dart flew, straight and true, embedding itself firmly in the heart of a vast, boundless ocean. Chu Ming stared dumbfounded. What? Destination confirmed. Revenue objective updated. In wishing you prosperous trade, host. At the instant the dart struck the map, the merchant system's voice chimed clearly. A chill seized Chu Ming's chest. Wait. But no reprieve was granted. A flash of blinding white light erupted, and in the next breath he stood alone upon a tiny sun-drenched island. Wait. Ni's unfinished plea hung in the air as he gazed upon the utterly transformed world around him, his face etched with profound, unmistakable despair. No, surely I deserve one chance to throw again. And staring across the endless horizon where sea met sky, Chu Ming sighed deeply, then opened his revenue interface. Revenue objective 0-2000 in the target remained unchanged from his first assignment. Yet, in surveying the desolate island, empty in every direction, he began to wonder whether this would truly be his final abode. With a wistful expression, Chu Ming strode inland. System, load the merchandise into my pack. Understood, host, replied the merchant system without delay. Instantly, he felt weight settle onto his shoulders. He hefted the pack once, then lifted his gaze toward the island's quiet expanse. Better explore first. Whether anyone lives here remains to be seen. Meanwhile, atop the island's highest peak stood a modest building strategically positioned for panoramic surveillance, within which a man in his 30s or 40s sat hunched over a notebook, his brow deeply furrowed. It listed every item requiring replacement at the island's watch station. 2 full palms worth of urgent needs. Yet that was not his gravest concern. What truly paralyzed him was timing. The island's flora and fauna were in a critical biological phase, making departure utterly impossible. Even coordinating replacements from the mainland would entail lengthy procurement and transport, during which the station's standard of living risked regressing to last century's austerity. The thought twisted his features into a grimace. Sigh. He set down the notebook and rubbed his temples wearily. Suddenly the alarm, silent for over a decade, blared to life. His heart leapt, he rushed to the monitor. There a figure clad head to toe in gear descended from a small vessel, stepping barefoot onto the shore. Someone has landed on the island. The watchman stiffened, snatched an electric baton from the wall, holstered a sidearm, and sprinted toward the beach guided by live feed. He had no idea who this stranger was, or what brought them here. He prayed it wasn't ill-intentioned. The island's biodiversity was irreplaceable. Every creature mattered. In moving with practiced speed down the winding path, he reached the shore in moments, and stepped squarely into Chu Ming's path. Halt. Identify yourself, and state your purpose, he demanded, voice sharp as tempered steel. Startled by the sudden shout, Chu Ming flinched violently, then froze, eyes wide as he met the watchman's stern gaze. A crisp uniform, an electric baton gripped tight, a firearm holstered at the waist. Chu Ming instantly raised both hands. Easy, no need for haste. I'm merely a wandering merchant adrift at sea. Spotted this island, thought I'd dock briefly to rest. A merchant? The watchman's suspicion softened, just slightly. He knew the trade well. Itinerant sellers carried everything, tools, parts, provisions. At once he recalled his own broken instruments, and winced inwardly. Still wary, he leveled the baton at Chu Ming. Open your pack. Only then can I verify your claim. Chu Ming nodded, no objection. He lowered the pack and smoothly unfurled the blanket. Then under the watchman's widening gaze he laid out a dazzling array of goods, each item meticulously arranged, gleaming with quiet promise. The watchman blinked, glancing from the slender frame of Chu Ming to the impossibly capacious pack, utterly baffled. Wait. Do all merchants carry this much? Did you smuggle a doryman inside? Stunned yet convinced, he accepted Chu Ming's identity, without further doubt. He reholstered the baton, and offered a sincere apology. My apologies for my earlier hostility. I am the island's sole guardian. My duty is to protect its sanctity. Until your intent and identity were clear, caution was imperative. No harm done. I completely understand, Chu Ming waved dismissively. After all, I did land unannounced on your domain. The watchman exhaled in relief. Thank you for your understanding. Chu Ming nodded, and bent to gather his wares. But the watchman called out, halting him, since you're a merchant, may I inspect your stock? And, might you happen to carry any of these? He recited a rapid list of precise specifications. Chu Ming listened, then summoned the system. Can you procure those items? Affirmative, host, the merchant system replied. Then prepare a full set, immediately. Chu Ming turned to his customer, offering the warm, practiced smile of a seasoned trader. All are in stock. Name your need. I'll supply them now. The watchman's shock gave way to elation. He surged forward, seizing Chu Ming's hands with fervent gratitude. You're nothing short of divine providence. Chu Ming blinked. Huh. Every single item on that list has failed. Replacements are available office land, but I cannot leave. I'd already begun arranging for external support, yet you arrived first. This is nothing short of miraculous. Hearing these words, Chu Ming smiled faintly. Then I've arrived at just the right moment. Indeed, indeed. The island warden nodded eagerly, then gazed at Chu Ming with hopeful anticipation. May I see the items I need? Chu Ming gave a slight nod. Of course. Yet this time he did not retrieve the warden's requested items directly from his backpack. Though he hadn't caught every item on the warden's lengthy list, the names he had heard left no doubt. They were large-scale electrical appliances. Such appliances were certainly beyond what Chu Ming could carry on his back. At that thought, he summoned his system inwardly. System. A calm voice resonated in his mind. I am here, master. Chu Ming said, deploy a vessel at my point of arrival, and load all those items aboard. Then, as if recalling something, he added, also handle the surveillance issue. Since this was a guarded island, it was likely bristling with surveillance cameras, perhaps even covering the very spot where he had just materialized. Otherwise, how could the warden have detected and intercepted him so swiftly? The realization struck Chu Ming like a jolt. If cameras had captured his sudden unexplained appearance, how would he possibly explain it? Just as unease flickered within him, the merchant system's voice sounded again, its words instantly easing his tension. Understood, master. There is no need for concern. The surveillance has already been seamlessly handled by the system. That's reassuring. Chu Ming exhaled inwardly in relief, then turned to the warden. All the items are aboard the vessel. I'll take you to see them. Excellent. The warden beamed and nodded vigorously. Chu Ming first gathered the items he'd laid out earlier back into his backpack, then led the warden toward his arrival point. Chu Ming gazed seaward, and there, anchored on the otherwise empty beach, bobbed a small cargo vessel, gently swaying with the rhythm of the waves. Truly, the system spared no effort. Its efficiency was unmatched. Chu Ming gestured for the warden to board, then switched on the vessel's interior lights, revealing its full layout. The moment the warden stepped inside, he nearly believed he'd entered a supermarket. Shelves lined the hull, laden with an astonishing variety of goods. His required replacements occupied a dedicated section, modest in quantity yet complete in scope. Each item was securely fastened, preventing displacement from the vessel's gentle rocking. Near the exit of the cargo hold stood a counter resembling a cashier's station, completing the illusion of a true maritime supermarket. Bewitched by the dazzling array of merchandise, the warden began strolling leisurely through the aisles. Chu Ming followed quietly behind, his gaze sweeping across the vessel, now transformed by the system into a floating emporium, and a flicker of genuine astonishment lit his eyes. He himself hadn't even considered arranging the vessel, but the system had done so autonomously. Truly, only the system could anticipate such detail. The warden wandered joyfully through the cargo supermarket collecting everything he needed, or simply desired, depositing each item onto the counter for temporary safekeeping. Once satisfied he'd found all he wanted, the warden turned to Chu Ming. Please settle the items on the counter, and those replacement goods over there as well. He gestured playfully toward the pile of appliances. I've purchased so much. You'll surely deliver them to my doorstep, won't you? Naturally, Chu Ming replied with a smile. My after-sales service is always impeccable. As he spoke, he began tallying the items, reciting unit prices aloud, while punching figures into a calculator. The final total came to 55,821. As Chu Ming announced the sum, the warden pulled out his phone and asked, with such a large order, could you offer a discount? Chu Ming glanced at the assortment, paused thoughtfully, then smiled. Very well. I'll round down to 55,800. Anything less is impossible. Transporting these goods across land and sea carries considerable cost. Were we in the city, I might even waive the final 800, but not here. In truth, Chu Ming bore zero cost in supplying these goods. Yet outwardly they must appear costly. After all, he could never reveal the existence of his system. Thus the maximum concession he could plausibly offer was waiving the final 21 units. Otherwise, such deep discounts risked destabilizing the entire merchant trade ecosystem. Recognizing the logic, the warden nodded. Fair enough. He made the payment immediately. As the chime of confirmation echoed from his phone, Chu Ming's face brightened with a warm, radiant smile. Thank you for your patronage. I'll personally deliver every item to your designated location. Then please deliver them straight to the Island Watch Station. The warden tucked his phone away and added, it sits quite high up, so you may need to make several trips. No problem. I'm in excellent physical condition, Chu Ming replied cheerfully. The warden glanced at the large backpack slung across Chu Ming's shoulders, then recalled the bulky items he'd drawn from it, and nodded emphatically in agreement. Indeed, you couldn't carry so much otherwise. I'll shoulder the smaller purchases myself. The larger appliances, however, are yours to deliver. Understood. Chu Ming set down his own backpack and retrieved a new one from a corner of the vessel, handing it to the warden. Carry your goods in this. Everything else is mine to transport. Agreed. The warden accepted the proposal with a nod, took the pack, and carefully loaded all his miscellaneous purchases inside. After packing everything, he hefted the bag experimentally, finding its weight comfortably manageable, and hoisted it onto his shoulders. Remarkable. This pack appears modest, yet holds far more than expected. Naturally, it is the finest pack available. Chu Ming smiled. After all, it was a product of the system, capacious, durable, and flawlessly engineered. Truly, anything bearing the system's mark was peerless in function. Chu Ming packed all the warden's requested items meticulously, then carried them out of the cargo hold one by one. Back and forth he moved, ferrying each piece to dry sand beyond the tide's reach. Then, producing a wheeled cart, he loaded the items aboard with practiced precision. However, the cart had limited capacity. After glancing at the items still piled on the beach, Chu Ming moved them inside. Once he confirmed that it was fine to leave these items here temporarily, Chu Ming pulled the cart and said to the island guard, "They'll come back for the rest of the items later. Please lead the way." The island guard nodded slightly and walked ahead to guide Chu Ming, who followed closely behind. As the island guard walked in front, he suddenly broke the silence, saying, "By the way, how did you come up with the idea of trading on the sea?" This question was truly excellent. Upon hearing it, Chu Ming clenched his fists silently in tears. It wasn't that he wanted to trade on the sea, but rather that his luck was too good. After hitting such spectacular and beautiful places twice in a row, he felt quite desperate. But he couldn't voice his complaint, so he held it in and slowly forced a smile, saying, "Because places with sparse populations need merchants more than cities do, so I came here." Hearing Chu Ming's reasoning, the island guard couldn't help but regard him more highly. "Your thoughts are quite commendable. Indeed, compared to cities filled with shopping malls and supermarkets, places like ours, which are difficult to access, truly need merchants more." As he spoke, the island guard remembered the items he needed to replace and sighed. "If you hadn't come here just in time, I would have had to contact people on land to replace those items. But even if I managed to reach them, preparing everything and sending it over would take at least half a month." Half a month, really? Chu Ming was surprised. But after thinking of the distance between the dart and the land he had seen at the moment he struck the map, he felt that a round trip would indeed take a long time. Yes. The island guard nodded and sighed again. However, for places that are so difficult to traverse, the cost of a merchant's trip may outweigh the benefits they gain. Therefore, merchants like you are truly rare. Have there been other merchants here before? Chu Ming asked, as the island guard's words made it seem like he had seen other merchants. The island guard nodded slightly. "Yes, I have been here for over a decade and have encountered 3 merchants, including you. However, one merchant had unfortunate luck and perished at sea during a voyage, while another has aged and no longer engages in trading." After hearing the island guard's words, Chu Ming fell silent. He had never worried about his safety because he had the system. However, for those merchants without a system, traveling in sparsely populated areas was indeed very dangerous. Thus, most merchants preferred to operate in more populated areas. For instance, in mountainous scenic areas where logistics were challenging, their presence could be seen. In contrast, deserts and islands far from the land were nearly devoid of them. The fact that the island guard encountered Chu Ming was also thanks to Chu Ming's extraordinary luck. But the island guard was unaware and seriously advised Chu Ming, "Although places like mine need merchants more, I still advise you not to continue trading at sea. At your young age, there's no need to waste time in such desolate waters where people are nearly invisible. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming sighed inwardly. He also wanted to trade in more populated areas. Yet unfortunately both times he had struck it lucky in such desolate and sparsely populated places. He felt quite desperate, even lacking a chance to try again. But, having come this far, he might as well make the best of it. Besides, he had just earned 55,008. Happy. Quickly adjusting his emotions, Chu Ming's thoughts whirled in his mind before he revealed a smile, saying, "Don't worry, my journey as a merchant isn't just on the sea. I aspire to leave my footprints across the globe. If all goes well after I rest up, I should head straight back to the mainland." "Oh, I see. That's great." The island guard nodded. "How many days do you plan to rest here?" This was yet another good question. Chu Ming pondered carefully. Initially, he thought he wouldn't accomplish his profit target so quickly and had just spoken it casually. As for how long he originally planned to stay, that depended on how quickly he could reach the profit target set by the system. However, he had already exceeded it ahead of time. Thus, his rest time could be at his own discretion. But in fact, it depended on whether the island guard would want to keep him for a few days. If not, he could leave without hesitation as soon as he moved the things. So thinking of this, Chu Ming directly looked at the island guard and asked, "Can you allow me to stay for a few days? If you can't keep me, I can also leave right after moving the items." Hearing this, the island guard frowned and began to ponder. Not keeping him wouldn't be good for Chu Ming. Even if he was a tough person, drifting at sea for so long would take a toll on his body. Yet allowing him to stay made the island guard uneasy, since the items on this island were crucial, and leaving a person of uncertain character like Chu Ming unsupervised for a few days was quite unstable. How should he decide? The island guard frowned deeply in thought. Chu Ming waited behind for his answer. After much contemplation, the island guard sighed and said, "You can only rest here for one day, and you must stay under my watch. Do not touch anything without my permission." "All right." Chu Ming nodded. The island guard glanced at Chu Ming. "If I weren't worried about you being at sea for too long and suffering from it, I wouldn't let you stay overnight. After all, this concerns my livelihood, so you better listen to me." "Understood, I will definitely listen to you, and won't touch anything." Chu Ming nodded. Upon hearing Chu Ming's promise, the island guard nodded slightly, but still didn't completely relax. He thought even if he had to waste a day's rest time, he had to keep a close eye on Chu Ming. However, since this was vital to the island guard's livelihood, Chu Ming would definitely not act recklessly like he had in the desert ruins. Recalling the previous gathering, when Zhao Guofeng mentioned showing the photos to Zhou Hong had inquired about the open main hall. As a result, Zhao Guofeng received a thorough lecture from Zhou Hong upon hearing the outcome. Most of it was about their recklessness in opening the main hall's door without knowing whether it was safe. A small part was about their lack of gloves when handling artifacts, saying they were being reckless. After Zhao Guofeng conveyed this, Chu Ming also scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, he had stated that he would never touch anything. Yet he ultimately couldn't suppress his curiosity. But this time he would definitely uphold his promise. He would not touch anything, not only for the sake of the island guard's livelihood, but also to train his ability to control his curiosity. The island keeper walked ahead, leading Chu Ming along the path. Chu Ming occasionally glanced around, but did not discover the presence of the island station. In the midst of the lush trees, a building was faintly visible, cleverly camouflaged. From a distance, it appeared to be a peculiar mountain peak. No wonder he hadn't seen where the island station was before. That mountain peak, which blended seamlessly with the mountaintop, was the island station. The corner of Chu Ming's eye twitched slightly. It was the first time he had seen such an abstract structure. It hardly resembled a building at all. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Ming asked the island keeper, "Is that mountain peak the island station?" Hearing this, the keeper glanced at the mountain peak and nodded slightly, as if to answer Chu Ming's question. Chu Ming inquired with confusion, "Then why is the island station designed to look like this?" "I don't know why either. Perhaps it's to conceal and protect it." The island keeper pondered for a moment. After all, everyone on this island is a national treasure. Any careless move could lead to severe consequences. Chu Ming's eye twitched. Although he couldn't discern the differences in the words being spoken, Chu Ming was certain that the punishment mentioned was one that could lead to imprisonment. The items on this island might be more precious than both of them. "So you see," the island keeper continued, "that's why I said it was a risk to let you stay for a night. If anything happens, I would have to pack my things and leave. Then there's no need to keep me here." Chu Ming said earnestly, "I will move all these items and leave immediately. After all, even if I do nothing, you could still lose your job for allowing an unknown person to stay overnight. I can't let my customer lose their job." Hearing this, the island keeper frowned, "But it's fine. I can rest on another island, and then he'll head back to the mainland directly." Chu Ming waved his hand, his tone quite resolute. Seeing this, the island keeper let out a helpless sigh, but also felt a sense of relief. He was indeed under great psychological pressure to accommodate Chu Ming, but since Chu Ming insisted on leaving, he could only advise him to this extent. "All right then," the island keeper nodded, slightly agreeing to Chu Ming's suggestion. Chu Ming followed the island keeper into the island station, not taking the time to admire the beautiful scenery of the island, and hurried back down to move the remaining equipment. Only after everything had been moved to the island station did Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the island keeper who was packing up, he greeted him. "The items have been delivered, so I'll be on my way now." Upon hearing this, the island keeper looked up. "Let me see you off." "Sure." Chu Ming did not refuse. As for the island keeper's intentions about the farewell, he chose not to consider. After all, he had already achieved his profit target, and whenever he wanted to leave he could just notify the system, which was convenient and quick. The island keeper escorted Chu Ming back to the cargo ship saying, "I can only take you this far, beyond this I cannot go." "That's fine, just taking me here is enough." Chu Ming tossed all his belongings onto the ship, "Then I'll be off." "Alright, I wish you smooth sailing and a safe journey." The island keeper waved his hand. Chu Ming smiled, "Then I appreciate your kind words." With that, Chu Ming climbed aboard the cargo ship. After waving goodbye to the island keeper, he turned and walked into the cabin. Before long, the small cargo ship slowly departed from the beach, making its way towards the mainland. Meanwhile, Chu Ming adjusted the ship to automatic mode and began to explore the cargo ship, which had 3 levels. The top level was the control room. The level parallel to the deck was a small supermarket. The basement level housed a lounge with separate rooms and a dining area. Chu Ming entered a room and looked out of the window of the cargo ship. The windows were neither too big nor too small, providing a relatively open view of the calm sea. Occasionally waves would splash against the window, but not a single drop of seawater got inside. Watching the window occasionally emerge from the water and then sink back, and Chu Ming felt a stir in his heart. It felt nice to enjoy the sea view from here. Chu Ming sat down on the bed and opened the system's profit panel. Seeing the profit target of 55,800,2000, the system indicated that the target had been completed and reset the teleportation count, bringing a smile to Chu Ming's face. Chu Ming closed the system panel and took out his phone to check the time. He still had at least half a month's time. If he were to just go back and do nothing for half a month. Chu Ming glanced at the sea view outside the window, and a thought gradually surfaced in his mind. Why not take a trip on the cargo ship? The journey would be from Precious Island to an uninhabited area on the mainland. As long as the ship docked and he disembarked, he could stow the ship away and teleport directly back home. This half-month cargo ship trip would be his time to rest. As he thought of this, Chu Ming felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Previously, he was always entangled in various jobs, but now that he had bound the merchant system, things felt much easier. Even the journey he had thought about but never acted on was now being realized. After lying on the bed for a while, Chu Ming got up and went to the small supermarket on the first level. The supermarket was well stocked. Chu Ming took out a lounge chair, put on a pair of sunglasses, grabbed a few bags of snacks and a few bottles of drinks, and dragged the lounge chair to the deck. Finding a good spot to view the sea, he set down the lounge chair, laid back, and put on his sunglasses. He ripped open a bag of snacks and started munching away, feeling completely relaxed. This is so comfortable. This is the life I've always dreamed of. Chu Ming sighed. After lounging for a while, he sat up. How about I go fishing instead? Fish caught fresh from the sea are definitely the best. With that thought, Chu Ming returned to the small supermarket to get a fishing rod and bait. Then Chu Ming sat back in the lounge chair, leisurely attaching the bait to the hook and cast the rod, patiently waiting. However, he never expected to actually catch any fish, as the small cargo ship was always moving forward. With a moving hook, it seemed unlikely that any fish would bite. Thus, he was fishing just for fun. But he still wanted to taste fresh seafood, so he went back to grab a fishing net and tossed it into the water. Watching the fishing net start to gather fish in the water, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction and began to fish leisurely. As time wore on, Chu Ming lifted the fishing rod. Unsurprisingly, there was not a single fish on the hook. Worse still, the bait itself had vanished. He could not tell whether the bait had been washed away by the sea or slowly nibbled away by fish. In any event, his rod had produced no catch. Chu Ming was not surprised by this outcome. He had long prepared himself for an empty haul. After all, his true seafood banquet would come from the trawl net later. He rebaited the hook, reclined again with leisurely ease, tore open a packet of snacks, and ate slowly. The snacks were soon depleted. Just as Chu Ming reached for another packet, his gaze drifted skyward and tightened. In the distance, the sky was filled with black clouds. They lay heavy and low as if ready to touch the sea, and the water beneath those clouds was violently unsettled. Seeing that scene, Chu Ming understood immediately. He rose quickly, carried the deck chair and the remaining snack packs back into the small store, and stowed the fishing rod, bait, and trawl net. He had no time to inspect what the net had hauled in. He tossed the catch into the restaurant kitchen, finished securing his belongings, and shut the hatch. After fastening everything in place, he ran to the cockpit, took the pilot's seat, buckled his safety belt, and regarded the looming rain clouds with a grave expression. Gradually, the storm clouds drifted close to the cargo ship. Wind and waves began to reach the vessel. Wave after wave struck the hull, causing it to rock faintly. Fortunately, the ship provided by the system was remarkably stable. Even the fiercest seas only gave Chu Ming the sensation of a mild sway. Once the cargo ship entered the heart of the clouds, a violent tempest swept over them. Relentless, powerful waves battered the hull, and the vessel began to pitch more noticeably. Coin-sized raindrops pelted the cockpit glass without respite. Soon a curtain of water formed on the pane, obstructing Chu Ming's view of the outside world. Chu Ming did not feel alarmed. The cargo ship was an autopilot. Even if his vision was obscured, the vessel could continue on its course. As for the storm itself, there was even less reason for worry. So far, even the fiercest storm had merely caused slight rolling. Realizing this tempest posed no real threat to his voyage, Chu Ming relaxed a little, though he remained ready to summon the system to teleport him back at a moment's notice. Since the storm could not immediately affect him, he decided to see what he had caught. He returned to the dining area and entered the kitchen. He crouched before a heap of seafood, and seeing the wriggling catch still lively in the net, a smile spread across his face. He requested a pair of gloves from the system and began to inventory his haul. The net had reached deep, so there was practically every kind of sea creature. To his surprise, a few sea urchins were entangled in the net. At that instant, Chu Ming knew exactly what he would eat. Smiling as he cleaned the seafood, Chu Ming returned to the small store for hot pot base and a pile of spices, preparing himself an extravagant seafood feast. He took a window seat and, watching the turbulent waves, leisurely savored his meal. Sea spray occasionally struck the windows, and within the rolling surf, he could sometimes see small fish swept up and slammed brutally against the ship. At times the hull seemed to sink into the sea. Watching the window submerge, Chu Ming drew a deep breath. It was a peculiar sensation, breathing comfortably amid an almost suffocating tumult. After finishing his feast, he washed the dishes and returned to his cabin. The view from his room offered no different spectacle than that from the restaurant window. He had no desire to continue watching. He drew the curtains, took a luxurious shower, and fell into a sound sleep. The next morning, when Chu Ming awoke, the storm had passed. The tempest had not disturbed his slumber. If anything, he had slept more soundly. He stretched comfortably, washed, and went up to the deck to breathe the briny air. He exercised, running several laps around the deck before stopping. He took another shower, carried his deck chair back out, and lounged in the sun in languid contentment. Just as the sun was lulling him toward a drowse, the normally silent merchant system spoke, startling Chu Ming awake. "Host, someone is calling this vessel on the channel. Do you wish to respond?" "A call?" Chu Ming sat up, frowned, and said, "I'll go see." "Very well, host." The merchant system replied, then fell silent. Chu Ming hurried to the cockpit, strapped in, and prepared to listen to the transmission. "Hello, this is Xinxiu. We're in trouble. Please help us." "Trouble?" Hearing that, Chu Ming tuned the channel and replied, "Hello, this is a merchant vessel. What difficulty are you encountering?" "A merchant vessel? Wonderful." The four aboard Xinxiu, who had been near despair, brightened at Chu Ming's response. Even if other ships might not be able to help them, a merchant vessel surely could. The young man who had first spoken to Chu Ming answered, "Our yacht has run out of fuel and cannot return to shore. We need to refill the tank." "Out of fuel?" Chu Ming's eye twitched at the reply. To venture so far with no fuel. If the storm had not passed, they might have perished at sea. Moreover, at sea like this, had he not happened to pass by, where would they have procured fuel? Chu Ming shook his head and replied, "I have the fuel you need, but the price will be high." "That's fine," the young man hurriedly responded. It was expected that a merchant ship would charge more at sea. "As long as we can get the fuel, we'll pay." Glad they were willing to pay, Chu Ming said, "Very well, it'll come over now." He switched the autopilot to manual and steered the cargo ship toward the small yacht. Seeing the modest cargo ship before them, the four on the yacht brightened. Chu Ming stepped onto the deck and peered down. On the small yacht stood two young men and two young women, each wearing similar clothing. Apparently two couples out for a ride. No one else was visible aboard. Curious, Chu Ming asked, "Did you sail here on your own?" At his question, the other three exchanged a wordless look with the young man holding the radio. One of the women, dressed similarly to that young man, let out an exasperated remark, "Yes. My boyfriend drove us here. Had just passed his yacht license and was so excited he forgot to check the fuel. Now we're all stranded." Another young man added wearily, "And because he took us so far out, our cell signal is nearly non-existent. Contacting people on land is difficult, though emergency calls still go through. They still have some time before they get here. We've gone a while without food and are really hungry. When we saw your ship, we thought we'd try calling for help." The other woman, dressed like the second young man, explained further, "If we can get fuel, we can head back sooner. If not, some food would at least help us hold on a while." "I see." Chu Ming nodded knowingly. "I carry all manner of supplies, but you must pay. I'm a merchant. I trade for what I provide." "No problem, no problem." The boy nodded repeatedly. Seeing the boy's agreement, Chu Ming put down the ladder, saying, "You can come up and take the oil you need yourself." With that, Chu Ming summoned the system. System placed several barrels of various types of yacht fuel in the mini supermarket. "Understood, host," the merchant system replied, then fell silent. However, Chu Ming knew that several barrels of yacht fuel had definitely appeared in his mini supermarket. Seeing Chu Ming put down the ladder, the boy turned to the other three, saying, "You all wait here for me. Be ready to receive the oil I pass over." "All right, be quick and come back soon." Another boy nodded slightly. The boy climbed up the cargo ship using the ladder hung by Chu Ming. The items are inside the ship. Seeing the boy climb up, Chu Ming turned around to lead the way. The boy hurriedly followed Chu Ming. But the cargo ship was not very large. After walking a few steps, they arrived inside the mini supermarket. The boy looked at the dazzling array of goods and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "Wow, this is my first time on a merchant ship. I didn't expect it to be like this inside. It's just like a mini supermarket." Ignoring the boy who was wandering around the mini supermarket, Chu Ming scanned the inside of the cabin and finally pointed to a location, saying, "The fuel for the yacht is over there. Take a look and see which one you need." After pointing the direction to the boy, Chu Ming went behind the cash register, pulled out a stool, and sat down, allowing the boy to wander around the mini supermarket. Although Chu Ming's profit target had already been achieved, who would refuse to earn more money? So he sat at the cash register, leisurely playing with his phone while waiting for the boy's selection. The boy struggled to pull his gaze back, first bringing the oil he needed to the cash register, then grabbing a few self-heating hot pots from the self-heating area, and finally picking up a few bottles of mineral water from the beverage section before returning to the cash register. "How much is it in total?" the boy asked. Chu Ming glanced at the items on the cash register, then aimed the scanning gun at the product codes and began to scan. After scanning the last item, Chu Ming looked at the amount displayed on the cash register and revealed a standard businessman smile. It's a total of 10530. You can make the payment here. Chu Ming took out his phone. Seeing this, the boy also took out his phone. Subconsciously checking his phone's signal, the boy noticed it was full signal and breathed a sigh of relief before making the payment. Hearing the successful payment notification from his phone, Chu Ming's smile became much more genuine. Thank you for your patronage. Let me help you carry a bit out. Saying this, Chu Ming stood up and walked around to the front of the cash register. Thank you then. The boy put away his phone and picked up 2 barrels of oil to head towards the deck. Chu Ming picked up the 2 barrels of oil that the boy left on the cash register and carried them to the deck. The others waiting on the yacht smiled when they saw the boy and Chu Ming bringing the oil over. Great. We can finally go back now. The boy called out to them. Everyone come over and take the oil from my hands. I've also bought some food, I'll bring that over later. The boys each carried a barrel of oil down. After passing the oil in their hands to their companions, the boy returned to grab the mineral water and self-heating hot pot he had bought, directly climbing down the ladder with the bag. Chu Ming also handed the last barrel of oil to them. Once the boys received the oil, Chu Ming passed over the transaction was officially completed. You all have gathered everything, so we'll be leaving now, Chu Ming said as he watched them refuel the yacht. The boy nodded, saying, this time we really owe you. If you hadn't passed by, we would have been stuck here for several more hours before we could go back. Hearing this, Chu Ming smiled and said nothing. He simply turned back into the cockpit, switched the driving mode to automatic, and the small cargo ship began to distance itself from the yacht, continuing to move forward slowly. Chu Ming returned to his lounge chair, opened the system's earnings panel, and looked at his earnings this time, seeing the panel display 66300200. Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Adding the money earned in the desert earlier, his income for this month was quite substantial. After paying all the rent and utility bills for the month, he could still save a lot. Even with additional expenses, it wouldn't be exaggerated. Moreover, his earnings might not stop there. Chu Ming lay comfortably on the lounge chair, basking in the sun. Time passed slowly. When Chu Ming woke from his slumber, the sky had already darkened. The dusk at sea had long passed, but Chu Ming felt no regret. Instead, he stood up from the lounge chair, stretched lazily, and looked ahead. He saw a black outline appear on the previously empty sea. From the outline, this should also be an island. He wondered if the situation on this island would be the same as the one he was transported to. Should I go up and take a look? Chu Ming pondered, stroking his chin. Or should I check the situation on the island first? If it's suitable, I can go down and have some fun. Although it was a cargo ship journey, it didn't mean he couldn't disembark and enjoy the sunny beach getaway. If the island was uninhabited and safe, he would disembark to move around. If it was a tourist island, he could definitely go down to play. However, if the island was a protected island like the previous one, it would be better to pass by. After all, he didn't know the situation on the island and wasn't sure if the guards would be as agreeable as the last time. Moreover, they were all equipped with firearms, so Chu Ming was concerned that they might react violently without warning. He didn't want to get into a troublesome conflict. Solving such problems could be quite complicated. Another situation where he wouldn't disembark was if the beach had fierce waves, rip currents, or reefs. He would also avoid getting close. After all, approaching such places was akin to courting death. Therefore, Chu Ming decided to assess the situation on the island first before making plans. After sleeping until night, he still felt quite energetic in the evening. He was just a bit hungry. After returning to the mini supermarket to grab some items for a quick meal, Chu Ming took another shower and forced himself to continue sleeping. After all, having a sleep schedule turned upside down was not good. By the time Chu Ming woke up again, it was already morning. Chu Ming washed up and came to the deck. Looking at the island that had only been vaguely outlined before, but was now right in front of him, Chu Ming took a deep breath and then turned back into the mini supermarket to grab a pair of binoculars. Even though the island was already very close, Chu Ming still used the binoculars to observe the situation on the island more carefully. Seeing the sparse figures on the island, Chu Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. There were few people on the island, but they all appeared to be tourists. Since they were tourists, it indicated that this island was indeed a tourist island. Perhaps the 2 pairs of young couples he encountered earlier had driven their yacht out to sea from this island. After all, this was the only island closest to the yacht. Since this was a tourist island, it meant he could go down and explore. Chu Ming put away the binoculars and lounge chair, returned to the driver's cabin, and adjusted the destination of the automatic mode. He had the small cargo ship dock at the island's pier. Once the small cargo ship was secured, Chu Ming slung a bag over his shoulder and climbed down the ladder. The person guarding the pier saw Chu Ming coming down from the small cargo ship and walked up to block him, saying, "Hello, docking a private vessel here requires a fee of 30 per day. 30 per day? Hearing this, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow. Then how much is it if I don't dock for long? If you don't dock for a day, it's 10 per hour, 20 for 2 hours, but the maximum for a day is 30. The man replied truthfully, but I suggest you dock for a day, it's more cost effective. The $30 covers a full 24 hours from the time you pay, so if you leave tomorrow, you can enjoy a whole day here. Listening to the proposal of the dock guard, Chu Ming pondered seriously. However, his thoughts were not on the dock fee, but rather on how long he could enjoy his time here. Chu Ming looked up at the situation on the island. There were beaches and goose houses, as well as a winding greenway that climbed the mountain surrounded by blooming flowers and trees, presenting a picturesque view. He felt that he could stay here for a day. After some contemplation, Chu Ming arrived at this conclusion. Since he could stay here for a day, he would definitely pay the 30 yuan dock fee directly. It wasn't a matter of cost-effectiveness. After all, if he stayed for a long time, he wouldn't be able to make the earlier 2 tiers of dock fees. Thinking of this, Chu Ming took out his phone and said, "Then I will dock here for a day." Seeing Chu Ming take out his phone, the guard's face revealed a smile, and he then pulled out his payment code. Chu Ming paid the 30 yuan dock fee. The guard, smiling, took out a dock ticket, wrote down the date and time, and handed it to Chu Ming, saying, "Just return this ticket to me when you leave." "All right." Chu Ming nodded slightly, then walked into the island with his backpack. The tourists on this island seemed few, but many boats were docked at the pier. Some were clearly bringing tourists over. The reason for the few tourists at the moment might be due to the early hour. After all, it was just past 7 and not yet 8. Not everyone could get up at this hour. Chu Ming, on the other hand, was up purely because he had slept too much the previous day. Chu Ming stepped onto the soft sand of the beach, his face full of contentment. He lazily stretched and took out sunglasses from his backpack to put on. Since the purpose of this trip was to vacation, the backpack Chu Ming brought was not very large. It was about the same size as a school bag. It was light and contained nothing. If he needed something, he could pretend to take it out while communicating with the system. It was much more convenient than carrying it himself. As Chu Ming walked further into the island, he directly saw the greenway on the beach. At the starting point of the greenway, there were several shops renting bicycles, and not far away seemed to be a restaurant and a shop selling tools. On the beach, there were also a few snack shops. Chu Ming's gaze returned to several tourists walking on the beach, stopping occasionally, seemingly digging for something with tools, which piqued his curiosity. Chu Ming immediately walked over and called out to those tourists, "Hello, may I ask what you are doing?" The tourists, hearing his voice, straightened up and looked at him. "We are here to catch sea creatures." "Catch sea creatures? Can you really do that here?" Chu Ming asked, puzzled. He looked around the island thinking that diving might be possible, but catching sea creatures? It didn't seem like a suitable place for that. Seeing the confusion on Chu Ming's face, the adult tourist smiled. "We are here playing with the kids. There are some holes in the sand where small crabs can be found. Catching these crabs is what we mean by catching sea creatures." As soon as they finished speaking, a few children not far away walked over, their faces serious, as they said in clear, childish voices, "We are catching sea creatures. Yes, we are catching sea creatures." The adults shook their heads helplessly, and then looked at Chu Ming. They have watched too many videos about catching sea creatures, so they came to the beach like this. "Sorry about that." Chu Ming smiled. It's fine. "Sorry to disturb you, thank you." After greeting the tourists, he left with his backpack. Since their idea of catching sea creatures was a game for the kids, it seemed that there was no real sea creature catching here. However, diving should still be available. But he wasn't in the mood for diving right now. He wanted to rent a bicycle and ride up the mountain. Although the greenway wound up the mountain, the slope was very gentle, making it easy to ride a bicycle to the summit. Of course, it would still require considerable stamina. If he didn't want to ride up, there was also a circular path around the island. There were also sightseeing cars. However, Chu Ming wanted to ride his bicycle to the top and enjoy himself. He entered a bicycle rental shop and glanced at the clearly marked rental prices pinned to the wall. He then looked at other shops. In the end, Chu Ming still rented a bicycle from this shop. Not because it was cheaper, but because the bicycles in this shop looked better. After renting the bicycle, Chu Ming mounted it and rode towards the greenway leading up the mountain. Seeing Chu Ming ride towards the greenway to the summit, the shop owner poked his head out from a pile of bicycles, looking at Chu Ming with surprise. "This young man is impressive. This greenway has been here for so long, and it's the first time I've seen someone ride a bicycle up." Another tourist wanting to rent a bicycle heard the shop owner's words and also poked his head out to look at Chu Ming's back, discovering that he was indeed riding up the greenway, revealing a surprised expression. "That slope looks gentle, but it must be tiring to ride up, right? Or am I overestimating this greenway?" Hearing this, the shop owner turned to look at him and said, "You probably haven't overestimated it. That young man is either very confident in himself or doesn't believe in difficulties. But it's fine. I hope he doesn't tire out and leave my bicycle behind when he returns." Saying this, the shop owner shook his head and turned back to his shop. Chu Ming was unaware of what the shop owner and the tourist had said about him. He easily pedaled his bicycle up to a spot halfway up the mountain, where he stopped to take out a bottle of water from his bag and gulped down a few swigs. "Hello, big brother." Just as Chu Ming was resting and enjoying the view, a faint voice rang out beside him. Chu Ming instinctively turned to look at the source of the voice. At first glance, he didn't see anyone. Lowering his head, he finally spotted a little girl looking up at him with eager eyes. Chu Ming, instinctively softening his voice, he said, "Hello, little sister, is there something you need?" The little girl looked at the mineral water in Chu Ming's hand, her face clearly expressing that she wanted to drink. But before the little girl could say anything, two adults walked over looking apologetic and said, "Sorry, the child is thirsty, but we didn't bring enough water, so." They suddenly sized Chu Ming up. Your outfit resembles that of a traveling merchant. Are you a traveling merchant?" Hearing this, Chu Ming instinctively glanced at his outfit. He then fell silent. Although he wasn't carrying his symbolic backpack, he was still wearing the traditional work uniform of a traveling merchant. He appeared to be wearing his own clothes, yet still looked like a traveling merchant. After all, while the clothing of traveling merchants varied, they also had a somewhat uniform appearance that was quite recognizable. Chu Ming's mouth twitched slightly, but then he raised a professional merchant smile and said, "I am indeed a traveling merchant." As he spoke, Chu Ming took out the traveling merchant certification badge from his backpack and pinned it to his chest. Seeing Chu Ming put on the badge, the two adults completely relaxed and then they looked at Chu Ming with anticipation. You must be open for business, right? Do you sell water? It's still a bit of a walk to the nearest convenience store, but the child really can't wait. I wasn't actually open for business. Chu Ming spoke honestly because I took off the badge. But since I've put it on now, it means I'm open for business. How many bottles of water do you need? 3 bottles will be fine. All right. Chu Ming nodded, and then took out 3 bottles of water from his backpack and handed them to them. That'll be 9 yuan in total. Would you like to pay in cash or by phone? By phone. The girl's father took out his phone from his pocket. After all, nowadays, apart from adventurers, only those who couldn't use smart devices would carry cash. Seeing the girl's father pull out his phone, Chu Ming also skillfully took out his own phone and opened the payment app. A chance transaction was completed. Though it was only 9 yuan is still money. It would contribute to his earnings target. Chu Ming put away his phone, and the smile on his face became much more sincere when facing the family of 3. Thank you for your patronage. After the transaction between both parties was completed, Chu Ming immediately tucked away the badge pinned to his chest. Although he did not mind earning more money, his purpose for coming to Shanghai Island this time was to enjoy a relaxing vacation, not to continue working. Since the deal has been completed, it was time to cease operations and enjoy a wonderful journey. Chu Ming stood by the railing gazing at the sea view, feeling the sea breeze occasionally brushing against his face, and he stretched his body contentedly. After moving his body slightly, Chu Ming stuffed the unfinished bottle of mineral water into the mesh pocket next to his backpack, then swiftly turned and hopped onto his bike, leisurely continuing his ascent toward the mountain peak. As time passed, the sun rose higher and the temperature began to climb. By the time Chu Ming reached the mountain top on his bike, he was already drenched in sweat, with his hair soaked by the perspiration seeping from his forehead. Upon reaching the summit, Chu Ming immediately dismounted and parked his bike on the platform, then shouldered his backpack as he walked into the pavilion. Finding an empty spot to sit, Chu Ming pulled out a pack of tissues from his bag, opened it, and tore off a few sheets to wipe the sweat from his brow. After drying off as much sweat as he could, Chu Ming took out the unfinished bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go. Only then did he feel at ease. The other people sitting in the pavilion glanced at Chu Ming, then at the bike parked on the platform, their faces displaying expressions of shock. An older man among them looked at Chu Ming and curiously asked, "Young man, did you ride your bike all the way up here?" Hearing the old man's question, Chu Ming turned to him and smiled, nodding, "Yes, I thought the slope was gentle, so I rode my bike up." "That's impressive." Upon hearing this, not only did the old man give a thumbs up, but others also instinctively raised their thumbs in admiration of Chu Ming. Seeing a bunch of thumbs up, Chu Ming scratched his head. The old man, noticing Chu Ming's gesture, chuckled and said, "The slope here may seem gentle, but riding a bike up is quite difficult. Without a certain level of physical strength, one simply cannot make it up, let alone ride all the way." Listening to the old man's words, a man sitting next to him nodded in agreement. "Indeed, even if you ride partway, rest a bit, and then push the bike up, it's still very taxing on one's stamina. Not to mention riding the whole way. So basically, those who come to the summit either choose to hike up or take a sightseeing vehicle. I've never seen anyone bike up. You are the first. Truly impressive. Thank you for the compliment." Chu Ming graciously accepted their praise. After all, it was a result of his efforts over the past 6 months. Even if he were to listen for half a day, it wouldn't matter. However, the others would not praise Chu Ming for so long. After expressing their astonishment and admiration, they returned to their own activities. Seeing this, Chu Ming put away his bottle of mineral water and walked out to the railing to gaze into the distance. The view from the mountaintop was much clearer. Chu Ming could clearly see boats moving back and forth along the beach. They were likely yachts carrying tourists out for a spin. Directly below the mountaintop platform was the dock where boats were anchored. His small cargo ship was docked steadily at the pier. Looking a little further down, he could see sightseeing vehicles circling the island, with several driving toward the platform at the peak. Chu Ming shifted his gaze further out to sea. In the distance, several boats surrounded one vessel that was making its way toward the island. However, the distance was too great, and even with Chu Ming's 5.2 vision, it was difficult to discern what was happening. Thus, he did not hesitate to pull out his binoculars from his backpack. Raising the binoculars to his eyes, Chu Ming leaned in for a closer look. He saw that the surrounded boat was the yacht he had seen yesterday, and surrounding the yacht were several rescue boats. It seemed that those 2 couples were indeed safe. Just as Chu Ming was about to put the binoculars away, he suddenly felt a bump against them. Looking down, Chu Ming saw several children had appeared by his side without him noticing. The children, upon seeing Chu Ming looking down at them, immediately giggled and ran off, leaving only one little boy standing in front of Chu Ming. The little boy looked to be only 3 or 4 years old, and he was gazing at the binoculars in Chu Ming's hands with curiosity, saying, "Big brother, what is that thing in your hand?" Chu Ming looked down at the tiny child and instinctively softened his tone. "This is called binoculars. It allows you to see things that are far away." The little boy didn't quite understand what binoculars were, but he grasped that it allowed him to see far. He asked with even more curiosity, "Why can it see far?" Chu Ming. That was a good question. However, the knowledge involved was a bit complex. How should he explain these concepts to a child who had only just begun to explore the world? Well, perhaps this was something best left to a teacher. Chu Ming smiled and replied, "If I tell you now, you might not understand. But when you go to school and study hard, you will learn why." The little boy tilted his head. "If I go to school, will I know why?" Then Tong Tong wants to go to school. Chu Ming. He smiled without saying a word. What a good child. Tong Tong, unable to get the answer he wanted from Chu Ming, turned and went back to the pavilion to find his parents seriously stating, "Mom and Dad, Tong Tong wants to go to school." Tong's dad and mom. "Are you serious, child? You want to go to school at just 3 years old? Are you really serious?" Tong's dad and mom carefully scrutinized Tong Tong's expression, and seeing that he was serious, they smiled. Although the child was still young, they supported their child's wish to go to school. Such a proactive attitude toward learning was exactly what they desired. The smiles on Tong's dad and mom gradually widened as they looked at Chu Ming, who had conversed with Tong Tong, smiling and giving him a nod. Chu Ming smiled and nodded back, then put away his binoculars. After stowing the binoculars, he glanced at the innocent and naive Tong Tong, then rode off on his bike, beaming. As for whether Tong Tong would cry when he was sent to kindergarten later, Chu Ming did not know. However, the other children seemed to have escaped a calamity. Chu Ming rode his bike to the slope, his hands already hovering over the brakes. Then with a push of his feet, the bike began to glide down the slope. As the height decreased, the bike's speed increased. Just as the speed was about to pick up, Chu Ming squeezed the brakes, controlling the bike's speed. Chu Ming steadily rode his bike back down to the foot of the mountain. After returning the rented bike to the shop, he headed to the beach. By this time, the sky was gradually darkening. Chu Ming had wasted quite a bit of time riding up and down the mountain, having only eaten a few buns and drunk some mineral water to fill his stomach. Now he was starving. Chu Ming, carrying his backpack, strolled slowly toward his small cargo ship, pondering what to eat. However, as Chu Ming passed a few snack shops, his stomach grumbled uncontrollably. He looked up at the snack shops, thought for a moment, and decided to return to his small cargo ship to eat. But just a few steps later, a seaside restaurant appeared in front of him. Chu Ming. He looked utterly bewildered. Looking at the seaside restaurant gently swaying on the waves, he was puzzled. He distinctly remembered that there had not been a restaurant on the water before. Chu Ming did not doubt his memory, but began to observe this seaside restaurant. It appeared to be a makeshift restaurant pieced together at a rapid pace, with a pathway connecting the beach to the restaurant. The restaurant swayed with the waves, but showed no signs of moving from its position. Although it looked simple, it seemed quite stable. Moreover, this restaurant was no more than 50 meters from the shore. The area surrounding the restaurant and the connecting bridge was adorned with life rings and life jackets, indicating that safety measures were well in place. It appeared to be a temporary seaside restaurant put together in a short time. It must have been constructed while he was descending the mountain. Chu Ming gazed at the floating restaurant on the sea, pondering for a moment. He ultimately decided to try the dishes offered there. After all, he had traveled so far, it would be odd to cook at home while on vacation. With this thought, Chu Ming quickened his steps towards the floating restaurant. Crossing the floating bridge that connected the restaurant to the beach, he entered the interior of the establishment. Just like its exterior, the interior of the floating restaurant was incredibly simple, with only a few structures supporting the main body of the restaurant. There wasn't even a ceiling. Of course, it seemed that the ceiling was the beautiful starry sky above the island, emphasizing the theme of a starry ceiling. However, these details were not of concern to Chu Ming. The moment he stepped into the floating restaurant, a waiter standing in the main aisle approached him, promptly greeting him. "Hello, sir, how many people?" Chu Ming replied, "Just one." "All right," the waiter responded, then gestured invitingly, "Please follow me." As the waiter turned and led the way, Chu Ming followed closely behind, arriving at a two-person table situated by the edge of the restaurant. Though it was by the edge of the restaurant, the railing was very high, so there was no worry about falling. Chu Ming felt somewhat satisfied with this seaside position. After leading him to the table, the waiter stepped aside, stating, "This is your table, sir. You can signal when you're ready to order." Chu Ming nodded slightly and took his seat. The menu lay on the table before him. He picked it up and began to examine it closely. True to its nature as a floating restaurant, the menu was filled primarily with seafood dishes with very few vegetable options. As expected, the prices were also marked up, especially for beverages. However, Chu Ming did not need to order drinks here. He could obtain them from the system. Thus, Chu Ming focused his attention mainly on the dishes, contemplating which ones he wanted to order. While Chu Ming was racking his brain over what to have for dinner, the waiter had already left to attend to a few guests who had just arrived at the floating restaurant. "Hello, how many of you are there?" The waiter's clear voice reached Chu Ming's ears as he was not too far from the entrance. As the waiter finished his inquiry, a somewhat familiar voice followed, prompting Chu Ming to instinctively look up. At the entrance stood 4 people who were neither familiar nor strangers. Chu Ming's action of raising his head caught their attention, and upon recognizing him, their faces lit up with surprise. "Boss, you're here too. What a coincidence." Chu Ming smiled at the two couples. "Congratulations on being rescued." "Well, we owe it all to you." Passing by at that time, they waved their hands, then looked at Chu Ming. "Are you here to eat alone? Should we share a table?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ming shook his head, waving his hand. No, just enjoy your meal. I can manage by myself." "I see, then that's fine." Seeing Chu Ming decline their invitation, they wisely chose not to press further and called over the waiter. "Excuse me, can you take us to our table now?" Sure, the waiter did not say much, but directly led the two couples to their table. Meanwhile, Chu Ming finished looking over the menu. He then raised his hand to signal the waiter. Seeing his gesture, the waiter immediately approached. "Sir, have you decided what you would like to order?" "Yes," Chu Ming nodded slightly. "I would like a portion of stir-fried crab with scallions and ginger, a serving of vegetable hearts, a portion of pepper salt shrimp, and a bowl of crucian carp with tofu soup, along with a serving of white rice." The waiter noted down Chu Ming's order, then confirmed the dishes with him, nodding slightly. "All right, please wait a moment." With that, the waiter took the order and headed directly towards the kitchen. Chu Ming set the menu aside, took out a bottle of chilled cola from his backpack, opened it, and took a sip. Instantly, he felt refreshed. He then placed the cola aside, used hot water to rinse his bowl and chopsticks, and took out his phone while waiting for his meal. Before long, all the dishes Chu Ming ordered were served. Having been hungry for quite some time, he immediately put down his phone, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat. The taste is quite good, Chu Ming commented as he enjoyed the meal. If he had the chance to come here again, dining at the floating restaurant would be worthwhile. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chu Ming settled the bill at the counter and left, directly returning to his small cargo ship to prepare for a night of rest before leaving the next day. After washing up, Chu Ming lay on the bed and took out his phone, marking his current location on the map, contemplating returning here someday. But that was just a matter for the future. For now, he needed to continue his journey as a traveling merchant. He just didn't know where his luck would take him next. Thinking about his luck, Chu Ming couldn't help but sigh, no longer holding out hope for his dart-throwing skills. After recording his location, he put down his phone and turned over to sleep. The next morning, Chu Ming's biological alarm clock woke him up naturally. Seeing that the sun outside had not fully risen, Chu Ming stretched lazily, got up, and walked into the bathroom with a messy bedhead to wash up. Casually putting on a set of casual clothes, Chu Ming took the dock ticket and stepped down from the small cargo ship, handing the ticket to the dock attendant from yesterday. After the dock attendant collected the ticket from Chu Ming, he allowed the small cargo ship to pass. Chu Ming returned to his small cargo ship, went straight to the cockpit, switched the driving mode to automatic, and began to tidy up things in the small supermarket. Meanwhile, the small cargo ship slowly departed from the island's dock under automatic navigation. As the small cargo ship gradually moved away from the island, Chu Ming returned to the deck with a lounge chair, placing snacks on a side table, then put on a pair of sunglasses, basking in the morning sun with a relaxed expression, enjoying the sea breeze. As the small cargo ship advanced, the island gradually fell behind until it completely vanished from Chu Ming's sight. Only then did he put down the fishing net and took out his fishing rod and bait, casting the hook into the water. Time passed slowly. Just as Chu Ming was savoring his chips, suddenly his fishing rod twitched. Noticing the movement of his fishing rod, Chu Ming hurriedly tossed the chips onto the table and began to reel in the line. However, to Chu Ming's surprise, the rod seemed to be pulled by a powerful force, transforming from a slight tremor to a violent shake. The force was so strong that Chu Ming could barely hold onto the fishing rod. Feeling the immense strength in his hands, Chu Ming's face showed a look of astonishment. What have I hooked? Or have I caught something? Why is it so strong? Chu Ming struggled to steady the fishing rod, leaning slightly forward to check what was happening in the water. He saw a massive shark in the crystal-clear blue water biting onto the fishing hook, its body thrashing violently, as if in pain from the hook's penetration. Yet no matter how the shark struggled, the hook remained firmly lodged in its upper jaw. Seeing this, Chu Ming fell into deep thought. First, it was a shark. Secondly, it was enormous. Logically, it should be impossible to release it using normal means. But the problem was he had more than just conventional methods at his disposal. System. Chu Ming called out to the system in his mind. I am here, host. The merchant system responded. Please retrieve the fishing rod from my hands. Chu Ming stated his request after the system responded. Understood, host. The merchant system replied. In the next moment, the fishing rod in Chu Ming's hand disappeared into thin air along with the hook that was causing the shark pain. Realizing the sharp object in its mouth had vanished, the shark flicked its tail and soared out of the water like an arrow released from its bow. Chu Ming stood on the deck watching the shark disappear with a worried expression, murmuring to himself. I hope that shark won't hold a grudge against me. Chu Ming shook his head, not wanting to dwell on the issue any further. However, he clearly underestimated the shark's capacity for vengeance. While lying on the deck chair basking in the sun, he suddenly heard a noise coming from his small cargo ship. The sound resembled something colliding with the small cargo ship. Almost instinctively, Chu Ming thought of the shark that he had almost caught. Thinking of the shark, Chu Ming frowned slightly, refraining from recklessly sticking his head out to check the situation. Instead, he got up from the deck chair and walked to the control room to monitor the camera installed nearby. The surveillance on the small cargo ship was comprehensive, so no matter what happened on board, Chu Ming could clearly see it on the monitor. On the monitor showing the submerged part of the small cargo ship, the camera clearly captured the shark, which had previously swum away, colliding with the hull. However, due to the exceptionally hard hull of the small cargo ship produced by the system, the shark had to pause for a moment after each impact. Seeing that it was the shark attacking his ship on the monitor, Chu Ming breathed a slight sigh of relief. If it was just one shark colliding with the hull, it was not a cause for concern. Thus, Chu Ming decided to ignore the shark. If it wanted to collide with the hull to vent its anger, so be it. It couldn't inflict any real harm on him. Just as Chu Ming turned to leave and continue basking in the sun, he caught a glimpse of several massive figures swimming in the shadows of the monitor. Chu Ming's footsteps halted, and he turned back to check the monitor again. The figures swimming from the distance gradually became clearer, revealing several sharks of a similar size to the one that was currently colliding with the ship. Seeing these sharks approaching his small cargo ship, Chu Ming fell silent. Did these sharks actually call for each other? After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ming took a few steps to sit in the driver's seat, switching the automatic mode back to manual before increasing the speed of the cargo ship. As the shark prepared to charge and deliver another blow to the small cargo ship, the vessel suddenly accelerated out of its sight, causing its charged attack to hit nothing but air. The shark was momentarily stunned. It swung its head looking left and right then up and down, but could not find any trace of the small cargo ship. Where did the ship go? The shark was filled with confusion, as were the other sharks that had swum over. Just moments ago they had seen this shark colliding with a white object, but in the blink of an eye that white object had vanished. They felt as if a large question mark had appeared above their heads. After searching around for a while, and still finding no trace of the small cargo ship, they could only disperse and swim away. Meanwhile, after the small cargo ship had swiftly sailed a considerable distance, Chu Ming switched the manual mode back to automatic. Leaving the driver's seat, Chu Ming stood in front of the monitor for a while, confirming that the group of sharks had lost track of their target before he let out a sigh of relief. Then Chu Ming returned to the deck, lying back on the deck chair to soak up the sun. Days passed in this peaceful manner. It wasn't until the small cargo ship docked and his vacation officially came to an end that Chu Ming finally emerged from his leisurely state. System. Chu Ming called out to the system in his mind. I am here, host, the merchant system responded. Chu Ming said, open the map. Alright, host. The merchant system replied. Soon a world map was projected in front of Chu Ming, followed by a virtual dart appearing in his hand. This time Chu Ming did not plan to return home for a few days of rest before continuing his merchant journey. Instead, he intended to start his next trading journey right after the small cargo ship docked. After all this time, he had a full half-month of vacation. He felt that if he continued to lounge around for a few more days, he might become lazy in both body and mind. Moreover, he had already rested comfortably enough during this vacation. So starting his next merchant journey right away was perfectly reasonable. Chu Ming tightened his grip on the dart, his eyes narrowing as he aimed at the world map in front of him, silently praying, I hope this time I can hit a decent place. After muttering a few words in his heart, Chu Ming suddenly threw the dart from his hand. The dart flew out like an arrow, striking hard at a place that appeared to be land. However, upon seeing that piece of land, Chu Ming's eyelids twitched violently, and he instinctively wanted to stop. Wait. However, a flash of white light passed. A bone-chilling cold rushed over him, and Chu Ming couldn't help but shrink his neck. The D sound he had yet to utter transformed into the words, it's so cold. Sure enough, the dart had struck Antarctica. The system never gave Chu Ming the chance to prevent it the moment the dart hit the location. It directly and decisively transported Chu Ming to the target location. Dressed in very light clothing, he nearly turned into an ice sculpture. System. Quickly give me winter clothing. Chu Ming shivered, even the thoughts in his mind stuttering a bit. Fortunately, he still managed to articulate his needs accurately. An extremely warm Antarctic outfit appeared in Chu Ming's hands, and he put it on without hesitation. Only after fully arming himself did Chu Ming feel his body temperature returning. He let out a sigh of relief, and then weakly complained, System, can you give me some preparation time before the next teleportation? You do this, and I'm really afraid I might just die one day. Sorry, host. The teleportation begins the moment the dart hits the map, and the system cannot provide preparation time for the host. The voice of the merchant system echoed. Chu Ming had known this long ago. He just couldn't help but voice his complaints. After all, the teleportation function of the merchant system was just like that. Chu Ming exhaled a puff of white mist and waved his hand. Forget it, just give me the backpack first, and then put the supplies in the backpack. Alright, host. The merchant system responded, and the items Chu Ming needed appeared in front of him. Chu Ming picked up the backpack and slung it on his back, then opened the system's profit panel. The profit target remained unchanged. It was still 2,000. However, Chu Ming looked around, and aside from the endless ice and snow, there was no sign of any living creature. It seemed as if he was the only person left in the entire world. Under such circumstances, achieving the profit target was no easy task. Fortunately, although the dart had hit here, his merchant range covered the entire Antarctic region. As long as he could find tourist spots in Antarctica, completing the 2,000 profit target was still within the realm of possibility. Upon realizing this, Chu Ming had already made his decision. He took out a map of Antarctica from the system and quickly determined his current location. He was positioned right at the southwestern part of Antarctica near Mount Vinson. It was closer to the Antarctic Peninsula than to Ross Island. Thus, his destination should be set at the Antarctic Peninsula. However, he had never been to Antarctica before, so he was unaware of how vast the area around Mount Vinson or the Ellsworth Mountains was. If the area were extensive and required detours or crossings, his time to reach the destination would be delayed. But since he was already here, even if he needed to go around or cross, he accepted it. After all, Ross Island was indeed quite far, and he was uncertain if there would be any unexpected situations along the way. So he chose to head towards the closer Antarctic Peninsula. Then it was settled. Chu Ming put away the map, took out his phone, and searched for a moment before calling out to the system, give me a sled along with 8 Eskimo dogs and sled pulling equipment. Okay, host, the voice of the merchant system responded. In the next instant, the items Chu Ming needed appeared before him. The 8 Eskimo dogs sat obediently in front of Chu Ming, waiting for him to equip them. Chu Ming tied them to the sled in a 2,222 formation. He then sat on the sled, fastened his seatbelt, and called out. The 8 dogs immediately dashed forward. The biting cold wind hit his face, and Chu Ming covered his face, leaving only his eyes protected by goggles to look ahead. He was ready to adjust the direction of the 8 dogs' advance at any moment, as it was still early June during the Antarctic winter. Therefore, Antarctica was experiencing polar night. The darkness obstructed Chu Ming's vision somewhat, but it wasn't a significant issue. Chu Ming had a super flashlight. He took it out, secured it to the sled, and turned it on, illuminating the area ahead as bright as day. The visibility for both the dogs and Chu Ming returned to normal at a visible speed. While paying attention to the road conditions, Chu Ming also admired the Antarctic scenery. The most beautiful sight was undoubtedly the sky. The dazzling starry sky, which could not be seen in the city, was clearly visible here. Countless stars filled the entire sky, colorful and resembling a beautiful painting. However, this cluster of stars was not the main theme of the painting. The real protagonist was the aurora, radiating splendid colors in the night sky. Gazing at such a beautiful night sky, Chu Ming felt a sense of calm wash over him. Although he initially felt discomfort transitioning abruptly from day to night, that discomfort had now been dispelled by the myriad of stars. However, Chu Ming did not let his attention entirely drift to the beautiful night sky. He took out his navigation device, constantly monitoring his direction. Due to the harsh natural conditions of Antarctica, Chu Ming also took out his early warning device and secured it to the sled. This early warning device could alert him to any severe weather that might arise, allowing Chu Ming to prepare in advance for any adverse conditions. After preparing these items, Chu Ming couldn't help but yawn. Although his time zone was normal in this relatively quiet and dim environment, he still felt a hint of drowsiness. But Chu Ming maintained his alertness, keeping his eyes firmly on the situation ahead, occasionally lowering his head to check his device. Watching the small red dot on the device gradually approach the Ellsworth Mountains, Chu Ming sighed. Despite appearing to move quickly, it would still take some time to reach the Antarctic Peninsula. Moreover, he was unsure if he would need to traverse the Ellsworth Mountains. Chu Ming flipped through the map in his hand, looking at the marked Mount Vinson, and paused slightly. According to what he had gathered online, Mount Vinson in the Ellsworth Mountains stands at an elevation of 5140 meters, the highest peak in Antarctica, which would naturally attract adventurers, climbing teams, and extreme challengers to attempt to scale it. Additionally, as a mountain in Antarctica, its conditions were naturally harsh. This would further stimulate the conqueror's desire among challengers. Thus, there might be people at the foot of Mount Vinson. Now that he was closer to Mount Vinson, perhaps he could go take a look. Perhaps with a stroke of luck, he could complete his profit target more quickly. Then he wouldn't need to be so tense about his profit target when heading to the Antarctic Peninsula. Thinking of this, Chu Ming immediately adjusted the direction of the 8 dogs, slightly changing the destination to the foot of Mount Vinson. Time passed slowly. Chu Ming's focus began to wane, and he started to feel drowsy in the quiet environment. Wrapped up tightly, the cold winds of Antarctica did not chill Chu Ming enough to wake him. Just as Chu Ming's eyelids were growing heavy, the early warning device, which had remained silent since being secured to the sled, suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. The harsh alarm instantly startled Chu Ming awake. He quickly turned to look at the early warning device secured to the sled. The device also broadcast the warning information. Alert! A blizzard is approaching. Please seek shelter immediately. This message was repeated 3 times by the early warning device, and Chu Ming's expression grew serious from the moment he heard the first warning. Chu Ming instinctively looked around. However, there was no place in sight to shelter from the blizzard. If he really set out like this, he would likely meet his end here. But he still had his system. Without a shelter, he could conjure one out of thin air. System. Chu Ming unhesitatingly stopped his sled and began to summon his system. "I'm here, host," the merchant system replied instantly. Chu Ming, help me create a sturdy shelter. I need it to avoid the blizzard. Okay, host, the merchant system replied immediately. As soon as the merchant system's words fell, a seemingly robust shelter appeared before Chu Ming. Without hesitation, Chu Ming stuffed the 8 dogs along with the sled into the shelter. Immediately after, Chu Ming slammed the heavy door of the shelter shut with a bang. Only after closing the heavy door of the shelter did Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief and turn to gaze at the interior decorations. The interior of the shelter was far more luxurious than its ironclad exterior, resembling a home that had been carefully decorated at great expense. The overall design presented a minimalist modern style, with walls painted in bright colors reflecting the light. This made the entire shelter look exceptionally bright. There were no windows in the shelter, possibly to evade the blizzard, hence no openings were made. The air inside was generated by an air machine located in the corner of the shelter, producing oxygen, though its operating principle remained a mystery. But that didn't matter. After all, it was a product of the system. A bit of high-tech was to be expected. Chu Ming's only requirement was to not suffocate in the shelter. Chu Ming placed his backpack down, settled the 8 dogs, and then collapsed onto the sofa in the living room, spreading himself out comfortably. I hope this blizzard doesn't last too long, Chu Ming murmured softly, then turned his head to reach for the TV remote on the table. Never mind, I'll just lay here for a while. Chu Ming grabbed the remote, turned on the television, and casually selected an anime to watch, lounging back comfortably. As time passed, Chu Ming had already spent a day inside the shelter. However, since the shelter lacked windows that could provide a clear view of the outside, he could only check the external situation through the built-in surveillance. After having breakfast, Chu Ming exited the anime he was watching and switched to the surveillance feed. In the high-definition surveillance footage, Chu Ming could clearly see a thin layer of snow covering the area surrounding the shelter. The blizzard that had caused him to hide had already ceased. Seeing that the outside was calm, Chu Ming decisively closed the surveillance feed and walked to the other side of the house to grab his backpack from the sled. He then led the 8 Eskimo dogs and the sled outside. As soon as he stepped out, a biting cold wind hit him. Chu Ming adjusted his clothing and protected his face before allowing the merchant system to retract the shelter, then he sat on the sled and continued on. The 8 Eskimo dogs took their positions, synchronously moving their paws and running swiftly, leaving tracks in their wake. Time passed gradually. The alarm did not sound again, and Chu Ming successfully arrived at the foot of Mount Vincent. Here too there was indeed a campsite. Many people were active in the campsite. Seeing the bustling scene, a smile crept onto Chu Ming's face. As expected. In such a challenging place, how could it possibly go unnoticed? He just wondered if he could meet his profit goals here. Chu Ming guided the 8 Eskimo dogs into the campsite with the sled. His somewhat retro entrance immediately captured everyone's attention. Seeing Chu Ming arriving on a sled pulled by Eskimo dogs, the onlookers were quite intrigued. After all, they had not ridden a sled when they arrived. Moreover, witnessing Chu Ming's attire and the merchant badge pinned to his chest, their expressions turned even more astonished as they paused their tasks to look over. Chu Ming lightly cleared his throat, unfazed by the attention, and even smiled though his face was heavily wrapped up. Nonetheless, Chu Ming was unbothered. He looked at the crowd of people in the campsite with a broad smile, and then took out a horn from his backpack. Chu Ming powered the horn, brought it to his lips, and cheerfully announced, "Hello handsome guys and beautiful ladies. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I am a traveling merchant venturing to Antarctica. If you need anything or forgot to bring something, feel free to come to me to purchase it." The crowd was momentarily silent after listening to Chu Ming's announcement with the horn, and then they began to chat among themselves. No one responded to Chu Ming. However, he remained unfazed, directing the 8 dogs to pull the sled to a spacious spot that wouldn't block the way before stepping down. After securing the 8 dogs and the sled, Chu Ming retrieved his oversized backpack, took out an old rug, and began to lay out his goods one by one. As Chu Ming displayed his items on the rug, people began to gather around. Watching him fill the rug with goods, their expressions grew increasingly astonished. The rug was quite large, and the items from Chu Ming's backpack seemed to cover it entirely, showcasing the extent of his merchandise. What stunned them even more was that after laying out all the items, Chu Ming took out a folding chair from his bag, unfolded it, and sat down behind the pile of goods. It seemed he intended to set up shop here. After placing the QR code in the most visible and scannable position, he leisurely sat down and began to play with his phone. He allowed the people in the campsite to select the items they needed from his stall. Someone who had chosen an item called out to Chu Ming, "Boss, how much is this?" Hearing this, Chu Ming looked up and glanced at the item in the person's hand, then quoted a price slightly above the market rate. Upon hearing the price, Chu Ming announced the person was somewhat surprised. Given that they were in Antarctica, it was difficult to bring items here, and he had thought that Chu Ming might sell these things at a high price. He thought that if the price exceeded his mental expectation, he could simply forego the item. However, to his surprise, Chu Ming had only raised the price a little, even far below his mental price, giving him an inexplicable feeling that the item was quite cheap. Thus the person hesitated, no longer took the item, pulled out his phone to pay, and then walked away. Meanwhile, Chu Ming smiled at the notification of successful payment he heard from his phone. With the success of the first transaction, other hesitant individuals began to gather at Chu Ming's stall to select items after realizing the pricing. Previously interested in a specific item, the person picked it up and inquired about the price from Chu Ming. Upon receiving the accurate price from Chu Ming, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his concerns were unfounded. It seemed that the price increases for these items were indeed similar and would be far lower than what he expected. Therefore, he no longer hesitated, pulled out his phone to make the payment, and left with his newly purchased item. Gradually, the number of people in front of Chu Ming's stall began to dwindle. Most had already purchased the items they needed and left. However, Chu Ming was not anxious at all as he watched the dwindling crowd. After all, he opened the profit panel of the system. Seeing the display on the system's profit panel showing 165,725,2000, a slight smile crept onto Chu Ming's lips. He had initially thought that reaching the profit target here would be quite good, but he did not expect to exceed it by such a large margin. This was truly an unexpected delight. It seemed he would have at least a week to enjoy himself in the Antarctic. Chu Ming felt a wave of relief. As time gradually passed, there were no more customers visiting Chu Ming's stall. They had all bought the things they needed and had no reason to return. Seeing that there were no more customers, Chu Ming quickly packed up his things, then left the stall with his 8 Alaskan dogs and sled. However, he did not intend to leave just yet. He planned to take a break for a while before challenging the highest peak in Antarctica. After all, it was a rare opportunity to be here. Moreover, the system seemed to have anticipated that he might engage in trading in various places. Thus, it had specially trained him in climbing during the intense training. Therefore, Chu Ming had no issues climbing Mount Vincent. With this thought in mind, he moved through the campsite and began to set up his tent not far from it. After settling his supplies and the 8 Alaskan dogs, Chu Ming took a box of self-heating hot pot out and placed it on the table he had already set up. Looking at the towering Mount Vincent, Chu Ming felt a surge of excitement within. It seemed that his actions were too conspicuous as others resting in the camp turned to look in his direction. After a moment, someone approached Chu Ming. Noticing him, Chu Ming shifted his gaze from Mount Vincent to the newcomer. The person saw that Chu Ming was aware of him and broke into a friendly smile, saying, "Hello, young brother. I saw you looking at Mount Vincent just now, and I wanted to ask if you have any intentions of climbing it." Hearing this, Chu Ming glanced around the campsite, thought for a moment, and replied, "I do have that intention. Is there a problem?" Ahem, I'm here to advise you that this time of year is not suitable for climbing Mount Vinson, and the visibility at night is obstructed, making it quite risky to climb now. If you wish to climb Mount Vinson, it's best to come between December and February, as that is the suitable time for it. Listening to the man's words, Chu Ming nodded in understanding. However, he wasn't sure if he would come during the end of the year to the beginning of the next. Nevertheless, he was quite receptive to advice. Since it wasn't suitable to climb Mount Vinson, now he simply wouldn't. But Chu Ming looked at them. If it's not suitable to climb Mount Vinson now, why did you all come so early? You misunderstand. We're not here to climb Mount Vinson. We just happened to stop by this campsite to rest for a bit. Our destination is elsewhere. The man paused for a moment upon hearing Chu Ming's question, then smiled and waved his hand. I see. Chu Ming nodded in understanding. It seemed that this was indeed not the right time to climb Mount Vinson. So be it. Although the conversation had dissuaded him from the idea of climbing, Chu Ming's interest was piqued by the adventurer's destination, and after all, a place that attracted so many adventurers must be extraordinary. However, Chu Ming did not inquire further. They were still strangers after all, and such a sudden question about their destination might lead to a direct rebuff. So he decided against it. Tomorrow morning, he would continue towards the Antarctic Peninsula. Rather than follow the adventurers, it was better to enjoy a vacation in the tourist area. With this thought, Chu Ming nodded slightly. Thank you for telling me this. They'll be leaving early tomorrow. Alright then, I won't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your self-heating hot pot. While it's hot, at this temperature in Antarctica, it will freeze quickly. After giving this reminder, the man left directly. Seeing this, Chu Ming quickly finished his self-heating hot pot and retreated back into his tent. The next morning, Chu Ming indeed wasted no time and directly set off with his sled, leaving the campsite behind. His destination was the Antarctic Peninsula he had initially set out for. However, compared to the hurried pace before reaching his profit target, Chu Ming's speed had decreased significantly. If he had been rushing for survival before, now he was on vacation. He could be as leisurely as he wished. Reflecting on his previous work, when could he ever complete a target and then enjoy an entire week off? Chu Ming leaned back comfortably against the sled's backrest, even using a soft cushion from the system to support his back. Other than occasionally adjusting the direction of travel, Chu Ming spent the rest of the time enjoying the scenery or playing on his phone. Time passed by slowly. Chu Ming stopped the sled on a glacier. The 8 Alaskan dogs were exhausted from running and needed to take a good rest to recover their strength. Even though the 8 Alaskan dogs had been running tirelessly towards the Antarctic Peninsula, they were still some distance away. But they were already much closer. Moreover, Chu Ming was no longer anxious to meet the profit target. Thus, even if he had to stay here for a while, he felt it was perfectly fine. Chu Ming, along with his 8 Alaskan dogs and sled, took shelter in a naturally formed cave and lit a bonfire at the entrance. Sitting by the bonfire, Chu Ming took out the ingredients from his bag, skewered them on a barbecue stick, and placed them by the fire to roast. He occasionally sprinkled some seasoning on top. Before long, a delicious aroma began to waft through the air, instantly catching the attention of a few people not far away. It felt strangely familiar. The leader of the group, bundled up tightly, revealed only a stocky figure, raised his hand and halted his team. Then a flurry of English spilled out. Do you smell that delicious aroma? You can smell it too. I thought I was imagining things. That must be someone cooking nearby. Should we follow the scent to see if there's a temporary campsite? Hearing this suggestion, the leader fell silent in thought. After a moment, he nodded and said in a deep voice, let's go take a look. If there's a temporary campsite there. After such a long journey, it's about time we rest. Having made a decision, the group proceeded in the direction from which the enticing aroma wafted. Unbeknownst to Chu Ming, this fragrance had attracted a team of people. He looked at the skewers that were gradually cooked to perfection beside the fire, picked one that was ready, and popped it into his mouth. The savory flavor of the skewer erupted in his mouth. The 8 Eskimo dogs settled beside Chu Ming, instinctively stuck out their tongues, tears of longing rolling out of their mouths. They gazed longingly at the skewer in Chu Ming's hand, their eyes burning with desire, as if they could hardly contain themselves. Sweat beads rolled down Chu Ming's forehead. The gaze of these 8 Eskimo dogs made him feel almost too embarrassed to continue eating. It felt as though he was indulging in a feast all by himself. Sighing internally, Chu Ming took a few skewers that hadn't been seasoned yet, removed them from the sticks, and tossed them to the Eskimo dogs. Eat up, don't make it seem like I've mistreated you. The dog food provided by the system was ample enough for you all. And is it necessary to drool over my skewers like you haven't eaten in hundreds of years? Watching the 8 Eskimo dogs surge toward the pile of roasted meat, Chu Ming shook his head helplessly and continued to take down seasoned skewers from the fire. Time passed slowly. Chu Ming had already devoured all the skewers beside the fire. Seeing that there were no more skewers beside the fire, the 8 Eskimo dogs stopped staring at Chu Ming and returned to the nest he had arranged for them to rest. After tidying up the mess around him, Chu Ming prepared to rest on the spot. However, just as he was about to lay out his sleeping bag, faint voices drifted over. The ears of the Eskimo dogs perked up at the sound, and they lifted their heads to look in the direction of the voices. Chu Ming also lost his drowsiness and stood up to listen closely to the conversation. The aroma has vanished from here. That might mean the camp is nearby. Could it be in that cave, eh? I looked around, and it seems that cave is the most suitable for a temporary camp. Elson has a point, let's check that cave out. The voices kept coming. Chu Ming clearly understood what they were discussing, even though they were speaking in English. But Chu Ming's English was not bad, so he could still comprehend what the group was saying. Chu Ming pondered slightly. The language they were using clearly indicated they were foreigners. He wondered about the circumstances of the visitors. It was better to be prepared to leave. Chu Ming walked over to the lead Eskimo dog and patted its head. After adjusting the sled and the 8 Eskimo dogs to a position where they could dash out of the cave at any moment, Chu Ming stood by the sled. His position made it easy to hop onto the sled. Even in an emergency, he could immediately sit down and leave. Standing there, Chu Ming finally had the leisure to wait for the group to arrive. Minutes passed again. The cave finally welcomed its second batch of visitors. Following the aroma, several people looked inside the cave, momentarily startled. Inside the cave were 8 Eskimo dogs and a sled with a person standing beside the sled. A fire was burning brightly not far away. Besides that, there was nothing else. It was vastly different from what they had imagined for a temporary base. The team leader gazed at the cave's interior in silence for a moment, then shifted his attention to the quiet Chu Ming standing aside. "Hello, sir, are you the only one here?" Chu Ming nodded. Observing this, the group exchanged glances. Then the team leader looked back at Chu Ming. "Well, we came here because we smelled a very fragrant aroma." "Oh, that must be the smell from my barbecue. Sorry you arrived late, I've already finished all the barbecue." Hearing this, Chu Ming quickly realized he had given away his position due to the aroma of his skewers. Those who had caught the scent had already come looking, and there was no hiding it anymore. Upon hearing Chu Ming's reply, the few who had followed the aroma appeared somewhat disappointed. They had initially hoped to catch a meal, but now they would have to settle for the remaining compressed biscuits in their packs. Other team members sighed, their faces filled with regret, even though others couldn't see the disappointment etched on their faces. The team leader scrutinized Chu Ming for a moment, noticing the badge pinned to his chest, and asked, "Are you a merchant from the Dragon Nation?" Chu Ming glanced at the badge on his chest and nodded. Seeing him nod, the team leader's expression beneath the mask brightened, and he exchanged glances with his team. Then they removed their masks, revealing their faces. The team leader smiled broadly. "I am Harold Crotto, the leader of this Antarctic adventure team." After a pause, Harold expressed, "I must say you Dragon Nation people can truly be found anywhere, but I am very pleased to meet you here. Truly what makes me happy is your identity as a merchant. Because in places like Antarctica, to be honest, only merchants from your Dragon Nation would be willing to come. Meeting you feels like finding a diamond on the road, which is delightful. So, do you have any goods for sale here? We can pay in dollars." "Dollars?" Chu Ming's eyes brightened. Then with the fastest speed of his life, he set up his small stall. With the most welcoming smile, he greeted the Antarctic team. "Take a look at what you need, feel free to choose." Harold and the others stared at the stall full of merchandise in front of Chu Ming, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this was the merchant with the most goods they had ever encountered, bar none. For a moment, they were almost dazzled. Chu Ming ignored the group busy selecting items and summoned the system, speaking internally with the merchant system. "Chu Ming, system, can the dollars they pay be directly converted into my card?" "Yes, host." The merchant system quickly replied to Chu Ming's question. "What about the conversion rate?" "The system will convert it at the normal exchange rate and deposit an equivalent amount into the host's card." The merchant system continued to respond. With the system's answer, Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief. As long as it could be directly converted and deposited into his card, that was enough. Otherwise, when he returned, he would have a lot to deal with. After unraveling the doubts in his heart, Chu Ming leisurely leaned against the sled, watching Harold and the others select their goods. They were only picking food items that could be easily packed into their backpacks. For example, canned meat. Larger self-heating food items were not within their selection range. It remains unknown whether they found the self-heating foods cumbersome or simply did not want to eat such items. But it all depended on the customer's preferences. Chu Ming did not promote the products. After Harold and the others finished selecting their desired items, they approached Chu Ming directly. "This is all we want. Could you help us calculate the total cost?" Harold said, signaling his teammates to place all the selected items in front of Chu Ming. Seeing this, Chu Ming began to calculate the prices of the items they had chosen. To avoid any disputes over pricing, he also announced the prices of the goods aloud. Listening to Chu Ming announce the prices, Harold exchanged glances with Ailson behind him. Ailson understood and took out his phone from his bag. Seeing Ailson pull out his phone, Harold turned to Chu Ming and said, "Excuse me, sir, could you please repeat the prices of these items for us?" Chu Ming. He raised his head to glance at Harold and then at Ailson behind him, who was holding the phone. Ailson stared at him intently with the phone in hand. Chu Ming. He sighed twice, then put the items he had picked up back and repeated the prices. Ailson typed all the numbers that Chu Ming announced into the calculator on his phone. He then glanced at the numbers on his calculator and showed them to Harold and the other teammates. Afterward, he put away his phone and looked at Chu Ming. Observing their actions, Chu Ming felt as if ellipses were about to materialize on his forehead. Chu Ming shook his head and announced the total amount. "According to the exchange rate, you owe me $170. Hearing this, Harold looked at Chu Ming in surprise and then flashed a smile. "Your calculation skills are truly impressive, sir." As he spoke, Harold turned to Ailson, saying, "Ailson, hand this gentleman $170, please." Ailson nodded and took out his wallet from his pocket. He counted out $170 from his wallet and handed it to Chu Ming. Chu Ming accepted the money with a professional smile on his face. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome your next visit." Harold smiled and said, Of course, if we meet again, we will certainly support your business. With that, Harold waved his hand. The teammates standing behind him immediately stepped forward to pack all the items they had selected into their backpacks. Confirming that they had not left behind anything they had just purchased, Harold led his team to the other side to rest. They had already covered a long distance and indeed needed to rest before continuing their journey. Seeing Harold and his team reach the other side of the cave to rest, Chu-Ming also began to pack up his stall. After tidying everything away, he sat down on the sled. He handed the $170 he had just received to the system. The merchant system processed the transaction swiftly. Almost as soon as Chu-Ming handed over the dollars, the account reflected an incoming deposit. Chu-Ming took out his phone and opened the banking app. Seeing the amount that matched his initial calculation, a smile appeared on Chu-Ming's face. Although he had rounded off the change, the earnings were still quite considerable. Chu-Ming, in a good mood, exited the app and prepared to ask the system for a pillow and blanket to make do on the sled. However, his plans for a rest were dashed. A delicious aroma wafted from the direction of Harold and the others. Though Chu-Ming was already full, he found it hard to resist the enticing smell of food. He took a deep breath of the aroma and stealthily glanced toward Harold and his team. He saw that Harold and the others were pouring the canned meat they had bought from him into a pot to heat it up. The scent was emanating from their pot. Witnessing this scene, Chu-Ming silently withdrew his gaze. He had never tasted the canned meat provided by the system. After all, during this period, he had either eaten self-heating hot pot or rice or freshly cooked meals. As for canned meat, he had indeed not touched it until now. Was the canned meat provided by the system this fragrant? Chu-Ming covered his head with the blanket he had taken from the system, attempting to isolate the aroma of the canned meat with the smell of the blanket. Yet the aroma of the canned meat was faintly separated from the smell of the blanket. Harold and their voices, however, could still be heard. The meat in this canned food smells so good it looks like it must be delicious. Given the quality of this canned meat, it should be the best quality we have bought from merchants since we started adventuring. I want to try its taste first. Do I believe it must be excellent? Then go ahead and taste it. It looks like it should be ready to eat. As he spoke, it seemed someone had already scooped a spoonful out to taste. He let out a heartfelt exclamation. This is truly the best canned meat I have ever eaten, bar none. You all should try it too. Hearing this, Chu-Ming, who had been lying on the sled, turned over. Despite having eaten his fill, he found it hard to ignore Harold's extravagant praises. Chu-Ming truly had no appetite left. However, while he could not eat anymore, the 8 Eskimo dogs were eagerly panting, their tongues hanging out. Then tears of longing streamed from their mouths. With sincere eyes, they stared at the pot that Harold and the others had set up, their eager gaze seemingly trying to burn a hole through the iron pot, hoping that the delicious food would spill out of the pot, preferably right in front of them. The thoughts of the 8 Eskimo dogs were practically written all over their faces. Yet without Chu-Ming's command, they dared not approach Harold's side, attempting to trade their cuteness for a bite to eat. Thus the 8 Eskimo dogs emitted low whimpering sounds. Hearing the whimpering of the 8 Eskimo dogs, Chu-Ming quietly rolled over again, then helplessly sat up, looking at the 8 dogs with an expression of exasperation. Am I raising Eskimo dogs? After eating so much, they still have room for more. Chu-Ming complained about the 8 Eskimo dogs, yet he did not get up to fetch them any canned meat. After all, these 8 Eskimo dogs had already eaten far more than they could handle. Therefore, no matter how greedy these 8 Eskimo dogs were, they could not be fed anything further. It wouldn't be good if they overindulged. Chu-Ming shook his head inwardly, turning over, without paying any attention to the whimpering of the 8 Eskimo dogs. Seeing their master indifferent, the 8 Eskimo dogs could only reluctantly quiet their whimpering. However, their eyes were still fixated on the canned meat near Harold. Chu-Ming's movements did not go unnoticed by Harold and the others. But they also knew that the canned meat they bought was definitely not suitable for dogs, so they did not share any with the Eskimo dogs. Moreover, the aroma of food had already wafted in before they arrived. Perhaps at that time the 8 Eskimo dogs had already been fed by their owner. Feeding them again would not be good for the 8 dogs. After sorting out Chu-Ming's reasoning, Harold and the others suppressed their impulse to feed the 8 Eskimo dogs. They glanced at the 8 adorable dogs. Then Harold and the others forcibly withdrew their gaze, continuing to enjoy their food without a hint of emotion. After all, just a glance revealed those 8 dogs looking at them with longing eyes enhanced by their cuteness. Harold and the others nearly lost their psychological defenses, almost getting up to feed the 8 seemingly pitiful dogs. Fortunately, they managed to hold back. Seeing Harold and the others retract their gaze, the 8 Eskimo dogs also gave up on the idea of an extra meal, lying on the ice with gloomy expressions. Soon Harold and the others finished all their cooked food. After resting for a while, they left the cave and continued on their journey. Chu-Ming took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was 1949. Although it was nighttime, the time indicated it was still evening, and they could continue their journey at this hour. It could only be said that they were true adventurers. Chu-Ming shook his head, choosing not to think about it any longer. With others gone, the cave became much quieter. Chu-Ming leisurely turned over, finally relaxing a bit and falling asleep despite the presence of strangers. Time passed quietly, and in his dreams Chu-Ming felt a chill. It seemed he could vaguely hear a series of sharp alarm sounds, causing him to wake abruptly from his dream. At the moment his consciousness returned to his brain, memories flooded back, and Chu-Ming immediately realized that the sharp alarm was coming from the alarm he had installed on his sled. Chu-Ming's expression suddenly darkened. He sat up on the sled, his gaze falling outside the cave. He saw that white snow had begun to fall outside the cave, with some being blown inside by the wind, as if a chill had come in with the snowflakes. Seeing this, Chu Ming understood immediately. A blizzard was about to hit again. Did blizzards in Antarctica occur this frequently? Chu Ming did not know, as it was his first time here. But he understood that he needed to move his nest deeper into the cave to avoid the wrath of the blizzard. Chu Ming tossed aside the blanket, jumped off the sled, extinguished the campfire with snow, and led the 8 Eskimo dogs with the sled deeper into the cave. The further into the cave they went, the darker it became. Originally, Chu Ming had not planned to venture deep into the cave, thinking he would just make do on the outskirts for one night and leave the next day. But plans could never keep up with changes. He did not anticipate that the blizzard would return so soon. Thus, he could only lead the 8 Eskimo dogs deeper into the cave. As Chu Ming delved deeper into the cave, his vision gradually became blurred. In his sight, the darkness ahead seemed to have a sheer drop. Chu Ming stopped, no longer daring to proceed recklessly. He quickly reached into his backpack to retrieve his powerful flashlight and turned it on. The dazzling white light illuminated the entire cave as if it were daytime. This allowed Chu Ming to take in the situation within the cave. Before Chu Ming appeared a staircase leading downward. Although it was not particularly smooth, or even the presence of such a clearly artificial staircase in this desolate place was evidently unusual. Chu Ming slightly furrowed his brows and shone the flashlight down the staircase. However, even with the strong light from the flashlight, he could not find the bottom of the staircase. This made Chu Ming's frown deepen. What was hidden inside here? After searching online with his phone and confirming that this was neither an observation station nor contained anything unsuitable for ordinary people, he felt a bit more at ease. Chu Ming glanced back at the 8 Eskimo dogs and the sled, then peered outside. This should shelter us from the blizzard. I don't know what the situation is like below, so it's better not to descend recklessly. After all, it was hard to say what might be lurking in Antarctica. For the sake of his own safety, Chu Ming decided to stay here for one night and leave once the blizzard passed. As for what lay at the bottom of the staircase, that was no longer his concern. Chu Ming led the 8 Eskimo dogs and the sled to a relatively safe spot a distance away from the staircase, where the blizzard outside could hardly reach. Thus, it was feasible to rest briefly in this location. Chu Ming settled the 8 Eskimo dogs and climbed onto the sled, preparing to take a nap, when loud noises suddenly erupted outside. After Chu Ming's automatic translation, he could only say that the insults were quite vulgar. But after this ordeal, he knew he probably wouldn't be able to nap anymore. He took out his phone to check the time. Only 4 or 5 hours had passed since he fell asleep. Although he had not slept enough, he was still quite alert. Chu Ming put his phone back in his pocket, turned off the flashlight, and after some thought, he stored the 8 hungry Eskimo dogs and the sled in the trading system. With only a backpack on his back, he lightened his load and hid in a corner, quietly observing the group of people who had just entered. This group of people appeared much more agitated compared to the previous small team. Besides their vulgar insults, they were also armed. He didn't mind much. However, these people looked fierce and menacing, and if they frightened the 8 Eskimo dogs, that wouldn't be good. Chu Ming hid in the shadows, observing the unfriendly group of people before him, listening intently to their conversation. It's just ridiculous. In just 2 or 3 days, we've encountered 2 blizzards. The apparent leader of the group cursed again, then inspected the traces of the campfire left by Chu Ming and the others. These campfires were extinguished not long ago, so the people here must have just left or gone deeper into the cave. He looked up into the depths of the cave, raising his gun to point at the 2 people in front of him. You 2 go deeper into the cave and have a look. If there's no one, we'll go in to avoid the wind. He paused, then pointed the gun at the other 2 individuals, saying, You 2 stay here. Even if they left, they can't have gone far. With the blizzard upon us, they are likely to return. Keep an eye on them. Yes. The 4 who received the orders began their actions. Seeing 2 people walking toward the depths of the cave, Chu Ming concealed himself further, within, completely hiding in the darkness. The 2 individuals walking into the cave seemed to notice the abrupt drop into darkness ahead, which felt quite unusual. Thus, they halted their advance, not proceeding any further. Soon, in the blurred vision, Chu Ming saw their last remaining outlines stir in the darkness. Then a bright light suddenly illuminated their front, but the range of the flashlights they held was quite limited. However, it was enough for them to clearly see the winding staircase leading downward. Upon seeing the staircase, they were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances but chose not to descend recklessly. Instead, they returned to report the situation to their leader, flashlight in hand. After listening to the report from his subordinates, the leader squinted slightly and then took out a map from his pocket to examine. Seemingly confirming something, a smile broke across the leader's face as he put the map back into his pocket. His mood lightened considerably after the dismal weather. I didn't expect this blizzard to actually help us out if our target is likely right here. With that, the leader looked at the 2 standing at the cave's entrance, saying, You patrol inside the cave, the rest follow me down to take a look. Yes. Following the leader's orders, apart from the 2 who remained to patrol inside the cave, everyone else followed the leader toward the staircase. Seeing a group of people marching this way, Chu Ming stood still like a statue, yet his gaze remained fixed on them. They were completely unaware that another person was hidden in the dark corner. After confirming that the staircase was relatively sturdy, they began to descend. Until they completely vanished from Chu Ming's sight, he finally moved his hands and feet, directing his gaze toward the staircase. What are these people looking for down there? He whispered to himself, glancing at the patrolling personnel, who were still a distance away. After a moment's thought, Chu Ming retrieved a camouflage suit from the system, donned it, and quietly followed the group that descended the staircase. Since hiding on the staircase was quite difficult, Chu Ming didn't follow too closely, maintaining a considerable distance while minimizing his footsteps. For a time, the only sound in the staircase was the footsteps of the group descending. As time passed, it was hard to tell how long it had been. Suddenly, the footsteps ahead ceased. Chu Ming instantly realized that the group had reached the end of the staircase. It seemed they had arrived at their destination. Chu Ming immediately stopped, carefully crouching on the staircase, using the light from their flashlights to observe their actions. He saw them stop at the staircase's entrance, where a vague outline of a door seemed to emerge before them. The leader stood behind them, and the others stepped aside slightly to allow him to see the door's condition clearly. The leader shone the beam of his flashlight onto the door. Looking at the door that appeared to have aged, he pointed his gun at one of the persons in front, saying, "You go open this door." Yes. The person who received the leader's command showed no hesitation, pulling tools from his backpack to begin prying the door open. If it weren't for the fact that this place had been specially reinforced, Chu Ming would have no doubt that they could collapse it with their forceful actions. Seeing that they had taken out tools to break through the door, the corners of Chu Ming's mouth twitched. Was this not the owner of the building, or had their employer lost the key? Also, it must have been quite a burden for them to carry such demolition tools all the way here. So what exactly is hidden in this building constructed beneath the glacier that requires a fully armed team to retrieve? How he wished to go down and take a look. If only he could become invisible. Chu Ming sighed deeply, but he also knew that invisibility was impossible. After all, that would be too unscientific. However, there were some scientific things that could be done. System, give me a micro-drone. Chu Ming communicated with the merchant system in his mind. Okay, host. The merchant system replied instantly, already placing the micro-drone in Chu Ming's hand. Chu Ming skillfully connected the micro-drone to his phone, and then controlled the system-produced drone to fly downward. Soon the micro-drone quietly arrived above the group. The footage captured by the drone's camera was transmitted back to Chu Ming's phone. Looking at the footage from the drone on his phone, Chu Ming suddenly realized something and fell into silence. He seemed to have not needed to come down at all. He could have simply controlled the drone from above. That way the risks he bore would be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, it was only when he wanted to observe more closely that he remembered the system had this gadget. How careless. Chu Ming couldn't help but raise a hand to cover his forehead, feeling suddenly foolish. But now that he was here, if he controlled the micro-drone while climbing back up, it would only make him seem even more foolish than he already did. But let them be foolish, at least when they come out later, I won't be chased away. Chu Ming controlled the miniature drone to hover over the group, capturing footage while starting to ascend, occasionally glancing at his phone screen. Through the images transmitted back by the drone, Chu Ming clearly saw a breach being made in the sealed door. With the appearance of this crack, the tightly shut door instantly lost its locking ability. The person responsible for the breach, upon seeing the gap he had created, tossed his tools aside. He then stepped forward to open the door. The long sealed door creaked open abruptly, producing a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. However, perhaps due to previous human activity here, the air behind the door was not sealed off. Although it carried a strange odor, it was still bearable. Seeing the door open, the leader picked up his flashlight and shined it inside. Inside was a long passageway carved by human hands with pillars and beams reinforcing the tunnel visible everywhere. As they ventured further, the flashlight in the leader's hand proved inadequate, unable to illuminate the deeper parts of the passage, making it appear very profound. The darkness inside the tunnel seemed capable of consuming everything, inducing a sense of unease. Yet the leader merely glanced inside and signaled to his team to prepare to enter. After all, what they sought was inside. Having expended so much effort to arrive here, he feared nothing within. Seeing the leader make the gesture to enter, the person responsible for breaking the door gathered his things and slung them onto his back, following the team into the passage. Chu Ming also maneuvered the miniature drone to follow them into the tunnel, while he himself was still slowly climbing the icy ladder. The passage was long, and as they walked, the group could distinctly feel themselves descending deeper. Chu Ming also noticed that the tunnel was sloping downwards. After all, he was flying above their heads in night vision mode, and could see the ceiling ahead inexplicably lowering. After maneuvering the drone downwards, he discovered that the ceiling continued to lower without interruption. However, Chu Ming had to pause his climb. Under these conditions, if he wasn't careful, the miniature drone might hit the ceiling and fall. Thus, Chu Ming could only halt his ascent sitting on the ladder while controlling the miniature drone to descend. The tunnel seemed bottomless, as if they were digging toward the Earth's core. After walking for more than half an hour, they still hadn't seen the end, and were beginning to grow impatient. Why is this tunnel so long? We still haven't seen the end, someone complained. My legs are tired from walking. This ruin has been buried here for so many years. Isn't it normal for its location to be deep? Stop complaining. Once we get the valuable items hidden by our employer, we can go back and enjoy ourselves. The person walking next to him patted his shoulder. Whether to comfort him or himself was unclear, but after searching for so long, his frustration had accumulated deeply. If it weren't for the employer saying he had hidden several highly valuable items here, he wouldn't have willingly come to this desolate place to suffer. Isn't it better to enjoy life at home? Hearing his companion's attempt at reassurance, the man snorted coldly and fell silent. But he wasn't comforted by those words. Rather the leader's cold snake-like gaze had already fixed upon him, making him dare not speak further. He knew that if he dared to complain again, a bloody hole would surely appear on his head. He lowered his head and remained silent for the rest of the journey. After another half-hour, the flashlight in the leader's hand finally illuminated the end of the tunnel. Before them appeared another door thicker than the previous one, resembling a blast door. Upon seeing this door, the leader's brows furrowed deeply, filled with malice. He glanced at the team member carrying the breaching tools, signaling him to dismantle the blast door. The team member looked at the blast door, pausing for a moment before putting down his backpack and retrieving the breaching tools. He felt that his life might end here. The door looked difficult to breach, yet he had no choice but to proceed. Not breaching it would mean being shot by the leader, and even if he couldn't breach it, he would still be shot by the leader. But he could still struggle a bit. Perhaps this door would be easier to breach due to its age. The team member, filled with hope, picked up his tools and began breaching the door before him. During this time, Chu Ming focused on his phone, gradually moving his body back to his original hiding spot at the stairwell. Only after hiding well did Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief, quickly glancing outside before returning his focus to his phone. Although it was just a hurried glance, Chu Ming still saw the situation outside. As expected, due to the snowstorm, Harold and the others who had originally left returned to the cave and directly collided with the two remaining individuals. Now they were being held at gunpoint by two people squatting by the cave's edge with all their belongings set aside. Even if they needed to counterattack, they couldn't access their equipment. After observing the situation with the miniature drone and confirming he no longer needed to operate it, Chu Ming carefully surveyed the outside. The snowstorm had stopped. It seemed this storm had not lasted long, and there were no traces of it left outside. It was an excellent opportunity to leave. As long as he could take down those two individuals, he could make a quick escape. Chu Ming assessed their positions and prepared to take down the two, thinking that since he had come this far, there was no need to remain in danger. As for the ruins below, once they left, Chu Ming would try to contact the scientific research station of the Dragon Nation in Antarctica to inform them of the situation. Though this matter might not be within their jurisdiction. Resolute in his decision, Chu Ming perched the miniature drone on a beam temporarily, stashed his phone, and requested a tranquilizer gun from the merchant system. Chu Ming shifted his position, ensuring the two individuals remained within his shooting range while he aimed his gun at one of them and pulled the trigger. Without a sound, the tranquilizer dart struck one individual. He felt a sudden sharp pain in his neck. Just as he raised his hand to touch it, darkness engulfed him, and he fell. The commotion from his fall caught the attention of the other individual, who, upon seeing him collapse, opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck as well. Soon after, he too lost consciousness. The sight of the two falling stunned Harold and the others for a moment, but they quickly reacted, scrambling to their backpacks to retrieve two bundles of nylon rope, unhesitatingly binding the two individuals. Only after securely binding the two dangerous individuals did Harold and the others finally exhale deeply, then turn their gazes toward the depths of the ice cave. Chu Ming instructed his merchant system to deploy his prior gear and 8 Siberian Huskies, then led them out from their hiding place. Seeing that the figure emerging was indeed Chu Ming, Harold and the others' faces at last relaxed into genuine smiles. They approached Chu Ming with warm smiles. Harold even spread his arms wide, preparing to embrace him in gratitude. When Chu Ming abruptly halted the gesture, his expression grave. They have accomplices still inside the cave. We must leave immediately. At those words, Harold instantly lowered his arms, his face hardening with urgency. He turned to his team and called out sharply, "Grab your gear now. We must evacuate without delay." His team sprang into action, shouldering backpacks and hastening toward the cave entrance. They moved with frantic speed, as if pursued by some monstrous flood or beast, though in truth the comparison was not far off. Chu Ming followed closely behind, guiding his 8 Siberian Huskies out of the cave. Yet once beyond its mouth, he did not proceed in the same direction as Harold's group. Harold and the others, noticing Chu Ming had fallen behind, paused and turned back. "You're not coming with us." Chu Ming shook his head. "I'm heading for the Antarctic Peninsula. Let's part ways here. Their comrades won't surface for some time. Use that window to put as much distance between yourselves and this place as possible." "Very well. Thank you, truly, for saving us. May our paths cross again, friend." Harold stepped forward and embraced Chu Ming in heartfelt gratitude before leading his team onward. Watching Harold's retreating figures vanish into the white expanse, Chu Ming wasted no time. He mounted his sled and sped away toward the Antarctic Peninsula. En route, Chu Ming contacted the research station, briefed them on the incident, and then resumed monitoring the cave's depths via his smartphone. Though now far from the cave, his phone still relayed live footage from the microdrone hovering deep below. Thus, Chu Ming watched clearly as the group below continued their relentless assault on the massive door. Beneath the ice cave, time had done little to weaken their resolve. The door remained stubbornly intact. The door's extraordinary resilience was unmistakable. Seeing them still hammering away, Chu Ming released a slow, quiet breath. So long as the door held, and bought them precious time, by the time the intruders emerged, they might well be met with overwhelming force. Seconds bled into minutes, until at last a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The door, overwhelmed at last, crumbled inward, leaving a jagged, man-sized breach. At the sight of that gaping aperture, the team member whose head had been pressed under the leader's gun finally exhaled in profound relief. He wiped sweat from his brow, heart swelling with the raw, trembling gratitude of one who had just cheated death, then hastily gathered his belongings and stepped aside, yielding the passage to the leader. The leader studied the pitch-black maw ahead, then swept his flashlight beam into its abyss. Unlike the narrow, featureless tunnel before, the light now revealed a corridor flanked on both sides by rows upon rows of tightly packed chambers. Deeper still the beam faltered, swallowed by impenetrable darkness. Without hesitation, the leader stepped across the threshold. An ancient, stagnant breath, thick with the weight of centuries, rushed up to meet him, yet he paid it no mind, pressing ever deeper. Seeing their leader advance, the rest followed in disciplined formation. Chu Ming, observing remotely, immediately guided the micro-drone in after them. Inside, the chambers held only scattered debris, no artifacts, no relics. A single glance sufficed to survey each room entirely. Finding nothing of value within, the leader shifted his attention toward the distant silhouette of an ancient ruin barely visible down the corridor. They strode forward. Their flashlight beams struck the ruin's upper facade, revealing at last the structure itself, a vast ice-entombed edifice unveiled in all its frozen grandeur. The leader swept his light from apex to foundation, scrutinizing every contour, but dim illumination rendered the ruin no more than a stark, imposing outline. Yet even that silhouette betrayed staggering scale, a sprawling subglacial metropolis buried beneath millennia of frost. Fully excavating such a monument would demand years of labor, and yet, judging by the intruder's earlier remarks, the ruin had likely been stripped bare long ago, by hands unknown and times forgotten. Only fragments remained, hidden away by the avaricious, then secretly retrieved generations later through hired proxies. One could only say, the hoarder had exercised extraordinary caution. This site bore the unmistakable patina of antiquity, yet it had taken decades for its secret keeper to finally dispatch agents to reclaim what lay concealed. His patience was boundless, but his fortune unkind. After waiting so long for the perfect opportunity to retrieve his cache, he had unwittingly stumbled upon intruders who had already uncovered his deepest secret. Such truly was fate. Chu Ming reflected, profoundly stirred. With steady intent, he piloted the micro-drone deeper into the ruin's silent heart. The moment they crossed the threshold, the air turned glacial, biting brittle, and reeked of decay. The leader waved a hand before his nose, then advanced flashlight, cutting a frail path forward. Their boots struck the ancient flagstones with hollow rhythmic taps, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat in the tomb-like stillness. Guided solely by the employer's map, and driven solely by greed, they bypassed every side chamber, marching straight toward the designated room marked upon it. Before the crumbling doorway, the leader frowned, faintly pausing before entering. The chamber looked perilously unstable, its ceiling's sagging walls cracked. No one could predict how long it might hold. No wonder the owner had chosen this very room to conceal his treasures. Its dilapidated state discouraged intrusion, and its chaotic interior offered perfect obscurity. The leader glanced at one team member and gave a subtle nod. Instantly understanding, the man stepped forward, unslung his pack, and began retrieving an array of specialized instruments from within. After taking out all the instruments from the backpack, the person began to operate the equipment to check the stability of the room. Once it was confirmed that the structure of the room was relatively stable and would not collapse as long as there were no significant movements, the person put away the instruments and said to the team leader, "No problem, team leader." The team leader nodded slightly and immediately called his team members to enter the room, search every corner thoroughly. "If you miss even a single antique, it'll blow your heads off." "Yes." Hearing the team leader's fierce words, the other team members shuddered and quickly responded, then began a thorough search. Fortunately, due to the collapse, the space in this room was not very large, and there were not many places to hide things. After a thorough search, the team members brought out several antiques from the room. Looking at these antiques filled with the breath of time, the team leader, who had been tense, finally revealed a smile. The carvings on these antiques were extraordinarily exquisite, and the patterns remained clear even after many years. For some unknown reason, even though they were left exposed in this room, they seemed to have been meticulously preserved. Seeing these pristine antiques, even Chu Ming, who knew nothing about them, could tell that if sold they would bring in a fortune. Chu Ming could not help but sigh. It was impossible for him not to be tempted by the potential selling price of these antiques. However, he was unaware of the situation within this ruin. Even if these antiques could fetch a high price, Chu Ming did not dare to touch them casually. Those who dared to touch these antiques were also cautious, fearing that their clumsiness might cause any damage, resulting in a sharp drop in value. At that point, they were certain that the team leader would use the gun in his hand to send each of them to meet their end. Thus, everyone was very careful while handling these antiques. They took out a pile of towels and blankets from their backpacks, wrapped all the antiques in them, and then carefully placed them into their backpacks. After completely putting the antiques into the backpacks, they all carried them in front of themselves, seemingly prepared to keep an eye on the backpacks at all times to prevent the antiques from being bumped. Once everyone had their antiques secured, the team leader walked around the room again to ensure that no other antiques were left behind before signaling the team members to leave. Due to the extreme value of the antiques, their group formed a formation where those without antiques walked at the front and back, always vigilant about the surroundings, ready to alert at any moment to ensure the safety of the antiques. Chu Ming continued to follow the mercenaries with his smartphone, controlling a miniature drone to keep track of them and synchronizing their location with the personnel at the research station. Upon receiving Chu Ming's message, the mobilized researchers had already arrived at the cave, he reported. As soon as the armed personnel descended directly from the helicopter in front of the cave, they saw two individuals bound tightly. Seeing their attire, several armed personnel immediately recognized their identities, feeling that it was somewhat overkill to send mercenaries to find the antiques mentioned by Chu Ming. They shook their heads and ignored the two individuals struggling desperately to free themselves from the ropes, walking over to pick up the guns lying far away. After inspecting the guns in hand, one team member nodded slightly to the captain. Both of these guns are loaded. It seems that. He glanced at the two mercenaries tied together and continued, the enthusiastic person was indeed correct. They are carrying the real deal. In that case, let's not recklessly investigate, but let's find a place to ambush and wait for them to come to us. The captain nodded slightly and then looked at the bound individuals, pointing at the nearest team member. Do you have anything to stuff in their mouths? We can't give them any opportunity to communicate or signal. The pointed team member searched his body and his backpack, finally finding two pieces of cloth that had been stuffed in at some point, deftly stuffing them into the mouths of the two mercenaries. In an instant, the two mercenaries who had been noisy and cursing were silenced. Although they could still make muffled sounds, it was sufficient that they could not be understood. After silencing the two mercenaries, the team member even dragged them outside the cave, ensuring that they would not be seen by the group of mercenaries coming out of the cave before returning. Seeing his team member return, the captain made several hand signals to his team members and then nodded slightly. The team members immediately understood, quickly finding places to hide and concealing themselves. After hiding, the captain used the radio to call the team member piloting the helicopter. Who you find a place to land the helicopter. Do not make any noise until I give the next command. The voice of Who you responded through the radio. Subsequently, the captain could distinctly hear the sound of the helicopter diminishing until it completely disappeared, remaining motionless in his hiding spot. The entire cave returned to silence. Chu Ming continued to follow the mercenaries, synchronizing the situation of the group with several armed personnel. While listening to the reports coming through his earpiece, the captain gradually slowed his breathing. As time passed, even though the path taken by the mercenaries was long, they had returned to the corridor filled with rooms. When they reached this point, the mercenaries who had been holding their breath finally sighed in relief, as they had nearly completed half of their journey. They had not stopped along the way and had walked for such a long time that their stamina was severely depleted. Now, with the corridor being relatively spacious, resting here for a while to recover some stamina wouldn't be a problem. The leader raised his hand to signal the team members to stop. Then the leader turned around and looked at his team members. Well, rest here for a while. After recovering our energy, we'll continue. Be careful when sitting down. Oh, don't damage anything, understood? Yes. The team members responded in unison, carefully placing their backpacks down before leaning against them to sit. Then the few team members without antiques opened their backpacks, taking out the food and water inside to distribute, resting against the wall after finishing. Seeing that group stop to rest halfway, Chu Ming reported the news to the captain. Upon receiving Chu Ming's message, the captain acknowledged without changing his position, as they had ample patience and determination to wait for that group to ascend. Time passed slowly, and that group had also rested enough. The leader stood up first, saying, "Everyone get up and continue walking, don't waste time. The sooner we set off, the sooner we can go back and enjoy." Initially reluctant, the team members stood up at the mention of the latter part, suddenly invigorated. They carefully shouldered the antiques again and immediately set off after forming a line. Seeing this group finally take action, Chu Ming, who had been feeling drowsy while watching the screen, instantly became alert and reported their movements to the captain. Listening to Chu Ming's report through the earpiece, the captain quietly replied, "Okay, I understand." He then remained still in his hiding spot. As time went on, Chu Ming continuously reported the positions of the mercenaries, finally feeling parched from talking. Suddenly, Chu Ming's eyes lit up. They've come up and are now at the exit. Upon hearing this, the captain did not respond to Chu Ming, but fixated his gaze on the interior of the cave. The mercenaries who had finally climbed back up exhaled a sigh of relief. The leader scanned around, but did not see the two individuals he had left behind, frowning slightly. Where are those two? Did they happen to patrol outside? The leader pondered for a moment, but decided to go out and check the situation to confirm whether the two had indeed gone out on patrol or if something else was wrong. Even though the situation outside was unclear, the leader felt no worry in his heart. After all, they had real weapons on hand, and no matter what happened outside, he believed his gun could ensure his safety. Unless the situation outside was one that even his gun could not handle. But how could there be a problem here that a gun couldn't solve? With that thought, the leader led his team towards the cave exit. Seeing the leader and his team walk towards the cave mouth, Chu Ming reported their movements to the captain. Hearing the message relayed by Chu Ming, the captain acknowledged, and then lowered his voice in the earpiece to issue orders. That group has come out, everyone prepare to aim and shoot at their limbs. Our goal is to capture them alive. Yes. The team members responded in hushed tones in succession. After issuing the command, the captain directed his gaze through the scope at the cave's interior. Gradually, the group that Chu Ming had mentioned emerged from the cave. Each of them carried an AK, and those in the middle had their backpacks strapped in front, which should be the antiques they brought along. Seeing this group enter his line of fire, the captain immediately aimed at the leader's limbs and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out. Due to the silencer, there was little sound when the captain fired. Other team members, seeing the group within their attack range, hesitated not at all and pulled their triggers. Several bullets sped towards the leader and others. As the leader and his team approached a position where they could faintly see the situation outside the cave, he felt an ominous premonition cloaking him, causing him to shiver. Especially when he reached a spot where he could see the entirety of the cave entrance, but not the two individuals he had stationed there for patrol. The feeling of danger intensified. His heart had already sounded the alarm. Something feels off. Realizing there was something unusual at the cave entrance, the leader prepared to turn back and order a retreat. However, his movements were a step too slow. The bullets arrived faster than he did. They only felt their limbs being hit hard by something, followed by a chilling sensation spreading through them. Looking down, they saw blood holes in their limbs. In the moment they saw the wounds, the previously unresponsive limbs suddenly erupted with intense pain. Then they lost all support and collapsed straight down. The AKs in their hands fell to the ground with them. As they lay on the ground, the leader's mind surged with intense regret. He could have retreated. It was his overconfidence in his weapon that led him into an ambush. He never expected the enemy to have weapons as well. Moreover, being shot without warning, he could only think that the enemy not only had guns, but also silencers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to notice and got shot. But now thinking about it was futile. Watching the fully armed personnel suddenly appear from all directions, the leader knew he was in trouble. The leader fixed his gaze on the captain approaching him, and after a moment of silence asked his lingering doubt, "How did you know about this? Could it be that those two betrayed us? They seemed to follow us, but in reality, they wanted to grasp our actions and inform others of our endeavor to retrieve the antiques, setting a trap. In the end, it was his negligence." Upon hearing the leader's question, the captain did not explain, merely coldly smiling. "You don't need to know." He then turned to his team, first tie them up and then bandage their wounds. "Yes." The team members acknowledged and promptly took out several bundles of rope from their backpacks to approach the leader and his team. They then securely bound each of them with rope. Only after confirming that their bindings couldn't be loosened no matter how they struggled did they take bandages out from their backpacks to tend to the leader's group. Watching his team bandage the wounds of the mercenaries, the captain called the helicopter pilot. "Who you?" Through the earpiece. "Who you bring the helicopter over?" "Yes." "Who?" "Yes." Voice came through the earpiece. Soon after, the team leader heard the distant thrum of a helicopter approaching. Chu Ming exhaled deeply as he watched the team successfully apprehend the entire group of mercenaries. He sent them a message: "Since your operation has concluded successfully, I'll disengage now. I'll log out momentarily." Hearing Chu Ming's words over the earpiece, the team leader replied, "Understood. Thank you immensely for your assistance. We'll certainly record your contribution." Chu Ming smiled faintly. "Just remember it. And above all, keep my involvement strictly confidential. I'd rather not invite retaliation. Of course, we'll ensure your safety without question. Rest assured, none of them will utter a single word to the outside world." The team leader added with a chuckle. Hearing that, Chu Ming relaxed completely. After a brief farewell, he exited the channel. He then observed the live feed still streaming from his smartphone, remotely recalled the micro-drone via the system, and severed the connection. His phone reverted to its normal interface. Glancing at the battery indicator in the top right corner, Chu Ming shook his head slightly. Operating the microdrone, transmitting high-resolution footage, and maintaining real-time communication had drained the battery to critical levels. He rummaged through his backpack, retrieved a power bank and charging cable, plugged in his phone, and set it aside before settling comfortably onto the sled. The mercenaries, and the blizzard, had robbed him of proper rest. Now that all matters were resolved and time was finally his own, he intended to reclaim those lost hours of sleep. He pulled the blanket over himself and drifted off swiftly. Fortunately, Antarctica was in perpetual polar night. Under daylight, the glare would have made outdoor napping impossible. Though the 8 Siberian huskies ran swiftly, their gait remained remarkably smooth, allowing Chu Ming to sleep soundly all the way to the Antarctic peninsula. Upon arriving at the peninsula, Chu Ming, who had been awake for some time, finally smiled, seeing the growing number of tourists. He reined in the huskies, stepped off the sled, and guided it to a bustling area where he promptly set up his stall. This time, however, he offered more than everyday essentials. He also sold Antarctic specialties. Though the merchant system primarily supplied daily necessities, regional specialties were available as well. True to expectation, once tourists spotted his Antarctic specialties, even those previously uninterested in street vending gathered curiously around his stall. They began selecting items that caught their interest and inquired about prices. Chu Ming quoted fair rates, modest markups neither exploitative nor startling. The prices remained well within acceptable limits for most visitors. Having earned 175632 in the Antarctic Peninsula tourist zone, Chu Ming packed up and ceased vending. With leisure time still remaining, he chose instead to explore the peninsula, just like any other tourist. When his self-imposed vacation deadline arrived, Chu Ming hauled the sled back into the uninhabited zone. After instructing the merchant system to stow away the 8 huskies and the sled, he summoned the world map once more. A holographic dart materialized in his right hand. Before the slowly rotating globe, Chu Ming remained undeterred. Even after several disappointing spins landing him in near-vacant locales, his enthusiasm never waned. He took careful aim at the world map, then hurled the dart with decisive force. It shot forward like a celestial spear, piercing the very edge of a landmass with thunderous finality. Before Chu Ming could discern the precise location of impact, he found himself standing alone on a massive isolated sea stack, far from any shoreline, wrapped in heavy winter gear. An oppressive wave of heat struck him instantly, causing his body temperature to surge, as if ignited from within. Chu Ming stared silently. His expression darkened, his jaw clenched. No words escaped him, yet his scowl spoke volumes of unvoiced fury. System retract all thermal clothing immediately, Chu Ming said, breathing deeply to suppress his mounting irritation. His tone remained calm though taut with restraint. Affirmative, host. The merchant system responded instantly. In the next breath, every layer of his insulating apparel vanished, leaving only his original short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Once the thermal garments were withdrawn, the merchant system's revenue target reappeared on screen. Perhaps recognizing the extreme impracticality of this location, the system drastically lowered its earnings threshold. This time, merely 100 in revenue would suffice for departure. Chu Ming glanced at the figure, then flicked his wrist dismissively. The revenue panel vanished. He sat upon the sea stack, gazing across the vast churning ocean, sighing heavily. Seriously, does anyone ever come here? It lay absurdly far from shore. Though technically habitable as a tiny islet, it seemed utterly devoid of reason, or visitors. He squinted toward the barely visible coastline, and sighed again. System, equip me fully. Even if this place appeared utterly deserted, the revenue objective remained, and must be fulfilled. Though completion felt impossibly distant, Chu Ming regarded the merchant gear materializing beside him, requested a generous supply of snacks, and settled onto the rocky beach, eating idly one bite at a time. Half an hour passed. The sun climbed high overhead. Then abruptly the sharp roar of an approaching speedboat pierced the silence, growing steadily louder. Chu Ming sprang upright, hastily stuffing all snacks, and even the empty wrappers, back into the merchant system. Eyes wide with astonishment, he stared at the rapidly enlarging silhouette of the speedboat. Wait, people actually come here. Astonishment flared in his mind, but so did urgency. He needed to conceal himself immediately. He hadn't seen where the dart landed. If the speedboat crew noticed anything unusual about his presence on the sea stack, complications would follow. In seconds he retreated behind the sea stack, pressing himself flat against its rugged flank, exposing only the narrowest sliver of vision to observe the unfolding scene. As time elapsed, the speedboat drew nearer, its engine's roar now deafening. Chu Ming clearly saw two figures in life jackets disembark from the vessel, which then paused briefly while the crew exchanged words, before pulling away. Once the two had stepped ashore, the driver accelerated the speedboat and departed. Chu Ming blinked, surprised. These two? Did they actually let the speedboat leave? What were they thinking? Aren't they concerned that the speedboat won't come back to pick them up? Chu Ming looked at the man and woman who had come ashore with a complex expression. They were still wearing life jackets and carrying backpacks, looking quite relaxed and at ease. They stretched their bodies and sighed contentedly. The girl then spoke. There shouldn't be any other people from Longwa coming here, right? After all, this place is so remote. During vacation, they would definitely go to tourist hotspots and wouldn't think to come here. Yes, finally we can truly experience what it feels like to be abroad. The boy agreed wholeheartedly, saying, I brought my diving gear this time. It looks pretty good here. I'll go catch some seafood from the seafloor for you, fresh catch, absolutely fresh. Then I'll just fish over here. The girl shared her plan. The two quickly reached an agreement and immediately set down their backpacks to start preparing. The two rummaged through their things, laying out everything they needed. Suddenly the girl's expression changed dramatically. She rummaged through her backpack and looked distressed. Oh no, I left my fishing rod behind. How can I fish without a rod? As she spoke, she glanced around, but saw no tree branches or anything else that could substitute for a fishing rod. There's not even anything I can use instead of a fishing rod. The girl's face instantly darkened. Hiding in the shadows, Chu Ming heard their conversation and suddenly felt a business opportunity arise. He quickly cleared his throat and spoke before the boy could say anything. I sell fishing rods, are you interested? Chu Ming's voice came out of nowhere and the boy and girl turned to look at him, who was only partially visible, their heads buzzing with confusion. Oh no, how come there are people from Longwa here? Chu Ming couldn't help but sweat a bit as he heard their words, feeling a few black lines form on his forehead. While this was quite embarrassing, he had bad luck stumbling into this situation and interrupting their little world. Although he felt a bit powerless to complain, Chu Ming still forced a professional smile and explained, I'm a traveling merchant who just happened to come here. I thought this place was nice and might attract some visitors, so I decided to set up shop for a while. Oh huh. The boy and girl realized that they had said too much and awkwardly laughed to cover up their embarrassment. The girl looked at Chu Ming and awkwardly asked, do you have any fishing rods? Can I take a look? Of course you can. Chu Ming immediately dragged his gear over a bit and began to unfold a blanket, setting up his small stall. The two watched as Chu Ming placed items one by one onto the stall, completely filling the blanket. They were left speechless in amazement. How on earth did he fit so much stuff into that backpack? It wasn't until Chu Ming filled the entire blanket that he took out a folding chair, placed it on the ground, and sat down. Chu Ming waved his hand grandly. Feel free to choose, I have everything you need here. The two were speechless. They looked at the dazzling array of products on the stall, and even the fishing gear included several sets. The girl carefully selected one set and asked about the price. How much for this fishing gear? Chu Ming glanced at the set of fishing gear the girl was holding, checked the approximate price in the merchant system, and then quoted a figure. This set is 120. 120. The girl examined the fishing gear in her hands. Such exquisite gear was only 120. She had thought it would cost at least 1,000 in such a place. The price that Chu Ming quoted made the girl feel as if she had stumbled upon a great bargain, leaving her incredulous. The girl couldn't help but ask again, wanting to confirm if she had misheard. This fishing gear really is only 120. Hearing this, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. Looking at the girl's expression, was she thinking he had set the price too low for the fishing gear? Chu Ming nodded and spoke firmly. Yes, it's 120, no need to doubt. After all, the things I sell are always of excellent quality at reasonable prices. I see. Then I'll buy this set, the girl said as she took out her phone. Can I pay online with my phone? Of course you can. Chu Ming presented the payment QR code on the stall. The girl opened her scanning app, scanned the QR code, entered the amount, and paid, then happily took the exquisite fishing gear and continued her preparations. The boy glanced at Chu Ming, scratched his head, and followed the girl to the edge to continue their diving preparations. Meanwhile, Chu Ming seized the time to stuff everything back into his backpack. Then Chu Ming opened the earnings panel. Seeing the panel display the data 120,100, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to these two compatriots, if it weren't for them, Chu Ming really had no idea when he would be able to leave this place. He had not expected to obtain a direct ticket home in just half a day's time. This is just wonderful. Chu Ming felt completely relaxed. Although his luck with throwing darts had been terrible throughout, he wasn't entirely unlucky. At least his financial luck was quite good, allowing him to find people to rescue him from his predicament. Now that he had escaped the danger, he even had the leisure to continue his vacation. Although the money he earned this time was a bit less, what he had earned in Antarctica was enough to cover this trip. Therefore, after receiving the direct ticket home, Chu Ming leisurely took out another set of fishing gear and walked over to sit down not far from the girl, starting to set up the fishing gear at a leisurely pace. Seeing that Chu Ming had come over to fish as well, the girl thought about it and decided to chat with him. After all, there were only the three of them on this rock. It would be quite awkward to remain strangers. After pondering for a moment, the girl spoke up. Meeting is destiny, why not get to know each other? My name is Bian Yuran, and the boy is my boyfriend Zhou Yui. Chu Ming. Chu Ming replied with a smile during the introduction. I just had a question I wanted to ask you, Chu Ming. How did you come up with the idea of being a traveling merchant on the sea? Bian Yuran inquired curiously, as in her mind, if he wasn't a traveling merchant on the sea, he wouldn't have found this place and set up shop here. Upon hearing Bian Yuran's question, Chu Ming felt like he was tired of the answer, because he really hadn't intended to come to such places. He muttered about his outrageous luck, yet again having long since lost count of how many times. He sighed. Chu Ming drew a deep breath, inwardly his face betraying nothing. He lifted a seemingly sincere yet forced smile, and replied that perhaps he simply wanted a challenge. Challenge? Zhou Yui, who was suiting up in a diving suit, heard Chu Ming and looked over with curiosity. Chu Ming inclined his head slightly and composed a polished reply in his mind. With a professional smile masking the bitterness in his chest, he said that he relished a personal challenge, and since these places seldom saw merchants and competition was scarce, that was why he had come. I see. Bian Yuran and Zhou Yui nodded in understanding. By then Zhou Yui had finished donning his diving gear. He pulled on his goggles, greeted Bian Yuran and Chu Ming, and entered the water from the beach. Although this rocky reef lay far from shore, the sea here was not deep. Standing on the reef, one could see the sandy seabed through crystal clear water and the many fish swimming about. One could even see coral formations with sea snails, sea urchins, sea cucumbers, and abalone clinging to them, and every so often lobsters or squid drifted by. It was a veritable treasure sea. Chu Ming watched the parade of seafood in the water, his eyes gleaming. Beside him, Bian Yuran was no better. She stared at the bounty and involuntarily swallowed. She forcibly suppressed her gourmand instincts, took the bait, and scattered it into the sea to create a feeding spot. Chu Ming glanced at her movements, then took out bait produced by the merchant system and scattered it into the water before him. The moment Chu Ming set the bait down, every creature swimming near it seemed to catch a scent that penetrated to their very souls. The aroma robbed them of all reason. They surged toward the feeding spot in a frantic rush. In an instant, the water before Chu Ming boiled as if over fire, fish leaping and thrashing in every direction. Drawn by the commotion from Chu Ming's side, Bian Yuran looked up and took in the scene. Her face full of incredulity, she exclaimed, "What on earth are these fish? What kind of bait did you use to attract them? This is ridiculous. You do not even need to fish, you could scoop them all up with a single net." It was predictably the system's fragrant bait. Chu Ming cleared his throat, and wearing an earnest expression, said that perhaps his bait smelled especially enticing and offered to give her some. "Oh, I could not accept that for free. I will buy some from you instead," Bian Yuran protested, waving her hands. Although a handful of bait was no great sum, bait capable of luring such a throng of fish was plainly no ordinary fare. She felt uneasy about freeloading such a thing. All right then. Chu Ming promptly produced a QR code and said she could pay as she wished. Bian Yuran took out her phone and scanned it, transferring 15 yuan. After receiving the payment, Chu Ming pinched off a lump from his bait and handed it to Bian Yuran. Bian Yuran did not immediately use the bait. She looked up at Chu Ming and asked if he would haul in the seafood first, worried that if she set her own feeding spot his catch would scatter. At that, Chu Ming raised an eyebrow slightly and asked if she was not worried that he might scoop all the fish away. It is all right, she said, shrugging. Oh, she was fishing to pass the time, not because she absolutely had to catch anything. Seeing she truly did not care whether she hauled in any seafood, Chu Ming went back and fetched a net. He scooped up a net full of seafood that had been greedily devouring the bait. Looking at the brimming net, Chu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then he fetched a large bucket, filled it with seawater, put the caught seafood into it, and placed it in the center of the reef to prevent the catch from returning to the sea. Chu Ming nodded at Bien Yuran and said he would keep these and that she could manage the rest as she saw fit. Hearing this, Bien Yuran nodded and began scattering the bait she had purchased. The instant the bait hit the water, the sea before Bien Yuran boiled visibly, as she could not help the joy welling up inside her. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, poised in the water with a trident, found the fish all swimming toward the shore and could not help a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He swam with his trident to a sparser patch, came ashore, and walked over, then saw the feeding spot before Bien Yuran seething with fish and widened his eyes. Yuran, what is happening? What did you use to bait the spot? Zhou Yi asked, full of questions. Hearing Zhou Yi behind her, Bien Yuran turned with a grin and said that she had bought the bait from Chu Ming and that it worked wonders. Since she now had no shortage of fish, she suggested he fetch some sea urchins and the like. Zhou Yi was silent for a moment, scratched the back of his head, and agreed. He changed tools, waved to Chu Ming, who was sorting the catch, and dove back beneath the waves. This time his gear was not for fish, but specially made for harvesting sea urchins. He discovered a vast bed of urchins below, so abundant it felt like a sea urchin bonanza. Zhou Yi used his tool to hook urchins into his net. Small fish that had not been attracted by the fragrant bait swam around him. He glanced at the little fish, pried off an urchin, cracked its shell with the tool, and offered the exposed interior forward. The fearless little fish, seeing the spiny urchin cracked open to reveal its innards and golden roe, were immediately enticed. Even a single glance conveyed an irresistible freshness. The small fish darted into the urchin shell and devoured every scrap of roe. In seconds, the urchin was reduced to an empty shell. Zhou Yi let it fall back to the seabed. He did not continue cracking shells immediately. After filling a large net, he opened one more urchin to feed the persistent little fish that would not leave his side. After feeding them, he returned laden with his haul. With splashing sounds, he hauled back a bulging net and dumped the urchins into the center of the reef. Seeing the net full of urchins Zhou Yi had gathered, Bien Yuran ran over in delight, her eyes shining. These are all sea urchins. They are so large. Yes. Zhou Yi smiled and said that beneath this stretch of sea lay a vast bed of sea urchins, nothing but urchins. No wonder foreigners do not eat them. In our Longwell, one would not find such an expansive urchin field. Chu Ming walked over and was momentarily taken aback by the overflowing basket of sea urchins in front of Zhou Yi. He quickly smiled and pointed at the basket of sea urchins, saying, Brother Zhou, you've had quite the harvest. Would you consider selling me some sea urchins? Hearing this, Zhou Yi turned to look at Bien Yuran. Bien Yuran also raised her head to glance at Zhou Yi. Then she looked at Chu Ming and waved her hand, saying, Hey, why talk about selling? We can all share these seafood together. Zhou Yi, standing beside Bien Yuran, nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chu Ming glanced at the bucket full of fish he had and rubbed his chin, realizing it was indeed a good idea. In that case, I'll prepare the pots, bowls, and utensils, Chu Ming said, looking at Bien Yuran and Zhou Yi. Then I'll trouble you with that, Chu Ming. Bien Yuran replied. Yi and I will be in charge of catching seafood. Let's have a seafood feast for lunch today. Sounds good, Chu Ming nodded with a smile. Let me first check what I've got over there. Then I'll continue to catch more seafood, Zhou Yi said, preparing to take another net and leave. Bien Yuran saw this and also got ready to return to her fishing spot to continue fishing. Indeed, the bait bought from Chu Ming had effectively lured the fish, even though the bait had already been completely consumed by the fish. However, they still swam back and forth around the spot, clearly not finished. As soon as Bien Yuran cast the hook, the fish that had tasted the bait would bite without hesitation. Even if the fish that bit the hook were caught in front of other fish, when Bien Yuran cast the hook again, there were still fish eagerly biting the bait. As a result, the bucket next to Bien Yuran quickly filled with fish. So soon she would need to bring the bucket over and swap it for an empty one to continue fishing. Everyone quickly arranged their tasks. Bien Yuran laboriously carried the bucket full of fish to the center of the rocks before grabbing the empty one set aside and returning to her fishing spot. Chu Ming went to where he had placed his gear, pretending to look for something, but in reality, he was communicating with the merchant system to take out the pots, bowls, and various seasonings. After a moment's thought, Chu Ming also requested a stack of large garbage bags from the merchant system. Just as he was crouched behind the rocks retrieving items, the sound of a speedboat approached from afar. Bien Yuran looked up and saw a speedboat heading towards their direction. Her expression slightly changed as she couldn't help but mutter, More people are coming again. I mean, this place is so remote, when did it become so popular? As Bien Yuran spotted the speedboat, the people on the boat also noticed her blurry figure sitting on the rocks. Upon seeing Bien Yuran's silhouette, the two girls on the speedboat suddenly changed their expressions. No way. In such a remote place, there are still people on the rocks. One of the girls exclaimed in disbelief, while the other girl beside her looked equally puzzled. They were both on rare vacation and wanted to escape to a beautiful and secluded beach to enjoy a peaceful holiday. Yet they hadn't even reached the rocks before spotting Bien Yuran. They felt as if the sky was falling. They never expected someone would make the same choice as them. Was this world truly so noisy that they couldn't find solitude? Xiao Xiao, what should we do now? Should we go back directly? Yi Xiling looked at her best friend beside her, her eyes filled with inquiry. Lu Xiaowen thought for a moment, biting her lip. Since we're already here, it would be a shame to go back now. Let's go directly to the island. Oh, anyway, there's only one person there, it won't be too noisy. Hearing her best friend's words, Yi Xiling nodded. She also felt that since they had come all this way, it would indeed be a pity not to go up. After all, the money spent to come here was no small amount. With their minds made up, the two girls calmly sat in their seats motionless as they felt the sea breeze brushing against their faces. Soon the speedboat brought them to the island-like rocks. Yi Xiling and Lu Xiaowen carefully disembarked from the speedboat, only breathing a sigh of relief once they firmly stood on the rocks. The speedboat crew, seeing that they had safely reached the island, confirmed the time for picking them up and then drove the speedboat away from the rocks. Yi Xiling and Lu Xiaowen turned back after watching the speedboat fade away, first checking the situation on the rocks, and were immediately stunned by the pile of seafood in the center. They couldn't help but gaze at Bian Yuren filled with astonishment. Did this girl before them really catch all this seafood? They stood in place pondering for a moment, deciding to approach and strike up a conversation. Lu Xiaowen took the lead and greeted Bian Yuren, saying hello. Yi Xiling followed suit and greeted Bian Yuren. Upon hearing the two girls who had just arrived on the rocks say hello, Bian Yuren turned to look at them and revealed a radiant smile, saying hello. Did you catch all those seafood in the middle by yourself? You're amazing. Lu Xiaowen looked at Bian Yuren with admiration. To be able to catch so much seafood alone is definitely impressive. Seafood lovers would be ecstatic over this bounty. In response, Bian Yuren shook her head with a smile, saying, not all of it was me. That basket of sea urchins was caught by my boyfriend diving underwater, and the other pile of sorted seafood was caught by a friend we just met. Off. Hearing Bian Yuren's response, Lu Xiaowen and Yi Xiling were momentarily taken aback. Then they revealed an awkward expression. So there are other people here. Seeing the awkward looks on the two girls' faces, Bian Yuren reassured them, saying, don't worry, they're not noisy at all and won't disturb you. Bian Yuren's words left Yi Xiling and Lu Xiaowen momentarily stunned, then they smiled shyly. It seemed that the intentions of this girl before them were indeed the same as theirs. They all felt that they came here because it would be peaceful. At this moment, Chu Ming emerged carrying a pile of pots and bowls. Seeing two more girls on the rocks, Chu Ming was slightly surprised, but then he smiled and greeted them hello. Hello. Seeing Chu Ming come out carrying a pile of pots and bowls, Yi Xiling and Lu Xiaowen responded dazedly. Bian Yuren saw Chu Ming carrying so many pots and bowls and quickly stood up to help. But Chu Ming had already placed the pots and bowls next to the seafood. Looking at what Chu Ming had brought out, Lu Xiaowen and Yi Xiling were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. What are you doing? Lu Xiao pointed at the pots and pans that Chu Ming had taken out, swallowing hard. Are you planning to eat seafood here? Yes, Bian Yuren replied with a strong voice. We can catch and eat it fresh right here. The seafood is definitely fresh. As she spoke, she glanced at the eager faces of Lu Xiao and Yi Xiling, smiling slightly. Why don't you join our seafood party? Huh. Lu Xiao and Yi Xiling were momentarily taken aback. Then they quickly shook their heads, but we don't know how to catch seafood. Do you know how to process seafood? Chu Ming looked at them. The two girls exchanged an awkward glance. They were both spoiled young ladies at home and had truly never done anything like processing seafood. They had never even seen it before. They hadn't expected that coming out here would require them to handle seafood. Seeing the awkward expressions on Yi Xiling and Lu Xiao's faces, Chu Ming knew these girls wouldn't be able to process seafood. Shaking his head, Chu Ming was about to suggest they stay away from the slaughter area to avoid getting their dresses dirty while handling seafood. But Lu Xiao spoke up before Chu Ming could. Although Ling Ling and I don't know how to process seafood, we can learn. Yi Xiling nodded beside her. Chu Ming looked at them, and the awkward expressions on their faces transformed into determination. After thinking for a moment, Chu Ming turned around and took out 2 pairs of gloves, handing them to Lu Xiao and Yi Xiling. You might get hurt while processing seafood, so wear gloves to avoid injuries. Thank you. Lu Xiao took the gloves from Chu Ming's hand and stuffed 1 pair into Yi Xiling's hands. The 2 girls quickly put on the gloves. Chu Ming also brought over 3 small stools and set a pile of tools aside. Then Chu Ming picked up one of the tools, grabbed a fish, and placed it on the cutting board in front of him. He looked at Yi Xiling and Lu Xiao. I will demonstrate first, and then you can follow me. If you have any questions, just ask me. Okay. Lu Xiao and Yi Xiling nodded. The 2 of them watched Chu Ming's movements intently, then mimicked him to slaughter a fish. As the fish became clean in their hands, an unusual sensation rose in their hearts. Xiao Xiao, I think after we finish this batch of fish and get the technique down, we should show our families when we go back. They will probably be amazed. That's right. Yi Xiling grinned at the fish in her hands and winked at Lu Xiao. They might think we went abroad, not for a vacation. Indeed, Lu Xiao nodded in agreement. After a pause, she shook her head. But the aunties at home are not vegetarian. When they see you wanting to enter the kitchen, they will block the door and not let you in. That's true. Yi Xiling shrugged, giving up on the thought. Lu Xiao placed the processed fish into an empty bucket nearby, and then looked up at Chu Ming and Bian Yuren, who was still fishing not far away. After a moment's thought, she spoke up. Since we rarely meet, let's introduce ourselves. I am Lu Xiao, and this is my best friend Yi Xiling. I am Chu Ming. Chu Ming tossed a fish into the bucket and casually grabbed another fish, pointing to Bian Yuren not far away. She is Bien Yuran, and her boyfriend Zhou Yuyi is the one catching seafood in the sea. This basket of sea urchins was caught by him. Hearing this, Lu Xiao and Yi Ziling's eyes brightened at the sight of the basket of sea urchins. So many sea urchins. Does that mean there are sea urchins here? It's a pity we didn't bring diving gear. You can dive too? Bien Yuran looked over. Lu Xiao replied, yes, Ling Ling and I can dive, but we have never tried catching seafood. Upon hearing this, Bien Yuran nodded. Then you really missed out on a kind of joy. Catching seafood is a lot of fun. Hearing Bien Yuran say this, disappointment appeared on Lu Xiao and Yi Ziling's faces. Chu Ming looked at them and suddenly spoke up, if you need diving gear, I have some for sale. Hearing Chu Ming's words, the three girls turned their gazes toward him in unison. Huh, selling. Lu Xiao looked puzzled. Chu Ming nodded. Because I am a traveling merchant. Whatever you need I have it, including diving gear. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao and Yi Ziling suddenly understood. No wonder Chu Ming said he sells diving gear. It turns out he is a traveling merchant. Wait a minute. How can there be traveling merchants here? Aren't they supposed to be in crowded areas? It was already quite absurd to encounter people here. The fact that everyone here is also from the same country is even more absurd. I didn't expect there to be someone here who is a traveling merchant from home. Indeed, this world is like a massive game. Our people from the Dragon Kingdom are NPCs that can appear anywhere. And the Dragon Kingdom traveling merchants are special NPCs. If they appear, that's a golden legend. But Lu Xiao and Yi Ziling glanced at the blood of the fish on their hands and coughed lightly. Diving can be done anytime, but processing seafood might only be this one opportunity. Hearing this, Chu Ming immediately understood the meaning behind Lu Xiao and Yi Ziling's words and did not continue to promote. He had originally just been casually promoting their conversation, and since there was no interest, he wouldn't continue to push and annoy them. They continued processing seafood. Time passed, and Zhou Yuyi returned to shore with a full basket of seafood. Bien Yuran immediately got up to greet him. Looking at the basket filled with sea cucumbers, lobsters, abalone, and conchs, Bien Yuran's eyes sparkled. So much seafood. You wouldn't mind if I invited them to join us for seafood without telling you first, would you? Bien Yuran winked at Zhou Yuyi. Zhou Yuyi looked at his quirky girlfriend, unable to suppress a smile. If it weren't for the salty seawater all over him, he would have wanted to ruffle Bien Yuran's hair. Of course I don't mind as long as you think it's fine. Zhou Yuyi replied with a smile. Bien Yuran beamed with a radiant smile. Standing beside them, the three single friends could only feel an overwhelming wave of sweet dog food hitting their faces. Although they were unexpectedly fed a bunch of dog food, seeing the sweet interaction between the two still lifted their spirits. Yi Ziling tugged on Lu Xiao's hand and whispered in her ear, I'm shipping this couple, what about you? I'm shipping them too. Then let's raise a toast to our couple. Lu Xiao said seriously, making a toasting gesture. Yi Ziling clinked her hand with Lu Xiao's. Only Chu Ming was left alone. Chu Ming. Thanks for the invite, I'm shipping one couple and one CB. He shook his head and returned to his little stool to continue processing the seafood. After all, the amount of seafood they had caught was quite considerable, if not dealt with in time. Seeing Chu Ming sit back down to continue handling the unprocessed seafood, Lu Xiao and Yi Ziling stopped indulging in the dog food and hurried back to their seats to help with the seafood. Zhou Yuyi assessed the quantity of seafood they had and said to Bien Yuran, Yuran, I think we have enough seafood to fill us up, so I won't catch any more. You should start packing up as well, processing it together will be quicker. Okay, Bien Yuran nodded. Zhou Yuyi found a safe corner to change out of his wetsuit, then returned after putting on dry clothes. At this moment, Bien Yuran had already packed all her fishing gear and placed it away from the sea. Upon seeing Zhou Yuyi return, she waved at him. The two then walked over to the trio. Seeing Zhou Yuyi and Bien Yuran approach, Chu Ming handed them the two stools he had already taken out. The tools are over here. There's so much seafood, we need to speed up our processing, or it will go bad. Chu Ming said helplessly. Then Chu Ming, could you boil the processed seafood first? In this weather it won't cool down too quickly even if cooked, and it takes time to boil. By the time we finish processing, you should be able to start eating too. Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Bien Yuran pondered for a moment and shared her thoughts. Chu Ming nodded in agreement. That works. They'll go boil the processed seafood. How would you all like to eat it? Well, that depends on the chef. Well, eat it however the chef prepares it. Bien Yuran said with a grin. After all, saying nice things at times like these could put the chef in a good mood, which might lead to better food. Chu Ming found the compliment quite flattering. Yet he was genuinely pleased with the words and waved his hand cheerfully. Then I'll make a few more variations. With that, Chu Ming moved to one side to start a fire. Soon, with everyone's collaborative efforts, a seafood feast was ready. Chu Ming brought 2 large bottles of drinks from the system, and everyone joyfully toasted and enjoyed the seafood until night fell. The uneaten seafood was all packed away by Bien Yuran and the others, while Chu Ming took nothing. After watching them board the speedboat that came to take them back, Chu Ming summoned the merchant system. At this point, his dart-throwing attempts had returned to 1. However, Chu Ming did not throw the virtual dart immediately. Instead, he contemplated whether to continue his merchant activities this month. After all, he usually only visited 2 places a month. Although he spent a week in Antarctica, he hadn't been here for a full day, which meant his merchant time this month was only a week. He might as well go to another place. After all, making money. Chu Ming raised his hand, aimed at the world map, and threw the virtual dart. The dart shot out with incredible force and struck firmly onto the territory of the Dragon Country, close to the border, but still his homeland. Just as Chu Ming was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a string of characters. Himalaya. Chu Ming was startled, but the merchant system didn't give him a chance to react. In the next second, he found himself standing at the peak of a snow-capped mountain. The biting cold and the suddenly thin air nearly caused Chu Ming to faint. Struggling against the cold and the thin air, Chu Ming shivered and communicated with the merchant system. System. Hurry. Warm clothes. And an oxygen tank. I'm going to die. Understood, host. The merchant system acted swiftly, even worried that Chu Ming would faint, directly covering him in warm clothing. Breathing in the now normal air and feeling the warmth enveloping him, Chu Ming finally felt alive again. Once he regained his composure, Chu Ming surveyed his surroundings. Everything was white, and aside from the howling wind, there seemed to be no other sounds. Moreover, the area was not large enough to accommodate many people standing, but there probably wouldn't be many climbers here. After all, recalling the line of text, he saw Chu Ming's expression darkened. If he guessed correctly, he should be on Mount Everest now. Thinking back to how he felt upon arriving, Chu Ming's face darkened even further. He suspected he had landed directly on the peak of Mount Everest. His luck was indeed as outrageous as ever, hitting him to the summit with such a small probability. Now how was he supposed to get down? He had no experience climbing Mount Everest. To avoid dying here, Chu Ming poked the merchant system. System, do you have anything that can take me directly to the mountain base? Going to the mountain base shouldn't be outside the merchant range, right? The merchant system responded. The system can provide a fast descent service for the host, but the profit target will be doubled. Does the host wish to proceed? After receiving Chu Ming's affirmative reply, the merchant system wasted no time, swiftly teleporting him to an unmonitored, secluded spot at the foot of the mountain. An overwhelming wave of scorching heat rushed over him. Chu Ming. He immediately instructed the merchant system to retract both the oxygen tanks and thermal gear. The foothills of Mount Komalangma and the Himalayas were extremes of climatic contrast. Chu Ming shook his head, then opened the merchant system's earnings interface for a quick glance. 0.20000. 20,000 yuan. The target remained static. Clearly his current objective was precisely 20,000. Yet in such a densely populated area that some could easily be earned with minimal effort and time. Chu Ming closed the earnings panel, requested supplies from the merchant system, and strode out from the hidden corner with a large backpack slung across his shoulders. This location lay near the primary ascent route to Mount Komalangma. Selling essential climbing gear here might well yield rapid returns toward his earnings target. Chu Ming positioned himself beside the climber's mandatory path, dropped his backpack, and set up his stall without delay. He unfurled a blanket onto the ground, then arranged a stack of oxygen tanks and thermal gear neatly upon it. Others standing nearby at the mountain's base noticed his activity and turned their gazes toward him. Upon realizing he was selling precisely what they needed, and that some among them still lacked critical supplies before ascending, they gathered around his stall. Seeing customers flock to his stall moments after setting it up, Chu Ming allowed a quiet smile to surface. Just as he'd expected. His aim with darts might be abysmal, but his fortune, unmistakably prosperous. Were his circumstances suitable for keeping pets, he would have adopted a lucky cat without hesitation. To amplify that prosperity even further. Boss, how much are these? Someone stepped forward, gesturing toward the oxygen tanks. Chu Ming glanced at the item, consulted the merchant system for its price, and replied. As always, prices had risen slightly, yet the increase remained negligible, well within acceptable margins for buyers. Once assured of a fair price, the customer paid promptly and departed with the oxygen tank he'd selected. Witnessing the first sale, others surged forward eagerly. Within moments, every item on the blanket had vanished. Though the inventory had never been vast, the system's earnings target was now fulfilled. Chu Ming noted with satisfaction that his throw count had reset to 1. Nodding in quiet approval, he folded his blanket and left the Himalayan foothills behind. Since this month's mercantile journey had not only met but exceeded expectations, a well-earned respite was in order. Finding a deserted corner, Chu Ming summoned the merchant system to return him home. Back in his long-absent apartment, he collapsed onto the sofa like a puppet with its strings cut. A cloud of dust billowed into his face. Chu Ming. He rose slowly, gazed at the thin layer of dust coating the sofa, and sighed helplessly. Better clean the place thoroughly before resting. With resigned humor, he equipped himself, requisitioned cleaning tools from the system, and began a full-scale renovation of his humble abode. After hours of labor, his apartment gleamed spotless, though the effort had left his stomach growling fiercely. He shed his gear, grabbed his keys, and stepped out the door. He headed straight for his longtime favorite restaurant, and no sooner had he entered than the owner spotted him. Chu Ming. The owner emerged from the kitchen. Well, look who's back. It's been ages. Where have you been? Long time no see, Uncle Feng. Chu Ming replied with a warm smile. I gave entrepreneurship a try, but it didn't pan out. So I decided to become a traveling merchant instead. Just got back, planning a few days' rest. A traveling merchant? Uncle Feng studied him closely. Must be grueling work. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Take a seat anywhere. Same order as always. I'll add extra portions. Yes, exactly as usual. Chu Ming nodded, settling into a chair. It is demanding, but also strangely exhilarating. Far more liberating than chasing clients all day like before. That's true. Uncle Feng returned to the kitchen, washed his hands, and began stir-frying. Traveling trade isn't half bad. It lets you explore, suits young folks like you. Where have you been this time? Oh, I ventured across deserts, sailed the open sea, even reached Antarctica. Chu Ming added with a wry grin. The travel costs were steep, but every penny's been recouped. You traded there? Uncle Feng looked up stunned. Those places are nearly uninhabited. Why on earth choose them? Because demand is concentrated. Few merchants go there, and resupply takes time. One customer often buys in bulk. He certainly wouldn't admit his darts kept landing on locations so absurd they defied belief. Absolutely not. Uncle Feng nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Low population means low competition. Most merchants avoid those routes altogether. Pausing briefly, he added, so, how many days will you stay home this time? This trip, Chu Ming paused to consider. Probably 4 or 5 days, then I'll be off again. Understood. Uncle Feng gave a gentle nod, and soon placed Chu Ming's meal before him. After savoring every bite, Chu Ming paid, and prepared to head home for rest. Exhausted from the day's exertions, he knew only a soft bed could soothe his weary body. Back home, he showered, reclined on the mattress, browsed videos idly, and drifted into deep sleep. After 5 days of blissful seclusion, Chu Ming stretched luxuriously on the sofa, exhaled deeply, then retreated to his bedroom to don his full ensemble once more. He intended to depart again before the month ended. After all, nearly half of it remained. To remain idle for too long would surely soften his resolve, slacken his discipline. And once lethargy took root, stepping outside would feel impossible. Thus, while his bones still remembered rigor, he would set forth anew, resuming his mercantile odyssey. Fully attired, he stood before the coffee table in his living room, where a holographic world map shimmered into existence. In his right hand, the virtual dart reappeared, gleaming, poised, ready. Chu Ming once again fixed his gaze upon the holographic map before him. Though he no longer harbored any illusions about his luck, he still carefully calibrated his aim with solemn precision. Then with a sharp flick of his wrist, he hurled the virtual dart, its trajectory unstoppable, its impact violent, as it slammed into the holographic map with crushing force. Chu Ming glanced at the words flashing across the map, then exhaled deeply, a sigh heavy with resignation. In the next instant, he materialized deep within a dense primordial jungle. Standing on muddy ground carpeted with fallen leaves and tangled branches, Chu Ming silently summoned the merchant system and requested a bottle of insect repellent, which he sprayed liberally over his body. Satisfied that his skin now carried that deceptively floral, yet lethally potent scent, he returned the empty bottle to the merchant system, collected his standard gear, as usual, and set off forward with his backpack, slung across his shoulders. This time his dart had landed him squarely in the Amazon rainforest. Though unfamiliar with its intricacies, Chu Ming knew this biome was far more perilous than most others. Thus, for the first time since partnering with the merchant system, he deliberately requested a weapon capable of lethal force. During his grueling Hellforge training regimen, the merchant system had rigorously instructed him in firearms handling, demanding absolute mastery down to flawless accuracy before advancing to the next discipline. As a result, Chu Ming's marksmanship was razor-sharp. He secured the pistol in the holster at his waist, gripped a combat knife before him, and advanced with cautious, deliberate steps. Though he knew the dart had flung him into the Amazon, he had no idea precisely which ecological zone he now occupied. The Amazon rainforest divides into terra firme, upland dry forest, and varzea, or agapo, seasonally flooded forests. Of the two, the flooded zones posed greater danger. As Chu Ming pressed forward, his eyes scanned the surrounding canopy with quiet vigilance. After walking some distance, his expression darkened. He concluded, unequivocally, that he stood within a flooded forest teeming with vibrant, unrelenting life. It wasn't merely the stratified layers of luxuriant vegetation from towering emergence to understory shrubs, but also the myriad creatures thriving in this saturated realm. Chu Ming sighed again deeply and continued onward. The pungent aroma clinging to his skin proved fiercely deterrent to insects. Not a single one dared approach him along his path. Yet after covering more ground, his advance was abruptly halted. A massive, desiccated log lay directly across his path. Its girth suggested centuries of growth. Once a venerable giant, it had inexplicably collapsed and withered into ruin, now presenting an imposing, elevated barrier before him. A single fallen trunk would have posed little obstacle, were it not for the thick, coiled serpent draped across its upper surface like a living noose. The serpent had already sensed his presence. Now upright, its fangs bared and tongue flickering, it locked cold reptilian eyes onto Chu Ming with unnerving stillness. Chu Ming fell silent. His skin prickled violently, goose flesh rising in rapid waves. Had his hair been thick enough to see, it would have stood rigid, electrified with dread. With every passing second, he studied the creature. A creeping chill climbed his spine. Damn it! A silent curse flared in his mind. One twitch, any irregular movement, and the serpent would launch itself like a spring-loaded blade, striking before he could blink, sinking venomous fangs deep into his flesh. But, system activate visual slow motion, he commanded inwardly. The merchant system offered no verbal reply, yet instantly the serpent's tongue unfurled before him in agonizing hyper-detailed slowness. Time dilated grotesquely. What had been threefold motion now stretched to 100th speed. He could trace every subtle tremor, every undulation along the full arc of its flickering tongue. Yet this was no moment for observation. Seizing the distorted temporal window, Chu Ming launched himself backward in a single fluid motion, his right hand snatching the pistol from its holster and firing a pinpoint shot at the serpent's vital strike point before his feet even touched earth. To the serpent, the human before it had vanished, then reappeared in reverse motion, drawing steel with impossible speed and unleashing death in a single blinding flash. Too startled, too entrenched in instinctive vigilance to react, it took the round full force, its body torn violently asunder by the bullet's kinetic fury. By the time Chu Ming landed, the serpent's severed upper half had already collapsed lifelessly back onto the log. His visual perception snapped back to normal flow. All of it unfolded in the span of a lightning strike, the serpent dead, its demise eerily serene. Well, perhaps serene if one ignored the gaping maw and exposed fangs. Seeing the beast fall, Chu Ming released a slow, steady breath. Mimicking cinematic flair, he blew lightly across the barrel, spun the pistol deftly, and slid it back into its holster. At last he wiped the cold sweat beading across his brow. Fortunately, the merchant system's hellish training had included drills on moving with perfect coordination under visual slow motion, a discipline without which victory might not have come so effortlessly. For the slowdown affected only his perception within his mind, a single second stretched into an elongated tableau, but his body remained anchored in real-time physics. Thus, moving naturally amid slowed perception was less sorcery than supreme somatic conditioning, refined above all else through relentless repetition. This was the discipline he had honed longest, deepest. He owed the merchant system profound gratitude for holding him in training until his reflexes reached their apex. Without that discipline, today would have drawn blood. Chu Ming glanced at the still gaping serpent head, retrieved a long-handled machete from the merchant system, and brought it down in a clean, decisive stroke, bisecting the skull cleanly. Even in death, the head retained residual neural activity, capable of sudden reflexive lurches. To approach it now risked a final venomous strike. Hence he'd chosen a weapon with extended reach, maintaining a safe measured distance throughout the procedure. Thus, even in its dying spasms, the severed head could not reach him. Once fully neutralized, Chu Ming picked up a sturdy branch and used it to dislodge the serpent's coiled body from the log, sending it slithering heavily to the forest floor. Had he arrived here alone, without the merchant system, he might have considered harvesting the meat. But with limitless access to exquisite fare via the system, such sustenance held no allure. Moreover, had the merchant system never entered his life, his innate aversion to risk would have ensured he'd never dream of setting foot in such a place. For, Chu Ming swept his gaze across the dripping, suffocating green. This place was nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Clearing away the various debris on the dead tree, Chu Ming did not immediately bypass it. Instead, he climbed onto the dead tree, using both hands and feet, looking down from its trunk to survey the situation ahead. Weeds and bushes overgrew, obscuring the path beneath a thick blanket of vegetation. With a helpless sigh, Chu Ming casually picked up a long branch and poked at the grass below. On this dead tree, there was even a snake coiled up. Chu Ming dared not imagine what more dangerous things might be hidden in the densely covered areas obscured by the weeds and bushes. This was why his luck was so bad. Chu Ming struck the grass pile with the branch for a while. Sensing the sounds coming from the grass, Chu Ming waited for the noises to fade before confirming that the wounds on his hands and feet were secured. Only then did he jump down from the dead tree. Then, holding the branch, Chu Ming moved forward while probing the path ahead. The Amazon rainforest was vast. Such forests were rarely visited by anyone. To achieve his profit goals here was akin to climbing a mountain. Fortunately, the trading system seemed to recognize that Chu Ming had stumbled upon a significant location. Thus, the profit target he needed to achieve was lowered to 100. But finding a person in the sprawling Amazon rainforest was no easy feat. Rather than coming for trade, it seemed more accurate to say he was here to challenge himself to survive alone in the Amazon rainforest, making his way step by step back to the human world. If he were to record this experience and post it online, Chu Ming already had his title in mind: challenging alone through the Amazon rainforest, a journey to experience nature's wonders. Perhaps he could even earn some pocket money from it. With this thought, Chu Ming shook his head helplessly and continued walking forward. Even filming a video just encountering someone to meet his profit target during this time would count as good luck. Chu Ming pressed on. Due to the hot and humid climate here, after just over an hour of walking, Chu Ming was already drenched in sweat and his breathing grew labored. Feeling discomfort in his body, Chu Ming decided not to continue, instead finding a relatively open spot to set down his folding chair and sit. Once seated, Chu Ming moved his backpack in front of him, took out a bottle of water to drink, and then pulled out a small fan to blow on his chin. Feeling the breeze on his body, Chu Ming felt revitalized. He then took out his phone and started watching videos. He decided to rest for a while before continuing. If he kept walking in this place, he felt he would eventually suffocate. Moreover, after walking for over an hour without encountering anyone except local wildlife, it was evident that this place was seldom visited by humans. Even though his profit target still hung there glaringly, Chu Ming had already given up. Leisurely hugging his backpack, he lay on it, looking at the screen of his phone as sounds emanated from it. Although the volume was not loud, it still attracted some local residents. After all, it was their first time hearing a sound that did not belong to nature in the quiet jungle. Curious, they came to see what was making such an odd noise. The rustling sounds grew closer to Chu Ming. Chu Ming's ears twitched slightly, keenly picking up the sounds coming from the distant grass. He immediately lifted his head to look towards the source of the noise. Then Chu Ming turned off his phone screen and shouldered his backpack once more. The folding chair and the bottle of mineral water were all retracted by the trading system while he held a stick in one hand and pulled out a gun from his pocket with the other, warily watching the approaching sounds. Just as Chu Ming was about to take the initiative to shoot, first a monkey peeked its head out from the grass. It then saw a peculiar monkey standing upright, vastly different from its kind, pointing a silver object at it. Primal instinct warned the monkey that this tall and strange monkey was extremely dangerous. It immediately turned to scurry away, chattering in alarm. But Chu Ming's actions were faster. The moment the monkey poked its head out the tents, Chu Ming instinctively squeezed the trigger. The pistol recoiled with a thud. By the time Chu Ming looked over, the bullet had already struck the monkey's head, leaving a pool of blood. Chu Ming. This is bad. He had developed reflexes from practice, but this time he acted too quickly. If he had activated the slow-motion vision beforehand, the monkey would not have died. However, there were also downsides to slow-motion vision. A prolonged use could strain his eyes. Chu Ming did not know what dangers lurked in the grass, or how long they might lie in wait. Therefore, when uncertain about the time needed, he would not activate slow-motion vision to wait. He preferred to rely on his body's instinctive reactions to solve problems. After all, the sudden targets in shooting practice were not just there for him to hit. As a result, the consequence of this approach was a curious little monkey would forever sleep here, scaring away other creatures that had come to watch. Chu Ming silently gazed at the little monkey's corpse. To express his remorse, he decided to give the curious little monkey a proper burial, returning it to the earth. Then, without looking back, Chu Ming left the place. Concerned about the lingering smell of blood from the monkey attracting dangerous creatures, he hurriedly departed after burying it. He walked down until he reached a riverbank, where he finally stopped. Chu Ming stretched out his hand to scoop some water to wash his hands, then found a rock to sit on. Staring at the seemingly endless jungle in the distance, Chu Ming lowered his head to glance at his disheveled appearance after traversing the rainforest, and let out a deep sigh. Chu Ming lay back on the rock, his eyes gazing up at the dense canopy above. Sunlight streamed through the gaps, and the sound of rushing water filled his ears. If it weren't for the oppressive heat, Chu Ming would have wanted to close his eyes and take a good nap. At this moment, he was truly exhausted both physically and mentally. All he wanted was to lie down comfortably. However, the rumbling from his stomach forced Chu Ming to sit up and confront the issue at hand. He was hungry. After scanning the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, he lazily allowed the trading system to retrieve a self-heating hot pot for him. Meanwhile, as Chu Ming was cooking his self-heating hot pot, a group of people wearing camouflage and holding guns arrived at the small bench where he had previously been resting. The large man at the front raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Then the apparent leader scanned the surroundings, his brows furrowing deeply beneath the brim of his hat. "Someone has been here," the leader said in a deep voice. Chu Ming's hasty departure had left quite evident traces behind. Anyone with eyes could see that there had been signs of activity here. Upon hearing the leader's words, several team members standing behind him stepped forward to carefully examine the traces left behind. While inspecting, they began to report their findings to the leader. "There are 4 small holes here. Judging by their depth, it seems a very heavy person sat here with a folding chair or something. Besides that, the surrounding grass also shows signs of many creatures having stepped on it. There's also a mound formed by human hands." The team member continued, "Captain, I found a shell not far from the mound. It looks like whoever rested here fired a gun, but possibly only one shot. That means this mound likely contains the body of the creature that was killed." The leader pondered for a moment before saying directly, "Dig out what's inside the mound and see what exactly was killed." "Understood." The team members responded, and then they forcefully dug into the mound, revealing the corpse of a monkey. Monkey. The monkey couldn't speak, but if its soul was still near its body, it would clearly see the person referred to as the leader approach and examine its body thoroughly. No privacy was left for it. After inspecting the monkey's corpse, the leader made a rough judgment based on its condition. This corpse must have been buried for no more than 2 hours, indicating someone rested here within the last 2 hours. Could it be those we are tracking? Hearing this, a team member beside the leader spoke up, "Captain, I don't think so. The footprints around here, no matter how we examine them, only belong to one person. The group we are tracking consists of more than a dozen people. Unless they abandoned one of their own, this situation wouldn't occur." The leader fell silent. At that moment, another team member added, "I confirmed the shell I picked up. It doesn't match the bullet type of the AK the group uses. It looks more like a pistol's. So, does that mean someone else was resting here?" Someone voiced this thought, and the team members exchanged glances. The leader stood up, scanning his team. "Regardless of whether the resters are from that group, since we've discovered signs of people, we should pursue them just in case." "Understood." The team members replied. As they were about to leave, the leader glanced at the monkey's corpse lying on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed at 2 members. "You 2 bury the monkey's corpse, and then catch up with us." "Yes, huh?" The 2 designated team members initially responded with confidence, but when they processed the instruction, confusion appeared on their faces. They had assumed they would leave without dealing with the monkey's corpse. After all, they had killed so many creatures in the rainforest without needing to bury any. Now, however, "What do you mean?" The leader glared at them sideways. "After digging it up from its grave, we have to bury it back, right?" "Oh, that makes sense." The 2 team members. The leader had a point. They had no choice but to bury the monkey's corpse back in the hole, adding a mound around it. After doing all this, they hurried to catch up with their teammates who had already left a distance away. Meanwhile, Chu Ming's self-heating hot pot was also ready. Chu Ming opened the lid and enjoyed a hearty meal. After stuffing the empty hot pot back into the merchant system, he found a cool and secluded corner to lean against a rock and rest. Time passed slowly. As Chu Ming dozed off, he vaguely heard some sounds, gradually regaining consciousness. Instead of opening his eyes immediately to check, Chu Ming kept them closed and listened carefully to the noises as they were still some distance away. Focusing intently, Chu Ming heard distinct human voices. However, he didn't rush out of his safe corner just because the sounds were made by people. He chose to listen carefully to their conversation. Captain, the traces end here. That person likely escaped by water. The moment he heard the first sentence, Chu Ming's heart stirred slightly. They were speaking Mandarin. This meant the voices belonged to people from his own side. However, Chu Ming wasn't sure of their intentions, so he continued to listen intently to their conversation, trying to discern whether they were friend or foe. The voices continued. If that person really left by water, should we continue to pursue? After this question, there was a silence. After a few minutes of unwavering attention, Chu Ming finally heard a deep voice speak up. We've been tracking for an hour and a half. If that person truly escaped by water, given the river's current speed, we won't be able to catch up anytime soon. After this statement, there was another moment of silence. It's getting late. Chasing along the water route at this time isn't safe. Let's rest here for the night and continue the pursuit by water tomorrow. I believe he won't remain on the water all the time and will return to the shore to rest, so we still have a chance to catch up if we pursue tomorrow. Understood. The conversation ended briefly. After hearing their dialogue, Chu Ming's heart tightened slightly. Were they pursuing someone? Soon another voice came through. Our food is running low again. The portions distributed tonight need to be reassessed. I wonder when this will end. Those criminals can run too fast. Since entering the Amazon rainforest, I haven't seen concrete for a month. To complete the mission, this little difficulty is nothing. Just bear with it. Just don't mess up the portions while talking. How can I mess up? I have it all in mind, don't worry. The sounds from outside came intermittently, but through their conversation, Chu Ming learned why they were pursuing the person ahead of them. He never expected that criminals would actually hide in the Amazon rainforest. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he didn't encounter them otherwise. Chu Ming imagined himself surrounded by countless guns, shivering involuntarily. But soon Chu Ming shook that image out of his mind. That picture was not important. What mattered most was that he sensed an imminent business opportunity from their dialogue. Isn't the return ticket just around the corner? Chu Ming couldn't help but reveal a cunning smile, then tidied himself up to look less disheveled before quietly having the system send him to their rear. Then Chu Ming walked out of the jungle with a nonchalant expression, passing by the group and casting a glance at them before breaking into a smile and uttering his first words under their vigilant gazes. Hello, are you looking to buy something? The team. At this remark, the expressions of the entire team froze momentarily as they looked Chu Ming up and down with puzzled faces. It was only when their eyes fell upon the merchant badge pinned to Chu Ming's chest that their faces lit up with joy. A merchant badge? You are a merchant? The two team members responsible for distributing food hurried over to surround Chu Ming, their faces brimming with excitement. Looking into their bright, gleaming eyes, Chu Ming couldn't help but take a step back, then nodded. Indeed, I am a merchant without a doubt. Upon hearing Chu Ming's admission, the two team members were so delighted they nearly cried out. I can't believe a merchant would come to such a place. Oh, thank you, friend. However, the team leader remained much calmer. He scrutinized Chu Ming carefully before suddenly asking, what made you think to come here as a merchant? Here we go again. Chu Ming scoffed inwardly but replied directly, because I had a brain lapse. Faced with these individuals emanating vigilance from head to toe, any ornate language would seem insincere. Therefore, it was better to be straightforward, catching them off guard. As expected, the team leader was rendered speechless by Chu Ming's response. The others were similarly silenced. Indeed, this place is so undesirable that even dogs would avoid it, let alone an ordinary person. If it weren't for a sudden whim, he probably wouldn't have thought to come here to court danger. Regardless, they were still grateful for his sudden whim, which allowed them to see a glimmer of hope for supplies. Thus, the topic was brushed aside with laughter among the team members. So what do you have for sale? Can you show us? The two team members responsible for food distribution were eager for Chu Ming's supplies. They urged Chu Ming to set up his stall quickly. It was the first time he had seen such eager customers, and he dared not delay in front of their wide-eyed gazes. He quickly set down his backpack, pulled out a large blanket from within, and spread it on the ground in front of the team members. Then before their astonished eyes, he laid out all his goods on the blanket. Watching the array of items gradually fill the blanket, the expressions of the team members mirrored those of the previous group. Their voices seemed to overlap. How can your bag hold so many things? One of the team members, watching the seemingly endless products being pulled from the bag, suddenly blurted out, Is that bag for sale, eh? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze fell upon him. He immediately scratched his head awkwardly. Chu Ming also glanced at that team member and smiled jokingly, saying, This is my livelihood, ooh, I want sell it. Ha ha ha. While everyone was enjoying the moment, another group arrived at the resting place that had been tread upon by both parties. Their leader looked at the scarred ground and wore a smug smile. Those pesky guys would never expect us to come behind them, right? They still want to chase us. This time it's our turn to hunt them down. Saying this, he pointed at a few individuals. You all go check the surroundings for traces and determine how long ago they left. I want to catch them completely off guard. Yes. The team members seemed to be already envisioning the chaotic scene of ambushing the team they had surprised. After turning the area upside down, they found the bulge concealing the monkey corpse. The rediscovered monkey corpse. Are you being polite? After examining the monkey corpse thoroughly and determining its approximate time of death, the leader's smile grew wider. They only left 4 hours ago. At this time, they should have stopped to rest. If we catch up now, we can ambush them under the cover of night. At this point, the leader could no longer contain his overwhelming joy and waved his hand, summoning the team to set off. The monkey corpse was not buried again. Instead, it was trampled repeatedly by large boots. The monkey corpse. So what now? Forget about this grave. Meanwhile, Chu Ming and the others were still unaware that they were about to be caught in a trap. At this moment, Chu Ming was extremely pleased looking at the profit panel displaying 232,30100. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, he had enough for the return ticket. With this sword of Damocles lifted from over his head, Chu Ming felt much more relaxed. After tidying up his small stall, Chu Ming looked at the sky and decided to rest here for the night, observing the situation before deciding to leave in the morning. Taking a camping tent from his bag, Chu Ming set it up near the team's campsite. He noticed the team members sitting by the campfire eating dinner, so he took his own meal in one hand and a folding stool in the other, sitting down by the fire. Excuse me, would you mind if I joined you by the fire? Of course not. The team members were very friendly, and after some banter, Chu Ming had gotten to know them. What Chu Ming didn't realize was that as he approached with the folding stool, the team leader Zhang Haikua was looking at him, assessing him once again. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he abruptly asked, Chu Ming, did you bury that monkey's corpse? Zhang Haikua scrutinized Chu Ming's folding stool and the holster at his waist containing a gun, increasingly convinced it was likely. Hearing this, Chu Ming raised his head to meet his gaze. His heart skipped a beat as he cautiously replied, I buried the monkey. Ooh, I accidentally killed it. What's wrong? Did I hit a protected species? So it was you. Zhang Haikua said with a hint of disappointment. We thought those were traces left by the group we were chasing. If it was you, then tomorrow we must retrace their signs. When Chu Ming realized the creature he had shot was not a protected animal, he breathed a small sigh of relief, and then caught the words coming from behind Zhang Haikua. Seeing a frown form on Zhang Haikua's face, Chu Ming hesitated for a moment, rummaged in his backpack, and produced another object which he brought over. Zhang Haikua frowned in curiosity and asked, what did you bring? Chu Ming smiled slightly and replied, of course, something useful. He held the device out. This thing is like a radar. As long as someone carries electronic equipment, it can pick them up. Those people will surely have electronic devices on them. So you can scan their positions with this. How wide is its range? At that, Zhang Haikua and his men could not remain calm. God only knew how long they had been pursuing that group. Now Chu Ming held a device capable of revealing every person's location. How could they sit idly by? All eyes turned to Chu Ming. He toyed with the scanner and said, if I am not mistaken, it should detect anything within 10 kilometers. Then his motion suddenly stopped. The squad members who had been waiting to see the scanner's readout noticed Chu Ming's abrupt pause and could not help but look on with curiosity. Why did you stop? Could there really be no traces within 10 kilometers? Asked Du Yishuan, seated beside Chu Ming, his tone edged with curiosity. Chu Ming shook his head. No, he said, there are 17 red dots within 10 kilometers forming a line and moving toward us. 17 red dots. Du Yishuan's expression changed in an instant, and he glanced toward Zhang Haikua. Zhang's face likewise darkened. 17 red dots. The group they had been pursuing also consisted of 17 people. Where are they coming from? Zhang Haikua asked in a low voice. Chu Ming checked the scanner's display and compared the bearings. Their face shifted slightly. They are behind us, he said. They are walking along the same route we took. What? Zhang Haikua snapped to his feet, his complexion turning grim in an instant. We thought we were closing in on them, Zhang Haikua said, but they have looped around behind us, preparing to ambush us when we are unprepared. He understood their intent at once and stated it aloud. The other squad members likewise grasped the implications and fell silent, their faces hardened. Zhang Haikua looked at his men and then at the solemn Chu Ming and said bluntly, young fellow, Chu Ming, we will buy that scanner. Name a price. After you hand it over, find a safe place to hide. There may be a firefight here soon. Chu Ming was silent for a moment and then agreed, fine, you can have the scanner. Let me also help. He handed the device into Du Yishuan's outstretched hand. Du Yishuan quickly passed the scanner to Zhang Haikua. The device bore only a few simple buttons, each labeled with its function. A single glance made its operation clear. There was no need for Chu Ming to explain further. Zhang Haikua accepted the scanner. Thank you, Chu Ming, he said, then pretended to look elsewhere and subtly signaled Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran understood at once and returned the gesture to Zhang Haikua. Zhang then addressed his men, since that is the case, we will use their ruse against them. I will assign your ambush positions. As for Chu Ming, find a safe place to hide. Oh, we will call you out when the fight is over. All right, Chu Ming nodded and slung his backpack over his shoulder before turning to leave. Seeing Chu Ming's back, Lin Haoran followed quietly. After a quick search around the pack, he found a payment code tucked away and without hesitation scanned it and transferred a small sum. Chu Ming heard the incoming payment alert on his phone and sighed with a touch of helplessness. He had noticed Lin Haoran's movement behind him earlier, but assuming they would not accept the gift, he had hidden the payment code and pretended not to notice as he walked on. He had thought that if Lin rifled through his pack he would feel it and could catch him red-handed, and then Lin would not return. He had not expected that this man could extract the hidden payment code without rousing the slightest sensation. He had felt nothing as his pack was handled. What had this man done before? Chu Ming wondered, astonished. He felt as if the whole thing had been staged. Chu Ming sighed and turned to Lin Howard, who was slipping the payment code back into the pack, his expression weary. Hadn't I said the scanner was yours as a gift, he asked. Why secretly pay for it? Lin Howard waved a grin and replied, we cannot take the people's goods for nothing. Thanks for the scanner, brother. Then he hurried back to his squad. Chu Ming shook his head, returned to his corner with his pack, and listened to the men discussing ambush positions. Soon the conversation outside faded until only the ceaseless roar of the river remained. Time slipped by quietly. Different footsteps sounded at intervals, unlike Zhang Haikuo's group. The noise was faint, as if some distance away, and then it abruptly ceased. After a long, tense silence, someone fired the first shot. The thunder of gunfire rolled through the rainforest, shattering its stillness. Chaos erupted. Chu Ming heard relentless gunfire mingled with curses, probably condemning Zhang Haikuo's men for their lack of honor and for setting an ambush. Worried for their safety, Chu Ming resolved to join the fight and clear the blind spots the others could not cover. He requisitioned a set of bulletproof gear from the merchant system, donned it, and slipped quietly from his hiding place, then produced a small scanner and crept toward the cluster of red dots representing the opposing force. A few minutes later, a silver pistol glinted coldly as its barrel pressed against the nape of a man's neck. That body armor is good, an icy voice said, but alas, at close range a shot to the head renders a vest useless. In the end, Chu Ming did not shoot the bullet into the head of the person in front of him, but instead knocked him unconscious and tied him up with rope. After all, with the gunfire raging on the other side, it was uncertain how many could survive, perhaps Zhang Haikuo, and the others needed to leave some alive. After binding this person like a rice dumpling and securing him to a tree, Chu Ming took out a small scanner to check the location of the next target, then quietly made his way over. Thus, the few people who were originally scattered by the team leader preparing to catch Zhang Haikuo and his group off guard were silently dealt with by Chu Ming. After much effort, Chu Ming dragged all four of them to the location of the first person, tied them all together, and wiped the cold sweat that had seeped from his forehead. Once Chu Ming finished everything here, the battle on Zhang Haikuo's side was also over. The red dots displayed on the small scanner had ceased to move, likely having been completely eliminated by Zhang Haikuo and his team. The only thing showing on Chu Ming's scanner was a small green dot surrounding 5 small red dots. In Chu Ming's eyes, this was certainly the case. But in the eyes of Zhang Haikuo and his team, they only saw 5 small red dots surrounding a small green dot. Upon seeing this green dot, Zhang Haikuo's eyes widened as he sternly asked, how could someone be surrounded? Who is surrounded? Hearing this, the team members exchanged glances. Since they were ambushing and fighting in the dark jungle, they had a certain level of concealment. Although they were somewhat disheveled, thankfully, everyone was present. But if everyone is here? The team members suddenly fell silent, and then their faces changed dramatically. It's Chu Ming. Chu Ming has been discovered by them. Damn it. What are we waiting for? Hurry and save him. Zhang Haikuo's face was filled with anger. Unexpectedly, while they danced with bullets in front, someone had gone around to their rear and taken out their personnel. If only he could have taken a glance at the scanner during the battle, then Chu Ming wouldn't have been surrounded by those guys. Damn. Hearing Zhang Haikuo's roar, Du Yishuan and the others also showed anger, brandishing their guns and hurriedly encircling the 5 small red dots. A few minutes later, the anger on their faces suddenly froze, replaced by confusion, and their gazes became much clearer. They looked at the 5 people bound like rice dumplings in front of them, then glanced at Chu Ming, who was standing beside them enjoying an ice cream filled with questions. Their eyes seemed to be filled with the soul-searching questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Wait, what? We were just furious and ready to take those guys down, and now you tell me that not only did you take them all out, but you also tied them up like rice dumplings. This. Zhang Haikuo and the others looked at Chu Ming in astonishment. Seeing this, Chu Ming smiled slightly at them. No need to be surprised. If I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't dare to come to such a place for business. These guys originally wanted to ambush you while you were busy with the corners, but they were ambushed by me. A total of 5 hostages, all tied up here for you. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Zhang Haikuo suddenly came to his senses, stepped forward, grabbed Chu Ming's hand, and said excitedly, thank you so much, brother Chu Ming. You really helped us a lot. We were still worried about not being able to leave any hostages for interrogation. Now you've solved our biggest problem. Not at all. Chu Ming quickly withdrew his hand. Zhang Haikuo was too excited, gripping his hand painfully. More importantly, his ice cream had dropped to the ground. Chu Ming looked sadly at the ice cream on the ground. It was his favorite flavor. Now it could only be offered to Mother Earth. Chu Ming forcibly turned his gaze away, no longer looking at the ice cream that had fallen on the ground. Zhang Haikuo, seeing Chu Ming's expression, suddenly realized he had been too excited. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and said, sorry for dropping your ice cream. How about I compensate you for it when you get back to your country? Hearing this, Chu Ming waved his hand. It's fine, just an ice cream, and I've eaten most of it. If it drops, it drops. Although it was a bit wasteful. However, Zhang Haikuo still felt a bit guilty and handed over the money for the ice cream to Chu Ming. Zhang Haikuo then dragged the 5 rice dumplings back to the camp. Chu Ming looked at the few coins in his hand, feeling somewhat amused. He wanted to return the coins to Zhang Haikuo, but Zhang Haikuo refused to take them back, even guarding against him, as if he were a dangerous element. In helplessness, Chu Ming had no choice but to accept this compensation. As the sky gradually brightened, Zhang Haikuo's team, having completed their mission, prepared to return, as they still needed to escort the 5 criminals back. Due to the dense vegetation of the Amazon rainforest, it was difficult for the helicopter to land precisely, so they needed to take these 5 people to an open area in the Amazon rainforest before they could be picked up by helicopter. As for Chu Ming, who originally wanted to leave on his own, he reluctantly agreed to leave with them after Zhang Haikuo's persuasion. Zhang Haikuo and the others felt it was better for Chu Ming to leave with them than to go alone, as being together would allow them to look out for each other, and in the end they could directly take the helicopter to leave. Why not? Chu Ming felt helpless, but he couldn't tell them that he could teleport out of the Amazon rainforest, so he had to stay and leave with Zhang Haikuo. But fortunately, according to Zhang Haikuo, the place they were heading to wasn't far, and they would soon reach the helicopter's hovering location. Thinking that he could experience what it feels like to ride in a helicopter, Chu Ming was in a very good mood. After all, seeing the Amazon rainforest from a helicopter should be quite spectacular. Chu Ming felt as if he could already see that scene before him. Zhang Haikuo took out a map from his backpack and then a device that could show their current location, and the two sides compared and checked their current position. Then Zhang Haikuo pointed to the center of the map and said, "We are currently here, and the place where the helicopter will pick us up is here." Zhang Haikuo pointed to a visibly open area on the map. "Only here is an open space that can allow the helicopter to lower a rope ladder to pick us up, but to get there we may encounter many dangers from the Amazon rainforest." Zhang Haikuo looked at his team members and said solemnly, "Especially watch out for the cannibal tribes in here." Cannibal tribes? Chu Ming, who had been silent on the side, couldn't help but inquire, "Are there really cannibal tribes here?" "Yes." Zhang Haikuo nodded. "And they truly do eat people. Not only will they devour you completely, but your bones will also be ground into powder to create decorations. So if you encounter them, if you don't want to die, you must be ruthless." Zhang Haikuo's expression was quite serious as he spoke. Chu Ming felt a chill in his heart and nodded, "Understood." Zhang Haikuo continued, "Of course there are other dangerous creatures as well. We brought plenty of bullets, so when it's time to shoot, don't hold back, because nothing is more important than your lives. Do you understand?" "We understand." The team members responded loudly to Zhang Haikuo's question. Zhang Haikuo nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to see his team members full of spirit. "Since you understand, everyone quickly pack your things and get ready to depart. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan will be responsible for watching those 5 people." Zhang Haikuo pointed to 2 people in the team. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan, who were mentioned, immediately replied, "Yes." Then the group quickly packed up their campsite, disposing of the garbage they had generated, and immediately set off on their journey out of the Amazon rainforest. The 5 captives surrounded in the middle followed Zhang Haikuo and the others with faces ashen as if they were dead. With their upper bodies tightly bound except for their feet, even if they managed to escape they would die in this Amazon rainforest because they couldn't break free from the ropes. Moreover, their treatment was worse than that of their companions who had been killed. At least this group of Dragon Kingdom soldiers had thoughtfully given them a burial, while those who had run out would only be left to rot in the wilderness. So rather than being left to rot, it was better to follow them back. At least they could die with a bit of dignity. Chu Ming also walked in the middle with Zhang Haikuo's team, handling things in front and behind. This was the first time he felt that the road through the Amazon rainforest could be a bit easier. But it was only a little. The ground was littered with dry branches and leaves, making a decaying sound when stepped on. Chu Ming felt the soft, squishy sensation underfoot and glanced at the group ahead, continuing to follow. Perhaps because the mission was accomplished, the mood of Zhang Haikuo and the others visibly lightened. They even had the leisure to chat while walking. A few minutes later, Du Yixuan, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around to look at Chu Ming, smilingly asking, "How many days have you been in the Amazon rainforest?" Chu Ming suddenly asked a question. Chu Ming, who had been silent and focused on the road, was momentarily taken aback. His mind quickly started to work upon receiving the question. Thinking through all possible questions, a smile appeared on Chu Ming's face as he jokingly replied, "Actually, I've only been here for a day. Do you believe it?" "One day, eh?" This question caught Du Yixuan off guard. "How did you get here in just one day? Do you really believe that?" Chu Ming was slightly taken aback. "I've actually been here for several days, or I haven't counted how many specifically. Why are you asking this suddenly?" Du Yixuan, realizing, rolled his eyes at Chu Ming, then smiled. "Have you tried any local specialties?" Hearing this, Chu Ming felt puzzled. What local specialty? Of course. Du Yixuan elongated the sound, and then reached out to grab a bug, thrusting it in front of Chu Ming. "This one." Chu Ming was startled by the bug suddenly thrust at his face, instinctively taking a step back and accidentally stepping on a captive's foot. The captive? Chu Ming came back to his senses and pretended to be angry. "Du Yixuan, are you crazy?" Du Yixuan retracted his hand, tossing the bug into his mouth and chewing it down, leaving Chu Ming utterly shocked. Then Du Yixuan cheerfully said, "We've eaten just about everything during this time to save on rations. The taste is quite good, crunchy like chicken. Chu Ming, you should try it out." Chu Ming repeatedly waved his hands. "Thanks, but I won't try it." Lin Haoran, walking beside Du Yixuan, glanced over and patted Du Yixuan on the shoulder. "Eating a bug? Look how proud you are. Chu Ming is a merchant and he eats everything. He doesn't need to train to eat this like us." Hearing this, Du Yixuan showed a regretful expression and shook his head. "That's really a pity, losing out on some fun." Chu Ming Thanks, but I can do without that fun. Chu Ming rolled his eyes at him, then affectionately pulled a pack of crispy noodles from his bag and stuffed it into Du Yixuan's hand, speaking in a weary, yet loving tone. Look how hungry this kid is. Here's some crispy noodles for you. No need to thank me. Who told me I'm your dad? Du Yixuan. I consider you a brother, and you want to be my dad. Nearby Lin Howard exclaimed, wait, really? You can still have food after being scared by a bug. Is it that good? Am I still in time to catch a bug? It's too late. Hearing Lin Howard's voice, Zhang Haikua turned back with a fierce expression, looking at Lin Howard and Du Yixuan, speaking slowly and menacingly. You two are full of energy. Why don't you come forward and lead the way? Zhang Haikua said this through gritted teeth. The captain was up front clearing the way, and you guys are just fooling around in the back. You must be really bored, huh? Hearing Zhang Haikuo's words, Du Yixuan and Lin Howard looked over to see that Zhang Haikua was surrounded by vegetation, and they could hardly see a place to step. Du Yixuan and Lin Howard's scalps went numb, and they couldn't help but show Zhang Haikua an awkward yet polite smile, quietly suggesting, Captain, can we? Zhang Haikuo's expression grew stern, exuding an intimidating aura. Du Yixuan and Lin Howard shivered, immediately swapping places with Zhang Haikua, wielding their machetes to clear the path in front. Zhang Haikua stood behind them, holding his gun and scanning them carefully. This made Du Yixuan and Lin Howard involuntarily tense up, not daring to slow down in their movements. Watching this scene, Chu Ming shook his head behind them, clicking his tongue. This is what a real dad is like. As soon as he spoke, the two unruly ones were immediately as scared as quails, not daring to say a word. Chu Ming secretly relished their misfortune. Since it was Du Yixuan who had instigated the trouble first, and not being a team member, Chu Ming successfully avoided a chance to clear the path. Chu Ming stood behind, stepping on the path cleared by Du Yixuan, and Lin Howard leisurely eating the pack of crispy noodles that Du Yixuan had hurriedly stuffed back to him. He was completely at ease. Time gradually passed. Du Yixuan, who had been paving the way ahead, suddenly stepped into thin air and instinctively let out a surprised cry. Initially thinking he had merely stepped into a pit, he quickly adjusted his mindset. However, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Rather than stopping, his body continued to fall. Realizing this, Du Yixuan felt a twinge of panic, but he quickly reported the situation to those behind him. There's a slope here. Everyone be careful, ah. Du Yixuan's scream faded as he moved farther away. The others, unsure of what was happening, felt a surge of anxiety when they saw him disappear completely. However, upon hearing Du Yixuan's report and the tremor in his voice, Zhang Haikua and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts, staring speechlessly at the pit Du Yixuan had fallen into. Lin Howard stepped forward to examine the slope Du Yixuan mentioned. Although Du Yixuan claimed it was a slope, Lin Howard looked left and right, sensing that it was not a normal soil slope. Lin Howard pushed aside the surrounding grass and trees and saw something resembling a water channel running down the slope. The water channel above seemed relatively clean, likely due to years of being washed by rain, revealing human-made structures below. Upon seeing the channel for the first time, Lin Howard looked at Zhang Haikua, who had also come to investigate. Captain Xuanzai probably stepped into this water channel and slid down along it. Zhang Haikua nodded slightly upon hearing this. This water channel is quite long, and we don't know what lies ahead. It's dangerous for Du Yixuan to slide down alone. We need to catch up quickly. He then turned to Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan, you two slide down the water channel behind these people and keep a close watch on them. Understood. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan replied. Zhang Haikua then jumped onto the water channel and slid down. Lin Howard followed closely behind. Dong Jiajia and Su Zui also jumped onto the water channel behind Lin Howard and slid down. Chu Ming looked at the water channel, cautiously sat down, and then slowly inched toward the edge to slide down. He had no choice. A bit afraid of slipping, he couldn't just jump onto the water channel like Zhang Haikua. He needed to ensure his balance first before sliding down. 5 people tied up like Zongzi lined up behind Chu Ming, preparing to sit down and slide down slowly like him when Liao Yunkai gently pushed them forward. Those pushed lost their balance and stumbled forward. They felt like dominoes, with the first person plopping down onto the water channel and sliding away. The others followed suit, sliding down together. Upon seeing all 5 slide down, Liao Yunkai jumped onto the channel and followed. Tong Xuan was last. A group of them slid forward like they were on a slide. It must be said that this water channel really resembled a slide. Even without the layer of bamboo skin cushioning their bottoms, they slid down smoothly. Zhang Haikua, who was the second to slide down, saw Du Yixuan ahead, who was grimacing and rubbing his sore bottom. Having fallen so suddenly, Du Yixuan had no time to prepare, landing hard on the water channel and leaving his backside quite sore. Fortunately, the water channel allowed them to slide to the end quickly. Thus, after reaching the end, Du Yixuan quickly got up and rubbed his sore bottom. Seeing Zhang Haikua slide over, Du Yixuan smiled slightly. Captain, you made it here so quickly. Zhang Haikua glanced at Du Yixuan, still rubbing his bottom, and scoffed. It's because you suddenly vanished that we were startled, so we came to check on you. Hearing this, Du Yixuan pouted. Although Zhang Haikua didn't explicitly say the word worry, Du Yixuan knew they must have been concerned about what might have happened to him, prompting them to come so quickly. But Du Yixuan chose not to point that out. After all, one should not destroy the good mood. Soon Lin Howard also slid down, relieved to see Du Yixuan wasn't hurt, albeit looking a bit disheveled. Lin Howard then playfully raised his fist and lightly punched Du Yixuan's chest. You of all people could get lost while clearing the path. You're quite the character. You think I wanted to? I fell suddenly, and was completely dazed. Okay. Du Yishuan huffed. I almost split my backside in two. Huh, just almost. Lin Howard paused, then showed a regretful expression. What a pity. Du Yishuan. Du Yishuan raised his hand to give Lin Howard a hold. Dong Jiajia and Su Zui, who had just arrived, were baffled by the scene. How good you're being mouthy again. Lin Howard had a dark expression. What do you mean mouthy? I was just saying. Ouch ouch. Let go of me. Lin Howard hadn't finished speaking when Du Yishuan twisted his hand. If you keep talking, I'll twist you in half. Enough. Zhang Haikua glanced at the two of them. You two really aren't tired and still have the energy to bicker here. Du Yishuan quickly released Lin Howard, fearing Zhang Haikua would think he was too strong and would make him clear the path again. Lin Howard grimaced and moved his body, feeling as if he had almost been twisted in half by Du Yishuan's brute strength. This kid truly was the strongest in their team. With that much raw strength, he could probably pull back 8 oxen without a problem. When Chu Ming arrived, he saw this scene. Chu Ming. He came down from the slide without saying anything, instead looking up at the 5 tied-up individuals sliding down noisily. Since they were tied together with a rope, any change in terrain would affect them all. Thus, as the 5 descended, they were even more disheveled than Du Yishuan, who had fallen unexpectedly, sporting bruises all over their faces. It was quite a sight, making one want to laugh. However, Chu Ming held it in, feeling that it was not the right time to burst out laughing. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan also slid down, and everyone regrouped. Zhang Haikua counted the number of people in his team, confirming that no one was missing, and nodded slightly. Now that everyone is here, hold on to your weapons. We have deviated from our route, and we are uncertain about what lies ahead, so from now on, everyone must be even more cautious in dealing with unexpected situations. Do you all understand? Understood. The team members replied loudly to Zhang Haikuo's inquiry. Seeing his team members still spirited, Zhang Haikua nodded in satisfaction, then held his gun and said in a deep voice, since you all understand, let's set off immediately. Yes, sir. The team members responded promptly, shouldering their rifles and advancing cautiously behind Zhang Haikua. The terrain remained virtually unchanged, overgrown with wild grasses and dense thickets of shrubs. The only distinction was the presence of architectural remnants. Though battered by decades of wind and rain, the structures stood in eerie resilience. Walls draped in creeping vines and tangled weeds, yet still remarkably intact. At first glance, the ruins appeared structurally sound, showing no signs of imminent collapse. Chu Ming gazed upon the sight, a quiet sigh rising unbidden in his chest. This world held countless secrets, unseen until one looked closely. Ruins lay not only in Antarctica, but deep within the Amazon rainforest, hidden from all but the most intrepid eyes. Clearly, these sites once belonged to a flourishing civilization long vanished. Yet Chu Ming was no archaeologist. He could only guess how many millennia separated him from their heyday. He knew only this: in barely 2 months, he had wandered into more ruins than most explorers see in a lifetime. At the thought, he exhaled softly, a breath weighted with irony. Never would he have imagined that such obscure, undocumented ruins, never even mentioned online, could appear so effortlessly in his path. Words failed him. Though his feelings toward these ruins were complex, wariness dominated, especially toward what might lie concealed within their silent walls. This particular ruin, buried deep in the Amazon, bore little resemblance to ancient cities. Instead, it evoked the intricate, puzzle-laden dungeons of mythic legends, designed not for habitation but for trial. Chu Ming approached it with extreme caution, ever mindful of dormant mechanisms waiting to be triggered. Zhang Haikua and his team clearly shared that apprehension. After observing the ruin for a moment, Zhang Haikua snapped off a sturdy branch, trimmed its side shoots, and began probing the ground ahead with it. The branch served dual purposes: testing for hidden traps and startling any lurking predators. In such impenetrable undergrowth, danger could slither unseen. Zhang Haikua swept the branch methodically through the tall grass, while Du Yishuan and Lin Howard followed close behind, rifles raised and eyes sharp. Dong Jiajia and Su Zui guarded the flanks, weapons steady, while Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan covered the rear, every angle secured. Chu Ming drew his pistol from its holster, assuming the role of the team's agile sentinel, scanning the periphery with practiced vigilance. Meanwhile, the 5 bound captives walked calmly among them, utterly disarmed and immobile. To them, danger held no urgency. If threat arose, resistance was impossible. And if danger did emerge, the armed team would neutralize it without hesitation. Even if they failed, the captives faced no dilemma. Death came either way, so why not embrace it early and be done with it? Their fatalism was absolute. In this surreal moment, they couldn't even recall what fevered impulse had led them to their current predicament. It hardly mattered. Bullets would jog their memories. Suddenly, as Zhang Haikua swept his branch forward, it struck something solid beneath the foliage. The grass erupted in violent motion. Zhang Haikua leapt backward instinctively, while Du Yishuan and Lin Howard pivoted their rifles toward the disturbance and fired without pause. 3 sharp reports echoed across the clearing. The commotion ceased instantly, yet none lowered their weapons. Every barrel remained trained on the trembling grass. Zhang Haikua prodded the undergrowth with his branch, and soon dragged forth a massive serpent, its body already riddled with 3 fatal wounds. Not even a celestial physician could restore it to life. Still unconvinced, Zhang Haikua jabbed and rolled the corpse repeatedly with his stick. Only when certain the beast was beyond revival did he finally relax, exhaling slowly as he turned his attention back to the incident. Were there 3 shots fired just now? Zhang Haikua scanned the faces behind him, replaying the cadence of those gunshots in his mind, then fixed his gaze steadily on Chu Ming. Chu Ming, was the 3rd shot yours? Hearing the question, Chu Ming nodded. It was. I heard movement. I reacted before thinking. Zhang Haikua studied the serpent's bullet holes, then appraised Chu Ming from head to toe, before flashing a sly fox-like grin. Impressive marksmanship. Trained professionally. Yes. Chu Ming affirmed. He had to claim formal training. No ordinary person could fire so swiftly, cleanly, and precisely. You're exceptionally skilled. Ever considered joining our team? Our benefits are outstanding. You'd gain far more than you'd lose. Zhang Haikua rubbed his palms together, radiating the unsettling charm of a con man offering candy to a child. Chu Ming lifted his eyes, meeting Zhang Haikua's gaze with unfeigned sincerity. I'm a merchant. I earn over 10,000 yuan monthly. Does your team match that salary? Up. Zhang Haikua faltered, momentarily speechless. Yet he persisted. We offer full social insurance, pension contributions, the security of a lifelong position. You'd never need to. He nearly added, roam so restlessly, then remembered their present jungle trek, and choked on the words. They lodged in his throat, suffocating him mid-sentence. Chu Ming sighed, watching Zhang Haikua's pained expression. Let it go, Captain Zhang. No need to persuade me. I've no intention of settling into a quiet, predictable life. For now, I prefer leaping, climbing, and chasing my meals across the world. The others fell silent, bewildered. What manner of metaphor was that? Only Zhang Haikua, resigned to losing a gifted marksman, shook his head with a rueful chuckle. Very well. Should you ever wish to settle down, just find me. I'll keep a place open, provided your eyes remain sharp enough to aim. Thank you for your generous consideration, Captain Zhang. Chu Ming offered no promises. He couldn't foresee how long his mercantile life would last. Perhaps he'd trade his pistol for spectacles only when age truly stole his steadiness. Having accepted his failure, Zhang Haikua dropped the subject entirely. He flung the dead serpent aside, then resumed sweeping the path with his branch, probing the earth itself with deliberate taps. And indeed, on the very next thrust, Zhang Haikua felt it unmistakably. His stick had struck something solid beneath the soil. Zhang Haikua clearly felt the stick in his hand sink, slightly followed by a faint sound of machinery operating. Upon hearing the subtle sound, Zhang Haikua quickly reacted and shouted to the team members behind him, "Get down now." As he shouted this, Zhang Haikua immediately crouched into the grass. The others, hearing the faint sound of the mechanism, quickly reacted and dropped to the ground. The 5 people bound like Zongzi did not care whether they could get up after falling, and immediately collapsed to the ground. Without arms to cushion their fall, they landed hard, unable to suppress a groan. But soon several whistling sounds drowned out their voices. Countless arrows flew overhead, piercing deeply into the surrounding dense jungle. However, these sounds soon vanished, yet even after they disappeared, Chu Ming and the others did not immediately stand up. Instead, they lay still for a while, waiting to confirm that all the arrows had indeed disappeared before they crawled up from the ground. At this time, they were already covered in dead branches, leaves, and grass clippings. Chu Ming raised his hand to brush off the dirt and leaves from himself before looking at the others. As soon as Zhang Haikua climbed up, he was concerned about his team, asking, "Is everyone okay?" The team members responded in unison, also brushing off the leaves and grass clippings stuck to them. Chu Ming echoed their response. Hearing that everyone was fine, Zhang Haikua let out a slight sigh of relief, saying, "I never expected that after so many years this mechanism could still function. We need to be more careful on the road ahead." "Yes," the team members replied. After brushing off everything from his body, Zhang Haikua looked back and said, "Everyone go help those 5 up. We need to prepare to move forward." "Yes." Liao Yunkai and Tong Shiwan, closest to the 5, immediately went over to help them. Dong Jiajia and Su Zui also stepped in to assist. After some effort, the 5 Zongzi were finally upright again. Seeing everyone was present, Zhang Haikua picked up the wooden stick he had earlier and cautiously continued to scout ahead. Du Yishuan and Lin Haoren took up positions at the back, keeping watch for any creatures that might spring out at any moment. Fortunately, their next 10 minutes of travel passed without incident. Yet they did not dare relax. Instead, they probed the path ahead even more cautiously. To them, these 10 minutes of safe passage felt more like the calm before a storm. Just as Zhang Haikua poked the ground ahead to ensure it was safe, he stepped onto it only to hear a loud bang. Suddenly, Zhang Haikua vanished, leaving only a sound lingering above. Seeing him disappear in an instant, everyone felt a rush of panic. Du Yishuan and Lin Haoren hurried forward to check. They saw a huge pit where Zhang Haikua had disappeared, dark and seemingly bottomless. Du Yishuan and Lin Haoren felt even more anxious. Oh no, Zhang Haikua couldn't have fallen somewhere. Du Yishuan swallowed hard just as he was about to shout into the pit for Zhang Haikua. He heard Zhang Haikua's cursing voice. "What kind of pit is this? So deep, it almost killed me." "Captain, are you okay?" Hearing Zhang Haikuo's voice, Du Yishuan and Lin Haoren breathed a sigh of relief and called down into the pit to inquire about Zhang Haikuo's condition. Hearing his team members' voices from above, Zhang Haikua looked up and shouted, "I'm fine, but this pit is a bit deep. I didn't expect it to be so well hidden, even my stick couldn't poke it open." As he spoke, Zhang Haikua continued to grumble, but his hands did not stop. He was rummaging through his backpack for his flashlight. Hearing Zhang Haikuo's voice continue, Du Yishuan and Lin Haoren exchanged glances. "Captain, will lower a rope to pull you up shortly." Lin Haoren shouted. "Be quicker." Zhang Haikuo's voice came back. At the same time, Zhang Haikuo pulled out the flashlight from his bag, turned it on, and shone it around, unable to suppress an exclamation. What the hell? Did I fall into a ruin? Hearing this, Chu Ming dug around in his backpack until he found the flashlight that had been pressed at the bottom and shone it into the pit. Inside the pit, Zhang Haikuo instantly felt as if a sun had emerged at the opening, shining down on him and illuminating everything around him. The internal environment of the ruin, the patterns of the bricks used. But Zhang Haikuo's focus was not here. He didn't dare look up, but instead shouted loudly from below, whose flashlight is so bright. It's almost blinding me. Initially his eyes were adjusting to the dim light, but suddenly it became so bright, like a flashbang was thrown right in front of him. Tears streamed from his eyes, and he instinctively closed them. After a while, Zhang Haikuo finally adapted to the current brightness and was able to open his eyes to look ahead. Hearing Zhang Haikuo's question, Chu Ming honestly replied, "This is my flashlight. It has a very wide beam." "Where did you buy a flashlight this powerful?" Zhang Haikuo was genuinely curious, wondering where such flashlights could possibly be sold on the market. Hearing this familiar question, Chu Ming paused for a moment, quickly thinking of an answer before saying, "I forgot." Zhang Haikuo replied, "All right then." Zhang Haikuo said nothing more, but took the opportunity, while Du Yixuan and Lin Haoran tied the rope, to begin exploring the interior of the ruins. He looked at the maze-like corridors inside the ruins and suddenly exclaimed, "How big do you think this ruin is? Can we walk out directly from the inside?" "I don't know, but we probably can't walk out from inside. After all, this ruin has existed for so many years, we don't even know if the inside has collapsed. It's better to go back up and walk through the jungle." Chu Ming, sitting by the pit holding the flashlight to light Zhang Haikuo, looked up at the sky after hearing Zhang Haikuo's words. He just felt that this idea was far-fetched. Not to mention the long existence of this ruin just in this place, maintaining a long-term state without collapse. The required level of technical expertise should be quite high. Even if the civilization that created this relic had attained such a level of technology, it would still be challenging to cover most of the Amazon rainforest. Therefore, it is evidently unrealistic to think one can traverse the Amazon rainforest through the interior of the relic or reach an open area within it. After all, they have no reference points inside. If they go in the wrong direction, they would waste a significant amount of time. Thus, regarding Zhang Haikuo's sudden whim, Chu Ming could only describe it as sheer fantasy. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Zhang Haikuo merely shrugged. He originally had the same whimsical idea, but if he were to be honest, he also found it unfeasible. The uncertainties involved here are far greater than when they were walking in the jungle. Moreover, the traps inside this relic should be more numerous than those outside, making the idea of traversing this place utterly impractical. Zhang Haikuo stood obediently in place, waiting for the rope to pull him up. However, instead of the rope, he heard another painful cry. Zhang Haikuo instinctively glanced towards the direction of the sound, only to see Lin Haoran, pale-faced, clutching his backside in agony, his face twisted in pain. Rubbing his backside, which felt as if it was about to split in two, he angrily exclaimed, "Why is there a pit here too? What's the point of digging so many holes?" Upon hearing Lin Haoran's complaints, Zhang Haikuo looked up at the top of Lin Haoran's head. There he noticed a hollow space with some grass dangling above, not having fallen directly down. It appeared he had stepped into a dense patch of grass and fell through. Zhang Haikuo then asked Lin Haoran, "Didn't you use a stick to test the ground before walking?" "I did test it," Lin Haoran replied with a look of grief and indignation. "I even poked hard and nothing happened, but the moment I stepped on it, I fell right through. This height is too much. I could have broken my backside in two." Upon hearing this, Du Yixuan's head popped out from the pit as he looked at Lin Haoran with a sympathetic expression and said almost, "Huh? What a pity. Lin Haoran." Zhang Haikuo ignored the side of Lin Haoran, who was visibly upset, and scanned the relic above for a few moments. It seems this area is also a trap with pits concealed everywhere. There's no problem with objects falling through, but if a person steps on it, they will immediately fall. Zhang Haikuo said in a deep voice, "This area is already filled with such pits. Walking on them could lead to continuous falls, and then a lot of manpower would be needed to rescue people." At this point, Chu Ming had already turned to Du Yixuan and asked, "Is your rope secured?" "We are preparing to go down." Zhang Haikuo. Du Yixuan, huh? After climbing into the relic, the people above lowered all 5 of them down quickly. Sensing the indescribable odor inside the relic, Zhang Haikuo looked at Chu Ming with a complex expression and shrugged. "In the end, we still have to come down." Chu Ming looked up, surveying the round holes above, and helplessly shrugged. "What can we do? We can't keep falling every step we take, can we? Doing so will eventually cause us serious problems." "Sigh." Zhang Haikuo sighed. Chu Ming took out a device from his backpack, pressed it against the ground, and turned it on. Standing beside Chu Ming, Zhang Haikuo looked at his actions with some confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm using this device to roughly scan the situation of the relic. After the test, a structure of the relic will appear on this screen equivalent to a floor plan in 3D form. We can then use this structure to find a way out." Hearing this, Zhang Haikuo nodded in understanding. Then he paused for a moment. "Wait, you have such a technological device. So during the industrial investigation, did someone hide something? Should we report back and conduct another investigation?" Zhang Haikuo's voice gradually faded, becoming so quiet that it sounded like he was muttering to himself, audible only to him. Thus, Chu Ming only heard Zhang Haikuo expressing surprise about the device, failing to catch what he said afterward. However, Chu Ming's intuition told him he seemed to have become a catalyst for some event. Shaking off the inexplicable thoughts in his mind, he continued to manipulate the device in his hands. Regardless of what Zhang Haikuo planned to do after returning, it had nothing to do with him, a wandering merchant randomly appearing in various corners of the earth. Searching for something would likely not lead to him. Moreover, even if they wanted to find him, they might not succeed. After all, who knows where he would appear next? After fiddling with the device for a while, Chu Ming finally obtained the internal structure map of the relic. The image displayed on the device's screen was a 3D representation of the relic's interior. The overall image was very complex. The displayed structure resembled a maze with numerous paths, making it impossible to identify its entrance or exit. It was even difficult to locate their own position. Fortunately, this device did not leave Chu Ming lost amidst a multitude of indistinct paths without clear indicators. Instead, it represented them with a red arrow and maximized their current location, allowing them to see where they were at first glance. However, now Chu Ming needed to zoom out the map and carefully review its entrance and exit. Zhang Haikuo also leaned in to look at the map in Chu Ming's hands. Indeed, it was quite complex. If they took a wrong turn, they were likely to get completely lost here. Chu Ming pulled up the map. The upper and lower layers of the relic clearly appeared before Chu Ming's eyes. He rotated the 3D model of the relic back and forth, continuously searching for its entrance and exit. Due to Chu Ming's rapid manipulation of the model, Zhang Haikuo gave up after a while. He had to admit that the young man's eyesight was indeed remarkable. Even with such rapid movements, he could still see everything clearly. Meanwhile, his own vision had begun to decline, and after watching for just a bit, he found it hard to keep pace with Chu Ming's speed. Despite the assistance of the instruments, it still took Chu Ming a considerable effort to locate the entrance. Finally, he found the entrance and exit within the 3D maze model. Chu Ming connected the routes and discovered multiple shadows along the path linking them. Although Chu Ming was unsure about the nature of these shadows, he was certain that there must be mechanisms present. He called over Zhang Haikuo, who was reflecting on the wall, and pointed at the shadows he had marked, saying with a serious expression, "There is a high possibility that these are all traps, but there is only one route connecting the entrance and exit." He gestured to the route we are here now. Although there is only one path, we have two options to choose from. From our perspective, there are more shadows on the left side and fewer on the right. Then let's go down the right path, Zhang Haikuo said straightforwardly. Chu Ming looked up at Zhang Haikuo, a deep gaze in his eyes. "Aren't you worried that going right means going back? We can't possibly walk through so many traps, can we? That would be irresponsible for our lives." Zhang Haikuo replied with a serious expression. "If we end up going back, we can just take a safer route to reach an open area." "Fine then." Chu Ming nodded. Since Zhang Haikuo was leading the team, he decided to follow his lead. It didn't matter much to him, he still had plenty of time this month, so wandering with them was not an issue. Moreover, with the merchant system at his disposal, he wasn't worried about running out of supplies. Seeing Chu Ming nod, Zhang Haikuo smiled, and said, "Could you please lead the way, Chu Ming? You understand this 3D maze best." "Oh." Chu Ming was taken aback by Zhang Haikuo's words, then helplessly nodded, "All right." Seeing Chu Ming agree, Zhang Haikuo let out a sigh of relief, then turned to his teammates, "It's getting late, let's all rest here for now. Tomorrow we'll set off directly and pass through the ruins." "Understood." The teammates responded loudly. They then relaxed, shedding their earlier tension. They all set down their backpacks and quickly erected a campsite using their camping gear. With the campfire lit, the pot was swiftly placed over the flames. Du Yishuan and the others took out all the instant noodles they had brought, preparing to enjoy a meal, when Chu Ming approached and shook his head at the sight of their noodles. "Eating instant noodles all the time won't do today. I'll prepare something more substantial for you." Chu Ming waved his hand, shooing away Dong Jiajia and Suzui, who were squatting by the pot. He then set down his backpack, stuffed the instruments inside, and pulled out a picnic blanket, quickly followed by a pile of ingredients. The originally curious group stared in astonishment as Chu Ming seemed to perform a magic trick, producing an array of ingredients and laying them on the picnic blanket. "Wait, dude, are you Doraemon? How did you manage to pull out so many ingredients from your backpack? Won't they spoil like this?" Dong Jiajia and Suzui carefully examined the ingredients Chu Ming had pulled out and found that aside from being slightly cold, there were no issues. This meant that the ingredients were perfectly edible. So how were they preserved? Dong Jiajia curiously asked Chu Ming, "How do you keep these ingredients? Why are they still a bit cold?" The others looked at Chu Ming with equal curiosity, eagerly awaiting his answer. Upon hearing Dong Jiaji's question, Chu Ming smiled mysteriously. "That's a secret. Without a few tricks, how could I come to these places as a merchant?" "Oh, I see." Upon learning it was a secret, everyone felt a bit disappointed. After all, they were genuinely curious about how it was done. If they could achieve the same, perhaps they could sustain themselves longer on similar missions in the future. Just as they were lamenting, they watched as Chu Ming pulled out a small refrigerator from his backpack. The refrigerator was open, stuffed with ingredients. Upon seeing this small refrigerator, approximately the size of an A4 paper, Zhang Haikuo and the others were genuinely confused. "Wait, how did that refrigerator fit in there? How can a backpack even hold a refrigerator?" Their faces were filled with question marks. Chu Ming chuckled as he observed their bewildered expressions and explained, "This is a battery-operated refrigerator. It's only this big, but it can hold quite a bit." Hearing this, Zhang Haikuo and the others couldn't help but scrutinized Chu Ming's backpack. Looking at the backpack that was almost as tall as Chu Ming himself, they suddenly felt it wasn't strange for it to contain a small refrigerator. One could only say a merchant is indeed a merchant. They utilized every inch of space in their backpack to the fullest. If it were them, they wouldn't even be able to fit that small refrigerator. However, it was only because Chu Ming could fit the small refrigerator into his bag that they could enjoy such fresh ingredients. Chu Ming closed the small refrigerator and stuffed it back into his backpack before pulling out several packs of noodles. He initially thought about retrieving some eggs from the merchant system, but thinking about it, if he could also pull out something as fragile as eggs, that would be excessive. Thus, Chu Ming abandoned that idea and opted to take out fresh noodle ingredients instead. The backpack was suddenly lifted, but even so, it was quite a struggle. Du Yishuan the first to grab the backpack felt as if he were trying to lift 500-pound individuals with his bare hands, almost throwing it away. In the end, he managed to lift it, but due to the mismatch in force and resistance, he couldn't hold on for long and set the backpack down. Lin Haoran, standing beside Du Yishuan, noticed his flushed face and skeptically stepped forward to give it a try. He then flipped forward. His strength was not as great as Du Yishuan's, and he had underestimated the weight of the backpack, causing him to lose balance and fall. Seeing Lin Haoran tumble down, Du Yishuan couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan, curious, tried it as well, but they also underestimated the weight and nearly got thrown off. Fortunately, they were prepared, which prevented them from ending up like Lin Haoran. In the end, only Lin Haoran ended up injured. Chu Ming watched them trying out his backpack and couldn't help but smile. When he carried it, it was almost empty, as he merely had a half-percent high backpack to walk with. But if anyone wanted to try and see just how heavy his backpack was, the merchant system would reveal to them what absolute weight meant. After everyone tried Chu Ming's backpack, Du Yishuan looked at him in disbelief, saying, "Chu Ming, have you always been carrying such a heavy backpack around?" Chu Ming nodded confidently, saying, "Of course, otherwise how could I have such a complete set of items to sell?" "Impressive, I bow to your burden." Du Yishuan and the others were completely convinced. They initially thought the backpack looked unremarkable, but it turned out they were the unremarkable ones. Excuse me. Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu had processed all the ingredients Chu Ming took out and added them to the pot. Seeing them begin to add the ingredients, Chu Ming suddenly remembered he had forgotten to take out the seasoning and quickly retrieved it from his backpack to hand it to Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu. When they saw Chu Ming take out the seasoning, Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected to need seasoning while out, so they had been a bit troubled about it. Fortunately, Chu Ming reacted quickly and handed over the seasoning from his backpack. Otherwise, they would have had to eat plain noodles. After receiving the seasoning from Chu Ming, Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu thanked him and continued to stir the pot that was nearly overflowing with ingredients. Once they had thrown in all the difficult-to-cook ingredients and let them simmer, Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu added the easier ones. They then began to season the dish. The aroma gradually filled the air. The once rowdy Du Yishuan and the others sat by the campfire patiently waiting for the meal. Soon a pot of fragrant noodles was ready. As Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu finished cooking the noodles, they secretly glanced over at Zhang Haikua. They wanted to serve the first bowl of noodles to Chu Ming since all the ingredients were his. It shouldn't be too much to give him the first bowl, right? Noticing the gaze from Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu, Zhang Haikua quickly understood their intention. Zhang Haikua nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu's thought. After seeing Zhang Haikuo's nod, Dong Jiajia hurriedly took the bowl from Chu Ming's hands, saying, "Brother Chu, we owe our hearty meal tonight to you. I'll serve you the first bowl." Hearing this, Chu Ming loosened his grip on the bowl, then "Thank you. No need to be polite, we should thank you." After Dong Jiajia quickly served a bowl of noodles to Chu Ming, Zhang Haikua served himself, and everyone else immediately rushed to fill their own bowls. Having fresh noodles after so many days nearly brought tears to their eyes. They had been surviving on compressed biscuits and various insects during this time. After all, their backpack space was limited, and they had prepared for a long haul, so they only brought filling compact food. The instant noodles they originally wanted to cook were only available after trading with Chu Ming. This bowl of noodles was truly the first hot meal they had in over a month. How could that not be touching? Soon this pot of noodles was devoured by the team members. Chu Ming, who had been eating, well, didn't take much more. If it weren't for the 5 prisoners they had to care for, they could have finished the entire pot. After handling the 5 prisoners, the teams returned to their tents to rest, leaving only the night watch sitting by the campfire vigilant of their surroundings and watching over the prisoners. Chu Ming also crawled into his tent and nestled into his sleeping bag. After a whole day of walking, even he who had undergone rigorous training from the merchant system for 6 months felt a hint of exhaustion. Thus, after lying in the sleeping bag, Chu Ming quickly fell asleep. He was awakened in the morning by Liao Yunkai. Chu Ming groggily got up and tidied up a bit, then went out to wash up with a bottle of water before quickly packing his tent and sleeping bag. The merchant system also provided specialized training for this. After all, he couldn't conjure items out of thin air at all times, so there was much for him to learn. This was within the scope of what he had been learning. After packing everything up, Chu Ming didn't hurry to leave, but took out some food to hand to Dong Jiajia and Su Ziyu, making them busy for a bit. Once everyone finished their steaming hot breakfast and packed up their things, Chu Ming finally took out the instrument, adjusted his backpack, and got ready to lead the way. Looking at the 3D map of the ruins on the instrument screen, Chu Ming walked ahead and turned back to say to the team members, "I'll lead the way, you all follow me." "All right." Zhang Haikua nodded behind Chu Ming, "We will keep watch behind you. You also need to be cautious of any traps or mechanisms that may appear ahead, so you don't get hurt." "Understood." Chu Ming nodded slightly, and then stepped forward. The team members immediately pulled the 5 prisoners and followed Chu Ming ahead. Chu Ming walked in front, occasionally checking the route on his device to ensure he was not veering off course. Zhang Haikua followed closely behind, holding the flashlight that Chu Ming had given them for illumination the previous day. The ruins, which initially bore a tomb-raiding atmosphere, appeared exceptionally bright under the beam of Chu Ming's flashlight. The eerie and cold ambience was dispelled by the dazzling white light. However, since Chu Ming was in the lead, if the light were to shine on him, a massive shadow of Chu Ming would undoubtedly appear ahead. Thus, Zhang Haikua slightly adjusted his position relative to Chu Ming, ensuring that the light from his flashlight did not cast a large shadow in front. Chu Ming glanced at the route map in his hand and quickly led Zhang Haikua and the others to the first shadowy spot. Chu Ming stopped and turned slightly to address Zhang Haikua, who was following closely behind. Ahead lies the first shadowy area we will encounter, where there may be dangerous traps. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haikua pondered for a moment. Is there anything we can use to test the traps ahead? Ideally something similar in size to a person, as I worry that the traps might only activate when triggered by a human. Chu Ming thought for a moment, then set down his backpack and rummaged through it, eventually pulling out a remote-controlled robot. The robot was small but not light, as the components added considerable weight. After retrieving the remote-controlled robot, Chu Ming struggled to find the controller for it in his backpack and brought it out. Seeing Chu Ming take out the robot from his backpack, Du Yishuan and the others were astonished. How come you have a remote-controlled robot? Who would even buy something like this? Lin Haoran couldn't help but interject. Chu Ming shrugged. I don't know who would buy this remote-controlled robot, but it's better to be prepared, right? Isn't it useful now? Here you can have the controller, Du Yishuan. Use it to trigger the traps and see what happens. Du Yishuan took the controller and nodded. Lin Haoran, standing beside him, looked at the remote controller in Du Yishuan's hands with slight envy. He also wanted to try controlling the remote-controlled robot. After all, the robot that Chu Ming had produced was quite visually appealing. However, since Chu Ming had given the controller to Du Yishuan, he felt it inappropriate to directly ask Du Yishuan to hand it over, so he could control it himself. Even though he didn't know under what circumstances this remote-controlled robot would be bought, he knew he wanted to have it the moment he saw it. But after leaving the Amazon rainforest, they had returned directly to their unit. It was clearly unrealistic to think about buying the remote-controlled robot and bringing it back to their unit. Lin Haoran understood this deeply, and after sighing internally, he averted his gaze and stopped staring fixedly at the remote controller in Du Yishuan's hand. Instead, he shifted his attention to the remote-controlled robot, which shimmered with a silver glow. Du Yishuan began to operate the remote-controlled robot. The remote-controlled robot, which had been at Chu Ming's feet, moved away from him under Du Yishuan's control, heading toward their designated path. For a moment, no one in the team spoke. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the robot's movements. The remote-controlled robot advanced step by step toward the brightly lit corridor. Since the controller was not equipped with a device to display synchronized footage, Du Yishuan could only guide the robot visually. Even with the brightness ahead, after the robot had traveled a considerable distance, he still could not discern whether there were any traps on the ground. After all, traps are often cleverly concealed. Without specifically looking for them or approaching closely to observe, nothing would be apparent. Thus, when the robot stepped on a trap, Du Yishuan showed no immediate reaction. The remote-controlled robot continued to move steadily, experiencing no jolts even when it triggered the trap. In contrast, Chu Ming and the others felt a slight tremor beneath their feet. Upon sensing the ground beginning to shake, the expressions of Chu Ming and the others changed dramatically as they shifted their gazes from the robot to the distance. Under the flashlight's illumination, they clearly saw a massive circular stone rapidly rolling toward them from the other end of the corridor. Upon seeing the enormous stone rolling out, Chu Ming immediately reacted, shouting, "Run!" Hearing Chu Ming's voice, Zhang Haikua and the others quickly took off. As for the remote-controlled robot that had captured Lin Haoran's heart, no one operated it, leaving it to helplessly watch as the boulder rolled down and crushed it. Yet produced by the merchant system, it was a top-quality item. Even after being crushed by the massive boulder, it still shone brilliantly. However, in the next moment, it was reclaimed by the merchant system, leaving behind a scattered array of parts. After the boulder tripped the remote-controlled robot, it changed its trajectory from a straight line to a winding S shape. Chu Ming, who was running behind, glanced back at the pursuing boulder only to see it rolling toward them in an S shape. Chu Ming quickly picked up the device, glanced at the 3D maze on the screen, and swiftly located a corner where they could evade the boulder. He immediately accelerated to the front of the team and shouted, "Everyone stay close to me. Ooh, I know where we can dodge this boulder." All right. The team behind them said nothing more and closely followed Chu Ming. After running for about 4 to 5 minutes, Chu Ming led the team directly into the right passage. The moment Zhang Haikua dashed into the passage, the boulder brushed past them, creating a gust of wind that blew dirt onto Chu Ming and the others' faces. However, they had no time to curse at the boulder. The intense sprinting for 4 to 5 minutes had taken a significant toll on their stamina, especially the 5 criminals. They rarely exercised, and now, under the threat of their lives, they had sprinted for 4 to 5 minutes, nearly losing their lives. Now they all lay collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, as if in the next moment Zhang Haikua and the others could bury them right there. At that time, without the hindrance of Zhang Haikua and the others, they would likely be able to exit this relic swiftly and return to their own country. And they would remain in eternal slumber here. Fortunately, although the sprint of 4 to 5 minutes nearly cost them their lives, they still managed to survive. At the very least, Zhang Haikua and the others could not abandon them here. They were supposed to take them back for a court trial. Having thought this through and confirming that Zhang Haikua would not leave them to fend for themselves, the 5 prisoners let out a sigh of relief, their expressions relaxing considerably. However, after running at full speed for so long, their legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Now they were completely collapsed on the ground, and for a while they really did not want to get up. Chu Ming stood on the other side of the passage, also panting with a slight flush on his face. Fortunately, his physical fitness had been severely trained by the system for the past 6 months for trading. Otherwise, with his previous stamina, he would have already turned into a paper doll stuck to the floor of the passage. However, he never expected that just going out for business would lead to such dangerous situations. Truly, he did not know how to complain about his luck. Chu Ming silently complained in his heart. Zhang Haikua then checked his team members, and after confirming that they were all present, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after recovering, Du Yixian suddenly let out a wailing sound, almost scaring everyone who was resting half to death. Lin Haoran slapped Du Yixian on the shoulder and couldn't help but raise his voice. "Xian, are you trying to scare us? Why are you suddenly howling?" "I was so focused on running that I forgot the remote-controlled robot following Chu Ming was still running too. Now that robot might have turned into scrap." Du Yixian said sadly. "Sorry, Chu Ming, I took control of the robot, but ended up forgetting about it." Hearing the reason for Du Yixian's wailing, Chu Ming fell silent for a moment. Then Chu Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's fine, I have more robots like that. It was originally meant to trigger a mechanism. If it's gone, it's gone. You don't need to worry about it." "Really? Or else?" Du Yixian hesitated. He initially wanted to offer compensation to Chu Ming, but thinking of the robot's appearance, he suddenly hesitated. He felt that the price of this remote-controlled robot would be something he couldn't afford. But after a pause, Du Yixian gritted his teeth and continued, "I'll still compensate you for the robot." "Really, you don't need to. That remote-controlled robot is just so-so for me. You don't need to care about it. I have plenty here." Saying this, Chu Ming took out several identical robots from his backpack. When Du Yixian saw that Chu Ming had pulled out several identical remote-controlled robots, he was stunned. The others looked equally bewildered. No wonder they almost couldn't lift Chu Ming's backpack. It turned out it was filled with such things. It was quite normal for Lin Haoran to be flung away. After all, which trader would stuff so many identical robots into their backpack? After silently complaining about this, Lin Haoran felt that they should be numb to how much stuff Chu Ming could pull out of his backpack. It's like a Doraemon dream. Having a lot of things is perfectly normal, isn't it? Meanwhile, after confirming that Chu Ming really didn't need him to compensate for the robot, Du Yixian let out a sigh. But Chu Ming still couldn't resist the meal, so he let Du Yixian have his way. After regaining his composure, Chu Ming picked up the device in his hand again, looking at the 3D model of the relic maze on the screen, glancing at the route. After thinking for a moment, he put the robots he had taken out back into his backpack and took out the micro-drone he had used in Antarctica. Connecting the micro-drone to his phone and remote control, Chu Ming directly controlled the drone to fly to the place they had previously reached to check the situation. Zhang Haikua and the others stood beside Chu Ming, leaning in to look at the images transmitted back on the phone screen. Due to the nature of the micro-drone, as long as it was controlled properly, even if rolling stones appeared behind it wouldn't crush the micro-drone. It was precisely because Chu Ming and the others were worried that the rolling stones were not the only ones that they used the micro-drone to check the previous location. As long as they confirmed that this rolling stone was the only one, they could continue their journey. Chu Ming controlled the micro-drone to the location where the remote-controlled robot had reached. Upon seeing a pile of scattered parts on the ground, Du Yixian pursed his lips, but ultimately said nothing, continuing to watch the images transmitted back by the micro-drone on the phone screen. The micro-drone flew around the robot, and then flew forward for a distance. Then Chu Ming clearly saw a hole appear at the top of the relic. As expected, the rolling stone that had chased after them had fallen out from this hole. Chu Ming controlled the micro-drone to fly up for a look. Although the light above was very dim, the micro-drone had a night vision mode. Therefore, they could see the situation above the hole very clearly. It was quite spacious inside, and indeed there was no sign of other rolling stones. After confirming that there were indeed no rolling stones at the mechanism, Chu Ming parked the micro-drone in a safe place and looked up at Zhang Haikua. "There's no danger ahead, we can continue moving forward." "All right." Zhang Haikua nodded slightly, then looked at his team members. "There's no danger ahead, we'll continue moving forward." Liao Yunkai, Tong Shi Yuan helped those 5 up. "We set off immediately." "Yes." Liao Yunkai and Tong Shi Yuan responded loudly. They then helped the 5 collapsed prisoners up and followed behind Zhang Haikua as they continued walking ahead. Chu Ming once again checked the route in his hand, confirming that they were not going the wrong way. They jumped over a pile of parts that they didn't know what they were and continued towards the passage ahead. As they continued deeper, the passage ahead became increasingly intricate. It could be said that each passage had many branches. And every time Chu Ming passed a branch, he had to stop and confirm it carefully before daring to lead Zhang Haikua and the others to continue forward. It was only when Chu Ming led the team through a series of twists and turns that they arrived at a slope, where he finally stopped and peered down the slope ahead. Zhang Haikua walked over to Chu Ming with a flashlight, shining its beam downward. Fortunately, the beam of Chu Ming's flashlight was strong enough to illuminate the end of the slope despite its unexpected length. At the end of the slope was a bend leading upwards, indicating that it should lead to a new corridor. Chu Ming handed the equipment to Lin Haoran, who stood to his left, then set down his backpack and pulled out a familiar remote-controlled robot. After taking out the remote-controlled robot and the controller, Chu Ming put the backpack back on and began to maneuver the robot toward the slope ahead. Under Chu Ming's control, the remote-controlled robot steadily approached the slope, exuding an air of fearless determination. While everything seemed normal in Chu Ming's eyes, Zhang Haikua and the others felt an inexplicable sensation. The robot quickly reached the edge of the slope, just as Chu Ming was about to command it to move forward. Suddenly a loud noise erupted from the robot's head, and if one listened closely, they could hear the sound of rushing water mixed in. Upon hearing this noise, everyone instinctively began to step back, while Chu Ming also directed the robot to retreat. However, the robot was still a step too slow. A torrent of water suddenly cascaded down from the ceiling like a waterfall, crashing onto the robot. The powerful impact was too much for the robot to maintain its balance even with its weight. Thus, just as the remote-controlled robot was about to step out of the water's reach, it lost its balance in the rush of the water and was swept away. As the robot collided with the slope, the sound of its impact echoed in the ears of Chu Ming and the others. Only when the robot had slid to the end of the slope and was carried deeper into the corridor by the water did the noise finally lessen. Though the robot's sounds had indeed vanished, the torrent of water showed no signs of abating. The water continued to surge ferociously from the ceiling towards the slope, leaving Chu Ming in silence as he watched the waterfall-like curtain. Zhang Haikua turned to Chu Ming and quietly asked, "Chu Ming, is there another way we can go?" "No, the only route leading out of the ruins is this one. The other paths lead to dead ends," Chu Ming replied, shaking his head slightly. "So our clothes are definitely going to get wet this time." Lin Haoran interjected suddenly from the side. Everyone turned to look at him. Chu Ming shrugged. "Right. Are your backpacks waterproof? If not, that's going to be a problem." "Don't worry, our backpacks are waterproof. But after this trip we might need to stop and dry off. We'll have to start a fire to dry our clothes," Zhang Haikua said. "If they are waterproof, then it's fine. We'll find a dry place after we've all crossed through to dry our clothes," Chu Ming said. Saying this, Chu Ming put the remote control back into his backpack and took his equipment back from Lin Haoran. After glancing at the route on the screen, Chu Ming memorized the nearest path and then stowed the equipment back into his backpack. He then adjusted his backpack slightly and turned to Zhang Haikua and the others. "I'll go down first. You all hurry and follow, or I'll wait for you at the front." "Okay," Zhang Haikua nodded in response. Chu Ming tightened his grip on his backpack strap and then abruptly dashed towards the waterfall. In an instant, a chilling sensation surged through him, and the impact of the water flow felt like a harsh blow. However, Chu Ming quickly passed through the waterfall curtain, leaping and landing on his backpack, sliding down the slope. Seeing that Chu Ming had already slid down, Zhang Haikua glanced back at Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan. Without needing to say more, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan understood Zhang Haikua's intention. They nodded and took a step closer to the 5 captives. The 5 captives, tightly monitored by Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan, were at a loss for words regarding their actions. It was as if they believed that without supervision they could escape, even while tied together like dumplings in this maze-like and perilous ruin. But it must be said that they were indeed dedicated to their duty. Zhang Haikua nodded slightly upon seeing Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan moving closer to the captives. Then he tightened his grip on his backpack strap and followed closely behind, Chu Ming charging towards the waterfall curtain. In an instant, the water poured down on him, momentarily blanking his mind. Fortunately, he quickly regained his senses and, utilizing his Bodis momentum, burst through the waterfall curtain and leaped down the slope. Lin Haoran and the others followed closely behind, passing through the waterfall curtain. When it was the turn of the 5 guarded captives, they swallowed nervously at the sight of the relentless waterfall. One of them looked at Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan and stammered, "You'll give us a chance to dry our clothes, right? I don't want to catch a cold." "What are you whining about? Just hurry up, whether or not you dry off, you still have to pass through this waterfall." Liao Yunkai rolled his eyes, showing no mercy to the death row inmates. Tong Xiuan, next to him, couldn't be bothered to say a word. After all, what these 5 had done was unforgivable. He feared that speaking with them would make him lose control and resort to vigilantism. Hearing Liao Yunkai's words, the man realized that nothing he said would make a difference. Surviving to this point was already a testament to their strict supervision. What more could they ask for? The man sighed inwardly and glanced at the guns in Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan's hands. In that instant, he felt the anger he had built up dissipate. He took the lead and was the first to pass through the waterfall curtain. Under the icy water's stimulation, he felt as if his mind was being purified, embracing an unprecedented tranquility. But soon the tranquility in his heart was shattered by the slope ahead, as they had nothing but thick ropes binding them. Thus, as they leaped onto the slope, they could feel their bodies making very intimate contact with it. Instantly, a fiery pain surged through their backs. However, this sensation quickly faded away, swept away by the flowing water above the slope, leaving only a slippery feeling. As they slid down and could see the end of the slope, they could still feel the slickness where they contacted the slope. This feeling was quite uncomfortable for them. No matter how hard they pedaled their legs, they couldn't slow their bodies down. This lack of control made them very irritated. Yet they could only watch helplessly as they slid deeper into the corridor, carried by the current. As they slid a dozen meters away, drainage outlets appeared on both sides of the corridor. The torrents of water gushing from the ceiling turned sharply towards those outlets. As the water flow ahead diminished, their bodies began to slow down, and only when they reached a completely dry area did they finally come to a stop. The 5 prisoners crashed into one another. Without hands to help them, they could not get up, lying motionless on the damp floor. Even when they saw Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan about to collide with them, their expressions merely changed slightly, while their bodies remained still. Once Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan halted, they pulled all 5 prisoners up. After lifting the 5 prisoners, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan tidied themselves up, but their damp clothes remained uncomfortable even after wringing out some of the water. Liao Yunkai looked ahead, searching for his teammates. Du Yishuan, Lin Haoran, Dong Jiajia, and Suzui were sitting on both sides of the corridor wringing out their clothes, while Chu Ming and Zhang Haikua, who had descended earlier, were nowhere to be seen. Liao Yunkai approached, curiously asking the teammates sitting there, "Where are the captain and Chu Ming? Where did they go?" "Oh, the captain and Chu Ming went ahead to scout, saying they would check for a suitable place to rest, and asked us to wait here for you," Du Yishuan replied. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan nodded in response. "Should we follow them to find them after we arrive?" "No need, the captain told us to wait here until you all arrive." Lin Haoran shook his head. "Moreover, this place is a maze. We don't know where Chu Ming led the captain. Even if we wanted to catch up, it would be futile, so it's better to wait for the captain and Chu Ming to return here." "That makes sense." Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan deeply agreed with Lin Haoran's words. Thus they found a spot to sit down and continued wringing out their clothes. Before long, Chu Ming returned with Zhang Haikua, but both their faces looked grim. As Du Yishuan and the others lifted their heads to inquire about the situation, they saw the grim expressions on Chu Ming and Zhang Haikuo's faces, and without asking, they knew the situation ahead was certainly not good. However, they still needed to ask. As the representative, Du Yishuan took the lead. "Captain Chu Ming, what's the situation ahead? Your faces don't look good." "Ahead?" Chu Ming glanced at Du Yishuan with a look of helplessness. Zhang Haikua let out a deep breath, looking pale. "There's a bat habitat up ahead, and you should know that in a bat habitat there are many. Cough. So there might be marsh gas here, making it unsuitable to light a fire to dry clothes. We need to keep moving forward away from that bat habitat to stop." Although Zhang Haikua did not mention the key term, Du Yishuan and the others understood what he was implying. Thinking of that stuff all over the ground, Du Yishuan and the others' expressions suddenly changed, their faces turning ashen as if they had swallowed a fly. "So we have to wade through that bat habitat soaking wet and keep going." Lin Haoran's face turned green. He could hardly imagine. If they had to tread through that bat habitat in such a drenched condition, those things would stick directly to their shoes. Lin Haoran felt that his shoes might no longer be salvageable. Such things would make him feel nauseous even after walking a long distance. Zhang Haikua looked blankly at Lin Haoran, nodding slowly in response to Lin Haoran's indignant gaze. Lin Haoran instantly felt darkness before his eyes. Although they had trained outdoors and eaten bugs, they had never trained to tread on such things. Even if they could step on it, the discomfort would still be considerable. Bats. He felt overwhelmed by the thought of them. Chu Ming stood quietly aside, silent since earlier. After all, he had scouted ahead and seen a large area of dark, sticky substance illuminated by the flashlight, and the strong odor had assaulted him. Chu Ming was momentarily struck by this sight. Even now, he felt queasy and reluctant to speak, as if that odor still lingered around him. However, the only thing that brought him some relief was the overwhelming brightness of the flashlight, which had startled the bats into a frenzy. In an instant, the bats became as noisy as boiling water, fluttering away into the depths of the passage, veering away from the light. This caused the entire bat swarm to scatter. Thus there was no bat left in that habitat. But the thought of that strongly odorous place made Chu Ming's expression change repeatedly, his face filled with reluctance. He truly did not want any contact with that place or those bats. It was too disgusting. He took out a device, carefully examining the model of this 3D maze, hoping to find a passage that connected to their route. Finally, after Chu Ming's diligent search, he found a passage that connected to their forward route, allowing them to circumvent that area as long as they could break through that wall. Thinking of this, Chu Ming approached Zhang Haikua with the device to discuss the matter. Chu Ming held the device in front of Zhang Haikua, pointed at the passage he had in mind, and said seriously, "I want to break through this wall directly so that the two sides can connect and bypass that area. This way we can shorten the distance without having to go through that place." Zhang Haikua carefully examined the spot Chu Ming had indicated. It indeed appeared ideal for tunneling through, not only shortening their route, but also allowing them to bypass the bat's roost entirely. Yet a formidable obstacle stood before them. They possessed no tools capable of breaching the wall. After all, none of them had anticipated needing demolition equipment for an archaeological expedition. Zhang Haikua raised his gaze toward Chu Ming. "This location is excellent, truly optimal. But I must ask, we have no tools for breaking through stone." Chu Ming replied with solemn assurance, "Don't worry. I have everything required." As a system bearer, he would never find himself stranded in a predicament where insufficient tools forced him into indignity. Upon hearing that Chu Ming carried demolition tools, Zhang Haikua was astonished by the merchant's extraordinary logistical preparedness. But above all, he exhaled in profound relief. Though his endurance was exceptional, he would always choose avoidance over stepping in filth, especially when the sensation of it clinging to his soles would compel him to discard his boots outright. Thus, learning that Chu Ming possessed wall-breaching tools significantly eased Zhang Haikua's psychological burden. When the others learned of this alternative path circumventing the bat colony, the tension on their faces visibly softened. They drew deep, steadying breaths, and smiles returned to their lips. What a relief, not having to step in it. Zhang Haikua declared, "Let's depart immediately. Our uniforms are soaked. We urgently need shelter to kindle a fire and dry them." Zhang Haikua spoke those words aloud. "Wait, let's change out of these wet clothes first. Prolonged dampness against the skin invites chills. I happen to have spare garments." So saying, Chu Ming withdrew several steel pipes from his pack and swiftly assembled portable clothing racks. Once the racks were assembled, Chu Ming retrieved multiple sets of clothing from his pack and hung them neatly upon the frames. "These garments are labeled with sizes. Please select ones that fit. Wear them temporarily until your camouflage uniforms dry completely." Having finished hanging the clothes, Chu Ming pulled several waterproof bags from his pack. "Place your damp uniforms inside these bags, then stow them back in your packs for transport." Agreed. Zhang Haikua and the others accepted without hesitation. Though deep within the ruins, wearing sodden clothes was undeniably chilling. They stepped forward at once, selected garments suited to their builds, and retreated to change discreetly. Once fully clothed, the pervasive icy chill clinging to their bodies vanished instantly. Glancing at one another's new attire, they were unexpectedly struck by how effortlessly it enhanced their bearing, radiating vitality and composure. Instinctively, they reached for their phones to scan for payment. "Chu Ming, how much for this set? I'll buy it outright. Then when I return home on leave, my wife won't chide me for lacking sartorial sense." Chu Ming lifted his eyes, observing the team, formerly clad in utilitarian camouflage, who now appeared markedly brighter, more poised, and strikingly youthful in everyday wear. After a moment's reflection, Chu Ming replied, "I'll charge you 100 yuan per set. Acceptable." 100 yuan per set. That's astonishingly affordable. My wife spends hundreds on a single garment. Dong Jiajia chuckled. "And yet this one feels far more comfortable than any she's bought me. If I tell her I paid just 100 yuan for such quality, she'll surely demand to know where I purchased it." "Indeed, it's remarkably comfortable, surpassing all my other outfits by far," Suzui affirmed emphatically. While the team animatedly exchanged praise over their new attire, 5 captives, long forgotten in a shadowed corner, watched them with strained, constipated expressions. "Excuse me, might you pause your conversation? 5 drenched individuals sit shivering in urgent need of warmth. Is that not evident? Do prisoners possess no human dignity? Are they denied even the basic decency of dry clothing?" Though seething inwardly, they dared not voice their protest. At last someone noticed the 5 captives huddled in the corner, still clad in sodden garments, trembling violently from cold. Their lips had turned ashen, their awareness seemed to waver, clouded by hypothermia. Tong Xuan, recognizing their distress, turned to Zhang Haikua. "Captain, their lips are pale. Should we provide them with dry clothing?" Zhang Haikua looked up, and so did the 5 captives, lifting their gaze toward him in mute appeal. But Zhang Haikua merely glanced at them, then turned away to speak quietly with the young man standing beside him. Unable to comprehend the language of Longhua, they endured the incomprehensible dialogue, an experience that only deepened their psychological strain. All they knew was that the young man consistently produced items after speaking. So, was the apparent leader instructing him to supply clothing for them as well? Indeed. After concluding his exchange with Chu Ming, Zhang Haikua watched as Chu Ming withdrew several thick woolen blankets from his pack, not clothing. Chu Ming handed the blankets to Zhang Haikua. "Drape these over them. There's no need to untie their restraints or change their clothes." Zhang Haikua accepted the blankets, and the instant they settled into his palms, he felt as though he'd grasped a roaring brazier radiating intense, palpable heat. Wherever the fabric touched his skin, warmth surged upward, nearly scorching his fingers. Without delay, he distributed the blankets, directing Du Yishuan and the others to wrap each captive securely. In that instant, clammy heat enveloped all 5. They stared wordlessly, drenched, steaming, and profoundly uncomfortable. Was this method truly safe? Would prolonged moisture and heat inevitably provoke heat rash? Yet still they dared not complain. Observing their pained expressions, Chu Ming remarked cheerfully to Zhang Haikua and the others, "Wrapped thus, their bodies grow both damp and hot. Soon an insistent itch will rise. Bound tightly as they are, they cannot scratch, even if the urge becomes unbearable. A small, harmless penalty for their transgressions." Liao Yunkai clapped his hands. "Brilliant. I've long found them insufferable, but physical force was forbidden. This solution afflicts them without leaving a mark. Utterly perfect." Haha. Upon hearing Liao Yunkai's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, they quickly composed themselves, packing their belongings into their backpacks. Zhang Haikua glanced at his team members. "Since everyone is ready, let's continue on our journey." After changing their clothes, the team's spirits lifted significantly. Zhang Haikua looked at his energetic team members, nodding in satisfaction. Then Zhang Haikua turned to Chu Ming and said, "Chu Ming, please continue to lead the way." Chu Ming nodded, then put his backpack back on, picked up the instrument in his hand, found the wall, and led Zhang Haikua and the others forward. Before long, Chu Ming brought Zhang Haikua and the others to a dead end. Although it was a dead end, it was separated from another passage by just a wall. All they needed to do was break a hole in this wall that could accommodate a person. Standing by the wall, after confirming it was indeed this wall, Chu Ming set down his backpack. He then rummaged through his backpack for a while before finally pulling out a hammer from the bottom. With the hammer in hand, Chu Ming swayed it back and forth by the wall, seemingly searching for a suitable spot to strike. In reality, he indeed was. However, without any knowledge of construction, Chu Ming was at a loss as to where to strike to maintain the stability of the ruins. He could only ask his system for help. System, can you calculate where to strike so the ruins won't collapse? Yes, host, the merchant system replied quickly. With its extensive computational power, it soon calculated a suitable demolition point. After informing Chu Ming of the demolition point, the merchant system fell silent. Chu Ming ignored the inactive merchant system and walked to the designated demolition point with the hammer. He raised the hammer high and swung it down forcefully against the wall. Instantly, dust flew and debris scattered. The hammer made a deep dent in the wall. Upon seeing the dent he had created, Chu Ming pressed on, delivering another powerful blow to the wall. Team members who had initially considered taking the hammer to strike the wall hesitated, fearing that the hammer swung by Chu Ming might accidentally make contact with their heads. After several failed attempts to take over, Zhang Haikua had no choice but to call out to Chu Ming. Chu Ming, let us handle the wall, you just stand aside. It's fine, this wall is quite thick. Let me tire out first before you guys take over. Just make sure to conserve your energy, or nobody can escape this. Hearing Zhang Haikuo's words, Chu Ming turned back and smiled at them. Seeing this, Zhang Haikua fell silent. Others, upon hearing Chu Ming's words, immediately sat down on the ground, without hesitation, resting to regain their strength. As it turned out, Chu Ming was right. The wall was indeed very thick. It took several rounds for them to finally break through the last bit of the wall, revealing another passage. However, there was still a section below that remained unbroken. After swinging the hammer until it was smoking, a hole large enough for a person to pass through finally appeared before them. Finally, seeing the last bit cleared, Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, if it weren't for their lack of proficiency with the chainsaw and drill, making it difficult to control the size of the hole accurately, Chu Ming wouldn't have resorted to using the hammer to chip away at the wall. This method was truly time-consuming and labor-intensive. But what could he do? After all, he had never learned how to use a chainsaw or drill. Who would have thought a merchant would need to use such tools? It was simply absurd. It seemed that when he returned, he would need to spend more time in the system space to learn more versatile skills. Thinking about learning new skills, Chu Ming couldn't help but recall the 6 months he spent learning darts in the system space. When he first learned that his merchant location was determined by dart throwing, he had told the system he wanted to learn darts. As a result, he excelled in all other areas. Yet when it came to darts, it felt as though heaven had deliberately sealed off his talent, and no matter how he threw the darts, always flew past the target he aimed for, landing instead in completely different places. He just couldn't hit the intended spot. So funny. There and then Chu Ming decided to take a laid-back approach, letting fortune guide his throws. For him, hitting the target with the dart was already considered a success. Chu Ming shook his head, slightly shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and focused his gaze on the passage ahead. Chu Ming returned to his backpack with the hammer, dusted it off, and then used a wet wipe to clean it before putting it back into his backpack. He then shouldered his backpack, picked up the instrument he had set aside, and walked towards the hole, saying, "Let's continue forward. After a while we can rest." Okay. The team members quickly stood up, packed their backpacks, and lined up behind Chu Ming as they walked into another passage. It was only after entering this passage that Chu Ming and the others sighed in relief. After all, being here meant they had bypassed the bats' dwelling and wouldn't have to face them anymore. Chu Ming led the way with the instrument in hand. The decaying atmosphere of the ruins surrounded him. Suddenly, Chu Ming, who was leading, caught a whiff of a strange smell and abruptly stopped. Seeing Chu Ming halt, Zhang Haikua, who was following behind, also stopped, immediately looking at Chu Ming with curiosity. "Chu Ming, what's wrong? Do you guys smell something strange?" Chu Ming asked, seriously, staring intently at the passage ahead. Hearing this, Zhang Haikua and the others exchanged glances. Suzy nodded gently. "I smell it too. It's a fishy scent. There might be something ahead." Upon hearing this, the others carefully sniffed the air around them. In their deliberate search, they also detected a faint rancid odor. Their expressions instantly turned somber. Chu Ming nodded slightly, then set down his backpack and began rummaging through his things. "We don't know what's ahead, so it's better to be cautious. Everyone stay here for now. I'll send a micro-drone ahead to see what's going on." "Very well." Zhang Haikua and the others nodded. And they watched Chu Ming retrieve a miniature drone from his backpack, connect it to his smartphone, and pilot it into flight. Once airborne, the miniature drone advanced steadily down the corridor under Chu Ming's precise control. As soon as the drone departed, Zhang Haikua moved closer to Chu Ming, peering intently at the live feed streaming onto Chu Ming's phone screen. In night vision mode, the corridor ahead appeared with striking clarity on Chu Ming's display. As the drone glided forward, each successive stretch of the passage unfolded seamlessly before their eyes. Chu Ming and Zhang Haikua leaned in, their gazes sharpening. On the screen, they clearly saw a colossal green anaconda coiled across the ceiling of the ancient ruin. Directly beneath the serpentous section of the corridor lay submerged in stagnant water, its surface thick with rotting branches and decaying leaves. If their deduction was correct, that pungent putrid stench emanated unmistakably from the anaconda itself. As for why such a massive creature now inhabited the ruin, the waterlogged section below offered a plausible explanation. That pool likely connected to an external waterway, and the anaconda, wandering aimlessly, may have simply swum inward through this submerged breach. Thus, the submerged portion of the ruin must contain a structural breach. Chu Ming voiced this hypothesis to Zhang Haikua. Shall we take it down with a single shot and proceed? Zhang Haikua asked, swiftly raising his rifle. Chu Ming paused. Its sheer size makes it uncertain whether one bullet would even fell it. Chu Ming gently restrained Zhang Haikua, then guided the drone in slow, deliberate orbits around the motionless serpent. After scrutinizing the high-resolution feed, Chu Ming continued, I've observed its condition closely. It is currently undergoing molting. At this stage it is exceptionally vulnerable. If we pass with utmost caution, we should be safe, but everyone must keep their rifles ready just in case. Understood. Zhang Haikua gave a slight, approving nod. In truth, he had already resolved to do precisely that. He would never entrust his life solely to the serpent's temporary fragility, nor gamble that it would remain passive during its molt. His intention had always been to advance fully armed. Relieved by Zhang Haikua's agreement, Chu Ming exhaled softly and recalled the drone. After stowing the drone, Chu Ming drew his silver handgun from the holster at his waist and met Zhang Haikua's gaze. Seeing Chu Ming prepared to move forward, Zhang Haikua turned to address his team. We'll reconfigure our formation. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan will lead. The 5 detainees followed directly behind them. The rest of us will bring up the rear, providing cover. Yes, sir. And this time the response was subdued, clear enough for Zhang Haikua to hear, yet deliberately quiet. After all, a colossal anaconda coiled mere meters ahead. A loud noise might startle the molting beast and provoke disaster. Satisfied by their hushed but crisp reply, Zhang Haikua nodded and raised his hand, signaling the advance. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan tightened their grips on their rifles, brought them to ready position, and led the 5 unwitting detainees forward. Though the detainees had overheard no explicit details from Chu Ming and Zhang Haikua's exchange, they could infer much from their actions. Something dangerous surely lay ahead. Otherwise, why adopt such heightened vigilance? Why raise rifles long kept slung across their backs? Why reorganize their entire formation? So, what peril awaited them just beyond sight? What threat could so unsettle these seasoned Chinese operatives? Na Chill ran through the 5 detainees. With no knowledge of what lay ahead, they relied solely on the others' behavior to gauge the danger. Learning of an unknown threat triggered their primal instinct for survival, and for a moment they hesitated to advance. But those behind them, rifles leveled, would not permit hesitation. Dong Jiajia jabbed the barrel of his gun against the back of a reluctant detainee, his expression hardening into cold severity as he snapped, What are you standing there for? Move, now. And the detainee flinched at the pressure of the muzzle against his spine. Despite his reluctance, he stepped forward without protest. The group inched ever closer to the anaconda's lair. Perched upon the ruin's vaulted ceiling, the anaconda suddenly caught a whiff of living scent. Indistinct, yet undeniably organic. Its eyes snapped open, its body tensed, lifting slightly as it strained to identify the source. Once it confirmed the scent was advancing directly toward it, alarm surged through its primordial instincts. It was deep in the critical phase of molting, exquisitely fragile. And that scent carried unmistakable menace. No longer able to remain still, the serpent writhed down from the ceiling and plunged headlong into the submerged breach, vanishing from the ruin entirely. It fled swiftly, putting distance between itself and the ruin. It had never imagined that its carefully chosen, secluded molting sanctuary would be breached, precisely at this most vulnerable moment, by intruders. Truly. And had the anaconda possessed speech, its curses would have been scathing and profane. And by the time Chu Ming's team reached the flooded section and cautiously tilted their heads upward, searching for the serpent's position, they found only empty space. No trace remained. Not a scale, not a ripple. Only the lingering rancid odor clinging to the damp air. Stunned, Chu Ming and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. They had braced themselves for confrontation, prepared mentally and physically to face the beast. Yet the serpent had vanished without a trace. And silence settled among them, tense, incredulous, and utterly perplexed. Chu Ming immediately set down his pack, retrieved the miniature drone once more, and connected it to his phone. It must have sensed us approaching and fled, but we don't know where. I'll send the drone ahead to scout. No one else had any objections. After all, they truly did not know where the python would run. If it ran into the water, that would be fine, but if it ran ahead of them, they would still encounter it. However, compared to the possibility of the python running ahead, Chu Ming and the others felt that it was more likely the python would run into the water. After all, the shedding phase is very vulnerable. Even if it could run in such a short time, that python would not have disappeared without a trace. Therefore, Chu Ming speculated that the python might have run from the puddle. But to ensure safety, he decided to control a mini drone to fly ahead for a distance to see if there were any signs of the python. If there were no signs of the python ahead, then it would be fine to proceed directly. With this in mind, Chu Ming had already connected his phone to the mini drone. After releasing the mini drone, Chu Ming controlled it to fly quickly ahead for a distance, but did not find any traces left by the python. Seeing this, Chu Ming brought the mini drone back and turned to Zhang Haikua, nodding slightly. The python indeed ran away into the water. We can proceed with confidence. That's good. Zhang Haikua let out a heavy sigh of relief after hearing the definitive answer from Chu Ming. But soon he held his breath again. Because although the python had already left, the scent it left behind was indeed overwhelming. Even holding his breath, Zhang Haikua could smell the putrid stench that assaulted his senses. It was truly unbearable. Zhang Haikua waved his hand, and said, "Since that python has left, we should leave quickly. The smell it left behind is too intense." In fact, even without Zhang Haikua saying it, the people ahead had already quickened their pace. After all, they also found it hard to endure this foul smell. The reason they could tolerate it before was that they thought the python was still here. If they wanted to pass, they had to be cautious. But now that they knew the python had run away, they definitely would not linger here. They hurriedly walked a considerable distance until they completely shook off the smell, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we've left that biohazard area. I feel like I've picked up a smell just from being there for a while, Du Yishuan complained while catching his breath. Lin Haoran, standing beside him, also spoke up. Who isn't? I almost suffocated. That smell was just too overpowering. Suzy, how could you describe it as a fishy smell? It's not even as strong as this smell. Suzui scratched the back of his head. I just couldn't think of how to describe it at the moment. In contrast to the others who were gasping and complaining right after leaving the biohazard area, Chu Ming took out the mini drone to investigate the surrounding situation again. After confirming that there was no danger in the vicinity, Chu Ming let out a sigh of relief and looked at Zhang Haikua. It's safe here now. That python won't be back for a while. We can rest here for a bit. Good. Zhang Haikua nodded slightly, then looked at his team. It's safe here. Everyone can rest. If your clothes need drying, hurry up and start a fire to dry them. Yes. Upon hearing Zhang Haikuo's words, the team responded enthusiastically and then set down their backpacks. After taking out the fire-starting equipment, Du Yishuan and the others borrowed drying rods from Chu Ming, hung all their soaked clothes in a safe area near the fire, and then relaxed as they sat down. Dong Jiajia and Suzui took the opportunity to prepare a meal during their rest. After all, they had traveled a long way since their departure, and the food they had eaten in the morning had long been digested. Therefore, their stomachs were now protesting, loudly expressing their dissatisfaction with rumbling sounds. Hastily taking out cooking utensils from their backpacks, Dong Jiajia and Suzui immediately pulled out instant noodles, preparing to boil them. Seeing this, Chu Ming immediately walked over, took out several packs of sausage and some vegetables from his bag, and handed them to Dong Jiajia and Suzui. We can indulge a bit, even with instant noodles. Adding some sausages and vegetables makes it both delicious and appealing, Chu Ming said with a slight smile. Dong Jiajia and Suzui took the sausages and vegetables from Chu Ming and couldn't help but chuckle. Then Dong Jiajia joked, "This time we've really splurged. Normally, we wouldn't even spare a sausage for instant noodles. Thanks to Chu Ming, we not only get sausages, but several packs of them. Yeah, the sausages might even outnumber the noodles." Suzui laughed as well. Hearing this, Chu Ming showed a contemplative expression and said with a serious face, "That's not impossible. I still have several packs left. Making instant noodles with vegetables and sausages would be nice." Upon hearing Chu Ming's words, Dong Jiajia and Suzui exchanged glances, then showed expressions of great shock. That won't do. How can we eat so many sausages?" Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Because Dong Jiajia and Suzi's expressions were too strange, and their tone reminded them of characters in a drama. Ahem. With a light cough, everyone quieted down. Dong Jiajia and Suzui happily handled the sausages and vegetables given by Chu Ming. Meanwhile, the others kept an eye on their clothes, occasionally flipping them over to avoid them getting burned. As time passed, the aroma of the instant noodles gradually spread, and everyone happily slurped their noodles together. The 5 prisoners left in the corner could only endure hunger, waiting for Chu Ming and the others to finish before it was their turn. After everyone was full, Chu Ming sat aside and took out an instrument with a 3D model of the ruins, carefully observing the routes of the model. The red dot representing their location had moved to where they currently were. Chu Ming zoomed in and out of the 3D model, confirming how far they were from the exit. Zhang Haikua couldn't keep up with Chu Ming's pace in finding the route, so he didn't look at the 3D model, but went to chat casually with his team. After continuously observing the route several times, Chu Ming estimated that at their current speed, without any traps or unexpected events, they would need about 3 more days to exit. I have to say, the scale of these ruins is quite impressive. Chu Ming let out a deep breath, stuffed the instrument back into his backpack, and then stood up to walk towards the group of team members. Time passed little by little. Excluding the team members on duty, everyone else returned to their tents to rest after finishing their conversations. Early the next morning, as the piercing sound of the alarm clock rang, Chu Ming's consciousness gradually returned. He reached out of his sleeping bag and groped around his head. Until he found his phone, Chu Ming slid his hand across the screen, relying on his memory of the alarm. Very good. He missed the slide, and the alarm continued to blare. Reluctantly, Chu Ming opened his eyes and picked up his phone to check, precisely tapping the slider on the screen. Finally, the harsh sound of the alarm disappeared, and the surroundings became quiet. However, Chu Ming's consciousness had already been disturbed by the alarm. Even though his eyelids were still heavy, he clearly realized that it was already past his sleeping time. After lingering in the sleeping bag for a while, Chu Ming sat up, yawning, staring blankly for a moment, before finally waking up and crawling out of the sleeping bag to start packing. Once everything was packed, Chu Ming looked at his phone again. 6:32. It was quite early. As Chu Ming crawled out of the tent, he saw Dong Jiajia and Suzui already preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Chu Ming, they raised their hands and greeted him. "Good morning, Chu Ming." "You too, good morning." Chu Ming, holding toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a cup, draped a towel over his shoulder and took 2 bottles of water to wash up. After finishing his washing, Chu Ming finally felt fully awake. He returned to the tent and stuffed everything he held back into his backpack, then crawled out of the tent, setting it down. After packing up the tent, Chu Ming finally zipped up his backpack. Only now did he truly finish organizing all his belongings. Then Chu Ming sat in front of Dong Jiajia and Suzui glancing into the pot. It was still instant noodles, but fortunately there were some ingredients. Before going to bed last night, Chu Ming had taken out a few packs of ham sausages and handed them to Dong Jiajia and Suzui, while also bringing out a small fridge from his backpack. He told them that the breakfast ingredients could be taken from the fridge, then crawled back into his small tent to sleep. Originally, he was worried that Dong Jiajia and Suzui might feel embarrassed to take these things, but now it seemed to be quite fine. He was sure he would get a big bowl of noodles later. Chu Ming was already prepared for breakfast. Other people gradually emerged from their tents to wash up until everyone gathered together. Dong Jiajia and Suzui immediately divided the noodles among the group. As expected, as the major contributor of ingredients for the noodles, Chu Ming received more than the others. After finishing breakfast heartily, everyone packed their things and prepared to set off again. Chu Ming took out the device from his backpack and checked the route ahead. Yesterday, when he was calculating how much longer it would take to leave the ruins, he hadn't looked at the situation of the route ahead. Today, they needed to confirm the situation before setting off. Therefore, this time, Chu Ming looked more carefully. Soon he noticed a dark shadow in a strip shape not far from the red dot. Chu Ming's expression slightly froze as he carefully observed the densely packed strip-shaped shadows along the walls of the ruins, quickly pondering what could match them. Zhang Haikua, who had been waiting there after packing up, noticed that Chu Ming was staring at the device without taking action, and a question mark appeared in his mind. He walked over to Chu Ming's side and asked Chu Ming, "Is there a problem ahead?" Hearing Zhang Haikuo's voice, Chu Ming raised his hand and pointed with his index finger at the position of the strip-shaped objects, looking puzzled as he said, "There are many long strip-shaped shadows here, but I can't think of anything that matches them. What long strips could be mechanisms?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Haikua immediately leaned in to check the location Chu Ming pointed out. Following Chu Ming's indication, he also saw the densely packed strip-shaped shadows. Unfortunately, Zhang Haikua looked left and right, but had no clue at all. After all, he had never encountered such a mechanism. With no clue, Zhang Haikua helplessly shook his head. After a moment, Chu Ming, who had been deep in thought, suddenly remembered something, raised his head abruptly, his eyes brightening, as he exclaimed, "Since we can't figure out what this mechanism is, I can send a remote-controlled robot to check it out. As long as it's not a deadly mechanism, we can all pass." He had been contemplating whether these strip-shaped objects were deadly mechanisms for everyone's safety. But suddenly the image of the remote-controlled robot popped into his mind. In an instant, he felt enlightened and realized that to know what this mechanism was, wouldn't it be better to test it with the remote-controlled robot? Why was he wasting time and brain cells here guessing about a mechanism? Wouldn't it be clearer to just let the remote-controlled robot test it? Thinking of this, Chu Ming could only say it was not too late, as he did not risk his own life to test it. Chu Ming hurriedly set his backpack down, took out the remote-controlled robot that he had retrieved after it had fallen, and placed it on the ground to test it. After discovering that the remote-controlled robot could still move, Chu Ming took out a mini-drone from his backpack. He attached the mini-drone to the remote-controlled robot, connected the mini-drone to his phone, and then secured the phone and the remote control together with tools, directly controlling the remote-controlled robot to move forward. Since the mini-drone was on the remote-controlled robot, as the robot moved, the images transmitted back from the mini-drone would also change. Thus, all Chu Ming needed to do was control the remote-controlled robot to move forward. This was a method he suddenly thought of before falling asleep last night. This way they could compensate for the defect of the remote-controlled robot not being able to sync the images. With that, Chu Ming controlled the remote-controlled robot to step forward slowly. Zhang Haikua also stood beside Chu Ming, watching the images transmitted back on the phone. Under the night vision mode of the mini-drone, the situation ahead was clearly presented to both Chu Ming and Zhang Haikua. They saw the remote-controlled robot under Chu Ming's control step by step toward the passage filled with strip-shaped black shadows. Until it stepped into the range of the strip-shaped black shadow passage, suddenly something on the wall surged out abruptly and slammed hard into the remote-controlled robot. A sharp thud echoed as the remote-controlled robot slammed violently into the wall. On the live feed from the microdrone, Chu Ming and Zhang Haikua watched in disbelief as their robot appeared to be forcibly embedded into the wall by an unexpected tremendous force. That thud was in fact an auditory illusion conjured spontaneously in their minds. Moments later, the robot tumbled down from the wall. Fortunately, the robot proved remarkably durable. After a few test commands, Chu Ming confirmed it remained operational, and immediately directed it to twist its neck, angling the microdrone's lens toward the assailant for capture and transmission. Through swift, precise maneuvering, Chu Ming soon revealed the identity of the object that had hurled the robot against the wall. It was a massive wooden stake, thicker even than a plum blossom training post, now deeply lodged in the wall. Driven by some unseen mechanism behind it, the stake spun rapidly, not merely rotating in place, but also retracting and lunging forward like a startled mole. Had the robot not retreated just beyond its strike zone, it would surely have been reduced to splinters. After studying the mechanism, Chu Ming slowly raised his gaze to Zhang Haikua and asked, "Sergeant Zhang, how agile is your team?" The device clearly tested agility. A single misstep would send anyone hurtling into the wall with the same brutal force inflicted upon the robot. At that velocity, a direct impact would likely shatter more than just a few ribs. It would do justice to the stake's sheer girth. Zhang Haikuo paused briefly before replying, I'm fine, but those young rascals should manage well enough too. He hesitated a moment longer, then turned and beckoned Du Yishuan and the others overcome. Take a look. See if you can dodge these stakes. Curious, Du Yishuan and the rest stepped forward to examine the footage on the phone screen. Upon witnessing the stakes' rapid, unpredictable retraction and lunge, they fell silent. Probably can, they ventured uncertainly. What do you mean probably? Zhang Haikuo shot them a stern glare. It's not optional, it's mandatory. Fail, and you'll be counting broken ribs. At his glare, Du Yishuan and the others hastily corrected themselves. We will succeed. Though reassured by their reply, Zhang Haikuo's brow remained furrowed with concern. The stakes moved with blinding speed, so fast that evasion demanded pure instinct, not deliberation. Yet they knew nothing of this mechanism's patterns, nor could they predict which wall would suddenly erupt with a deadly lunge. Zhang Haikuo fell into grim silence. Chu Ming, however, after observing the feed for a while, spoke up. This mechanism appears to remain active for some time once triggered. I can use the robot to activate all stakes first, then study their behavior. I've noticed their strikes follow a fixed range. Standing within the safe zones renders one entirely untouched. Once activated, we can observe where each stake's safe zone lies. As it begins retracting, we dash immediately to the next safe zone. Progressing step by step should see us through. But timing is critical. The sprint between zones must be swift. Zhang Haikuo glanced again at the screen. There the robot stood motionless within a safe zone, watching the stake lunge forward, then withdraw, then lunge again, never making contact. Clearly the stakes operated within strict spatial boundaries. Zhang Haikuo nodded. Chu Ming, please trigger all mechanisms first with the robot. Everyone else, prepare to move. Understood. The group responded in unison. Chu Ming tucked the instrument back into his backpack, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and resumed guiding the robot forward. As the robot advanced, Chu Ming led the team onward. Distant rhythmic thuds reverberated ahead. Chu Ming watched the shuddering camera feed in quiet contemplation. When they finally reached the chamber of stakes, he surveyed the dense forest of activated posts, then looked toward the far end. No shattered robot lay there. He turned back to Zhang Haikuo. I'll go first. You follow at your own pace. Agreed. Zhang Haikuo nodded. Chu Ming secured his gear, took a deep breath, and stepped confidently into the safe zone beside the first stake. Having claimed the robot's first blood, this stake would earn no further triumphs. It would become the most ignominious of all. As the first stake, it stood beside an unusually large safe zone. Within it, Chu Ming fixed his unwavering gaze upon the looming post. The instant the stake began retracting, leaving a wide gap, Chu Ming darted forward, slipping seamlessly into the safe zone beside the second stake. The distance between the two zones was minimal. By the time Chu Ming settled into the second, the stake was still withdrawing, its retraction noticeably slower than its violent lunge. With precise timing, passage was assured. Seeing Chu Ming safely anchored in the second zone, Zhang Haikuo strode into the first safe zone and readied himself. The 5 bound prisoners standing behind them stared at the frenetic, lightning-fast stakes, beads of sweat glistening across their foreheads. Wait, are you seriously planning to sprint straight across? Even if you make it, how can they possibly run like that, trussed up like mummies? And those stakes, they're moving that fast. We simply can't do it. Trembling, the tightly bound prisoners watched in horror, already rehearsing dignified last words in their minds. They held no real hope of surviving such a trial. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan, standing guard beside the prisoners, noted their pallor. Though reluctant, they nevertheless explained the method in full detail. Though these 5 men were ultimately destined for execution, 5 bullets awaited them. Their final moments were not meant to come here. They were to be escorted back for formal trial, convicted, for themselves and their accomplices, before facing judgment. To prevent total annihilation on this threshold, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan relayed every nuance of the strategy, clear, meticulous, and exact. However, even though Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan had explained in great detail, the 5 prisoners understood perfectly. Yet when the people in front had gradually passed through the wooden stake mechanism, and it was their turn, they still felt a blankness in their minds due to tension. The first prisoner, standing on the safe zone of the first wooden stake, looked at the densely packed, rapidly moving stakes, and experienced a moment of mental stagnation. Seeing that the first prisoner had not moved even after the wooden stakes had swung back and forth several times, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan, who held guns behind them, immediately approached. Their brows furrowed deeply, and Liao Yunkai's tone was sharp. What are you still standing here for? Do you think you can avoid trouble by not moving? Saying this, Liao Yunkai poked the prisoner's back with the gun. Feeling the dark muzzle of the gun poking at his back, the prisoner began to think again, swallowed hard, and forced a smile. I was just observing its frequency. Once I find it, I'll go right away. With that, in order to prolong his life and have another meal instead of meeting an early demise, the prisoner seized the opportunity and dashed into the safe zone of the second wooden stake. Once he stood safely in the safe zone of the second wooden stake, the prisoner let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, a sense of this mechanism doesn't seem so terrifying surged in his heart, giving him greater confidence for the next passage. Seeing that the first prisoner had safely reached the second wooden stake safe zone and was even starting to move forward again, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan fixed their dangerous gazes on the remaining 4 prisoners. Sensing the murderous intent in the eyes of these 2 members of the Dragon Kingdom, the remaining prisoners dared not hesitate for a moment, quickly moving forward and timing their jumps. Seeing that all the prisoners had safely entered the wooden stake mechanism, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan did not linger, following closely behind them into the mechanism. The first to enter the wooden stake mechanism, Chu Ming, had already reached the other side of it. The remote-controlled robot he had used to trigger the mechanism lay battered on this side of the passage. Although it looked heavily damaged, in reality, only the outer shell had dented, making it appear quite pitiful. In fact, it had not suffered any serious injuries. Seeing that his robot seemed to still be operable, Chu Ming quickly stuffed the remote-controlled robot back into his backpack. He then directly instructed the merchant system to retrieve the remote-controlled robot. By the time Zhang Haikua followed Chu Ming to the other safe zone of the wooden stake mechanism, Chu Ming had already returned the robot to the merchant system. Zhang Haikua approached, looking left and right, but did not see the remote-controlled robot, so he turned his gaze to Chu Ming. "Chu Ming, have you put away that robot?" Zhang Haikua asked with confusion. Recalling the state of the robot when he found it, and the pile of parts he had seen before, Chu Ming nodded slightly. "Yes, but it's broken and can't be used anymore." After all, a regular remote-controlled robot simply couldn't withstand being slammed against the wall by so many wooden stakes. The previous pile of robot parts must have been cleared by the merchant system to avoid leaving a mess. If it had withstood the crushing of such a massive boulder without any damage, that remote-controlled robot would likely have been retrieved back in due course. And by then he would not be able to explain why the exterior of this remote-controlled robot was so sturdy. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chu Ming made the same choice as the merchant system. Hearing that the robot had failed to withstand the impact of the wooden stakes, Zhang Haikua's expression turned regretful. That robot looked pretty good, but it still couldn't withstand the impact of these wooden stakes. The force of these stakes is just too outrageous. Recalling the fierce wind that rushed at his face when the stakes suddenly shot towards him while he was standing in the safe zone, Zhang Haikua's expression changed. "If I had been hit by such powerful stakes, I probably would have had some bones broken. If my body were any more fragile, it wouldn't be impossible to be killed here. But fortunately, my agility is decent enough. Oh, at least I'm standing here safe now." After Zhang Haikua let out a sigh of relief, Du Yixuan and the others who followed behind had also passed through the wooden stake mechanism and safely arrived at Chu Ming and Zhang Haikua's side. Seeing that Du Yixuan and the others had safely made it over, Chu Ming and Zhang Haikua breathed a sigh of relief. They then turned their attention back to the wooden stake mechanism. If he guessed correctly, the next to enter the wooden stake mechanism should be those 5 prisoners. Although Liao Yunkai, Tong Xiuan, and Zhang Haikua harbored some concerns, their trust in them outweighed it. Zhang Haikua believed that Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan could safely pass through the wooden stake mechanism. As for the 5 prisoners, Zhang Haikua felt somewhat pessimistic about the 5 prisoners. If they made a mistake while passing through the wooden stake mechanism, he wondered if there was even a place to bury them here. Just as Zhang Haikua began to consider whether he should find a burial spot for the 5 prisoners, a scream suddenly echoed from within the wooden stake mechanism. Hearing the sudden piercing scream, Chu Ming and the others' hearts jolted, and they quickly looked towards the wooden stake mechanism. However, due to the densely packed wooden stakes, Chu Ming and the others could not clearly see what was happening inside. Seeing this, Chu Ming quickly rummaged through his backpack for a micro-drone, connected it to his phone, and controlled the micro-drone to fly into the wooden stake mechanism. Soon the situation inside the wooden stake mechanism was relayed back to Chu Ming's phone by the micro-drone. He saw a prisoner tied up like a dumpling, seemingly having charged forward without timing it correctly, resulting in him being slammed against the wall by the suddenly protruding wooden stakes. The prisoner was pressed tightly against the wall, and blood seemed to be seeping from the corner of his mouth. The other prisoners, witnessing the tragic state of the one in front, hesitated to advance any further while standing in the safe zone. Immediately, the entire line of prisoners came to a halt. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan, who were guarding the rear, also heard the wretched screams of the front prisoner, but with other prisoners standing in the safe zone, they were powerless to check the situation. Though they wished to step forward to check the situation, the wooden stakes and the prisoners obstructing the front left them with no opportunity. Moreover, just as they intended to advance, the stern warning from Zhang Haikua suddenly echoed in their minds. For the sake of their own safety, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan refrained from recklessly moving forward. After all, the 5 prisoners would inevitably face dire consequences, and if they were to get injured while assessing the situation, Zhang Haikua would undoubtedly scold them mercilessly. Zhang Haikua had already emphasized several times before their departure that their safety should be the priority, as the 5 prisoners could very well meet their fate right then and there. The directive from above was clear: capture them alive if possible, if not, ensure that they were all completely dead. Do not grant them even the slightest opportunity to rise again. Furthermore, there was Chu Ming on the opposite side. If he heard any sound, he would certainly deploy the microdrone to investigate the situation. In the presence of Chu Ming operating the microdrone, there was no need for them to risk moving forward to assess the situation. Thus, with these thoughts in mind, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xiuan managed to resist the urge to step forward, remaining stationary for the time being. Meanwhile, Chu Ming had already used the microdrone to thoroughly investigate the circumstances. Controlling the microdrone to return, Chu Ming turned to Zhang Haikua and said, "One of the prisoners miscalculated the timing and rushed forward. Now he's been slammed against the wall by the wooden stake, and his mouth is bleeding." Upon hearing this, Zhang Haikua furrowed his brows. Is he in a position to block the others from coming through? Chu Ming recalled the footage transmitted back by the microdrone and nodded slightly. Yes, Although he was knocked against the wall, he still blocks most of the safe zone. If anyone tries to squeeze in now, they will only collide with that prisoner. In that case, he'll go bring that prisoner over. After hearing Chu Ming's words, Zhang Haikua frowned and turned to return to the wooden stake mechanism. The 5 prisoners were of no concern to him. What mattered was ensuring Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan behind them could safely come through. Losing the 5 prisoners was one thing, but he couldn't allow anything to happen to Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan's families. Seeing Zhang Haikua turn to rush back toward the wooden stake mechanism, Chu Ming quickly reached out to stop him. Don't go. He'll handle it. My agility is high. Bringing that person over will be no problem. No way, this is our responsibility. How can we let an ordinary civilian take such risks? Hey, Chu Ming. Zhang Haikua adamantly rejected Chu Ming's suggestion, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Ming had already put down his backpack and swiftly dove into the wooden stake mechanism. Seeing Chu Ming's actions, Zhang Haikua felt both anxious and furious. However, he dared not recklessly pursue him, fearing he would cause trouble for Chu Ming, and could only anxiously pace in place. But soon Chu Ming brought the injured prisoner back to the safe zone. Seeing Chu Ming quickly returning with a prisoner on his back, Zhang Haikua and the others rushed forward, tossing the prisoner aside and anxiously checking Chu Ming's condition. Chu Ming, are you hurt anywhere? Seeing the tense expressions of Zhang Haikua and the others as they examined him, Chu Ming couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears, but a warm current flowed through his heart. I'm fine. I told you before I wouldn't come to such dangerous places alone if I didn't have the ability. You can rest assured. Even if you're skilled, those wooden stakes are no joke. Next time you should refrain from taking such dangerous actions. This is something we should handle. Seeing that Chu Ming was unharmed, Zhang Haikua finally let out a sigh of relief, but his expression immediately turned serious. All right. Noticing Zhang Haikuo's stern demeanor, Chu Ming paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. He felt that if he were to engage in any more reckless behavior, Zhang Haikua might have Du Yishuan and the others tie him up with ropes, just like the 5 prisoners, ensuring he wouldn't take any risks. For the sake of his freedom, Chu Ming quickly agreed and stepped away from the wooden stake mechanism, taking practical action to prove that he would absolutely not return. Seeing Chu Ming distancing himself from the wooden stake mechanism, Zhang Haikua finally relaxed his expression. Then he suddenly remembered that there was still a prisoner lying on the ground, uncertain of his fate. He quickly turned to look at that prisoner, only to see the one who had been struck by the wooden stake lying motionless on the ground with his eyes tightly closed. His face was pale and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth. It appeared he was seriously injured. Zhang Haikua immediately approached to check on the prisoner's condition. After a thorough examination, Zhang Haikua reached a conclusion. The prisoner's ribs had surely been broken by the wooden stake. Given the force with which it had struck, it was possible that the fractured bones had punctured the prisoner's internal organs. Moreover, the blood oozing from the prisoner's mouth was increasing. It was evident that he had suffered severe internal injuries. However, Zhang Haikua lacked professional equipment and could not accurately assess the prisoner's condition. They had not learned any knowledge beyond first aid, and regarding the prisoner's condition, they could only silently stand by, speechless. If there had been professional equipment, trained personnel, and medication here, perhaps this prisoner could have been saved. But they had none. If this prisoner had indeed sustained serious internal injuries, it was likely that he could not be saved. Zhang Haikua stood aside, shaking his head in helplessness. It seemed they would be one prisoner short for the transfer back. Chu Ming stood nearby watching Zhang Haikuo's helpless demeanor and shook his head in resignation. He had not learned any skills or knowledge beyond first aid, and was equally powerless regarding the prisoner's internal injuries. To treat a prisoner who might have serious internal injuries, it would still require transfer to a major hospital. This would likely require surgery. But surgery was too much to ask of Chu Ming. His university major was not in medicine, and it could only be said that this prisoner had reached the end of his road. Everyone stood by in silence. The prisoners behind, under the escort of Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan, cautiously arrived at this safe spot. The 4 prisoners, seeing one of their own lying on the ground, while everyone else stood silently nearby, immediately understood the situation regarding that prisoner. They pressed their lips together, ultimately saying nothing, standing aside and following suit in silence. Zhang Haikua raised his head and saw Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan approaching. After sizing them up for a moment and confirming they were unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan had just arrived when they saw the prisoner lying motionless on the ground. Observing the prisoner's seemingly hopeless state, they couldn't help but raise their heads, directing their gaze toward Zhang Haikua. Captain He. Liao Yunkai pointed at the prisoner. Zhang Haikua, seeing Liao Yunkai inquiring about the prisoner's condition, shook his head helplessly. He has suffered internal injuries from the impact. We currently lack the ability and conditions to treat him. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Haikua turned his gaze toward the still unseen exit of the ruins ahead and said in a deep voice, moreover, even if we took him with us, he wouldn't survive until we left the ruins. Upon hearing this, Liao Yunkai and Tong Xuan fell into a brief silence. But soon they saw Zhang Haikua draw his gun and aim it at the prisoner. These criminals are extremely cruel. It would not be excessive to tear them apart 1,000 times, but we are different from them, so I will give him a quick end. Chu Ming, if you can't handle the bloody scene, you can turn away, Zhang Haikua added, directing his words to Chu Ming. Chu Ming gave a slight nod, then stepped into the passage to avoid any blood that might splatter on him. However, he did not turn away. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the scene before him. After all, Zhang Haikua had mentioned that if they encountered cannibals here, they should not hold back. But since Chu Ming had never shot anyone with a real gun, he still decided to observe the scene to prepare himself psychologically. Seeing Chu Ming's demeanor, Zhang Haikua said nothing further, instead aiming his gun at the prisoner, disengaging the safety, and pulling the trigger. A gunshot echoed through the ruins, and the prisoner instantly lost all signs of life. Chu Ming faced such a scene for the first time, and his expression changed slightly. The previous prisoners that had been shot had been dealt with by Zhang Haikua and the others, so Chu Ming had not seen their appearances. Now, however, Chu Ming witnessed the prisoner die before his eyes. It would be impossible to say that he felt no turmoil in his heart. Silently, Chu Ming turned away, attempting to calm the surging emotions and the physiological reactions rising within him, but he still couldn't help but step aside to deal with the things caught in his throat. After all, this scene was quite a shock for an upstanding citizen who had been diligently handling business just half a year ago. Seeing Chu Ming turn to face the wall, Du Yishuan and the others quickly understood his situation. Du Yishuan pulled out a pack of tissues and a bottle of water from his bag and walked over to hand them to Chu Ming. Here, you can rinse your mouth and wipe your face after throwing up. Thank you, I'm sorry, Chu Ming replied, taking the bottle of water and the pack of tissues, his expression a bit awkward. There's no need to feel awkward, oh, we've all been through this. It's just that the captain was a bit ruthless, giving that prisoner a headshot right in front of you. Du Yishuan patted Chu Ming's shoulder to offer comfort. However, Du Yishuan's words only made Chu Ming recall the bloody scene, prompting him to wave his hand and urge Du Yishuan to step back as he continued to vomit. He had indeed overestimated his own capacity for endurance. When had an ordinary person like him ever witnessed such a scene? Only after his physiological reactions subsided did Chu Ming laboriously pull out a few tissues to wipe away the tears forced out by his vomiting. Then Chu Ming twisted open the water bottle, walked to a clean spot, rinsed his mouth, wiped his face, and finally felt like he could breathe again. Chu Ming walked a little further, and only after throwing the prisoner's body out of sight did he sit down to rest. Zhang Haikua and the team caught up, and upon seeing Chu Ming sitting pale against the wall of the ruins, he placed Chu Ming's backpack beside him and asked with concern, "Chu Ming, are you all right?" Chu Ming looked up at Zhang Haikua and nodded. "I feel much better now, but my legs are a bit weak from vomiting. Let me rest for a while." "All right," Zhang Haikua replied, glancing at Chu Ming. He ultimately chose not to bring up the previous incident, concerned it might upset Chu Ming further, and nodded before moving aside to let everyone take a break. Chu Ming took out his device, hoping to observe the route and overwrite the shocking scene that had nearly been etched into his memory with new memories. If he had to name his greatest wish at the moment, it would definitely be to avoid encountering cannibals. Fortunately, the Amazon rainforest is vast, and the number of cannibals is quite scarce, so the likelihood of them encountering cannibals is low. He might even not need to witness such a scene at all. But having seen it, on the other hand, although the initial shock from this scene was significant, it was not entirely without benefits given his ability to adjust. His heart and capacity for endurance would surely strengthen after this ordeal. Even if he encountered something similar again, he probably wouldn't react as strongly. However, he still hoped not to encounter such situations again in the future. Dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Chu Ming focused all his attention on the 3D model displayed on the device's screen. Rotating the 3D model back and forth, Chu Ming observed the appearance of the passage they needed to traverse ahead. It was an upward passage. Fortunately, from the model, it appeared to have stairs for everyone to walk on. However, there were large shadows surrounding the stairs, and unsurprisingly, those must be traps. Perhaps these traps are related to the stairs. Chu Ming scrutinized the model of the stairs, but the model did not reveal any more intricate details. Chu Ming thought for a moment, and then took out a remote-controlled robot from his backpack, followed by a miniature drone that he attached to the remote-controlled robot. After preparing everything, Chu Ming solemnly patted the shoulder of the remote-controlled robot and said earnestly, "I'm counting on you this time, remote-controlled robot No. 3. The light in the eyes of remote-controlled robot No. 3 flickered briefly, as if responding to Chu Ming. Chu Ming stuffed the device back into his backpack and then picked up the remote control to guide the robot forward. The miniature drone attached to the remote-controlled robot began transmitting the footage back. Chu Ming watched the images on his phone, controlling the robot as it moved forward. The figure of the remote-controlled robot gradually disappeared from the sight of Du Yishuan and the others. Zhang Haikua leaned over to join Chu Ming in watching the footage being transmitted back on the phone screen. In the footage, the remote-controlled robot, which had vanished from everyone's sight, took steps forward, and soon a staircase that seemed endless appeared on the screen. Chu Ming commanded the robot to take a step forward. Suddenly, the robot shook violently, and then to the astonished gazes of Chu Ming and Zhang Haikua, the stairs began retracting at a steady pace. But this is not the main point. The key is that as the steps of the staircase retract, the walls on both sides are gradually closing in. As a result, the width of this passage is no longer as spacious as other passages, and it is even beginning to show signs of disappearing. It seems as though it wants to block this passage, turning it into a dead end. If the people behind cannot get through and those on the staircase do not move quickly enough to exit before the walls close completely, they might very well turn from three-dimensional beings into mere paper figures. Realizing this, Chu Ming raised his head to exchange glances with Zhang Haikua. Zhang Haikua fell silent for a moment, and asked how long is this staircase. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming also fell silent for a moment. He maneuvered the robot to back out of the staircase while the walls had not yet closed in and took out his device to start calculating. Since the 3D model was scaled down, he still had data to work with. Soon Chu Ming calculated the length of the staircase. It's a bit long, about 300 meters. 300 meters. Zhang Haikua fell into thought. If it was a full-speed run of 300 meters. Zhang Haikua was also somewhat uncertain. After all, climbing stairs rapidly consumes physical strength. It's tough to maintain the initial speed towards the end. They are ultimately just limited beings with finite stamina. Chu Ming temporarily set the device aside and looked at the images returned on his phone. He saw that the staircase, which was originally retracting, seemed to sense that no one was on it anymore, so it gradually reverted to its original form and did not continue to close. Seeing this, Chu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The staircase could actually return to its original form. This sparked an idea in Chu Ming's mind. He raised his eyes to Zhang Haikua, saying, I just checked my phone and found that once there's no one on the staircase, the walls will start to retract and the staircase will extend again. So I want to use the robot to test how long it takes for the staircase to fully retract. We can simulate the speed of a person going up. If it's not possible to ascend, then we'll see if there are other routes to take. There's no need to take risks here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haikua nodded in agreement. Chu Ming handed the remote control to Zhang Haikua. Captain Zhang Yu, try controlling the robot to go up the stairs. Just let me know what happens at the end. I'll look for any other routes we can take. As he spoke, Chu Ming already had the device in hand, searching through the 3D model. However, since the staircase was inclined upwards, it was somewhat challenging to find a passage that aligned with it. Thus, Chu Ming concentrated all his attention on the 3D model. Meanwhile, Zhang Haikua, holding the remote control handed to him by Chu Ming, felt somewhat clumsy. He was supposed to control the robot. Zhang Haikua glanced down at the remote control in his hand. Although he could understand the functions of the buttons, he had never actually controlled a robot before, and he might not be able to manage its direction. Zhang Haikua tried hard for a moment, but the robot seemed to have a mind of its own in his hands, and after a long time it didn't turn to the position he wanted. In despair, Zhang Haikua could only pass the robot into Lin Haoran's hands, letting Lin Haoran control it instead. As for why he didn't give it to Du Yixuan, who had experience in controlling robots, that fellow refused to take the remote, leaving the eager Lin Haoran to take it. After handing the remote to Lin Haoran, Zhang Haikua said, Seriously, Haoran, just use the robot to simulate your usual speed going up 300 stairs and let it run to the top. Remember, you also need to simulate the speed after physical exhaustion, because we might need to pass through here and our stamina will be depleted. As for the others, once the test is done, compare your speed with Haoran's. If anyone cannot make it, we'll find another route. Hearing this, Lin Haoran stopped fiddling with the remote control, raised his head to look at Zhang Haikua, then glanced at the 4 silent prisoners standing aside. After a moment of silence, Lin Haoran spoke, Captain, even if we can run past these 4 might not make it. If we must escort them back, we will have to find another route eventually. Lin Haoran's words made Zhang Haikua pause, feeling they were quite reasonable. Even if they could run past, it was uncertain whether the 4 could follow. In that case, they would still need to find another route. With that thought, Zhang Haikua turned to look at Chu Ming, who was studying the 3D model of the ruins. Hearing their discussion, Chu Ming also raised his head, saying, Then let's explore the other side. I happened to find a passage that can bypass the staircase, but there's also a shadow layer there, so we need to let the robot scout the way first. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoran knew he wouldn't get to control the robot anymore. To scout the robot to another place, it required someone who knew the route, like Chu Ming. Regretfully, Lin Haoran handed the remote control of the robot back to Chu Ming. In order to save time, Chu Ming immediately took the remote control, then looked at the images returned on his phone, guiding the robot to move towards another direction. The remote-controlled robot slowly moved away from the dangerous staircase passage, stepping cautiously into another passage that was also inclined upwards. However, this passage did not show the outline of stairs in the 3D model of the ruins, so it was very likely that there were no stairs in this upward passage. As the robot approached, the returned images confirmed this point. Chu Ming controlled the robot to ascend. It seemed to be moving very smoothly. Until Chu Ming noticed a slight shaking in the images, followed by a shadow rapidly lunging towards the face of the remote-controlled robot. In the blink of an eye, the screen on Chu Ming's phone went dark with no images being transmitted back. Chu Ming. Robot. The robot and the microdrone were retrieved by the merchant system. The connection with the phone linked to the microdrone was abruptly severed. Fortunately, the last scene could still be replayed. Chu Ming took down the phone, then stuffed the remote back into his backpack and pulled the footage back. Soon Chu Ming paused the last scene captured by the robot and microdrone before their demise. In night vision mode, Chu Ming clearly saw a cylindrical object rolling down from the top of this smooth passage. This cylindrical object nearly filled the entire corridor, massive and imposing. As Chu Ming scrolled forward, he could clearly see countless long spikes embedded densely along its surface. Chu Ming fell silent for a moment, then handed his phone to Zhang Haikua. Team leader Zhang, please take a look. This is the situation in the other corridor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haikua accepted the phone. Thanks to Chu Ming's well-timed pause, he immediately grasped the cylinder's precise appearance. He too lapsed into quiet contemplation. Chu Ming sat still on the ground, tilting his head upward to meet Zhang Haikua's gaze. Team leader Zhang, he asked, which corridor do you think offers a higher chance of safe passage? At Chu Ming's question, Zhang Haikua furrowed his brows deeply. He returned the phone and paused before replying, I need to know how many such rollers exist. If they're expendable, then once all are spent this corridor will be secure. Chu Ming gave a slight nod, but a new dilemma arose. What could they use to test whether more roller traps remained active down that corridor? Without a word, Chu Ming retrieved another remote-controlled robot. Robot No. 4. He had already lost 3 earlier. If this one met the same heroic demise, Chu Ming wasn't sure he'd dare deploy another. Seeing Chu Ming produce yet another intact robot, Zhang Haikua offered an awkward smile. Sorry, Chu Ming. I keep relying on your robots to scout ahead. No problem. We certainly can't risk human lives for reconnaissance. Chu Ming waved dismissively, though outwardly composed. A fleeting pang of regret flickered across his face. After all, this was the 4th robot. On the surface, each had been purchased outright, with real money. Yet these units originally intended for commercial sale were now almost entirely sacrificed here. Under such circumstances, genuine regret was only natural. These were hard-earned coins, and as a merchant, how could he not feel the sting of parting with them for perilous reconnaissance? Zhang Haikua, standing nearby, caught that brief telling wince, then scratched the back of his head, mildly embarrassed. He began considering whether he ought to reimburse Chu Ming for the lost robots. After all, their presence here and subsequent destruction stemmed partly from the team's own decisions. Still, Zhang Haikua felt profoundly grateful he'd persuaded Chu Ming to join the squad. Without Chu Ming, and without his robots to probe ahead, they might have emerged from the ruin, but not without casualties. Yet recalling their original intent, to guide Chu Ming safely out, he now felt a fresh wave of guilt. Instead, they had drawn him deeper into danger. They had undeniably entangled him in their peril. After brief reflection, Zhang Haikua gestured Lin Howren over and spoke to him in hushed tones. Lin Howren nodded faintly, then stepped aside, feigning nonchalance. Chu Ming, wholly absorbed in piloting the robot and monitoring the microdrone feed, noticed nothing. Once the remote robot and microdrone re-established connection, Chu Ming guided the robot forward again, into the very corridor where the roller had first appeared. The microdrone transmitted live footage. As the robot advanced, the previously fallen roller now lay embedded in the wall directly opposite the upward-sloping passage. Its range of attack clearly ended there. Chu Ming carefully maneuvered the robot past it and continued ascending. Only after passing the pile of robotic debris, discarded earlier by the merchant system's cleanup protocol, did the microdrone transmit a familiar subtle tremor. The moment Chu Ming detected that faint vibration in the feed, his eyes sharpened, and his entire being snapped into razor focus, his gaze locked unblinking onto the phone screen. He guided the robot steadily upward. His fingers hovered over the emergency evasion controls, ready to trigger instant retreat the instant the spike-studded roller came into view. Yet Chu Ming piloted the robot all the way to the corridor's apex, where a large crater gaped in the ceiling, and beyond it an exposed section of outer wall, revealing nothing else. Zhang Haikua stepped forward, taking in the full scene. Seeing the robot had reached the corridor's summit unscathed, he raised an eyebrow in quiet surprise. So this corridor uses single-use rollers. Once deployed, they're gone. That appears to be the case, Chu Ming affirmed with a slight nod. Excellent. If no more rollers remain, let's breach the wall and exit through this corridor. A relieved smile spread across Zhang Haikua's face. Chu Ming nodded, packed away his equipment, and led the way into the roller corridor. Zhang Haikua swiftly rallied his team and followed closely behind. Soon Chu Ming recovered his robot within the corridor. Stowing both robot and microdrone into his pack, he withdrew a heavy iron hammer and approached the wall. The wall. A trickle of sweat broke out, not just on the wall. Thud. The instant Chu Ming swung the hammer down, impact reverberated sharply. A chunk of stone shattered free. Immediately Chu Ming raised the hammer again. Dust billowed into the air. Through collective effort, they soon carved a human-sized aperture through the thick barrier. At the sight of the opening, Chu Ming and the others exhaled in shared relief. The ruins' walls were exceptionally thick. Breaching one had consumed considerable time and energy. Thus, once every member had passed through the newly breached passage into the next corridor, it was time once more to pause and regroup. Setting down his pack, Chu Ming carefully examined their remaining route using his instrument. When he confirmed the path ahead bore no ominous shadows, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. The absence of shadows meant no further traps lay ahead. The way forward would likely be safer. Still, as a precaution, Chu Ming continued deploying the remote robot to scout ahead for the next 2 days. Only after confirming absolute safety did he lead the others onward, until finally halting before the exit marked on the 3D model, staring bewildered into an abyssal chasm with no visible bottom. Zhang Haikuo's face went blank for an instant when he saw the cave entrance. He took Chu Ming's flashlight and trained its beam into the hollow. In the bright light, a faintly luminous exit revealed itself to Zhang Haikua. The moment he glimpsed it, a look of delight washed across his face. This cave connects to an exit. We can get out, Zhang Haikua said, turning to Chu Ming and nodding slightly. Hearing Zhang Haikuo's confirmation that there was an exit ahead, Chu Ming finally exhaled in relief. The 3D model's path ended here. If there had been no exit ahead, Chu Ming shook his head, unwilling to entertain the thought any further. Zhang Haikua returned the flashlight to Chu Ming and said, "I'll go down first to see what the situation is outside. Only come down when I call you. Captain, wait. I'll go with you. If anything happens outside, the two of us can watch each other's backs." Du Yishuan stepped forward and voiced his intention. In truth, he too wanted to be among the first to taste the outside world. Although they had not been in the ruins long, the absence of day and night had already blurred their sense of time. Were it not for the timers on their electronic devices, they would have lost all notion of hours. Now at last they were about to leave this sunless ruin and see daylight again. How could Du Yixuan contain himself and wait here any longer? Upon hearing Du Yixuan, Lin Howren and the others standing behind him wore looks of chagrin. They had been one step too slow. Du Yixuan's promptness had secured him the chance to go first. The reason he offered was one Zhang Haikua could hardly refuse. Then Du Yixuan would be the first alongside Zhang Haikua to breathe the sense of the natural world. At that thought, Lin Howren and the others ground their teeth in envy. Elsewhere, after a moment's reflection on Du Yixuan's words, Zhang Haikua consented to his request. Indeed, the situation outside remained uncertain. One more person accompanying him would provide mutual reassurance. Thus, Zhang Haikua accepted Du Yixuan's volunteer. Receiving the assent, Du Yixuan's face broke into a smile. He turned back and flashed a smug grin at his teammates, then trotted after Zhang Haikua into the cave. The sight maddened Lin Howren and the others, their fists clenched with barely restrained aggression. If circumstances permitted, they would have tied Du Yixuan up and introduced his face to their fists. But for now, they could only watch helplessly as Du Yixuan and Zhang Haikua receded into the passage. Chu Ming stood by the entrance with the flashlight, casting its beam into the cave to illuminate the path ahead for Zhang Haikua and Du Yixuan. As Zhang Haikua and Du Yixuan advanced, the light ahead grew ever clearer. When they reached the end of the tunnel, they discovered the ruins' exit lay above a pool of water. A stream fed into the pool, then flowed out again as it continued onward. But Zhang Haikua and Du Yixuan paid no heed to the cheerful current. Having realized the exit lay over a pool, their attention fixed entirely on the water. They needed to probe the pool's depths. If any hidden peril lay within, they would have to root it out. Only then could they cross safely. Zhang Haikua, rifle in hand, scanned the vicinity and at last found a long wooden pole. He dragged the pole over and began probing the water with it. Du Yixuan stood beside him with his weapon ready in case any creature sprang from the pool and struck Zhang Haikua. Any that threatened them could be quietly dispatched. As Zhang Haikua churned the pool with the pole, the denizens within were instantly alarmed. The fish that had lived tranquilly in the water scattered in every direction. Some were carried away along the stream. After agitating the pool, Zhang Haikua rose and wiped the splashed water from his face, surveying the pool beyond the fleeing fish. He waited a moment in place. Finding no further stir beneath the surface, he lifted his head to scan the surroundings. Soon he spotted a sturdy tree growing above the cave mouth. The sight of that robust trunk stirred something within him. He shifted his gaze to the woods across the pool, searching for a comparably stout tree he could use to rig a makeshift rope bridge so the others could cross by climbing the rope. That way only his clothes would be drenched. As Zhang Haikuo's eyes swept the far bank, he soon found a tree nearly as tall and sturdy as the one above the exit. At the sight of the tree across the way, a gleam of satisfaction crossed Zhang Haikuo's face. He turned to speak to Du Yixuan. Suddenly Zhang Haikua heard a fierce roar of water behind him and jolted, whipping his head around. A torrent hurtled toward them, sweeping a group of people in its wake. Before Zhang Haikua and Du Yixuan could evade, the surge slammed everyone into them. Instinctively, they shielded their rifles. The current swept them all into the pool with thudding impacts like dumplings dropping into broth. Only when they were submerged did the rush of water abate. Heads bobbed up one after another. Chu Ming's pack had disgorged an emergency inflatable raft which he used to buoy himself to the surface. Chu Ming hauled himself onto the raft with difficulty and pulled Zhang Haikua and the others aboard before releasing a long breath. Both Zhang Haikua and Du Yixuan sat dazed on the inflatable. They had been preoccupied testing the pool at the exit and knew nothing of what had transpired deeper in the ruins. Driven by curiosity, they turned their eyes to Chu Ming and the others. Chu Ming pushed his hair aside and noticed Zhang Haikua and Du Yixuan looking at him with questioning expressions. Needless to say, Chu Ming knew precisely what they were wondering. Chu Ming eyed them side heavily and explained, "We had been waiting inside the ruins when water suddenly gushed out from somewhere. The current was fierce, we couldn't keep our footing and were swept away." After finishing his words, Chu Ming recalled the scene, just now feeling a bit speechless. Initially, they all thought they were about to leave the ruins, so they had not been as vigilant these past few days. Who would have thought that they had not encountered any traps in the past 2 days, only to be caught in one at the very end? Nevertheless, they were quite relieved that this last trap was not a lethal one, though it was rather deadly for those who could not swim. Fortunately, they all knew how to swim. As for the 4 prisoners tied up like Zhongzi, who could not float by themselves after choking on a few mouthfuls of water, they were pulled onto the lifeboat by Lin Howren and the others. Thus until now their team remained relatively intact. After hearing Chu Ming's explanation, Zhang Haikua and Du Yixuan felt as though a few crows had flown over their heads. 6 huge black dots seemed to materialize above their heads. Zhang Haikua and Du Yixuan were truly at a loss for words. If they guessed correctly, the only place that this non-lethal trap had affected was on the 2 of them. That's right, it was them. They had originally been standing fine at the exit of the passage, but suddenly Chu Ming and the others were swept down by the water too fast for the 2 of them to dodge. They were not swept down by the current. They were knocked down by someone. Luckily, they fell into the pool of water together. Had they fallen onto the stone bricks, it would have been a miracle if they hadn't bled. Zhang Haikua and Du Yishuan were too exhausted to complain. Du Yishuan was even more speechless. After all, just a second ago he had been boasting to his teammates about his quick speech, and the next moment he was directly knocked into the pool. If they went back, he would be the laughingstock of this group for an entire year. Just as Du Yishuan was crouched in the corner lost in thought, Chu Ming and the others had already paddled the lifeboat to the edge of the pool using the small wooden paddles from their backpacks. After everyone had struggled to get ashore from the soft lifeboat, Chu Ming released the air from the lifeboat and pulled up his backpack. However, after this ordeal, Zhang Haikuo's rope bridge plan was completely dashed, and everyone had once again become drenched. After standing aside and wringing out most of the water from his clothes, Zhang Haikua stood up to observe their current surroundings. The stream was rushing downward. From where they stood, they could clearly see an open area below. And that open area? Zhang Haikua took out the map from his backpack and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was their intended destination. According to the map, as long as they could traverse this dense forest to reach there, perhaps they could have the helicopter come and pick them up. Others who were also observing the environment could not help but show excited expressions upon seeing the open terrain below. Seeing the open area represented that they were getting closer to going home. Immediately, they disregarded that their clothes were still wet and wanted to set off directly towards that open place. Seeing his teammates eagerly packing their things and wanting to continue even with wet clothes, Zhang Haikua frowned and was about to say something. He was interrupted by a visibly excited Lin Howren, who blocked his words, saying, "Captain, there's an open area below, we can't delay, let's depart immediately." The other team members also looked at Zhang Haikua with eager expressions. They were ready to move forward at Zhang Haikuo's command. Seeing his teammates so excited, Zhang Haikua paused and said, "How about we change into dry clothes first before moving on? We can already see the destination, changing clothes shouldn't take too long." No, Captain, have you ever heard the saying that looking at mountains can tire out horses? Although it looks close from here, it might not be the case when we walk. If we delay even a little, we might have to spend the night here. Moreover, we will definitely sweat and wet our clothes on such a long journey, so it doesn't really matter if we don't change, right everyone? Lin Howren said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. Seeing this, Zhang Haikua helplessly raised his hand, saying, "If not changing clothes leads to a cold, I won't be responsible for you all. Honestly, don't you find wearing wet clothes uncomfortable?" As Zhang Haikua relented, Lin Howren and the others were about to stride away, when Chu Ming, who had been silent all along, quietly raised his hand. "Excuse me, I find wet clothes uncomfortable. Can I change?" Upon these words, everyone's gaze immediately fell on Chu Ming. In the end, they all changed clothes together. Since they had to wait for Chu Ming to change, they might as well do it together. Once they had donned dry clothes, the comfort of it made them feel much better. After everyone had changed, no one had any further objections, and they quickly packed their things and set off. The 4 prisoners who had been overlooked yet again felt neglected. They were too tired to struggle any longer. Rather than ask for a blanket, it was better to just walk like this. Anyway, even if they caught a cold, it wouldn't take long for them to feel uncomfortable. After all, they might not live to see the day when they recovered from their cold. Thus the group moved briskly through the forest, heading towards the open terrain marked on the map. All along the way, although the joy of going home prevailed, they remained vigilant, cautiously advancing through the woods. This peaceful situation lasted until an hour later. Zhang Haikua, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped, his expression serious, as he stepped back. Seeing Zhang Haikua suddenly stop, Du Yishuan and Lin Howren, who were following behind, hurriedly halted and were about to ask Zhang Haikua about the situation ahead, when Zhang Haikua made a gesture for silence. Then Zhang Haikua raised his hand, pointed to himself, made a motion of eating something, and then pointed at Du Yishuan. Zhang Haikuo's gestures were quite simple and easy to understand, combined with the precautions he had previously mentioned. Chu Ming quickly realized the message Zhang Haikua was conveying. Without saying much, Chu Ming gestured back to Zhang Haikua to convey information. "Did they discover us?" After analyzing the information Chu Ming wanted to convey, Zhang Haikua gestured again. "No, let's be careful when leaving. Don't alert them. They have more people and our bullets are limited. Let's use as few bullets as possible." After analyzing Zhang Haikua's movements, everyone nodded in silent agreement. Then they quietly led the 4 bewildered captives away from the site. Only once the entire group had reached the open expanse they had observed earlier did they finally exhale deeply in relief. Zhang Haikua scanned the surroundings carefully, confirmed there were no anomalies, and retrieved a communicator from his backpack to contact the extraction team stationed outside the Amazon rainforest. Fortunately, their backpacks were waterproof. Otherwise, the 2 violent water surges they had endured would have ruined everything inside. Soon, Zhang Haikua established contact with the extraction team. Upon hearing that he and his companions had safely reached the designated rendezvous point, the waiting personnel, long gripped by anxious anticipation, finally relaxed. They immediately dispatched a helicopter to retrieve Zhang Haikua and his team. Once informed that the helicopter was en route, Zhang Haikua ended the transmission, stowed the communicator back into his backpack, and hoisted it onto his shoulders. He then turned to Chu Ming and the others. "A helicopter is on its way. We'll be leaving this place shortly." Hearing the news, Chu Ming and the others broke into relieved smiles, their taut nerves finally beginning to ease. Chu Ming set down his backpack, stretched his limbs, and let his mind drift toward his next steps. He strongly favored resting thoroughly before resuming any activity. Indeed, this expedition through the Amazon rainforest had left him profoundly exhausted. He resolved to return home for several days of rest before embarking once more on his merchant journey. The helicopter arrived at their location at maximum speed. The pilot gently settled the aircraft before Chu Ming and his companions opened the cabin door, and Zhang Haikuo boarded first. Seeing this, Chu Ming quickly shouldered his backpack and followed Zhang Haikuo aboard. The remaining 4 captives were escorted in, and the cabin door sealed shut behind them. Once all were aboard, Zhang Haikuo instructed the pilot to lift off and carry them out of the Amazon rainforest. With a deep, resonant roar, the helicopter ascended steadily. Chu Ming exchanged seats with Su Zoe, who sat by the window and gazed outward. Below, their former position receded into the distance, revealing the vast, breathtaking expanse of the Amazon. Endless emerald canopy stitched by winding rivers, majestic and serene. This was the place they had inhabited for nearly a week. From above, it appeared ethereally beautiful, yet within its depths. Chu Ming recalled his arduous trek through the jungle and shook his head faintly. Traversing the Amazon was no easy feat. Even now, his clothes bore stubborn stains from days spent navigating its sodden undergrowth. If given the choice, he never wished to set foot there again. Next time he threw the virtual dart, he fervently hoped his luck would improve, not necessarily landing somewhere extraordinary, but at least sparing him another Amazon ordeal. A quiet sigh escaped Chu Ming. As time passed, the helicopter soared beyond the rainforest's borders and descended upon the extraction team's encampment. Stepping out onto solid ground, Chu Ming watched the bustling camp, people moving purposefully, and finally allowed himself to unwind. After surveying the layout and identifying an exit, he bid Zhang Haikuo and the others farewell and hurried away. He ran until the camp vanished from sight, then instructed his merchant system to scan the area for threats. Once assured of absolute solitude, no humans, no surveillance, he activated instantaneous teleportation home. 1 week later, he stood once more within the familiar sanctuary of his own modest abode. Rather than collapsing onto his plush sofa, Chu Ming first returned the merchant backpack to the system, then dashed straight into the bathroom for a long, luxuriant shower. During the flight back, freed from constant movement, he became acutely aware of the clammy, sticky film clinging to his skin. Sweat and rainforest residue had fused into a thick, suffocating layer over his clothes and body, unbearably uncomfortable. Thus, bathing was his very first act upon returning home. Only after rinsing every inch of himself did he sink blissfully into the sofa, pulling out his phone with a contented sigh. Minutes later, a bank transfer notification flashed across his screen. Chu Ming's eyes widened, and he shot upright like a spring-loaded carp. Recognizing the sender's name instantly, he gave a wry, involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. After brief contemplation, he sighed and accepted the payment. Several days slipped by. The tail end of June loomed before Chu Ming's eyes. With a sudden lunge, he seized June's fleeting final days, determined to undertake one last merchant venture before the month expired. To prepare for potential wall-breaking scenarios ahead, he had diligently mastered both chainsaw and power drill operations. This time, his confidence in his merchant expedition was unshakable. Once fully equipped, Chu Ming stepped into the spacious center of his living room, closed his eyes, and summoned the merchant system inwardly. System, display the world map. Understood, master. The system responded instantly, unfurling a holographic world map. A shimmering virtual dart materialized between Chu Ming's fingertips. He drew a slow, steady breath, then snapped his eyes open and hurled the dart with decisive force. It streaked from his hand and arrowed toward the glowing map. It struck true, embedding itself squarely upon a continent. Chu Ming stared, face paling, then bellowed in record-breaking speed. System. The syllable closed, still trapped in his throat, when he found himself standing upon a blinding, endless expanse of white. Fortunately, his reflexes held firm the moment his feet touched ice. The merchant system instantly draped him in thermal gear and protective goggles. His body never grew cold, but standing alone amid the frozen desolation, his heart turned glacial. For he had just glimpsed the impact point, the North Pole. Worse still, he'd landed in a remote, uninhabited zone where maritime transport was the only viable means of traversal. Chu Ming sat cross-legged on the ice, utterly drained, and gazed blankly at the lifeless glaciers. With a profound sigh, he murmured, "System, deploy my gear." Understood, master. The system complied, placing the merchant backpack into his hands. Chu Ming slung it over his shoulders and silently tapped open his phone's mapping application. He entered a search query, and minutes later a calm female voice emanated from the device. Departure initiated. Upon hearing the female voice, Chu Ming silently exited the navigation interface on his phone and glanced around at his current surroundings. Although the Arctic region was nearing summer, the area he was in remained a vast expanse of ice. To leave, he could either team up with his old partner again or use new equipment to depart, such as an icebreaker. However, thinking that he was not in a hurry, Chu Ming checked his revenue target, which displayed a figure of 0100. As expected, in such a remote place, the revenue target set by the merchant system was significantly lower. With a low revenue target and hardly encountering anyone, Chu Ming felt even less urgency. After pulling out his old partner from the merchant system, he secured a rope around the new companion, the Alaskan Malamute. Then Chu Ming sat on the sled, placed the merchant backpack aside, extended his hand forward, and shouted with vigor, "Let's go, Alaskan." Upon hearing Chu Ming's command, the Alaskan Malamute took off with a powerful thrust, joyfully pulling the sled as they raced across the glacier. Feeling the cold wind rushing towards him, Chu Ming reclined comfortably on the sled. Although he could have chosen to leave this desolate place quickly on an icebreaker. In his nonchalant state, Chu Ming preferred traversing the icy landscape with sled dogs. It gave him a sense of relaxation. As for the ship, it could wait until he reached a necessary location. Chu Ming lay on the sled for a while, realizing that there was still a long distance to the thawing areas. During this stretch, he held no hope of encountering any customers. After all, there were no tourist attractions here. Those who came were likely adventurers' exploration teams, or the like. And since they had decided to come here, they would likely have ample supplies, reducing the chances of them buying from merchants. Chu Ming held no expectations. As time passed, Chu Ming had been in the Arctic for 2 days. Indeed, as he had anticipated, he had not encountered anyone. Despite not meeting any customers during these 2 days, Chu Ming was not disappointed. The merchant system had a vast definition of the Arctic, but as long as he went to busier places, achieving the revenue target of 100 was still very feasible. Thus, Chu Ming leisurely lay on his sled, scrolling through his phone. Meanwhile, a group of adventurers was facing an unexpected situation. Their icebreaker was parked on the ice, and the team leader with a gloomy expression was staring at the young adventurer in front of him, whose face bore the words, "I was wrong." He repeatedly opened his mouth to reprimand the young adventurer, but realized that since the situation had already occurred, what was the point of scolding him? Yet unable to contain his frustration, the leader shot him a fierce glare, and angrily said, "Being careless, I should not have trusted you to handle everything." With that, the leader turned and walked towards the others who were circling around the icebreaker. "Have we finished tallying the supplies?" The leader asked one adventurer, who was holding a notebook diligently recording something. The adventurer nodded. "We've finished counting. The remaining supplies, even if we head back now, will last us for a while." As he spoke, the adventurer glanced at the young adventurer, who was still looking down and not reacting, shook his head helplessly, and then tried to calm the leader's emotions. "It's his first time out. Being a bit careless is normal. Fortunately, we discovered it early, and it's not too late to head back now." The leader grumbled. "What do you mean it's normal? In a place like this, there shouldn't be any carelessness at all." After a pause, the leader waved his hand, unwilling to dwell on the issue any further. "Do we have enough diesel to get our ship back to port?" Hearing this, the adventurer sighed deeply. "That's the problem. We don't have enough fuel to return to port, but we can manage the remaining distance ourselves. We'll return to the port to get more fuel, and then come back to fill up the icebreaker before heading back." After listening to the adventurer, the leader could only sigh and accept the proposal. Then it can't be helped. Just as the leader was about to finalize the decision, a team of Alaskan Malamutes pulling a sled with Chu Ming ran past them. Chu Ming even had the leisure to raise his hand and enthusiastically greet them. "Hello." Before he could finish, the Alaskan Malamute pulled him forward, brushing past them. "Chu Ming." He immediately instructed the Alaskan Malamute to turn around. It was hard to come across someone, even if they might not need to buy anything. He had to at least ask, what if they actually needed the merchant's help? So in the bewildered gaze of the leader and the adventurers, Chu Ming was slowly pulled back by the turning Alaskan Malamute, stopping in front of them. Then the unfinished words of Chu Ming clearly reached the ears of the leader and the others. "Do you want to buy something, guys?" The leader and the adventurers. They instinctively scrutinized Chu Ming, who was dressed in black thermal clothing, wearing goggles, and sporting a merchant badge verified by the Dragon Kingdom on his chest. Suddenly, Chu Ming's identity hit them like a ton of bricks. Because the merchant badge from the Dragon Kingdom was hard to obtain, upon seeing the badge on Chu Ming's chest, their doubts dissipated, replaced by immense joy. Heaven and earth could bear witness. To encounter a merchant here, especially a merchant from their Dragon Kingdom, when they needed it most, was simply the greatest surprise. They had never been so happy about encountering a merchant before. They immediately rushed over, their faces filled with anticipation. "What do you have for sale? Can we take a look?" Of course, Chu Ming readily agreed, then jumped off the sled and took down his backpack. Then he pulled out the familiar blanket from the backpack, laying it on the ice, and began to pull out goods in a steady stream. As he laid out a quarter of the blanket, the leader and the adventurers remained indifferent. After half of the blanket was laid out, they raised their eyebrows slightly. When 3/4 of the blanket was laid out, but not yet finished, confusion gradually appeared on the faces of the leader and the adventurers. When all the goods were laid out on the blanket, but it seemed there were still more in the backpack, the leader and the adventurers were already filled with question marks. "What? How is this different from the merchants we encountered before? Why can your backpack hold so many items?" The team leader and others stared blankly as Chu Ming set up his stall, then continued to watch with wide eyes as he pulled out a folding chair from his backpack and placed it on the ice, setting a payment QR code in front of his stall. After preparing everything, Chu Ming gestured invitingly and smiled, saying, "Take your time to browse. If you don't find what you need here, I have more supplies in the sled behind me. Feel free to ask me if you need anything." As he spoke, Chu Ming pointed behind his sled where there was another sled. This was to prevent customers from having difficulty retrieving items from their backpacks, so he added another sled behind his own. Considering that adding another sled would increase the weight, the team of Alaskan dogs welcomed a few new members. That sled was significantly larger than the one Chu Ming was riding, and the backpack on it was also much bigger than the one he had. Thus there would be plenty of space for many items inside. Hearing Chu Ming's words, the adventurers snapped back to reality. The adventurer holding the notebook first lowered his head to check his notes, then quickly confirmed the supplies he needed. As time passed, after writing and drawing in the notebook for a while, the adventurer's expression gradually relaxed. He then turned his gaze to Chu Ming and asked, "Boss, do you have diesel for sale?" "Diesel? Of course. How much do you need?" Chu Ming raised an eyebrow slightly at the adventurer's question and responded with a smile. "The more the better." The adventurer glanced at the backpack on the sled behind Chu Ming. Although the backpack was quite large, even if it were filled entirely with diesel, it likely wouldn't be enough for their icebreaker to return to port. Moreover, no traveling merchant would fill an entire backpack with diesel, an item that might not sell well. The adventurer thought to himself, not expecting Chu Ming to have much diesel available. He had already prepared to rely on manpower or request rescue for the last stretch of the journey. Unaware of the adventurer's thoughts, Chu Ming simply turned and walked toward the sled behind him after hearing the request. During this time, he compared the size of his own backpack and then took out 3 barrels of diesel and placed them in front of the adventurers. The 3 barrels of diesel provided by the system were precisely packaged, taking up about 2/3 of his backpack space. As Chu Ming moved the 3 barrels out, the adventurer's eyelids twitched slightly. He had originally thought that even if Chu Ming sold diesel, it would be in small containers. After all, those smaller containers would be easier to carry. However, looking at the barrels of diesel that were almost half his height, the adventurers felt that the backpack seemed to bear an unreasonable weight. Yet they were still grateful that Chu Ming could bring out such large barrels of diesel. Although 3 barrels were a drop in the bucket, they could save them from walking a short distance. The adventurer turned to the team leader and nodded slightly, saying, "The boss is everything we need, but we have to clear his stock if we want to return." "I see." The team leader nodded in understanding. "Then take out everything we need, and we'll settle the bill together." "All right." Following the instruction, the adventurer turned to Chu Ming and said, "Could you please calculate the total amount for us?" Without waiting for a response from Chu Ming, he raised his hand to gather all the team members standing behind him. "Hurry over and bring out the items we need one by one, slowly and carefully, so the boss can calculate the total." "Clearly understood." "Yes." The team members responded loudly, then began to move items out from Chu Ming's stall. Chu Ming quickly took out a calculator. He then focused on the items they were taking out, inputting the amounts while announcing the unit prices. Hearing Chu Ming announce the unit prices, the adventurer couldn't help but take out his phone and open the calculator to follow along. Once they had removed all the items they needed, Chu Ming looked up at the adventurer to confirm, "That's everything, right?" The adventurer nodded. Seeing this, Chu Ming glanced at the display on the calculator and read out a total of 19,527. Upon hearing this, the adventurer also checked the number displayed on his phone. After confirming there were no discrepancies, he took out his card, saying, "Excuse me, can I pay by card?" Hearing this, Chu Ming smiled, saying, "Of course." With that, he took out the card reader from his backpack. The adventurer swiped his card for the payment, and when Chu Ming received the payment notification, his smile grew even brighter. "Thank you for your patronage." Then Chu Ming returned the items that the adventurers didn't need back into his backpack. After making 2 rounds next to the sled to ensure nothing was left behind, Chu Ming sat on the sled, allowing the Alaskan dogs to pull him away. The icebreaker and the adventurers, along with the splash of bright red waving in the wind, gradually disappeared behind Chu Ming as he moved further away. Lying on the sled, Chu Ming looked at the earnings panel displaying 195,27100 and let out a slow breath. After 2 days in the Arctic, he had finally achieved his earnings goal. He was grateful for those random compatriots. Without them, he would have had to venture into more populated areas to meet his earnings target. But now he could leave the Arctic at any time. However, after completing this trading goal, he was still within June and had not yet entered July. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Chu Ming decided to continue moving forward in this icy expanse for a while longer, until June passed and July arrived. Time flowed slowly. The Arctic had entered summer, and all the animals peeked out from their nests. Chu Ming sat on a patch of ice with 2 sleds and a dozen Alaskan dogs lying behind him. They were all positioned away from the water's edge. Chu Ming, however, sat alone closer to the water with a blanket underneath him and fishing bait and a fishing basket beside him. In his hand, Chu Ming held a finely crafted fishing rod. However, he felt that the fishing rod was of little use, and that it would be faster to simply toss the fragrant bait into the fishing basket and drop it in the water. After several days of continuous travel, Chu Ming had now arrived at the edge of the ice field, with only a journey that required a boat remaining. However, having already achieved his profit target, Chu Ming was not in a hurry to cross the Arctic Ocean and head to the neighboring countries. Instead, he leisurely sat at the edge fishing with a rod. Yet watching the cunning fish attracted by his fragrant bait, which only nibbled at the bait without biting the hook, Chu Ming fell into silence. Then he silently put down the fishing rod in his hand, picked up the empty fish basket beside him, and aimed it at the fish in the water. At the moment he swung the fish basket, he activated slow-motion vision. In a rapid response, the fish, completely unprepared for Chu Ming's maneuver, were caught in the basket before they could react. The fish that had been happily enjoying the fragrant bait suddenly found themselves trapped in the fish basket, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Only when a sense of suffocation washed over them did the fish realize what had happened, thrashing violently inside the basket. But it was already too late. Chu Ming turned off the slow-motion vision, looking at the few large fish flopping in the basket, a slight smile of triumph appearing at the corners of his mouth. "You didn't bite the hook, but now you're all lined up ready to go into my belly." Several large fish. "Not really." "Hey, if you had said you had this ability earlier, wouldn't I have bitten your hook?" The large fish felt speechless. Chu Ming moved away from the water surface with the fish basket, placing it on his sled, then turned to pack up his fishing rod and bait, preparing to leave and find a place to set up camp. Just as Chu Ming finished packing his fishing rod and bait and turned to leave, he caught sight of something grayish-blue, lying motionless not far ahead, seemingly developing hints of a grayish-black color. Chu Ming's heart stirred as he summoned the system to retrieve the fishing rod and bait, then took out a telescope from the system. It was only then that Chu Ming could clearly see what the conspicuous object not far away was. It looked very much like a fox. Combining the current environment with the appearance of that creature, Chu Ming reached a conclusion. It was an Arctic fox. However, this Arctic fox was lying still, and its situation was unclear. Chu Ming stood still for a moment, ultimately deciding to walk over and see what was going on. After settling his Alaskan dogs, Chu Ming walked towards the Arctic fox. Only when he got closer did he see the condition of the fox. Beneath the Arctic fox was fresh red blood, and its body was covered in numerous wounds. These wounds had already stopped bleeding, and the blood on its body had congealed due to the cold temperature. Chu Ming paused, cautiously probing the Arctic fox's condition. Seemingly sensing the presence of another creature, the Arctic fox struggled to open its eyes, staring blankly at Chu Ming with lifeless black pupils. Upon realizing that he was not one of its kind, the Arctic fox closed its eyes again, preparing to face death calmly. Chu Ming gazed at the Arctic fox, which exuded a sense of resignation, and fell silent for a moment. He wondered, how did this Arctic fox end up here? He hadn't seen any suitable habitats for Arctic foxes on his journey. Could it be that this was also a place where Arctic foxes roamed? Wait, now wasn't the time to ponder that. Should he save this Arctic fox? Chu Ming contemplated pulling out his phone from his pocket to quickly search online whether Arctic foxes could be harmful. However, there was no clear information online, but what reassured Chu Ming was that its diet did not include humans. Since that's the case, meaning it must be fate. After all, his original journey was supposed to end here, and having finished fishing, it was about time to head back. Finding the Arctic fox while packing up was evidently a twist of fate. Moreover, the fact that it was holding on despite its injuries and had encountered a kind-hearted human like him meant that it was not yet meant to die. However, it seemed that he would have to alter his plans. After checking the Arctic fox thoroughly, Chu Ming carefully bypassed its injured areas and picked it up, heading towards his sled. After placing the Arctic fox on the sled, Chu Ming immediately instructed the Alaskan dogs to start pulling the sled. Although he didn't know how the Arctic fox was injured, the presence of a creature capable of injuring it indicated that the area was not safe. Fortunately, he had just arrived here and hadn't fished for long. Otherwise, if he had encountered that creature on his way back, it could have been dangerous. Thus, after placing the Arctic fox on his sled, Chu Ming first instructed the Alaskan dogs to run, prioritizing distance from the area. On the sled, Chu Ming took out a first aid kit from his backpack, but he was not a veterinarian and could only provide basic treatment for the Arctic fox's wounds. As for anything further, he would likely need to take it to a professional veterinarian. However, since he was still in the Arctic ice field, reaching a populated area would require a boat. But would there be enough time? Chu Ming glanced at the weak Arctic fox, pondering for a moment before ultimately sighing. Controlling the Alaskan dogs to stop, Chu Ming held the Arctic fox in his arms, then instructed the trading system to retrieve the Alaskan dogs and sled before having the system summon a small icebreaker in front of him. Upon receiving Chu Ming's command, the trading system immediately placed the needed icebreaker before him. Chu Ming had no time to inspect the icebreaker as he quickly boarded with the Arctic fox and reached the cockpit. After settling the Arctic fox, Chu Ming confirmed the location of the nearest country, set the destination, and activated the icebreaker's autopilot mode. With the autopilot mode activated, the icebreaker immediately started up, breaking through the ice as it sailed towards the port of the country Chu Ming had set. During the icebreaker's journey through the wind and ice, Chu Ming carefully tended to the Arctic fox before him. The Arctic fox seemed to understand that Chu Ming was saving it, as it not only cooperated obediently with his efforts to keep itself alive, but also endured the pain from its injuries. Seeing that the Arctic fox still appeared very weak, Chu Ming sighed slowly. He reached out to stroke the fox's head, soothing its emotions. Time gradually passed. With the icebreaker advancing at full power, Chu Ming hurriedly brought the Arctic fox to the nearest country. After completing all the necessary entry procedures, Chu Ming quickly found the nearest veterinary clinic with the Arctic fox. It was not until he handed the Arctic fox over to the doctor that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, after examining the Arctic fox, the doctor came out to find Chu Ming. After listing the injuries of the Arctic fox, he scrutinized Chu Ming up and down, almost ready to ask, "How did you take care of this fox?" Chu Ming, under the doctor's gaze filled with suspicion and judgment, he fell silent for a moment and hurriedly explained, "I found it like this. What can be done to treat it?" He felt that if he didn't explain soon, the doctor might very well report him for animal abuse. After all, he saw the doctor reaching for the phone. "Oh." Hearing Chu Ming's explanation, the doctor, unfazed by being caught in the act of reaching for the phone, nodded and patted Chu Ming on the shoulder, his expression shifting from scrutiny to praise. "Thank you for rescuing this little life. I will detail the treatment plan for you, but its injuries are severe and the treatment may be quite costly." "Chu Ming, I'm sorry, what is the estimated cost?" The doctor extended his hand and indicated a number. Chu Ming's mouth twitched instantly. The treatment cost would take away almost 2/3 of the small amount of money he had earned on this trip. Perhaps he should have just left the Arctic fox alone. Then I'll leave it to you to do your best in treating it. Chu Ming helplessly rubbed his forehead. Having rescued it, could he really just ignore it and let it fend for itself? Once it was healed, he would release it. After that, whether it lived or died, he wouldn't concern himself with it. After all, his situation wasn't suitable for having an Arctic fox running around with him. Truly, it seemed that its life was meant to survive while he was destined to spend this little bit of money. Chu Ming sighed inwardly. After receiving Chu Ming's response, the doctor revealed a warm smile, saying, "We will do our utmost to save it, please rest assured, sir." After saying this, the doctor turned and went to treat the Arctic fox's injuries. To ensure he could see the Arctic fox recover as soon as possible, Chu Ming found a nearby place to stay. Apart from visiting the Arctic fox during the day, he spent the remaining time either at home or wandering around. Time gradually passed. Chu Ming stayed there until July, and several days had passed. After days of treatment, the Arctic fox had already regained its health. When he returned to the hospital, Chu Ming saw the Arctic fox now vibrant and full of spirit and called the doctor outside. The doctor followed Chu Ming out of the animal ward, puzzled. Chu Ming looked back at the animal ward and then addressed the doctor. "Doctor, if the Arctic fox can be discharged, can it be released back into the wild directly? As long as we confirm it has no issues, it can be released. However, I suggest you release it in an area where Arctic foxes are found. The place where you found it, although not specified whether Arctic foxes inhabit, there is no longer safe, is it?" Chu Ming nodded slightly. "Yes, thank you for your advice, doctor. I will handle the discharge procedures and then take it away." "All right, good luck to you both." The doctor smiled and then continued with his work. Chu Ming completed the procedures and took the already revitalized Arctic fox out of the hospital. Searching online for the distribution areas of Arctic foxes, Chu Ming took the Arctic fox and got into a vehicle heading towards the coastal line. Soon under Chu Ming's rapid journey, he arrived at the coastal area. There was still some snow covering the ground, and not far away Chu Ming could already see the traces of Arctic foxes. After placing the Arctic fox down, Chu Ming looked at the Arctic fox with its bright shiny eyes and gently bent down to remind it, "You need to get along well with everyone here. I'm leaving now. Just live well here." The Arctic fox tilted its head. Looking at the Arctic fox's appearance, Chu Ming's heart softened slightly. But he quickly steadied his resolve, and after placing the Arctic fox in a spot where it could see its kind, he left without looking back. Once he could no longer see the Arctic fox, Chu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then had the system send him back home. After all, he had already packed all his belongings, so returning directly was not a problem. Back to his nest once again. This time Chu Ming did not linger at all. He directly summoned the merchant system and unfolded the world map. The virtual dart reappeared between his fingers. Chu Ming raised the dart, scanning the slowly rotating world map back and forth, seemingly hesitating over the target for his next merchant location. But in reality, Chu Ming was just casually looking at the map. After all, his dart had never hit the mark. Why would he need to hesitate about his next merchant location? Therefore, after viewing the rotating map, Chu Ming abruptly threw the dart in his hand. The dart flew towards the virtual world map with an unstoppable momentum. It then struck fiercely into a continent. Upon seeing the name of this continent, Chu Ming immediately had the merchant system retrieve his thermal clothing. The next second, Chu Ming found himself standing on a grassland. The blazing sun shone down from above, and Chu Ming took out a sun hat and sunglasses, putting them on his head and eyes respectively. He began to survey the environment he was now in. He stood under a tree facing an endless grassland with trees scattered but not densely packed. In the distance, there was a large group of animals that he had only seen online or in zoos. However, now that group of animals seemed to have encountered some danger, scattering in a panic and fleeing with the herd. Chu Ming squinted his eyes, carefully observing. But the distance was too far. Even though Chu Ming had never been nearsighted, it was still difficult to see what was happening over there. Left with no choice, Chu Ming turned his attention to the tree beside him. Moments later, he nimbly climbed the tree, hiding his figure among the leaves, and took out a pair of binoculars from the merchant system. Then, holding onto a tree branch with one hand and raising the binoculars to his eyes with the other, he gazed towards the source of the commotion. With the aid of binoculars, Chu Ming clearly observed the situation over there. What once was a place teeming with herds of beasts now showed no signs of other animals, leaving only a dozen lions remaining. Those dozen lions were viciously gripping the neck of a zebra with their bloody jaws. The young zebra, despite exerting all its strength, could not break free from the lions that were feasting on its flesh, gradually succumbing to endless despair. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ming's heart raced. He lowered the binoculars and took out his phone to pinpoint his current location. When he saw that his location marker indicated he was in the savanna of Africa, Chu Ming felt a wave of darkness wash over him. It would have been fine if he was anywhere else, but he had ended up in the savanna. The weather here was unpredictable, and it was home to many creatures, including carnivorous animals. These carnivorous beasts were extremely dangerous, but it wasn't just them that could harm. Some aggressive herbivores could also be a threat. One could only say that he was thrown into a hellish start, as surely no one would be foolish enough to come here to dance with lions, right? With this thought, Chu Ming opened his earnings panel. To his relief, the earnings goal still remained at the lowest price. However, achieving even that minimum goal would prove to be quite challenging. First and foremost, he needed to figure out how to survive in this seemingly peaceful, yet perilous savanna, while making his way to the human-inhabited areas to fulfill his earnings goal. Chu Ming leaned against a tree branch deep in thought. Seconds later, he loaded his gun. He tightened his facial expression, making himself appear like a heartless warrior. If he encountered danger, he could only send them off to the Western paradise, freeing them from the worries of survival and food. After all, he would never allow himself to become food. After loading the gun, Chu Ming donned a layer of armor, ensuring that even if he was tackled, he would not be bitten. Moreover, this armor produced by the system was quite lightweight, making it feel comfortable to wear. Once he was prepared for both defense and offense, Chu Ming finally shouldered his backpack and slowly descended from the tree. Immediately, Chu Ming chose to swiftly leave in the opposite direction of the lion pack, his legs moving so fast that they left trails in the air. Only after he had distanced himself from the lions did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet he still dared not let his guard down, gun in hand. He cautiously traversed the vast grassland. The animals, frightened by the lion's hunt, began to disperse in various directions. Ahead of Chu Ming, a herd of zebras gathered around a lake, drinking and resting. Not far away were many giraffes, antelopes, and other animals. Seeing this vivid scene of the animal kingdom, Chu Ming took out his phone to capture the moment. Afterward, he put his phone back in his pocket and gazed at the distant herds, wishing he could simply fly over them. Navigating through these herds also posed certain risks. If only he had a doryman by his side to pull out a bamboo copter, he could fly right over their heads. Unfortunately, he did not. However, even without doryman, he had the merchant system. Even without a bamboo copter, there were other means of flight. For instance, perhaps a hot air balloon. Chu Ming pondered for a moment, then summoned his merchant system, saying, "System, give me a small hot air balloon." "Understood, host," the merchant system quickly replied. In the next moment, a red and white hot air balloon appeared before Chu Ming. The hot air balloon floated gently in the air, and the basket meant for passengers hovered just in front of Chu Ming. He climbed into the balloon and untied all the ropes. With the ropes no longer binding him, the hot air balloon slowly carried Chu Ming upward. Once Chu Ming managed to control the hot air balloon to a certain height, he maintained a steady speed as he drifted over the heads of the herds. The herd of animals leisurely munching on leaves and grass noticed the hot air balloon floating above them, raising their heads to gaze curiously at it. Having never seen a hot air balloon before, and sensing no threat from its presence, they did not panic or flee, but instead observed the peculiar object with curiosity. After managing the hot air balloon, Chu Ming walked to the edge of the basket and looked down. Suddenly, he found himself face-to-face with the herd below. Seeing the herd looking up at him with curious expressions, even the tall giraffes stretched their necks to approach and touch the hot air balloon. However, Chu Ming had raised the hot air balloon to a height where no animals could reach it, so even if the giraffes wanted to test the balloon, they could not touch it. Chu Ming couldn't help but laugh at the giraffe's silly behavior. He took out his phone from his pocket and captured a special shot of the giraffe below. In the instant the photo was taken, the flash went off. The sudden bright light startled the giraffe, causing it to instinctively turn its head, making it collide closely with a tree branch, leaving it dazed. Seeing this, Chu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. The giraffe thought, "You flash me and laugh so loudly, is that polite?" The laughter that reached the giraffe's ears was quite grating. The giraffe shook its head, glaring angrily at Chu Ming, wishing its neck could stretch a few more meters to reach the hot air balloon and take a bite out of him. But in reality, it could only watch helplessly as Chu Ming floated away, seething with rage at his actions. However, Chu Ming's mood had improved significantly. By leaning against the edge, he leisurely overlooked the animal kingdom below. Just as he prepared to take a few more high-definition photos, he suddenly noticed some movement in the grass below. Chu Ming quickly zoomed in the camera on his phone, aiming it at the patch of grass where the disturbance occurred. He saw several lions that had nearly blended into the grass, silently crouching low, inching closer to the herd of relaxed animals. They also spotted Chu Ming floating above them, but since he was flying high in the hot air balloon, they were powerless to attack. Thus, after glancing at Chu Ming in the hot air balloon, the lions averted their gaze and continued their stealthy approach towards their prey. Unlike the indifference of the lions, Chu Ming only felt his heart racing and his blood turning cold, causing his hands and feet to grow numb when the lions discovered him. He felt extremely fortunate for making such a wise choice. If he hadn't thought of using a hot air balloon to avoid traversing through the beast herd, he might now be facing a situation with the lions. He didn't expect to encounter a pride of lions here. Fortunately, he was still relatively safe. Chu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. Once Chu Ming had completely calmed down, he moved his somewhat stiff body and gazed at the lions. The lions moved lightly, and as they approached their prey, the herd of animals they had targeted showed no signs of reaction. Except for those animals that had heightened their agility and vigilance due to their lack of formidable strength, they perked up their ears, listening intently to the slightest sounds around them. It seemed that they sensed danger approaching. The animals that had been leisurely drinking by the lake abandoned their water and fled. Other animals not as vigilant noticed the panic of those fleeing, and even if they hadn't detected anything unusual, they caught the scent of danger. Without a moment's hesitation, they too took off following suit. Seeing their prey start to flee, the lions immediately abandoned their stealthy ambush, eager for a hearty meal, and charged after them. In an instant, a chase unfolded before Chu Ming's eyes. Watching the herd grow farther away, he made no delay and controlled the hot air balloon to drift slowly in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, an off-road vehicle stopped at the edge of the sparse grassland, the bright red flag at its rear fluttering in the wind. Sitting in the driver's seat of the vehicle, the middle-aged man, Zhou Guohong, glanced in the rearview mirror. He noticed that the wild buffalo which had been following them were no longer visible. However, just to be safe, Zhou Guohong slightly turned his head to ask the two young people sitting in the back seat, did that group of wild buffalo catch up? The young woman Lin Ruoshi shook her head replying, I didn't see any wild buffalo catching up. As soon as she spoke, the young man Zhao Huayuan chimed in, they should have been shaken off by us. That's good to hear, Zhou Guohong sighed in relief. If we hadn't lost them, we would be running out of fuel. Let me check how much fuel we have left, Zhou Guohong added, turning to the middle-aged woman, Ouyang Ying, who was fiddling with a camera in the passenger seat. Ouyang Ying replied, without looking up, we've been out here for quite a while, and we've used up most of the fuel we prepared. However, our task of filming a documentary in the African savannah is also coming to an end, so we can head back now. Let's take stock of our supplies and see how long we can last, Zhou Guohong said as he opened the door and got out of the vehicle, heading to the back to check the trunk. It had been packed full before departure, but now the supplies were visibly scarce. Zhou Guohong fell silent for a moment. They were already several days behind their original schedule, and they had been on the move almost continuously. Although if they used the supplies sparingly, they would still be sufficient to get them back to civilization. Zhou Guohong, Lin Ruoshi, and Zhao Huayuan all took stock of the supplies. They found that if they used them tightly, they could indeed make it back to civilization. Although the upcoming days might be challenging, it didn't matter. As long as they returned, they could reward themselves for their hard work during this time. Just as Zhou Guohong was about to organize the use of these supplies, an unnatural shadow suddenly loomed over them. They clearly saw a shadow resembling a light bulb gradually appearing on the ground. Upon noticing this shadow, the three of them immediately looked up. They saw a red and white hot air balloon slowly drifting overhead. The person above seemed to have spotted them as well, leaning against the basket and waving at them. Then a voice reached their ears. Hello friends. Would you like to buy something? The voice grew fainter as the hot air balloon drifted away. Zhou Guohong and the others stared in bewilderment at Chu Ming's hot air balloon, which had originally been drifting away but was now being controlled to come back. Afterward, as Chu Ming controlled the hot air balloon to descend to a certain height, he smiled at them and said, friends, would you like to buy something? Zhou Guohong and the others were taken aback. Wait, what? A traveling merchant appeared here. Is this for real? They found it hard to believe. In their impression, traveling merchants should only appear in various tourist attractions or cities. When did such places start spawning traveling merchants? And they appeared right before their eyes. It seemed they were having pretty good luck this time. Although they had somewhat confirmed Chu Ming's identity as a merchant, they still carefully scrutinized him from head to toe for safety. Finally, they spotted the badge representing the traveling merchants of the Dragon Kingdom on Chu Ming's chest. Alright, they were finally certain. This person was not only a merchant, but also a merchant from their own Dragon Kingdom. Immediately, Zhou Guohong broke into a smile and said, of course I want some. Having a merchant appear before them, he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity pass to buy supplies and avoid living in scarcity any longer. Upon hearing that a potential customer had turned into a definite customer, Chu Ming immediately displayed a professional smile. Gently lowering the hot air balloon to a certain height, Chu Ming smiled and asked, I have everything here. What do you need? Zhou Guohong raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you have everything? Chu Ming nodded slightly yes. He was indeed the owner of the traveling merchant system, the outwardly Chu Doraemon Ming. Naturally, he had everything. Seeing Chu Ming nod with such confidence, Zhou Guohong didn't say much more. In his view, even if the hot air balloon was filled with supplies, there would certainly be some omissions. Thus, Zhou Guohong's requirement was not high, he just needed enough supplies to replenish their stocks.